My name is Ning Yuan. I just transmigrated and immediately found myself in the embarrassing predicament of being treated as a scapegoat. At the Ning family villa in Weha City, my father Ning Tianxiong, dressed in a suit with bulging muscles, and my elegant stepmother Qin Hong stood facing me. Dressed in a black evening gown, Qin Hong gazed at the tortoise pattern tattoo on my neck with her cold, vertically slit gray pupils, smiling faintly. After processing the memories in my mind, I realized this was a world where one could awaken demonic bloodlines and cultivate martial arts to ascend as immortals. Bloodlines were divided into 7 grades, and the one I had awakened was the lowest, a mixed-blood common tortoise. Qin Hong commanded me directly, Ning Yuan, tomorrow you will go and get engaged to Ruyan. I'll raise the child in the future, but you are not allowed to touch her, she belongs to Linner. I flared up with anger and retorted, your son Ning Lin got Ruyan pregnant, and now you want me to be the fall guy? Don't even let me touch her? Do you really think I'm some cuckold? Qin Hong sneered with a mocking laugh, green-haired turtle? The mixed-blood grass turtle lineage you awakened is none other than the green-haired turtle. My son has awakened the ancient bloodline of the howling moon wolf, you bastard. If it weren't for the difficulty in controlling offspring between demon warriors, you wouldn't even have the right to step through this door. Ning Tianxiong, who had remained silent until now, erupted with a furious roar to stop Qin Hong. He stood up and looked down at me with disdain. I am a swift-wind wolf of the wild beast bloodline, how could I possibly sire a bottom-feeding weakling like you? Tomorrow you'll be engaged to Ruyan and bear offspring for the Ning family, that's your sole value. Just as I was about to retort, the divine power system successfully activated and rewarded me with a beginner's gift pack, the mysterious sky turtle bloodline, unknown chaos bloodline and an inherited cultivation technique, mountain bearing fist, basic. After claiming it, an overwhelming sense of power surged through my body, my skin burning and bones trembling. At that moment, Ning Lin, covered in silver-white wolf fur, burst in, shouting, Mom, how could you let Ruyan marry this bastard? She's carrying my child, I'm the one who should marry her. Qin Hong dotingly soothed Ning Lin, urging him to set his sights on the imperial capital and prove himself as a prodigy. Beside them, the beast-eared and fox-tailed Ruyan, with faint beard stubble and peach-blossom eyes, tugged pitifully at Ning Lin's sleeve, saying she didn't care about status and was only marrying him temporarily. Ning Lin flew into a rage, shielding Ruyan as he shouted, I don't care. I've set my heart on this woman. How can you make Ruyan pretend to marry this half-blood trash? What face would she have left in the future? Ruyan secretly rejoiced in her heart, casting a venomous glance at me, this half-blood trash who didn't deserve to live in this world. Slap, slap, slap. I clapped my hands, drawing everyone's attention, and sneered, aren't you all ignoring me too much? Did I say I was going to be the one to take over this mess? You two are perfect for each other, after all, trash belongs with trash. Ning Lin flew into a rage, letting out a wolf's howl as he charged at me with a punch. His silver-white wolf fur bristled violently, unleashing the ancient bloodline's special ability, Moon Howl. I met his fist head-on, and with the support of the sky-piercing trait, this punch carried an irresistible force, sending Ning Lin flying backward with an audible crack of breaking bones. Calling others trash with every breath, with all the resources you've had since childhood, this is the level you've achieved? Can't even take a single punch from me? Qin Hong rushed towards Ning Lin who was screaming in agony, crying and begging Ning Tianxiong to avenge her. Ning Lin was stunned as if struck dumb, muttering to himself, impossible, how could a half-blood like him defeat someone with my ancient lineage? Ning Tianxiong stared at my arm, concluding I had secretly cultivated, but still dismissed me with contempt. Ordinary bloodline's limit is too low, completely worthless. I sneered, all that talk just to cover up his incompetence? They kept boasting about their ancient bloodline, yet they fell flat before even stepping out the door. Still a meat-eating wolf? More like a shit-eating dog, if you ask me. Ning Tianxiong angrily murmured to me, the bloodline of the Ning family must not be lost. You must marry Ruyan, this is your duty. I laughed bitterly in my fury. Duty? What duty do I have to clean up the Ning family's mess? When my mother died, I brought her portrait, but you didn't even glance at me. Ning Lin beat me out and trampled my mother's portrait underfoot. I've always fed myself without relying on any resources from the Ning family. Now you remember me when you need a fall guy? I'm not part of your Ning family, go find whoever you want. The entire room fell silent. After a long pause, Ning Tianxiong finally spoke, I'll give you one chance to redeem yourself. I interrupted directly, no need, I'm not used to living in an empty villa. I'd rather go back to my own home. With that, I turned and walked toward the door, leaving behind a remark, though flesh-eaters may crave blood, the divine turtle lurks in the depths, watching. Qin Hong asked Ning Tianxiong, you're just letting him go like that? Ning Tianxiong grinned at the direction where I vanished, his pale teeth glaringly sharp, a newborn calf fears no tiger, full of youthful vigor. He'll come crawling back to me, begging for another chance. Chapter 3, Divine Powers, Ingestion. In the dim alleys of the old city district, Ning Yuan walked briskly with his head down, occasionally glancing at the low-rise buildings around him, trying to make out the way home. Compared to the densely packed high-rises and brightly lit villa districts, the low-rise buildings in the old town were largely indistinguishable from one another, making the route even harder to navigate. Sometimes the differences between people are greater than those between humans and dogs. Guided by memory, Ning Yuan stepped into a small, single-story house barely 40 square meters in size. The dim yellow light spread across the entire room, and the tension that had been hanging over his heart finally eased slightly. Having just arrived in this new world, he'd been facing a whole family of idiots. He genuinely feared these mentally unstable people might forcefully attack him. Now he finally had time to study his system. Ning Yuan rubbed his hands together eagerly as he summoned the system interface. Host, Ning Yuan. Heaven-supporting mystic Tortoise bloodline, unknown chaos bloodline. Traits, sky-supporting, earth-shattering, rock-solid, endurance, longevity. Inherited techniques, mountain-bearing fist basic. Divine powers, none. Divine ability extraction attempts, 1. According to Ning Yuan's memories, hybrid bloodlines and ordinary demonic bloodlines merely represent the transformation of ordinary beasts into demons, lacking inherent traits. Only the bloodlines of extraordinary beasts can activate one racial trait, while those of primordial beasts activate 2. By extrapolation, only chaos bloodlines possess all 5 traits. Moreover, only ancient bloodlines and chaos bloodlines possess special bloodline inheritance. Thus, his sky-supporting mystic Tortoise bloodline was undoubtedly a chaos bloodline. Truly worthy of being system-generated. Its traits are exceptionally potent, sky-supporting grants immense strength, earth-shattering bestows formidable physique, and rock-solid provides unparalleled defense. The endurance trait might seem unremarkable at first glance, yet it endows Ning Yuan with remarkable stamina, significantly enhancing his sustained combat capability and recovery speed truly formidable. Oh, and there's still one divine ability left to draw. Wonder which one I'll get. Ha! System, grant me a divine ability. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have drawn the divine ability, consumption. Remaining divine ability draws, 0. Consumption? That doesn't sound like a combat-oriented divine ability. The moment Ning Yuan thought this, a mysterious Tao seed took root in his spiritual sea. The effect of the consumption divine ability became clear. Essentially, it meant he could consume anything beneficial without harm, absorbing it completely. Seeing this, Ning Yuan's eyes lit up. As far as he knew, cultivating demonic martial arts required consuming vast resources, yet he was currently destitute, possessing no resources whatsoever. This divine ability could perfectly compensate for his lack of resources. Ha ha ha. The future looks bright indeed. Let's test this divine ability's effectiveness, but I can't just consume. I must cultivate the inherited martial art. With that, Ning Yuan assumed a stance in the living room and began practicing the mountain shouldering fist. In the dimly lit living room, a handsome youth adorned with tortoise shell patterns stood poised. His legs were positioned one in front of the other on the floor, his back slightly arched, and his fists continuously swung out. Bloodline power surged through his entire body, relentlessly washing over his skin, making it more resilient and taut. The fusion of demonic bloodline and martial arts wrought wondrous transformations. Feeling the changes within himself, Ning Yuan marveled at the marvels of this world. His skin began to transform, his strength surging. If he faced Ning Lin now, a single punch could shatter his bones. His skin had been tempered by roughly 30%. He wondered what 100% would feel like, considering he'd only completed 3 rounds of the fist technique. The cost? Ning Yuan had devoured 3 days' worth of rations, polishing off 2 entire plates. However, the energy provided by the plates was minimal, far inferior to that of actual food. The good news was that he had grown stronger, and the effects of consuming food were exceptionally potent. Ordinary meals could now sustain the demands of his current cultivation. The divine ability system could continuously extract various divine abilities, meaning he would only grow stronger. The bad news was that his food was gone, and he only had 700 yuan left in his pocket. And he still didn't know how to obtain more divine power extraction attempts. Seems he'll have to figure out a way to make money. Time to sleep now. He was exhausted after a long day. The next morning, Ning Yuan wolfed down 2 plates of food before rushing off to school. The school was Weha First High, located in the bustling district. Though Ning Yuan had frequently taken part-time jobs over the years, his humanities grades remained consistently strong. Even at First High, he consistently ranked among the top 3 students, earning him the reputation of an academic star. When Ning Yuan entered the classroom right on time, his homeroom teacher was already there. Glancing calmly at Ning Yuan as he sauntered in, the teacher offered only a fleeting look. In his eyes, Ning Yuan had abandoned martial arts. After years in the profession, he had seen too many gifted students whose bloodline potential failed to manifest, leading them to fall into perpetual decline. Once Ning Yuan settled into his seat, the homeroom teacher spoke slowly. Everyone has just awakened their demonic bloodlines yesterday. I'm sure you've all considered the paths you'll take from here on. There are only 30 days left until the college entrance exams. We will now begin enrollment for the liberal arts and martial arts tracks. Come to me to register. Would they be divided into classes? It made sense. After all, some might abandon martial arts entirely after awakening their bloodlines. With that thought, Ning Yuan approached the teacher and wrote his name in the martial arts track. Martial track? Ning Yuan, if I recall correctly, you awakened a mixed bloodline. The literary track might offer you greater prospects. The homeroom teacher regarded Ning Yuan with a complex expression. He felt a deep sense of regret for this student who ranked among the top 3 in the humanities track and also placed within the top 10 in combat skills. To rank among the top 10 in combat solely with the foundational training provided by the school, without any additional martial arts guidance or resources, was nothing short of genius. Unfortunately, the martial arts he'd practiced before were child's play compared to true demonic martial arts. Only after awakening his demonic bloodline did he truly begin to grasp demonic martial arts. The gap between bloodlines was simply too vast. An ordinary bloodline held no future. Master, I still wish to pursue martial arts. Perhaps demonic martial arts suits me better. Ning Yuan wasn't deliberately concealing his talent. It was simply too shocking to go from a mixed bloodline to a chaos bloodline overnight. To reveal it rashly would likely send the entire federation into a frenzy. Besides, with the blessings of divine abilities, he was certain to forge his own path to the heavens. Ha 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 ha. No sooner had Ning Yuan finished speaking than a blonde-haired, dog-faced boy beside him burst into a loud, arrogant laugh. Young Master Ning, are you living in a dream? Still thinking you're some kind of genius? You're hilarious. The fake bastard's true colors are showing. A waste is a waste-face reality. Your mixed bloodline isn't even worthy of polishing young Master Ning's shoes compared to his ancient lineage. The homeroom teacher ignored Wang Yang, merely frowning at Ning Yuan, wondering if he had truly lost his mind. After all, he'd seen many who refused to accept reality and fought against it only to meet unfortunate ends. Where did this stray dog come from, barking like a madman? Why aren't you wagging your tail at your Master Ning Lin's feet? Ning Yuan shot a dismissive glance at the dog-headed man. Ning Yuan, you son of a. You still dare to be so arrogant now? You worthless turtle. Go back to being a cuckold and stop dreaming about martial arts. Let me tell you, I've been selected for the martial arts elite class. The school is grooming me as a top talent. You and I aren't even on the same level. When Ning Yuan heard the mention of the martial arts elite class, his interest was piqued. He turned to the homeroom teacher and asked. But classes were just assigned. How can he claim to be in the elite class already? The homeroom teacher pushed his glasses up his nose and explained to the class. Wang Yang's Shadowhound bloodline is exceptionally potent among the wild beast bloodlines. That's why he was selected for the elite class's preliminary roster of 40 students yesterday. But don't lose heart, everyone. In 10 days, you'll all have the chance to challenge elite class students. The victors will join the elite class and gain access to superior resources. Challenges in 10 days? Survival of the fittest, huh? That's interesting. But 10 days feels like an eternity. Teacher, I refuse to accept this. Why should that trash get early admission? In demon martial arts, strength speaks for itself. Ning Yuan protested directly to the homeroom teacher. The entire class stared at Ning Yuan in astonishment. Dude, are you still losing it? Fine, Ning Yuan, you're not convinced, huh? I'll give you a chance. Face me in a martial arts duel. Beat me, and the spot is yours. Prove I don't deserve to be in the elite class. You got the guts? Wang Yang snarled, his face twisted with malice. He and Ning Lin had often bullied Ning Yuan before, but they'd never dared push him too far. He knew Ning Yuan was actually part of the Ning family, just not in a position of power. What if he awakened superior bloodlines and turned the tables? That's why every time he bullied Ning Yuan, he suppressed the thrill of trampling a genius deep within. Now, finally, he didn't have to hold back. Not only could he humiliate him openly, but he could also earn young Master Ning's favor, which would greatly benefit his future path in demonic martial arts. At this thought, it couldn't help but stick out its tongue in excitement. Chapter 4, What is Demon Martial Arts? Ning Yuan watched Wang Yang's twisted expression and felt a chill run down his spine. Forcing back the urge to punch him in the face, he said. No need for all that trouble. Let's settle this right here. Hearing Ning Yuan's words, the homeroom teacher immediately interjected. Ning Yuan, don't act impulsively. Wang Yang comes from a well-off family, and I heard he started cultivating yesterday. That's right. I started cultivating as soon as I got home yesterday. In just one night, I used up an entire box of Tianing body tempering ointment. My demon skin has already been tempered by 10%. The moment Wang Yang finished speaking, gasps erupted from the surrounding students. Some students from well-off families had also tried demonic martial cultivation upon returning home last night. He refined 10% of his demon skin in just one night? I have beast blood, and I only refined 3%. No wonder Wang Yang made it into the elite class. Put. That's because he used Tianing body tempering ointment. A single jar costs thousands. If I could afford it, my demon skin progress would accelerate too. So what if he used the ointment? The path of demonic martial arts demands vast resources. Poor scholars, rich warriors isn't just an empty saying. Wang Yang listened to his classmates' gasps with a hint of pride. Being able to afford the ointment was a testament to his own strength. With his solid talent and a family willing to invest, he might just have a shot at a top-tier university. Useless piece of trash. Now you see the gap between us, don't you? If you beg for mercy on your knees, I might consider letting you off. Wang Yang looked at Ning Yuan with utter contempt, his words dripping with condescension. Ning Yuan was growing impatient, his eyes turning slightly red as he snapped back. A dog that bites doesn't bark. Are you going to make a move or not? Fine, I'll grant your wish. Hearing Ning Yuan call him a dog again, Wang Yang finally lost his temper and lunged. Empowered by the shadow's trait, his entire body transformed into a dark shadow. With blinding speed, he lunged forward, clawing toward Ning Yuan's chest. In that moment, Wang Yang could already envision Ning Yuan lying on the ground, his flesh torn open, wailing in agony as he knelt before him, begging for mercy. His face contorted into a savage grimace of excitement. Yet the next second, his expression froze. His sharp claws dug into Ning Yuan's body, only to meet resistance as hard as polished stone. A sharp crack echoed as the claws shattered. Are you tickling me? Wang Yang looked up. Ning Yuan's towering figure stood utterly still, his deep eyes fixed on him. A grin spread across his face, revealing a row of stark white teeth. A vicious headbutt slammed into Wang Yang's skull, the sound of shattered nasal bones echoing as he was sent flying backward. He crashed through a row of desks and chairs. After a brief struggle, he passed out. Teacher, it seems he's not an elite. The homeroom teacher stared at Ning Yuan in utter disbelief. Wang Yang possessed the bloodline of a wild beast and had successfully tempered his demonic skin, yet he couldn't even land a single blow? The surrounding students were already stunned speechless, their expressions resembling those who'd witnessed a little girl knocking out Tyson with a single punch. Did I see that right? Ning Yuan knocked out Wang Yang, a wild beast bloodline, with just one headbutt? Isn't he supposed to be the weakest mixed bloodline? Holy crap, Wang Yang's demon skin was tempered. Even using its special properties couldn't break through the defense his nails shattered. Ning Yuan is a Ning after all. Maybe he's reconnected with his ancestral roots. As Weha City's largest energy conglomerate, the Ning family has access to every resource imaginable. And didn't Wang Yang use the Ning family's Tianing body tempering ointment to refine just 10% of his demon skin? Ning Yuan ignored the crowd and walked toward the homeroom teacher, asking with a smile. Heh, I can apply for the elite class now, right? The homeroom teacher looked troubled. That's not entirely up to me. The elite class has a dedicated demon martial arts instructor who finalizes the roster. I'll need to consult him first. With that, he hurried out. Since his student showed both ambition and talent as the homeroom teacher, he felt compelled to lend a hand. Before long, the homeroom teacher returned, accompanied by a burly, muscular man with bull-like horns. Upon entering the room, he looked at Ning Yuan with keen interest. Teacher Su, is this the promising talent who defeated Wang Yang? His demonic skin cultivation is impressive. A mixed blood lineage? Coincidentally, Wang Yang regained consciousness from his stupor. Seeing the bullhorn giant, his heart skipped a beat. It was he who had granted the elite class spot yesterday. The elite class, whether in terms of teaching resources or demonic martial rewards, was incomparable to the regular class. He couldn't lose the spot no matter what. With this thought, Wang Yang struggled to shout. It must be the Ning family. They must have given him drugs. Otherwise, how could someone with a mixed bloodline possibly? Shut up. Is taking drugs not talent? Why don't you take some then? As long as it translates into strength, it's all talent. The bull-horned burly man stared coldly at Wang Yang, delivering his final verdict. If you can't even beat a half-blood, you truly don't deserve a spot in the elite class. The position is his. Kid, come with me to register for the elite class. With that, he turned and walked away without looking back, leading Ning Yuan with him. Inside the elite class, students already filled every seat. Ning Yuan's arrival sparked astonishment among the crowd. It was quite the sensation that the genius scholar of First High had awakened a mixed bloodline. But how could a mere mixed bloodline possibly belong in the elite class? Yet, intimidated by the bull-horned burly man's imposing physique, no one dared to speak up. The bull-horned giant waves dismissively, gesturing for Ning Yuan to take any available seat. Seated in the front row, Ning Lin fixed his gaze on Ning Yuan, his wolf-like eyes beginning to redden. Never in his wildest dreams did Ning Lin imagine that after being thoroughly humiliated by Ning Yuan last night, he would encounter him again this morning in the elite class. But he had already poured vast resources into cultivation last night. With his demonic skin now perfected, he was certain he could crush Ning Yuan. He was certain he could redeem himself. Ning Yuan, however, didn't even glance at him, walking straight to the back row to take a seat. He even flashed a bright, sunny smile at the beast-eared beauty sitting next to him. Once the entire class was assembled, the bull-headed burly man stroked the horns on his head and began. Enough chit-chat. From now on, I'm your homeroom teacher. Call me Old Xia. Today's first lesson is about demon martial arts. After yesterday's awakening, many of you may have already grasped its essence, some may even have begun cultivating it. But today, I'll explain what demon martial arts truly is and why you weren't allowed to practice it before awakening your demonic bloodline. Demon martial arts is called such because it uses demonic bloodlines as its foundation to forge peerless demonic bodies. It uses martial arts as a ladder to climb the path to the heavens. The first 5 stages of demon martial arts are body forging, true seed, Shi, divine awakening, and hidden treasures. The realms beyond are too distant for you to grasp now, so we'll set them aside for the moment. These initial 5 stages, forging the demonic physique, casting the demonic body, transforming demonic power, awakening divine perception, and deeply unlocking the body's hidden treasures, may well be the lifelong pursuit for most. For now, focus solely on mastering the body forging stage. I observe most practitioners have already begun tempering their demonic hides. But this is merely the first step of body forging. Awaken the demonic bloodline, circulate its power throughout your body, and fully temper your flesh, bones, and tendons. Only when all 4 steps are completed. Only then is the demonic physique truly forged, enabling the transformation into a true seed and the casting of a demonic body. As for different bloodlines, the demon skin forged will naturally vary, carrying traits of the bloodline species. For instance, with my savage beast bloodline, the wild bull, the demon skin I forged is exceptionally resilient, capable of deflecting some attacks. Teacher Xia, doesn't that mean those with lower tier bloodlines will never catch up to those who awaken higher tier bloodlines? At this point, a bird-like man asked with obvious resentment. Old Xia gave him a deep look before speaking slowly. If the path of demonic martial arts is likened to a great tree, then demonic bloodlines are the seeds. Different seeds naturally grow into different trees, blossoming into unique flowers. Of course, to forge the strongest foundation, one also needs better soil and more nourishment. Don't lose heart, those individuals are, after all, only a minority. What you're facing now is my evaluation in 10 days. Keep in mind, many eyes are on your positions. Old Xia gave a somewhat simple-minded grin and continued. I know many of you have already started cultivating at home. I don't care what cultivation techniques you practice, I only care about your progress. Now, follow me to the training hall. Those without a body forging technique will receive instruction shortly. Chapter 5, Cultivation in the Elite Class. Old Xia led the group to a training room on the 3rd floor of the teaching building. The room was exceptionally spacious, spanning over 1,000 square feet. Upon entering, Old Xia lit a crimson-red incense stick. Instantly, a pungent odor filled the entire room. Yet Ning Yuan faintly sensed his bloodline power beginning to stir. Noticing the group's astonished expressions, Old Xia solemnly explained. This is demon blood incense. It can trigger the bloodline power within your bodies and accelerate the intensity of your tempering. A single stick costs 10,000 yuan. Supplying enough for all of you to cultivate would burn through at least 100,000 yuan daily. The school has invested significant resources in this. I hope you'll make the school proud. In recent years, First High's performance had been lackluster, with the other high schools hot on its heels. Rumor had it that Hongyang High had even produced a prodigy with ancient bloodline heritage, putting immense pressure on First High. The hope is that several students from this cohort will gain admission to top-tier universities. As for the 4 elite institutions, that remains a distant dream for now. With that thought, Old Xia declared. Those with cultivation techniques, seize the moment to practice. I'll be going around to guide each of you shortly. Those without techniques, come to my side. Ning Yuan immediately began cultivating on the spot. He suspected Old Xia's cultivation technique wouldn't compare to his own mountain shouldering fist. As soon as he assumed the stance and began practicing, he felt the difference. The bloodline power surged through his body more violently than during last night's practice, and the force washing over his skin membranes grew fiercer. With it came a sharp increase in the agony of refining his skin membrane. Ning Yuan could already hear several classmates groaning in agony, yet they all gritted their teeth and persevered, continuing their punching and stances. On the path of demonic martial arts, effort was merely the most fundamental requirement. Of course, this level of force was no challenge at all for Ning Yuan, who possessed the Earthshaker physique. In fact, it felt rather exhilarating. Immersed in the rhythm of his punches and kicks, Ning Yuan felt his skin membrane grow hot, his entire body enveloped in a spa-like sensation of pleasure. As he completed his 3rd round of punches, feeling utterly refreshed, Old Xia's voice reached his ears. This technique seems extraordinary, a moving stance method where practice and combat are one. But your spirit is too high, you haven't grasped its essence. Try suppressing that surge of energy within you. Seek the sensation of bending low, as if bearing a heavy weight upon your body. Hearing Old Xia's guidance, Ning Yuan immediately reined in his thoughts of blissful enjoyment. He stilled his active thoughts and shifted his focus to lowering his body. As if bearing the weight of mountains upon his shoulders, each step pressed down heavily. His fists and feet carried a thick, steady aura, his striking power poised but not yet unleashed. The bloodline power within his body pulsed more intensely beneath his skin. After completing the sequence, the rate of refining the demon skin noticeably accelerated. Previously, the efficiency had begun to decline once the refinement reached halfway. But with a deeper understanding of the fist technique, the refinement rate surged to around 65%. Not only did the efficiency not decrease, it actually increased. Just as he was about to continue practicing, Old Xia stopped him. Didn't you bring any nutrient paste or energy needles? Continuing like this might damage your body. Ning Yuan collapsed his fist stance, feeling a slight dizziness. Glancing around, he saw the other students holding boxes resembling individual soldier rations. They were scooping out milky white paste from them and eating it in large mouthfuls. Some even pulled out syringes, injected themselves, and immediately resumed their stances and punches. Damn it, how did drug-enhanced training become popular in this world too? Aren't they afraid their heads will turn pointy? Not far away, Ning Lin was replenishing his energy with a bottle of energy liquid, while Mo Ruyan beside him applied body-tempering ointment to his skin. As if sensing Ning Yuan's gaze, she shot him a defiant look and dumped the half-finished energy drink on the ground. What a moron. You'll regret this. Ah. Maybe I'll find a chance to rip him off for some gold coins. The thought excited Ning Yuan, but his current physical condition held him back. Instead, he turned to old Xia and thanked him. Teacher Xia, I'm still new to demonic martial arts and didn't bring my equipment today. Thank you for your guidance. I feel my understanding of the fist techniques has deepened considerably. No need to thank me. It's your high aptitude. Your boxing technique is starting to show some real promise. After lunch, head to the cafeteria for the nutritional meal. It's provided by the school for the elite class. The deeper you delve into demonic martial arts, the greater the physical toll. You absolutely need proper nourishment. Old Xiao walked off toward the other students, muttering under his breath as he went. Such an extraordinary technique, yet he doesn't even have nutritional paste. That kid is truly peculiar. Ning Yuan couldn't help but smile wryly. He truly hadn't realized how taxing demonic martial arts could be. If he'd known, he would have bought some high-calorie compressed biscuits. His own cultivation absorbed and converted nutrients at an astonishing rate, allowing ordinary food to sustain his training. By noon, famished, Ning Yuan dashed straight to the cafeteria. He was the first to reach the serving window and addressed the matron. Auntie, I'm in the elite class. Give me a serving of the nutrition meal, make it extra, please. I've got a big appetite. He even gave the cafeteria lady a shy smile. Unfortunately, the lady wasn't buying it. After glancing at Ning Yuan's student ID, she grabbed a boxed meal from the side and handed it over. One nutrition meal per person. Regular meals are unlimited. Ning Yuan's eyes lit up. Unlimited regular meals? With his divine ability to extract energy from anything, he could come back for seconds later. The so-called nutrition meal was essentially just nutritional paste mixed with some energy liquid. Milky white, toothpaste-like substance filled the box, emitting a faint pleasant aroma. Ning Yuan took a bite, his eyes lighting up. The taste was pleasant, even orange-flavored, but more importantly, the moment it touched his tongue, his divine ability activated instantly, rapidly converting it into energy that his body absorbed. He immediately began devouring it in large bites. After finishing, he polished off 3 more plates of regular meals. Though he could still eat more, his stomach was already full to bursting. Now brimming with energy, he was itching to start cultivating immediately. Oomph. What a country bumpkin who's never seen the world. Eating this trash like it's gourmet. Mo Ruyan stared at him with utter contempt, accompanied by Wang Yong, who was covered in bruises and cuts. How did these two end up together? Their sneaky behavior clearly meant no good. Ning Yuan stood up and walked straight toward them. You think I don't hit women? Mo Ruyan glanced at Wang Yong's battered face beside her and shuddered involuntarily, her voice trembling with fear. Don't hit me. I'm carrying your Ning family's bloodline. The Ning family? What does the Ning bloodline have to do with me? I despise the Ning family the most. But since you're pregnant, I'll let you off this time. Get lost and tell Ning Lin I'll come find him this afternoon. With that, Ning Yuan stroked his slightly swollen belly and walked away. Mo Ruyan finally exhaled in relief, then turned to Wang Yong and said, I know everything now. I'll tell Ning Lin. Afternoon, elite class. Ning Yuan practiced the mountain shouldering fist 5 more times, depleting all the energy he'd gained at noon. The progress on the demon's skin had only reached about 95%. He could sense that the closer it got to 100%, the more difficult the refinement became, consuming even greater amounts of energy. This meant he needed money to acquire more resources. A single box of nutritional paste alone cost 300 yuan, and the 700 in his pocket would only buy 2.5 boxes. Even if he bought ordinary food, he could still cultivate with his ingestion technique, but that wouldn't last him long. That afternoon, he sought out Ning Lin. The kid was up to something, keeping quiet even when with Mo Ruyan. Old Xia kept patrolling nearby, dashing Ning Lin's hopes of raking in gold coins. Ning Yuan clenched his teeth inwardly at the thought, recalling the original host's side gig. It seemed he'd have to return to his old ways. After all, diving into the sea was better than having no money at all. Chapter 6, Blind Massage. Alright, that's all for today. The path of demonic martial arts lies in perseverance. Don't slack off in your cultivation after returning home. In 10 days, the assessment will determine not only which lower-ranked students face challenges from the regular class, but also which top performers receive school rewards. Everyone must strive hard. Class dismissed. With Old Xiao's words, Ning Yuan's first day of elite class finally concluded. Without the nutritional paste to sustain him, Ning Yuan couldn't cultivate, so he left immediately after class. The bus crawled through the city streets. The surroundings transformed from the bustling skyscrapers of the metropolitan area into rows of low, dilapidated houses, like two different worlds. Yujia Road, known in the old district as Paradise Street. After getting off the bus, Ning Yuan didn't head toward home. Instead, he made his way to Heaven Street. As dusk fell, street shops began lighting up their displays. A kaleidoscope of neon lights drew crowds together, filling the air with a lively, bustling atmosphere. Paradise Road was a notorious spot in the old district, teeming with countless transactions involving power and sex, and shady businesses operating on the gray line. Beneath the city's glossy facade, this place resembled a dark sewer drain where darkness spread, and countless rats scrambled to scrape out a living. After the urban development boom, it fell quiet for a while, but later experienced a second spring, becoming even more prosperous. Deep within the streets, neon lights flickered. Outside the Red Romance Foot Spa, a scantily clad, stunningly beautiful bunny girl leaned against the doorframe, a lady's cigarette held between her fingers. Spotting Ning Yuan, her eyes lit up, and she immediately approached him. "Hey, isn't this little Yuan? Wasn't yesterday your awakening day? What bloodline did you awaken? Tell your big sister all about it." Her low-cut top revealed ample snow-white skin, two heaving mounds swaying so vividly they made Ning Yuan feel dizzy. For a virgin who'd lived 2 lifetimes, this scene was far more stimulating than any movie. Unable to control himself, he blurted out, "I don't smoke. I just awakened the ordinary grass turtle bloodline." Hearing this, the bunny girl seemed rather pleased. She threw her arms around Ning Yuan's waist, wrapping them around his waist as she examined him up and down. "After awakening, your body looks much stronger. The demonic traits aren't obvious, only faint bluish-gray turtle patterns on your neck, which almost look like tattoos. Paired with your delicate, handsome features, it creates a striking contrast. Wealthy married women absolutely adore this type. Come hang with us, sis. I'll make sure you become the top star on this street." She even patted her chest proudly. "Another time. Sister Lu, I'm here for a side gig today. I won't hold you back from business." Ning Yuan struggled to pull his arm free. Glancing inside, the room was bathed in an alluring, crimson glow. Within, a variety of bunny girls, cat girls, and fox girls displayed their seductive charms to the fullest. These women, awakened by their bloodlines, possessed an innate, otherworldly charm. Oomph. Hanging with me is way better than that old cripple, huh? Every penny he earns ends up spent here anyway. Sister Lu angrily flicked her cigarette onto the ground, crushing it viciously with her slender stiletto heel. Ning Yuan gave an awkward smile and turned toward a dimly lit shop nearby. Its faded sign bore 4 large characters. Blind massage. As Ning Yuan pushed open the door, a middle-aged man with a scruffy beard, thick eyebrows, and a prominent nose was sprawled on a massage bed, his messy blonde hair sticking up, scrolling through short videos and occasionally letting out a lecherous chuckle. Ning Yuan's sharp eyes immediately spotted the video, a scantily clad young woman dancing energetically. "Hey, old Xia's busy again. What's for dinner tonight?" Ning Yuan didn't bother with pleasantries. He'd been moonlighting at this place for years. Back when he was younger, the legitimate shops wouldn't hire him, and he refused to work at the shady ones. Luckily, old Xia took him in as an apprentice. Not only did he earn some extra cash, but he also got a free meal every day. Old Xia didn't look up from his phone, replying with a hint of impatience. "Your meal's at the front desk. Grab it and eat it out back. All you ever do is freeload." Ning Yuan didn't get angry. He peered toward the front desk and sure enough, there was a meal box waiting for him. Beside it was even a box of nutritional supplement. Surprised and delighted, he asked, "Is this nutritional supplement for me too? You skipped yesterday's awakening session. If you hadn't shown up today, I'd have tossed it. Consider it your 3-year employee perk. Bet you wouldn't have splurged on it yourself." Old Xia's deliberately gruff words warmed Ning Yuan's heart. The old man was such a stubborn old curmudgeon. TSK. After 3 years of work, you only give me a 300 yuan gift? What a greedy capitalist. As he teased old Xia about being stingy, Ning Yuan casually pulled over a small stool, sat down beside him, and began enthusiastically devouring the nutritional paste and boxed meal. "Don't give me that. I squeezed every penny out of my pockets. I've got bigger plans for this money," old Xia snapped irritably. "How could I refuse? A gift from an elder I wouldn't dare decline. Cut the nonsense. Eat up. An old client's coming soon, he specifically requested you." Old Xia put away his phone and said thoughtfully, "You've awakened your bloodline too, your strength has increased dramatically. Combined with the unique techniques I taught you, your massages are even more effective now. We should raise the price. From now on, I'll pay you 300 per session." At the mention of more money, Ning Yuan's eating pace quickened. He finished his meal swiftly, tossed the takeout box into the trash, and casually remarked, "Hey, old Xia, aren't you curious what bloodline I awakened? Is it a good bloodline?" Old Xia sat up abruptly from the massage bed, his voice tinged with excitement. "Not really. Damn, I thought I could charge you extra for a massage. Old Xia promptly flopped back down, resuming his slumped, lifeless state. You're so pragmatic. If it doesn't benefit you, you don't care, right? Ning Yuan stared at Lao Xia doing sit-ups, speechless. Well, I'm off to practice martial arts and work off this meal. Xia Lao pointed at his tiny room as he lay there. There's no place for you to practice martial arts here. If you want to train, go home and roll around. Demon martial arts are pure useless nonsense. Just then, the door swung open and a lazy, seductive voice echoed. Old Xia, I'm here. No one else around? A stunning figure emerged from the doorway. Gray stockings hugged her long, straight legs. Over a white shirt, a well-tailored women's suit hung loosely, perhaps the buttons were too tight, giving it a slightly precarious look. A pair of gold-rimmed glasses adorned her delicate, alluring face. Two slender butterfly antennae at her forehead twitched constantly in the air, adding a unique, captivating beauty. This was today's regular customer, Zhang Mingshui. Business has been slow today, you're my only customer. Everything's ready. Head upstairs. Old Xia waved his hand, gesturing for Ning Yuan to lead her upstairs. Sister Shui, why don't you go upstairs and freshen up? I'll be right up. Ning Yuan scratched his head shyly. Alright then. Thanks for your trouble today. Make sure to put in the effort. Zhang Mingshui said, leaving a trail of perfume as she walked past Ning Yuan toward the second floor. Halfway up, she turned and winked at him. Sigh. For the sake of my path in demonic martial arts, making money? Not embarrassing at all. Chapter 7, The Mysterious Pendant. Inside the only private room on the second floor. The rose-scented incense was lit with a match, casting a warm yellow glow that bathed the entire room in a soft, hazy hue, making it somewhat difficult to see clearly. Zhang Mingshui lay sprawled across the massage bed, draped in a pristine white bathrobe. Ning Yuan stood nearby, vigorously rubbing his hands together to warm them up quickly. Once his hands were thoroughly warmed, Ning Yuan picked up the ghee placed nearby. This was the shop's signature product, a proprietary formula just like their massage techniques. It softened the muscles and relaxed the joints of the demonic martial artists, enhancing the massage's effectiveness and relieving fatigue. The butter was slowly poured onto her smooth, fair back. Ning Yuan's scorching palms gently spread it across her skin, as if caressing a warm jade. Ning Yuan felt his focus waver momentarily before applying his unique technique, pressing and kneading various acupoints. A tingling, pleasurable sensation washed over her. Zhang Mingshui's two antennae began to tremble involuntarily, and an enticing moan escaped her lips. Your hands are stronger now. Press harder, I can handle it. Ning Yuan, however, felt himself faltering and quickly changed the subject. Sister Shui, your demonic traits are remarkably low. What bloodline did you awaken? I possess the 7-colored butterfly bloodline, but I've long since perfected the true seed cultivation, forging my demonic form. I can now control all my demonic traits at will. These tentacles are deliberately manifested to enhance my sensory perception. True seed perfection? Forging a demonic body allows you to control demonic traits? What did you look like before? Exactly. After forging a demonic body, one can conceal all demonic traits. But most choose to manifest some to showcase their bloodline. As for me? Naturally, I'm a butterfly fairy with wings. But then, how would you give me a massage? As their conversation continued, Ning Yuan's massage slowly moved downward, gradually reaching her snow-white calves. A faintly visible blue vein traced her ankle, where a red hand-woven cord was tied, featuring a translucent snowflake pendant at its center. Ning Yuan held Zhang Mingshui's delicate foot in one hand while reaching to remove the bracelet with the other. After all, it would interfere with the massage. Unexpectedly, the instant his fingers touched the snowflake pendant, the system's voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Detected absorbable energy. Absorbing energy. Ning Yuan froze in place. The last time the divine ability system had drawn a divine ability was from the beginner's gift package. Since then, he hadn't figured out how the draw count worked. It turned out that absorbing special energy was required. The divine power I previously obtained has been immensely beneficial to me, allowing me to conserve resources significantly on my path of demonic martial arts. I just wonder how long it'll take the system to absorb all the energy. What makes this pendant so special? Do you like my feet? Are they smooth and soft? Beautiful. Ning Yuan answered instinctively, then immediately sensed something was off. Zhang Mingshui turned her head, shooting him a flirtatious glance as she teased with a playful smile. How much longer do you plan to hold them? I've noticed you take an unusually long time massaging my feet lately. So you're a foot fetishist. Ning Yuan hastily released the smooth little foot, bowing his head repeatedly in apology before explaining. I was just admiring Sister Shui's anklet. The pendant is so beautiful, I got a little lost in thought. Fine. You were admiring the pendant. If you like it, I'll give it to you. Zhang Mingshui clearly didn't believe him. But Ning Yuan was overjoyed. Really? How much is this pendant, Sister Shui? I'll have it deducted from my pay later. It's not worth much. I saw it on the street when I came over. It's shaped like a snowflake, and since my name has snow in it, I just bought it. Zhang Mengxue said indifferently. Do you remember where you bought this pendant? Just at a small street stall. The exact location was. Zhang Mengxue paused to recall, then licked her lips seductively and said. I can't quite remember, sis. I need to touch something hard in my hand, it helps me think. As soon as she finished speaking, Ning Yuan felt a sudden chill on his exposed pectoral muscles, followed by the soft, delicate touch of her hand. Zhang Mengshue's body trembled. Had he already mastered skin refinement? Didn't Elder Xie say Ning Yuan had only awakened his bloodline yesterday? His background wasn't privileged, meaning today was his first day practicing demonic martial arts. To achieve mastery of skin refinement in just one day under such resource-scarce conditions. What kind of monstrous talent is this? Ning Yuan remained unaware that Zhang Mengxue stood speechless, utterly stunned by the speed of his cultivation. Feeling the cool touch of her small hand on his chest, Ning Yuan silently shed tears of humiliation. For the sake of the system, the sacrifice he had made was truly immense. After her initial shock, Zhang Mengxue felt somewhat crushed. Though she possessed ancient bloodlines, her martial talent was mediocre, ultimately forcing her down the path of scholarly research. With that thought, she lost all desire to tease the innocent young man any further. She withdrew her hand, lay back on the massage bed, and casually mentioned a location. Alright, tips taken care of. You'd better work extra hard now. It seemed only brute force could repay this favor. With that thought, Ning Yuan summoned his full strength. After all, Sister Shui was at least a true seed grandmaster, she could handle it. From the sealed second-floor private room, suppressed moans occasionally drifted out, stirring one's heart and mind, tempting them to investigate further. After the massage ended, Zhang Mengxue left looking refreshed and rejuvenated. Ning Yuan, drenched in sweat from exhaustion, rushed over to old Xie. You heartless capitalist. You charge 3,000 for this job, yet you're only giving me 300? I am a skilled worker, after all. Earlier, Ning Yuan had insisted on deducting the pendant's cost from his wages. But upon checking the accounts, he discovered this single job had actually brought in 3,000. But old Xie faced Ning Yuan's accusation with righteous indignation. Running this shop costs money, you know? Do you have any idea how much my secret recipe butter costs? If I hadn't taught you those specialized techniques, how could you charge such high prices? You come in every day freeloading on food and drinks. I'm already being generous, not charging you for that. Faced with old Xie's barrage, Ning Yuan instantly fell silent. Without old Xie, he'd be out on the street. Getting 300 was already generous. He turned to Lao Xie with a sheepish grin. Come on, I was just joking. I mainly wanted to ask where to buy nutritional paste, preferably a cheaper alternative. Head down the street to Xiao Bai's general store. Their nutritional paste is cheap, $100 a box. But think twice before buying it, kid. That stuff tastes awful, and it's not from a legit source. It's got impurities, won't kill you, but eating too much will cause problems. Old Xie paused briefly before pointing in a direction. Old Xie knew the local scene inside out. Impurities didn't matter once swallowed, the divine power elixir could convert even the worst stuff into energy. It was pure gold. Ning Yuan immediately took his leave of old Xie. Business was slow around here, and after each transaction, old Xie would close up shop, pocket the cash, and head out to carouse. Stay any longer, and he'd be kicked out. Damn, that kid almost caught me. That butter cost next to nothing, ha! Old Xie flipped the circuit breaker, shut the shop door, muttered to himself, and hobbled off toward the nearby Red Romance bar with his slightly lame leg. Meanwhile, after stepping outside, Ning Yuan headed straight for the street stall Zhang Mengxue had mentioned. He tucked the pendant into his pocket, refraining from absorbing any more energy. He still wanted to figure out the pendant's origins and see if he could trace the energy source the system required. This was crucial for him. Unfortunately, when he arrived at the location Zhang Mengxue had described, there was no street stall to be found. After circling the area and asking nearby shops, he learned the stall had packed up after making just one sale. Since it was his first time encountering it, he had no idea if it would return in the future. With no other choice, Ning Yuan reluctantly abandoned his search for now and headed toward Xiao Bai's general store. The two places weren't far apart, and soon he arrived at a bustling shop. At a glance, the place was quite crowded, with shelves displaying an array of goods. Ning Yuan quickly found the nutritional paste he needed. Counting the 300 yuan old Xie had just given him, Ning Yuan now held a whopping 1,000 yuan. He went all in and bought 10 jars. After all, the school provided lunch, he could crash at old Xie's place for dinner, and he could just scrounge a couple of plates for breakfast. Perfect. Chapter 8, Ambush and New Powers. After paying at Xiao Bai's general store, Ning Yuan found himself back to square one, pockets empty save for the plastic bag he carried. Yet his mood was exceptionally high. Cultivation resources were temporarily secured, and the divine ability system had finally shown signs of activity. Everything was moving in a positive direction. He deliberately held back from absorbing the snowflake pendant further, wanting to study it first to uncover any unique properties. This discovery could determine the future source of energy for his system. This thought ignited a surge of excitement within Ning Yuan, quickening his pace as he hurried home. Just as Ning Yuan reached a narrow alley corner, a sudden gust of wind swept past him. A fist covered in animal fur slammed viciously toward his temple. Ning Yuan's pupils contracted sharply. Every hair on his body stood on end as his muscles tensed and coiled. He swiftly ducked low, dodging the ferocious blow. Quick reflexes, but too bad you took what you shouldn't have. A man with a gray-furred dog's head emerged from the shadows, his face twisted with contempt. So it's you. The pride of the old quarter, huh? Heard you awakened a mixed bloodline. What's this? Selling your ass on Yujia Road and stealing women's stuff? Judging by the dog-headed man's tone, he wasn't from the Ning family's faction. Taking a woman's belongings, could it be he was after the snowflake pendant? You know me? I have no idea what you're talking about. The dog-headed man seemed convinced the item was on Ning Yuan, his voice dripping with scorn. Back when you got into first high, it was a big deal in the old quarter. Everyone thought a phoenix had risen from this chicken coop. Now, you're just a half-breed good for nothing, reduced to selling your ass. Before Ning Yuan could respond, the man lunged forward again, his dog-like face contorted in a savage grin. Ning Yuan thought he saw foul-smelling saliva dripping from his mouth. Damn it! Why are all you dogs so disgusting? Ning Yuan forced down his rage, lowering his body as if bearing the weight of mountains. Every muscle and bone tensed as he thrust a steady punch forward. With the force of a mountain being pushed, it flew straight toward the dogman's face. Yet the dog-headed creature, moments ago snarling with savage intent, suddenly froze. A cloud of white ash spilled from its sleeve. Ning Yuan instinctively closed his eyes, shifting his stance to shield his face with both elbows. At that very moment, his abdomen was struck with tremendous force, followed by the sound of tearing fabric. The dog-headed man smirked triumphantly. These untested youngsters only knew how to follow the textbook when fighting, incapable of adapting. They were no match for street-hardened thugs scraping by at the bottom. Today, he would teach this genius a lesson he wouldn't forget. Yet beneath the fabric torn by the dog-like claws, Ning Yuan's well-defined abdominal muscles were revealed, bearing only a few faint white marks. Impossible. How could a demon warrior at the refining tendon stage fail to break through your defense? The dog-headed man stared in disbelief at the scene before him. Though he had only begun his tendon refining cultivation a few days ago, a single claw strike could pierce through stone slabs. Could a newly awakened, mixed-blooded waste really have skin harder than stone slabs? Ning Yuan glanced down at the 3 white marks on his abs, then looked up at the dog-headed man and grinned. You almost got me hurt. With that, he stomped his feet hard against the ground, cracking the stone tiles beneath him. With overwhelming force, his fist surged forward. Though momentarily stunned, the dog-headed man, a seasoned brawler, reacted with lightning speed. His arms crossed in front of his chest, he braced against the surging blow. The fist's edge met his arm, and the dog-headed man felt a torrent of force slam into him. His shoulder dislocated instantly, his arms dropping limply to his sides. The second punch drove straight into his exposed chest. His untempered sternum instantly cracked with the sound of shattering bone. The third punch followed immediately, striking his abdomen. The immense force pierced through flesh and skin, reaching his internal organs. His intestines twisted in agony like they were being torn apart by knives, and he vomited bile. Ning Yuan dragged the man, limp as a dead dog, and turned into a dim alleyway. He still had questions to ask. These thugs who scraped by in the old quarter were ruthless in their methods, yet their principles were remarkably flexible. Before Ning Yuan could interrogate him further, the man spilled everything cleanly. As expected, the attack had been triggered by the snowflake pendant. The dog-headed man was a low-level lieutenant in the Wild Wolf gang, tasked by their boss. His orders were to find someone who triggered a special reaction in the snowflake pendant and then find a way to deliver it to them. Zhang Mengxue was the special person who triggered the pendant's reaction, so the dog-headed man sold it to her. Shortly after, he discovered the pendant was now on Ning Yuan and came to hunt him down. How did you know the pendant was on me? Is it your bloodline trait? Ning Yuan remained puzzled. Few gang members possess bloodline traits. I have an ordinary bloodline, but there's a strand of my hair woven into the bracelet. My nose can detect it. The dog-headed man now revealed everything he knew. What does this pendant do? Where did it come from? Ning Yuan asked the question that most concerned him now. All I know is that this pendant absorbs the flesh and blood of whoever it reacts to. I usually go collect it every 3 days. As for its origin, only the gang leader knows. I'm just a lowly errand boy scraping by for scraps. You might as well treat me like a fart. The dog-headed man was sweating profusely from the pain, yet he forced a smile, his hideous dog face contorting into an expression uglier than a cry. Alright, one last question. Did your boss assign this task to you directly? Yes. The boss trusts me completely. It's a direct line of communication. Ning Yuan smiled with satisfaction upon hearing the dog-headed man's reply. His powerful hands seized the man's throat and suddenly tightened his grip. The sound of cracking vertebrae echoed as the dog-headed man drew his last breath. The dog-headed man never imagined, even in death, that a student who had never seen blood would kill without hesitation. He had always assumed this high schooler from an ivory tower wouldn't bother with him. He treated him like a stray dog on the street, a stone toss to chase him away would suffice. Why bother killing him? Ning Yuan searched the dog-headed man's clothes but found nothing else besides 700 yuan in cash. Though it was his first kill, he knew to cover his tracks. The dog-headed man had chosen his spot well. The old district had sparse surveillance coverage to begin with, and this alley was completely devoid of cameras. He casually tossed the corpse into a nearby foul-smelling ditch. A night's worth of stray dogs and rats would take care of the body for him. After a moment's thought, he removed the hand-braided cord from the snowflake pendant, lit it with his lighter, and watched it burn to ashes. With everything done, Ning Yuan walked home as if nothing had happened. Back home, Ning Yuan finally breathed a sigh of relief. No matter how big or small, home was always the most reassuring place. The first thing Ning Yuan did upon arriving home was to begin reviewing the situation. The dog-headed man claimed the task came directly from the gang leader. The existence of the snowflake pendant was likely known only to the leader and the dog-headed man. Now that the dog-headed man was dead, it was perfectly normal for a gang thug to vanish for a few days. By the time his body was discovered, the Wild Wolf gang leader wouldn't be able to trace it back to him. As for clues about the snowflake pendant, he would have to look for them on the Wild Wolf gang leader himself. With that thought, Ning Yuan pulled the snowflake pendant from his pocket. Under the light, the transparent pendant glowed with crystalline clarity. Yet no matter how he examined it, it appeared to be nothing more than an ordinary piece of craftsmanship, devoid of any special qualities. After half a day of fruitless examination, Ning Yuan simply released the restrictions on his divine power system, allowing it to absorb energy. Absorbing energy. Not knowing how long the system would absorb energy, Ning Yuan decided to practice the mountain shouldering fist first. But then a thought struck him, since consuming any substance while under the influence of his divine abilities transformed it into something beneficial for his body, might eating this pendant accelerate the absorption process? With that thought, Ning Yuan picked up the pendant and sniffed it. It still carried the scent of the special butter mixture, with no other strange odors, so he swallowed it whole. The moment it entered his stomach, waves of strange energy surged through him, nourishing his entire body. What a powerful boost! Ning Yuan rose to practice his boxing. After completing a set, he felt refreshed and invigorated. Just as the system finished absorbing the energy, its voice sounded. Divine ability draw attempt 1. Ning Yuan rubbed his hands together excitedly. Finally, he could draw a divine ability again. System, grant me a divine ability draw. Divine ability drawing in progress? Chapter 9, Dream Marriage and Flesh Refinement. Congratulations, host, you have drawn the divine ability, Dream Marriage. Remaining divine ability draws, 0. A mysterious Dao seed materialized within Ning Yuan's mind, taking root atop his spiritual sea. It stood side by side with the consumed divine ability, radiating brilliant light. Dream bridging, the art of entering dreams through divine power. Simply put, it allows one to enter another's dreams. This divine ability feels a bit unscrupulous. How could it possibly benefit demonic martial arts? Ning Yuan had always possessed a keen sense of danger. Today's sudden ambush while walking down the street served as yet another stark reminder, this was no longer the peaceful, lawful world he once knew. Demon bloodline, the path of demonic martial arts. This was a world where power belonged to the individual. Resources had to be fought for, and principles were enforced with fists. The Ning family harbored no goodwill toward him and wouldn't give up so easily. More troubles awaited him ahead. The leader of the Wild Wolf gang was up to something, but since it involved the energy the system required, a confrontation was inevitable. These matters hung like a blade over his head, requiring strength to resolve. If the dream-binding divine ability proves ineffective for demonic martial arts, it must be shelved for now. Never mind. Let's test the technique's effects first. Dream transfer, activate. As the dream transfer technique activated, Ning Yuan instantly sank into a deep sleep on the sofa, his consciousness drifting off to who knows where. Ning Yuan now stood upon a patch of white clouds, feeling the soft touch beneath his feet. He marveled at the dream-bridging divine abilities, wonder how utterly real it felt within this dreamscape. Looking up, vast seas of clouds churned beneath an orange-tinged glow, like flowing amber. Not far away, a woman with butterfly wings sprouting from her back, draped in flowing, cloud-like gauze, gazed at Ning Yuan with a radiant smile. Her every glance and expression radiated an enchanting charm. This was Zhang Mengshue's dreamscape. Ahem! Ning Yuan didn't know how, but after using the dream-bridging technique, he had instinctively arrived within Zhang Mengshue's dreamscape. Zhang Mengxue fluttered her butterfly wings to stand before Ning Yuan, looking puzzled. Could it be that today's massage was so pleasurable you're having a wet dream? How did you dream up a 185 centimeters tall guy? Hee, it's just a dream anyway. Might as well take it out on you to vent my pent-up frustration. With the sky as my blanket and clouds as my bed, it's not so bad. With that, her figure flickered and instantly appeared beside him. She kicked out with her foot, her face flushed with excitement as she murmured. Little brother Ning Yuan, I'm so sorry. Big sister will take good care of you. Ning Yuan clutched his waist, inwardly groaning. He never expected the usually poised and sophisticated Zhang Mengxue to be such a contrast. She came at him with such ferocity that Ning Yuan stood no chance. He immediately dismissed his divine power and fled. You! One day I'll kick you flat on the ground and beat the crap out of you. Ning Yuan vowed silently to himself that he would get his revenge. After a brief rest, Ning Yuan activated his divine power once more. This time, he intended to invade old Xie's dream and beat him senseless to vent his anger. The moment he entered Lao Xie's dreamscape, a wave of brutal energy washed over him, bloodlight erupting skyward. Before Ning Yuan could make out anything, the dream-binding divine ability abruptly retreated. Damn it! Was the power gap so vast it shattered the dream-binding technique outright? Seems old Xie isn't someone to be trifled with either. The more Ning Yuan thought about it, the angrier he became. He turned and immediately entered Ning Lin's dream. At that moment, Ning Lin was in his dream, passionately kissing Mo Ruyan. The two were burning with desire, about to mount up and ride off. Ning Yuan's massive face suddenly appeared before Ning Lin, yanking him up by the scruff. With a savage grin, Ning Yuan unleashed a barrage of mountain-shouldering fist strikes without a word. The thrill of beating his younger brother quickly extinguished Ning Yuan's anger, leaving him feeling refreshed and invigorated. He dismissed the dream bridging technique. Ning Yuan suddenly had an inspiration. If he could use the mountain-shouldering fist in Ning Lin's dream, could he also practice his fist techniques within dreams? And he'd have a real opponent to spar with. After all, demonic martial arts aren't just about training, they require real combat experience and a deep grasp of martial techniques. The dog-headed man encountered today possessed exceptionally rich combat experience, and his execution far surpassed Ning Yuan's. Fortunately, Ning Yuan's stats were superior, allowing him to emerge victorious. Now that an opportunity to enhance his combat skills had presented itself, Ning Yuan still aspired to become a well-rounded warrior. If he could enter others' dreams, could he enter his own? Ning Yuan sensed he discovered a glitch and immediately felt a surge of excitement as he activated dream transfer once more. This time, his target was himself. Standing on the living room floor, Ning Yuan felt the tangible sensation beneath his feet, momentarily unsure if he had succeeded. A thought flashed through his mind, and the surroundings began to blur and shift. In an instant, the living room transformed into the school's training room. It worked! I really am a genius. His own dreams were entirely under his control, unlike when he entered others' dreams where he couldn't alter the dreamscape. Though practicing boxing wouldn't advance his physical training progress, it could increase his martial skill proficiency. No matter how much he trained, he wouldn't tire. My body remained in a state of rest, leaving no impact on the next day's cultivation. Crucially, Ning Yuan discovered he could extract others' dream essence. Within his own dreams, he could clone people whose strength matched their physical counterparts exactly. Ning Yuan dubbed his dream realm the Dream Forging Space, where he would henceforth conduct martial training and combat practice. The next morning, as usual, he devoured 2 plates of food. Shouldering 10 jars of nutrient paste, he headed out to catch the bus. After testing the application of the wedding dream last night, Ning Yuan still practiced the Danshan fist twice to assimilate the nutrients within his body. Considering he had school the next day and it was already late, he entered the dream space to seek revenge on Zhang Mengxue. The outcome was predictable. The clone possessed the same strength as the original, making victory impossible. Left with no choice, he trained alone, occasionally beating up Ning Lin. Last night's practice felt like a breakthrough. If this system had a proficiency meter, my Danshan fist should be maxed out by now. What a piece of junk system. Ning Yuan silently cursed in his mind. Ding! Personal panel activated. Host, Ning Yuan. Heaven supporting Mystic Tortoise bloodline, unknown Chaos bloodline. Technique, Mountain Shouldering Fist, Proficient Novice Proficient Mastery Minor Achievement Major Achievement Perfection. Realm, Body Tempering Skin Refinement 99%. Divine Abilities, Consumption, Dream Implantation. System is awesome. Not only did it update my martial arts proficiency, but even my demonic cultivation progress showed up. Truly worthy of being my system. Ning Yuan was in high spirits all the way to the elite class, smiling and nodding at everyone he passed. Only Ning Lin, spotting Ning Yuan approaching from afar, cowered like a mouse encountering a cat, not daring to meet his gaze. Shortly after Ning Yuan arrived, old Xia entered the classroom. Satisfied that everyone was present, he nodded and immediately led them to the cultivation room. The pungent scent of demon blood filled the air as the students commenced another day of cultivation. Old Xia began his rounds, occasionally offering guidance on their techniques. Though their cultivation methods differed, his mastery allowed him to guide these body-forging youths with ease. Simultaneously, he began sizing up the promising prospects among this batch of students. 3 possessed ancient bloodlines. Among them, Ning Lin came from the wealthiest background, never lacking resources, and used only the finest medicines. Deng, who possessed the highest aptitude, having already mastered the basics of his cultivation technique. His progress matched Ning Lin's pace. Lu Qingqing, however, lagged behind these two. Among those with the bloodline of the primordial beasts, there were also some promising candidates. Old Xia pondered as he walked. Having personally recruited every student in the class, 2 days of observation had given him a rough assessment of each. As for Ning Yuan, he had never been part of his considerations. After all, he was a mixed blood who couldn't even get into a third-rate university. He had recruited Ning Yuan solely to apply pressure to the others to make them understand that the resources of the elite class must be fought for, and that external pressure was necessary for their rapid growth. As old Xia passed by Ning Yuan, he glanced casually in his direction then froze in place. He noticed Ning Yuan's fist techniques had grown significantly more proficient since yesterday. A mountain-like aura emanated from him. Had his boxing skills truly reached mastery? Yet as old Xia paused to observe, Ning Yuan remained utterly absorbed in his practice of the mountain shouldering fist. After mastering the mountain-bearing fist in the dream-forging space last night, today's tempering effects had greatly increased. Bloodline energy surged in churned with each punch and kick, gradually tempering the final layer of skin. As Ning Yuan continuously unleashed punches to channel his bloodline power, the final thread of the membrane was finally fully tempered. The demon skin, already possessing rock-hard properties, became even more rigid and compact. In modern times, it could nearly withstand firearm attacks, allowing one to walk through a hail of bullets. Beneath the demon skin, muscles rapidly grew and then contracted tightly. Each muscle fiber twisted and tightened like steel wire, capable of withstanding immense force without breaking. Ning Yuan felt the tingling sensation brought by the growth and strengthening of his muscles, and couldn't help but let out a sigh of pleasure. You've begun refining your flesh? Chapter 10, Reward Martial Arts. Just as Ning Yuan was immersed in the exhilaration of his rising power, old Xia's incredulous voice reached his ears. Ning Yuan looked up to find old Xia staring at him in utter astonishment. He slowly collapsed his fists, white steam billowing from his entire body, a result of his muscles rapidly growing and contracting, causing his body temperature to soar. Lucky break, just crossed that threshold. Ning Yuan, in high spirits, replied casually. He pulled out a tube of nutritional paste from his backpack and began eating it in large bites. Having just started his physical training, his body's demand for nutrients had increased significantly. But old Xia couldn't match Ning Yuan's composure. This was only his 3rd day since awakening. Not counting the first day of awakening his bloodline, he had formally engaged in demonic martial arts for less than 2 days. And he'd already reached the flesh-forging stage of body tempering. Consider that even prodigies with ancient bloodlines, despite abundant resources, were still at the skin refinement stage. Yet Ning Yuan was merely a mixed blood cultivator. He hadn't even had nutritional paste on his first day. Compared to that, mastering cultivation techniques to proficiency in just 2 days was even more astonishing than achieving flesh refining in that time frame. Such martial arts insight and innate talent were unprecedented in old Xia's decades of teaching. Deng Hu, possessing ancient bloodlines and the highest comprehension, had only just begun mastering his cultivation technique. Pondering this, old Xia still found it hard to believe. He asked tentatively, "Your cultivation technique has reached proficient level 2? Meanwhile, Ning Yuan was struggling through his second box of nutrient paste. The nutritional paste recommended by old Xia was indeed excellent, no less nourishing than the official version, though it tasted rather awful. Hearing old Xia's question, Ning Yuan swallowed the nutrient paste in his mouth and nodded in response. Yes. After relentless day and night cultivation, I just broke through today. Ah, you little rascal, you've truly surprised me. As the first in the class to reach the proficient level in martial arts cultivation, the school will reward you with a lower-tier martial skill." Amidst old Xia's booming laughter, many classmates turned their attention to them, immediately launching into heated discussions with those beside them. Who'd have thought Ning Yuan would be the first in our class to master physical cultivation? What gives him the right, being just a mixed blood? Exactly. Even among us ancient beast bloodlines, take Ning Lin, Deng Hu, and Lu Qingqing, aren't they all geniuses? How did he manage to refine his flesh first? Didn't you hear old Xia? Ning Yuan's cultivation technique has already reached the proficient level, so his refinement efficiency is naturally stronger. With martial arts comprehension like that, he might even surpass Deng Hu. Ning Lin seethed with rage, his eyes bloodshot as he glared at Ning Yuan, his teeth grinding audibly. He couldn't fathom why this worthless bastard kept outpacing him at every turn, especially when he was on the verge of perfecting his skin refinement. Ning Yuan had become his inner demon. Even in his nightmares, he dreamed of Ning Yuan beating him senseless. This had left him with a psychological shadow toward Imo Ruyan. Whenever he approached her, he feared Ning Yuan's despicable, oversized face would suddenly appear before his eyes. Imo Ruyan, listening to her classmates' discussion beside her, felt slightly dazed. How could that trashy bastard she rejected cultivate so rapidly? Could his martial arts aptitude truly surpass Ning Lin's monstrous talent? No, that couldn't be. It must just be luck he got off to a faster start early on. A mixed blood with low potential was doomed to have no future. As for Ning Lin, with his ancient bloodline, he was destined to become a martial prodigy. Her choice was absolutely correct. That's how people are. When things don't unfold as imagined, they never question their own perceptions. Instead, they seek to belittle and slander you, using that to validate their own beliefs. After steeled her resolve, Mo Ruyan turned with a gentle smile, her foxtail softly brushing Ning Lin's hand. Linggood, don't give him the time of day. He's just caught a lucky break. His cultivation technique broke through, so he got off to a faster start early on. With the potential of your ancient bloodline and the Ning family's resources, crushing him would be effortless. Ning Lin's expression softened slightly upon hearing Mo Ruyan's words. Yet his expression remained dark as he lowered his head, contemplating how to leverage his family's resources to intensify his cultivation. Ning Yuan felt a surge of surprise upon hearing old Xia's words. He hadn't expected the first breakthrough to come with a reward. But what exactly was this writing martial skill? Noticing the confusion in Ning Yuan's eyes, old Xia kindly explained. You should know that 10,000 years ago, the ancient star path appeared, spanning the entire universe. From that moment onward, anyone could awaken demonic bloodlines. This led to native beasts transforming into demonic beasts, turning Blue Star into a paradise for them. Beyond the starry sky, countless alien races lurked, their eyes fixed on us with fierce intent. Until 7 peerless grandmasters emerged, using bloodline as their foundation and martial arts as their ladder. They pioneered the demon martial path, infinitely elevating martial realms and restoring the path to the heavens for all martial artists. Hearing this, memories surged through Ning Yuan's mind, and he couldn't help but ask. The peerless grandmasters you mentioned, could they be the 7 marshals? Precisely. They are the 7 founding marshals who laid the foundation for the Federation. The 7 marshals emerged, reclaiming the lands lost to demonic beasts on Blue Star, battling myriad races across the cosmos, and hunting down the fierce gods on the ancient paths. They not only established the Federation's foundation but also pioneered the path of demonic martial arts. And it was the 7 marshals who established the grading system for martial arts techniques. With the exception of certain secret techniques, all martial arts are categorized as substandard, inferior, intermediate, and superior. During the body forging stage, one could only learn substandard or inferior martial arts. Intermediate and superior martial arts were out of the question. After hearing old Xia's words, Ning Yuan felt his blood boil with excitement. A man's life is but a fleeting season among plants and trees, thus should a true hero live. Though he was currently only refining his flesh, with the blessings of his bloodline and divine abilities, he might yet one day reach the pinnacle of demonic martial arts and behold the vistas from the mountain's summit. He immediately grabbed old Xia's arm, eager to select his own low-tier martial skill. Do you have any preferences for the martial arts direction you wish to pursue? Would you like some suggestions? Old Xia gestured for him not to rush. I haven't really thought about it yet. What do you suggest, master? Ning Yuan scratched his head awkwardly. Old Xia didn't seem to mind. He looked at Ning Yuan and said, for martial arts, I suggest you choose a weapon combat technique. After all, the entrance exam involves real combat survival. Fighting demon beasts is best done with weapons. Do you plan to bare-knuckle brawl with them? Ning Yuan nodded in agreement, pondering the martial arts path as he followed old Xia to the school library. Upon entering, old Xia exchanged greetings with the librarian before leading Ning Yuan straight to the second floor. He swiped his ID card to unlock a room and gestured for Ning Yuan to enter. Ning Yuan had visited this library many times before, yet he had never encountered books on demonic martial arts. So the second floor held a hidden secret after all. The room wasn't large, containing only 2 small bookshelves holding roughly a few dozen books. Ning Yuan walked over and casually picked up a book. Its cover read, Whirlwind Sword Technique. This sword technique, once mastered, moves as swift as a raging wind. Each strike outpaces the last, every move deadly. When perfected. The sword technique emphasized lightness and swiftness, a style Ning Yuan didn't particularly favor, nor did it align with his own characteristics. Setting the book aside, he picked up another nearby. Tidal Wave Blade Technique. This blade technique, once mastered, surges like towering waves. Each strike builds upon the last, its power growing with every layer. When perfected. Chapter 11, The Top Academy's Admission Requirements. After reviewing all the martial arts descriptions, Ning Yuan's eyes narrowed in contemplation. The lower-tier martial arts here were fairly similar in quality, with swords, blades, and spears being the most common. Possessing heaven-supporting strength and earth-shattering body, he should follow the path of simplicity and overwhelming force. Thus, heavy weapons would be his best choice. With that thought, he hesitated no longer and drew out a book. Its cover bore the title, Mountain-Shattering Spear Technique. Striking the mountain to scare the tiger can also kill the tiger. This spear technique relies on overwhelming force. When mastered, it can generate seismic shockwaves. This is the one. After making his choice, Ning Yuan wasted no time, taking the martial arts manual straight to old Xia. Old Xia glanced at the manual in Ning Yuan's hands and nodded approvingly. This spear technique suits you well. It shares similarities with your fist style. Both emphasize overwhelming opponents with sheer force and breaking through defenses with momentum. Practice diligently, and you may well have a shot at a top-tier university. Only a chance at a top-tier university? Does that mean I can't aim for the absolute best? Ning Yuan listened to old Xia's words, feeling puzzled. It seemed that in old Xia's eyes, getting into a top-tier university was already a remarkable achievement, and the term prestigious institution had never even been mentioned in their class. Hearing Ning Yuan's response, old Xia sighed with resignation. Do you know what the admission requirements are for top-tier universities? They only accept students with a comprehensive score above 270. What does that mean? It means you need to score over 90 in the physical conditioning assessment, martial arts assessment, and combat survival assessment. He glanced at Ning Yuan before continuing. With your mixed blood potential, your physical conditioning ceiling is around 80 points. A single point difference makes a world of difference. When I say you have a chance at a top-tier university, it's based on maintaining this cultivation pace and reaching your peak by the college entrance exams. Your astonishing aptitude should allow you to exceed 90 points in martial arts. The remaining survival skills assessment will depend entirely on your own determination. After hearing this, Ning Yuan didn't find it particularly daunting. His physical training ceiling was definitely not 80. With the divine technique for martial arts and combat, coupled with relentless day and night training, getting into a top-tier university should be no problem. So he feigned reluctance and asked, is getting into a top-tier university that hard? Do you need a perfect score for the elite institutions? The top institutions? The Federation's 4 premier universities were founded by the Marshal himself at the nation's inception. They've had strict rules since their establishment. It's not about needing perfect scores. It's about city-based quota allocations. Do you have any idea how many spots a remote little city like Weha gets? Old Xia held up one finger as he spoke. 1. Just 1 spot. And they only accept students who rank first in all 3 subjects. Weha City has 300,000 students taking the college entrance exam every year. Do you really think you could stand out from 300,000 people and get top marks in all 3 subjects? Old Xia shook his head after finishing. The physical conditioning test alone had already eliminated Ning Yuan. And this year, a monster with ancient bloodlines had emerged. He was destined to be nothing more than a supporting player. Without further discussion, he turned and headed toward the martial arts classroom. He wanted to see how the others fared. He had intended to release a loach into the pond to stir up the aggression of the other fish, but instead, he had unleashed a catfish. Now that Ning Yuan had muddied the waters, how many could rise to the challenge? Ning Yuan, however, felt a surge of excitement. The admission standards of this top-tier academy truly ignited a desire to climb higher. Returning to the martial arts classroom to continue training, though he'd mastered spear techniques, he had no spear to practice with. He'd have to wait until nightfall to cultivate using the dream-bridging divine ability. The mountain shouldering fist was the foundation for forging his physique. Cultivation was a deeply personal endeavor he couldn't afford to pause for even a moment. As box after box of nutritional paste was consumed, the day's studies concluded with old Xia lavishing praise upon Ning Yuan. Ning Yuan slung his now empty backpack over his shoulder and headed out of the classroom. He had thought 10 boxes of nutritional paste would suffice for his training for a while, but after refining his flesh, his consumption skyrocketed. Each set of boxing techniques drained an entire box of nutrient paste. By the end of the day, all 10 boxes were completely gone. He only had the 700 yuan he'd gotten from the dog-headed man, barely enough for the nutritional paste, let alone a gun. He still needed to make money. Just as Ning Yuan pondered his options, darkness suddenly engulfed him as a towering figure blocked his path. Ning Yuan, right? You stole my martial technique. Though it's a low-grade skill I wouldn't bother with, having it snatched away pisses me off. Deng Hu, with a prominent character 4 King branded on his forehead, declared with arrogant dominance. I won't interfere with teacher Xia's decision. But come the assessment in 7 days, I'll trample you back into the mud and show you the true gulf between a mixed bloodline and an ancient bloodline. With that, Deng Hu turned and strode away, as if unwilling to waste another second on Ning Yuan. Asshole. Ning Yuan never indulged such brainless fools. Even Ning Lin hadn't stepped in, so who knew what kind of twisted logic this guy operated on? What did you say? Deng Hu whipped around, his tiger-like eyes blazing with fury as he fixed Ning Yuan with a death stare. Brain dead and deaf too? Looking for a fight? Pay up, and I'll oblige. Ning Yuan casually scratched his ear. Deng Hu's muscles tensed, his tail beginning to sway lightly as he advanced step by step toward Ning Yuan. What use is a mixed breed for refining flesh? Even if I refine skin, I'd still crush you. Looks like you have no clue about the gap between us. But at that critical moment, Deng Hu abruptly halted, glancing toward the distance. Wait until the assessment in 7 days. I'll knock every single one of your teeth out in front of everyone. Having said that, he paid no further attention to Ning Yuan and walked away. Ning Yuan followed his gaze and saw a burly man with horns on his head looking this way. Feeling Ning Yuan's stare, he gave a simple, honest smile. Put. So he spotted old Xia and now wants to show off again, playing the teacher's pet. What a moron. Even though old Xia had ruined Ning Yuan's plan to make a killing, faced with such goodwill, Ning Yuan still waved from afar to express his gratitude. Meanwhile, after watching Ning Yuan leave, old Xia lowered his head in thought before finally pushing open the principal's office door. Teacher Xia, come in. Sit down, have some tea. The gaunt-faced elder seated behind the desk greeted old Xia with genuine warmth. The principal held great respect for this retired military teacher. After all, there weren't many divine perception realm experts in all of Weha City. Old Xia, observing the principal's warmth, accepted the invitation without hesitation. He sat down and drained his cup of tea in one gulp. Principal Ma, I'm here today because I've discovered a promising talent. However, his family circumstances are rather complicated. I'd like to apply for the first-class scholarship on his behalf. As Ning Yuan's elite class instructor, old Xia had already investigated the boy's background. It was complicated, and the family was desperately short on funds. First-class scholarship? Another prospect capable of competing for top-tier universities? The principal was somewhat surprised. Although the elite class was entirely under old Xia's management, the school kept a close eye on gifted students. Those with the potential to compete for top universities usually came from families that could easily afford such scholarships. Exactly. It's Ning Yuan. I have high hopes for him. Though his bloodline isn't ideal, his martial wisdom is exceptional and his comprehension is astonishing. If he maintains his current cultivation pace, he has a real shot at a top-tier university. Ning Yuan? That mixed blood you specially recruited? I heard you even rewarded him with a lower-tier martial art today? The principal's expression darkened upon hearing Xia's words. I'm not interfering with your student management. I fully recognize your capabilities. But how could a mixed blood possibly compare to those with ancient bloodlines? This school isn't a charity, and resources don't just blow in on the wind. They should be allocated to those with the greatest talent. Wouldn't you agree? Old Xia grew displeased at the principal's words and immediately stood up. True, the school isn't a charity. But he earned that lower-tier martial arts skill himself. It's the reward for coming in first. With his aptitude, he might just have a shot. He lacks resources but has talent. Is the school unwilling to provide even this small scholarship? Teacher Xia, please calm down. The school has already invested heavily in establishing this elite class. This is how it will be, since you say he earned it through his own efforts. If he ranks within the top 5 in the assessment 7 days from now, I'll grant him the first-class scholarship. How does that sound? Principal Ma finally managed to placate old Xia after much persuasion. After sending old Xia away, Principal Ma cast a dismissive glance at Ning Yuan's student file. A half-blood, what potential could he possibly have? Chapter 12, The Supreme Secret Art, The Nirvana Method. Ning Yuan carried 7 boxes of nutritional paste he'd just bought from Xiao Bai's general store. He smiled and greeted Sister Lu, the vibrant red-haired woman, before turning to push open the half-closed, dilapidated door. As expected, old Xia was sprawled on the massage bed, glued to his phone. Casually tossing the nutritional paste onto the counter, Ning Yuan began searching for food. Sure enough, he spotted the boxed meal Lao Xia had left for him behind the counter. Without hesitation, he grabbed it and opened it up. He ate while moving closer to Lao Xia, joining him in watching videos of young women dancing. After all, he didn't even own a phone and hadn't browsed borderline videos in ages. Honestly, the girls in this world were quite something. With the enhancement of demonic bloodlines, each one had a slender waist and long legs. Some even carried distinct demonic traits, practically cosplaying their way into being a paradise for furries. After finishing his meal, Ning Yuan asked old Xia if any clients had come in today. After all, he was penniless again, and this directly affected his future cultivation. Still the same young lady from yesterday. She'll be a bit late today, around 8 or 9. Old Xia didn't even bother to shift his butt, replying indifferently. Glancing at the clock just past 6, Ning Yuan told old Xia. Then I'll practice martial arts for a bit. You take your time enjoying yourself. Ignoring old Xia's protests and curses, he began practicing his boxing right where he stood. He certainly didn't want to practice on the street and be surrounded by a crowd of scantily clad young ladies. As Ning Yuan assumed his stance, rooted in place, punched out, and stepped forward, it seemed as though he bore the weight of 1,000 pounds. His bones and joints groaned under the strain, muscles beneath his skin pulsing like scurrying rodents, swelling and contracting rhythmically. Simultaneously emanating an aura as weighty as bearing mountains on his back. A presence as deep as an abyss and as imposing as a mountain swept over the area. Old Xia couldn't help but glance over, setting aside his phone. What was he seeing? A man who had only been practicing demonic martial arts for 2 days had not only mastered the techniques to a proficient level. More remarkably, he had grasped a hint of the essence of fist techniques, standing on the brink of comprehending the will of martial arts. Such martial insight and innate talent surpassed even his own back in the day. Compared to that, 2 days of physical training was insignificant in Lao Xia's eyes. For he had witnessed countless geniuses who cultivated faster and stronger, only to be ultimately crushed beneath his feet. Ning Yuan seemed to sense old Xia's gaze and felt a surge of joy. Ever since realizing old Xia was no ordinary man, he had been scheming to catch his attention. A figure capable of shattering the dream-binding divine art. Ning Yuan yearned to uncover what made him so extraordinary. Yet old Xia seemed to carry a past he preferred not to discuss, constantly muttering about how demonic martial arts were useless. Finally, Ning Yuan concluded the best approach was to directly demonstrate his martial talent before old Xia. After all, Ning Yuan had served as his apprentice for 3 years. There was a foundation of connection there. Truth be told, he was practically a half-apprentice. So, old Xia, how's my strength? Feeling thrilled enough to rush out the divine manuals right now? Ning Yuan didn't beat around the bush, cutting straight to the chase. There was no need for all that roundabout nonsense. Old Xia paused for a moment, then laughed and scolded. I've already given you this old cripple's secret massage techniques. Now you want more from me? You're a disgraceful little brat. You old codger. You look so carefree every day, but deep down you're full of bitterness, always saying demon martial arts is useless. If demonic martial arts are useless, why did you practice them back then? Or is it that you weren't strong enough? If you were truly powerful, the entire world would revolve around you. Old Xia gazed at the spirited youth, his vision blurring as if he saw himself back in the day, achieving the glory of demon martial sunlight. Alas, some things are beyond human control. You don't know what's tied to my back. Better not get too involved with me. Ning Yuan looked at old Xia. This elderly man, who bore a resemblance to a golden lion king, wore a dejected expression, his eyes lowered. He resembled an old lion whose claws and fangs had been worn down, lying quietly in the sunset, waiting for death. A pang of pity stirred within him. He wondered what had shattered this lion-like elder into his current state. Relenting, he spoke earnestly. These past 3 years, I owe you everything for taking me in. Without you, I might not even have had enough to eat. Once I master demonic martial arts, I will repay you. You must live longer, old man. With that, he bowed deeply to old Xia before turning to find another place to practice martial arts, sparing old Xia the discomfort of watching him. Old Xia stared blankly at Ning Yuan, recalling his master's words from long ago. My disciple, I was not skilled enough to carry on our lineage. But I am fortunate to have met you. You have the chance to revive our tradition. But don't burden yourself too much. At the very least, carry on the legacy. Otherwise, I'd have no face to meet our ancestors. Old Xia pondered his master's words, murmuring to himself. No face to meet our ancestors? Ah, you're right about one thing. I don't know how many days I have left. My death matters little, but the martial arts lineage passed down by our great-grandmaster will end with me. Ning Yuan turned in surprise. From the tone of Lao Xia's words, was he finally softening? Come closer. Old Xia stood up straight, a rare sight, and beckoned to Ning Yuan, who immediately stepped closer. This lineage now rests solely upon me. When I die, the inheritance ends. Yet I refuse to choose a successor carelessly. We've spent 3 years together, and I've seen your character. Your martial aptitude seems strong. If you pass one test I set, I'll take you as my disciple. What do you say? No problem. What's the test? Bring it on. I'll take it. Old Xia watched Ning Yuan pound his chest emphatically, finally cracking a smile as he teased. You kid, you sure are quick to agree. Today, I'll teach you a secret technique. If you can survive the first stage, I'll consider you passed. Ning Yuan was intrigued. Passing a secret technique made sense, but what did surviving mean? Before Ning Yuan could ask, old Xia began. My martial arts lineage is called the Great Sage Armor-wearing sect. Its origins trace back to the ancient Chinese civilization before the Starry Sky ancient path emerged, an ancient martial tradition passed down through generations. Back in the day, when the 7 generals burst onto the scene, they gathered martial arts from across the land. Using demonic bloodlines as their foundation, they pioneered the path of demonic martial arts. General Zhao once came to our Great Sage Armor sect seeking martial teachings. Afterward, he left behind a secret technique as repayment. Ning Yuan couldn't help but ask. The Zhao general you speak of, is he the most enigmatic of the 7 generals? It was no wonder Ning Yuan asked. According to his textbooks, the achievements of the 7 generals filled page after page. The exploits of the 6 generals were especially highlighted in bold, yet General Zhao was never mentioned, not even his full name was recorded. That's right, that very one. I don't know what happened in history, but do you know what level the secret technique left behind by General Zhao is? Well, a gift from such a big shot must be top tier, right? After hearing Ning Yuan's words, old Xia gave a mysterious smile. Wrong. It's a secret technique of the supreme tier. Supreme? Is there a rank above supreme? Hearing Ning Yuan's question, old Xia explained. Indeed, beyond supreme grade lies the unranked tier. Only a select few secret arts and techniques, possessing unimaginably miraculous effects, can be deemed unranked. I shall now teach you this secret technique. If you survive the first trial, I will accept you as my disciple. The secret technique is called Nirvana Method. Chapter 13, Forging the Supreme Foundation. Though the Nirvana technique was a supreme-level secret art, it was not complex. On the contrary, it was remarkably straightforward. Lao Xia taught it only once, and Ning Yuan mastered it. This secret technique, named Nirvana, consists of 4 stages: the skin membrane stage, the flesh and blood stage, the major tendon stage, and the bone marrow stage. During cultivation, one must shatter the corresponding skin, flesh, tendons, and bones throughout the body, then use the secret technique to reconstruct and regenerate them. This process forges a stronger physical body, establishing an unparalleled foundation for body tempering, embodying the essence of rebirth through nirvana. Ning Yuan's demonic skin was already perfected, making him perfectly suited to cultivate the first stage, the skin membrane gate. Alright. The nirvana technique isn't difficult to learn. You've already grasped the essentials of the first stage. Only 2 points require special attention. First, you require a fellow practitioner of the nirvana technique to shatter their entire demonic skin using secret methods. This must meet the technique's requirements without damaging their foundational essence, a balance extremely difficult to achieve. Rest assured, I will handle this for you. Second, during the secret technique S of the skin membrane, the agony is unimaginable. You must endure it alone while maintaining full consciousness to execute the technique. Should the process be interrupted, all prior effort is lost and the foundation is damaged. Only those of great fortitude can master this. This secret technique is exceedingly perilous. At best, it damages one's foundations. At worst, it leaves one half crippled. I ask you one last time, are you certain? As Ning Yuan listened to old Xia explain the risks and rewards of the nirvana technique, he looked up to meet old Xia's piercing gaze. His golden hair flowed wildly, and his intensely aggressive gaze pierced like a blazing sun, striking straight into the soul. With a supreme-level secret technique before him, it would be a lie to say he wasn't tempted. Ning Yuan didn't know if he was the person of great willpower Lao Xia spoke of. But hey, I've got a cheat code. A man's romance lies in relentlessly pursuing strength, greater strength. If I'm going to be something, I'll be the strongest. Let's do this. Old Xia watched Ning Yuan and nodded slightly. The path of demonic martial arts demanded relentless forward momentum. Without the will to grow stronger, even the greatest talent would go nowhere. He turned and retrieved a dust-covered wooden box from a cabinet by the back door. Gazing at the box, old Xia couldn't help but feel a pang of emotion. When breaking through the nirvana realm, one must use secret elixirs to nourish the physical body. Otherwise, relying solely on one's own healing abilities is far from sufficient to repair the transformation and achieve ultimate sublimation. This box contained the very secret elixir needed for the skin barrier stage, once handed to him personally by his own master, following the tradition of inheritance. Putting the box away, old Xia looked at Ning Yuan. Come. Today, I'll help you forge the first gate of supreme foundations. With that, he led Ning Yuan straight up to the second floor. Inside the private room, Ning Yuan lay naked on the massage bed. Old Xia retrieved a bottle of ointment from the box, applying it evenly across Ning Yuan's body before declaring in a solemn voice. I'm about to begin. Remember to keep circulating the secret technique at all times, do not stop. With that, he delivered palm strike after palm strike onto Ning Yuan's body. The fierce, overpowering force of each strike carried a peculiar energy, tearing and shattering the membranes across his entire body. Blood mist spurted from every pore, condensing into fine droplets that soon coated him entirely, transforming him into a blood-soaked figure. When the first strike landed, a tidal wave of agony surged through his body, nearly forcing a scream from his throat. His skin was torn apart, every capillary and pain nerve violently shattered, a torment 100 times more excruciating than the pain of shattering an egg. Ning Yuan instinctively began channeling the secret technique, simultaneously shouting in his mind, "Dream transfer, activate." Immediately, his consciousness entered the dream weaving space. In a state between sleep and wakefulness, a sliver of his consciousness remained anchored to his body, continuing to guide the secret technique's operation. The intense agony began to peel away. Success! Dream transfer is forever divine. This was a new application of dream marriage Ning Yuan had discovered. While practicing his fist techniques before, he had attempted to project his consciousness into dreams while training in reality, but could only manage to leave a sliver of his consciousness in the real world. As a moving post technique, the Dangshan fist required not only the activation of bloodline power but also coordination with the post-based boxing methods. That sliver of consciousness could activate and circulate bloodline power, but it couldn't perceive or control the body. Ultimately, it failed, and Ning Yuan abandoned the method. Today, upon hearing old Xia's explanation, Ning Yuan recalled the method of using dream transfer to bypass pain. As long as the secret technique could remain active, it didn't matter. He tried it, and indeed, it worked. Old Xia stood beside him, wiping the fine sweat from his brow. Shattering the demonic skin across his entire body with force without damaging his bones, tendons, or flesh required extraordinary control. Even with his current physique, achieving such precise control was no easy feat. The crucial moment came when shattering Ning Yuan's demonic skin revealed its astonishing strength. Both its resilience and hardness far surpassed the tempering level of ancient bloodlines, and it likely rivaled even the chaos bloodline. If he could survive this ordeal, he might just gain an extraordinary disciple for his lineage. Suddenly, old Xia noticed that Ning Yuan, who moments ago had been convulsing in agony with every muscle taut and veins bulging, had fallen completely still. His body no longer trembled, yet the secret technique continued to operate. Guided by the technique, the power of his bloodlines intertwined with the shattered skin membranes. Nourished by the elixir, new membranes were constantly and regenerating, transforming into stronger demonic skin. Had he fallen asleep? Watching Ning Yuan breathe steadily, old Xie smiled helplessly. To fall asleep under such excruciating pain? Yet the secret technique remained active the entire time. Truly, this was a gifted talent. After confirming Ning Yuan was unharmed, old Xie breathed a sigh of relief. He stood there deep in thought. Taking on an apprentice had been a spur-of-the-moment decision, born from the desire to preserve the lineage's legacy. And this young apprentice, who'd worked for him for 3 years, had conveniently come knocking. But seeing how easily he'd passed the first test, old Xie now needed to figure out how to procure the secret elixirs for the next stages. This thought gave old Xie a headache. The bottle of skin-shattering ointment in his hand was a gift from his own master years ago. While he knew the formula for subsequent ointments, but some of the precious ingredients required were incredibly costly. Even spending millions might not guarantee obtaining them. As a half-crippled old man with no money to his name, where on earth could he earn the resources needed for his apprentice? Just as old Xie was fretting over finances, Zhang Mengshua's voice drifted up from downstairs, instantly brightening his mood. Master Xie, are you saying you've taken Ning Yuan as your disciple, and because he has immense potential, you want me to invest in him? Zhang Mengshua looked at Lao Xie with some confusion as she voiced her question. That's correct. Your father and I share some history, so I see no harm in telling you about this matter. Ning Yuan is the most extraordinary demonic martial prodigy I've ever seen. His future achievements will surely surpass mine. If you're willing to invest early on, you could become his agent later. Old Xie stood with hands clasped behind his back, his thick eyebrows and large eyes conveying his words with ease. Zhang Mengshua was taken aback by Lao Xie's high praise of Ning Yuan. Her visit to this massage parlor was at her family's request. The unique massage techniques proved remarkably effective in relieving her physical fatigue. Though her father never spoke of Lao Xie's past, he had mentioned that this man was once a demon martial sun-level figure. Achievements surpassing his own? That meant another prodigy-level genius existed? In this era where demonic martial arts reigned supreme, everyone practiced martial arts. Great academies and dojos abounded, producing countless prodigies whose influence was immense. The star demon warriors commanded endorsements worth hundreds of millions each. Forget sun-level figures, even those at the moon or star ranks. If she could become their agent, financial freedom would be hers, no need to worry about research funding for the rest of her life. With the personal endorsement of a former demon martial son, Zhang Mengshue resolved to invest a significant portion of her savings. At worst, she'd simply buy fewer high-end cosmetics and visit the imperial capital's commercial districts less often. Chapter 14, Raising Funds for Investment, Cults? Just as Zhang Mengshue made her decision, Ning Yuan, having completed the nirvana technique, descended the stairs. He now felt better than ever before, his entire body undergoing a profound transformation and ascension. His body glowed with crystalline radiance, as if a layer of precious armor had woven itself over his skin, yet it remained light and vibrant. Power surged through him, making him feel as though a single punch could knock out his former self. Zhang Mengshue's eyes lit up as she looked at Ning Yuan. A vibrant youth clad only in trousers, his bare torso sculpted with chiseled muscles, broad shoulders, narrow waist, defined lines pulsing with raw vitality. Mysterious blue-gray tortoise patterns emerged on his lower back and neck, adding a wild aura that was mouth-wateringly tempting. Spotting her treasure, Zhang Mengshue immediately stepped forward. Addressing Ning Yuan, who was drying his hair with a damp towel, she asked, "Did you go take a shower? What kind of body wash did you use? It smells so good." "Wait, no." Before she could finish, Zhang Mengshue pressed her petite nose against Ning Yuan's body, sniffing relentlessly. This flustered Ning Yuan slightly. What was wrong with this woman? Had some trait of hers gone haywire? You haven't even become a true demon yet. How could you possibly have formed the rudiments of a demonic body? Zhang Mengshue sniffed the faint, refreshing scent on Ning Yuan's body, utterly baffled. Ning Yuan was also puzzled. Since his skin had undergone transformation and elevation, his newly formed demonic hide seemed to carry a faint, refreshing fragrance. He had intended to ask old Xia about it later. This is our sect's secret technique. It allows him to reach the pinnacle of refinement in the body forging realm, forging an unparalleled foundation. His demonic body will grow even stronger in the future. Old Xia had anticipated this reaction. After speaking, he shot a glance at Zhang Mengshue, confident she wouldn't resist the bait. Sure enough, Zhang Mengshue lost her composure. Forging the rudiments of a treasure body demonic physique at the forging body realm? This wasn't merely immense potential, it was a walking goldmine. He had to secure her. It seemed he was going all in. But his research expenses were enormous, and he only had a few million in spare cash. For a genius of this caliber, how could he possibly be considered an angel investor? With that thought, he silently pulled out his phone, swiped open his contacts, and typed. Proud Ice Queen discovered a demonic martial arts prodigy brother. Preparing to go all in on investment. Rare opportunity, invest quickly. Ding. The phone vibrated, and a reply came instantly. The sharp-eyed prosecutor? Betting this big? What kind of blue chip stock is this? Let me see. Zhang Mingxue quietly activated her phone's camera, snapping several quick photos of Ning Yuan. She selected the one showcasing his most defined muscle lines and sent it over. The sharp-eyed prosecutor, wow. Perfectly sculpted muscles, handsome and refined features, truly a dream guy. You're not just head over heels for him, are you? Proud Ice Queen, cut the nonsense. If it weren't for you being my bestie, I wouldn't even consider letting you in on this. Sharp-eyed prosecutor, fine, one share for you. But my parents are cracking down lately, only 2 million. I'll transfer it to your account shortly. Zhang Mingxue sighed in relief as she read the message. Spotting Ning Yuan and Old Xie chatting, she approached them. Old Xie, I'm investing in this project. Funds will be transferred tonight. Ning Yuan looked at Zhang Mingxue's excited expression, feeling a bit puzzled, while Old Xie seemed to have expected it all along. All right. However, I have some specialized resources that require your connections to procure. I'll need you to put in some extra effort. Also, Ning Yuan is currently using nutrient paste for cultivation, but it's starting to fall behind. Could you provide him with some energy liquid? No problem, leave it to me. Zhang Mingxue didn't hesitate. Having decided to go all in, she was determined to provide him with the best resources. She reached into her bag and pulled out a bottle of energy liquid. This is grade 3 energy liquid produced by Imperial Capital United Pharmaceuticals. I only brought this one bottle, you can use it first. Old Xie raised his hand to stop her. He's currently at the body tempering cultivation stage. He can't absorb grade 3 energy liquid. Just get him some regular energy liquid. Zhang Mingxue slapped her forehead. In her excitement, she'd completely forgotten that detail. She immediately rummaged through her bag again. These 2 bottles are for my daily hydration. Take them for now. I'll get you something better tomorrow. Unaware he'd been sold out, Ning Yuan happily accepted the energy liquid. He'd only ever seen Ning Lin use it before in class. Never imagined he'd get his hands on it too. Now he had a steady supply for his cultivation. Zhang Mingxue arrived and departed in a hurry. After handing the energy drinks to Ning Yuan, she quickly left without even giving him a massage. Ning Yuan felt a pang of disappointment. Turning to Old Xie, he discussed their future path in demonic martial arts. Having passed the first trial, he was now formally accepted as Lao Xie's disciple. Though Lao Xie forbade the traditional initiation rites, his teachings continued uninterrupted. The mountain shouldering fist proved exceptionally formidable, an outstanding technique for forging the body. Old Xie advised him to continue cultivating it, seeing no need to switch methods. Upon hearing that Ning Yuan's school rewarded him with a spear technique, Old Xie chuckled. It seems you and my school are destined to be connected. Our Great Sage Armor School is most renowned for its fist techniques and spear techniques. But you cannot practice them yet. You must reach the true seed realm before you can barely begin. With the college entrance exams looming, mastering one spear technique is sufficient for now. Once I find you a spear, we'll begin spear training. For now, focus entirely on forging your body. Listening to Old Xie map out his path, Ning Yuan felt much clearer. Old Xie truly lived up to his reputation as a master capable of breaking divine abilities. Under his guidance, Ning Yuan practiced the fist techniques for a while, greatly increasing his proficiency. As night fell, he took his leave and headed home. Walking down the street, Ning Yuan observed that Heavenly Road was exceptionally bustling at night. The thronging crowd was a motley mix, with all sorts of people from every walk of life begging for food on the streets. He never imagined that on his way here, he'd been agonizing over 100 yuan box of nutritional paste. Now, on his way back, he had already found a master, joined a martial arts lineage, and gained access to resources, martial arts, and secret techniques. Nothing was lacking. Life's circumstances were truly wondrous. As Ning Yuan was lost in these reflections, a woman approached him. She wore only denim shorts, her long, straight legs dazzlingly white. Beneath a black leather jacket, a cropped white t-shirt revealed a slender waist that looked as if it could be grasped in one hand. Her hair was cropped to her ears, giving her a bold, spirited look that was impossible to ignore. Ying spotted Ning Yuan on the street and felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Puzzled, she pulled up her chat history on her phone, opening the photos for a closer look. A faint smile touched her lips. Who would have thought that on a mission, she'd run into the dream guy Zhang Meng had raved about? Stop right there. Routine inspection by the inspection team. Please cooperate. Ying presented her inspection team credentials, intending to tease this young man. She then pulled out a printed blueprint to show Ning Yuan. This is the body of a man discovered today. He's tainted with the aura of a malevolent deity, possibly linked to a cult. Do you have any leads on this individual? Ning Yuan glanced at the diagram, seeing the mangled corpse of a man with a dog's head. His face was unrecognizable, his flesh and blood gnawed beyond recognition. Even his own mother would struggle to identify him. Coincidentally, Ning Yuan knew exactly who it was because he had killed him. This man was involved with a cult? How do you know him? Tell me quickly. Citizen tips on cult activities come with rewards. Ewing hadn't expected that her momentary curiosity, teasing the innocent-looking young man, would actually yield a genuine case lead. Ning Yuan pondered. If this dog-headed man was connected to a cult, could it be that the energy required for his divine power system was also related? The Wild Wolf Gang was already a tough group to deal with, and now they were entangled with a cult? This was getting even more complicated. Better to send the patrol team to test the waters first while he waited for an opportunity from the shadows. The divine power system was too crucial, even old Xia couldn't know about it. He'd have to uncover it himself, bit by bit. Having made up his mind, Ning Yuan spoke up. I've seen this man before. He's part of the Wild Wolf Gang. Relying on his gang connections, he's been bullying people in the old city district. Ning Yuan finished, his face contorted with indignation, as if he'd long been fed up with the man's bullying ways. The Wild Wolf Gang? A local gang? Good. Finally, some progress. Ewing hurriedly pulled out her phone, dialing as she addressed Ning Yuan. Once I verify your tip is useful, I'll have Zhang Mingxue deliver your reward. This woman actually knew Zhang Mingxue? What a coincidence. That meant she was essentially on his side. He silently memorized Yu Ying's aura as he watched her gradually walk away. Chapter 15, Did she take the wrong medicine? While Ning Yuan basked in triumph, for some others, this night promised sleepless restlessness. Ning family villa. Expensive vases lay shattered, energy potions spilled across the floor. A group of maids knelt on the floor, trembling violently, heads bowed low, desperately trying to minimize their presence. Damn it! Damn it! That damn bastard! A half-breed waste of space, daring to climb above me. How dare he cultivate faster than me? How dare he receive the school's reward? How dare he? Aha! After last night's nightmare, Ning Lin's hatred for Ning Yuan had grown so intense it nearly consumed him. Today, Ning Yuan's cultivation speed surpassed his own, making him the first in the class to enter the flesh-refining stage of development that nearly drove Ning Lin mad. He couldn't fathom why. His bloodline and resources were superior in every way, yet this mixed blood waste managed to outshine him at every turn. Enough! Curb your spoiled brat attitude. All you do is bark helplessly when faced with problems. You're bringing shame upon the Ning family. If you want something, if there's something you must do, then fight for it, seize it by any means necessary, stop at nothing. Ning Tianxiong roared, his deep blue wolf eyes flashing menacingly at Ning Lin. Instantly, Ning Lin dared not vent his anger any longer. He felt a deep-seated fear toward this father. He turned to look at his mother with a hint of hurt, knowing she cherished him most. Ning Tianxiong, how dare you speak to Liner like that? He's your own flesh and blood. If he's a barking dog, then what are you? Xin Hong shielded her precious son behind her with a touch of heartache, then turned to stroke Ning Lin's head with a look of tender kindness. There, Liner. Today, I specially requested a set of claw-based martial arts techniques from your uncle. They're perfectly suited for you. I even asked him to send a secret realm demon warrior to teach you personally. As for your cultivation speed, I was afraid you'd struggle, so I didn't give you any potent potions. Listening to Qin Hong's doting words, Ning Tianxiong snorted coldly in displeasure. Oomph. If he wants to rise above others, why should he fear hardship? With you shielding him like this, how will he ever grow? I've already prepared that batch of potent forbidden potions. Whether he uses them or not is entirely his choice. Fine, I'll take them. Ning Lin gritted his teeth in agreement. That despicable, smug face of Ning Yuan's, he would tear it to shreds with his own hands. Ning Tianxiong finally wore a satisfied smile. Ning Yuan's matter is yours to handle. I permit you to break his legs, but bring him back alive. I want him to know his mistake and obey orders. Deng family manner. Deng, whose father stood beaming as he introduced his son to a middle-aged man bearing tiger-like markings. Senior brother, this is my son. He has awakened the ancient bloodline of the Crimson Fierce Tiger and possesses exceptional martial aptitude. Within 2 days, he has already mastered the basics of tiger combat arts. The middle-aged man scrutinized Deng Hu from head to toe before nodding slightly. He has indeed grasped the basics of tiger combat arts. He shows promise and may join my fierce tiger style. I'll be staying at your place for a while. I can guide him in tiger combat arts training for a few days. Overjoyed by the praise, his father hurriedly pulled Deng Hu forward to express gratitude. Hurry and pay your respects to senior master. He is a demon warrior who has achieved the pinnacle of divine awakening, and his tiger combat arts are already perfected. To receive his guidance is an honor you have earned through your cultivation. Upon hearing the middle-aged man had achieved divine perception mastery, Deng Hu couldn't help but show a hint of astonishment. He always respected the strong, and bowed deeply in gratitude. Seeing this, the middle-aged man couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. Lu family residence. A middle-aged beauty gently pushed open the bedroom door. In the modestly sized room, Lu Qingqing, clad in white training attire, was practicing her stances. Seeing her clothes already soaked through with sweat, the middle-aged woman spoke with a hint of concern. Qingqing, it's getting late. You should go to bed soon. Lu Qingqing didn't turn around at her mother's call. Sweat trickled down her cheeks, pooling into streams on the floor. Mom, you go ahead and sleep. I'll finish this set and then go to bed. Hearing her daughter's persistence, the middle-aged woman said no more. She silently placed the warm milk and energy drink on the cabinet, then gently closed the door. Similar scenes played out in countless homes. The next morning, Ning Yuan rose punctually to catch the school bus. On the bus, he habitually pulled up his personal interface. His expression turned pensive as he read the words on the panel: realm, body forging, flesh tempering 25%. Yesterday alone had seen a 25% increase in his flesh refining progress. Even if cultivation grew more difficult as he advanced. But now that his resources were sufficient and his proficiency with the mountain shouldering fist was increasing, maintaining this pace shouldn't be difficult. He could complete the muscle tempering in just 4 days. Speaking of the mountain shouldering fist, after receiving guidance from old Xie yesterday, Ning Yuan had trained all night in the dream forging space. Though his proficiency level remained unchanged on the interface, he sensed mastery was within reach. And he could achieve it by tonight at the latest. Once he did, the tempering effects would increase even further. In high spirits, he arrived at school to begin another day of cultivation. Today's training went exceptionally smoothly. Unusually, no idiots came looking for trouble. He drank a bottle of Zhang Mengshue's energy potion, and the effect was unexpectedly excellent. After finishing the bottle, he didn't need to replenish his nutrients for the entire day of cultivation. My physical refinement progress reached 50%. Evening, at the blind massage parlor. The moment Ning Yuan stepped through the door, Zhang Mengxue rushed straight toward him. Ning Yuan, did you drink the energy potion I gave you yesterday? I did. Sister Xue, the energy liquid you gave me is incredibly effective. 1 bottle sustains my cultivation for an entire day. It feels far superior to the energy liquid Ning Lin uses. Ning Yuan said happily. Oh no. Which bottle did you drink? Quickly bring it out for me to see. Zhang Mengxue grew anxious, urging Ning Yuan to produce the bottle he'd consumed. Though puzzled, Ning Yuan complied. After all, it was his benefactor's request. Staring at the empty bottle, Zhang Mengxue sighed in frustration. Oh no, little brother. I was in such a rush yesterday that I accidentally gave you one of my experimental energy drinks. I only realized today that you drank that bottle. I took the wrong stuff? Is that okay? I feel great. Ning Yuan was baffled. This incredibly effective energy drink was actually Sister Xue's experimental prototype. My mentor assigned me this research project to develop a sustained-release energy drink. While it's mostly stable now, it still carries minor random side effects. No, come with me to the lab immediately. I need to run a full checkup on you. Zhang Mengxue was filled with regret. If Ning Yuan suffered any ill effects, she'd have nowhere to cry about it. As she pulled Ning Yuan toward the exit, she silently prayed the side effects would be nothing worse than an upset stomach. Please don't let it be baldness or hair loss, otherwise, she'd have ruined her handsome little brother. Ning Yuan followed Zhang Mengxue through the old city streets, feeling somewhat helpless. He couldn't exactly tell her he possessed divine abilities that rendered side effects impossible. Soon, they arrived at a dilapidated school building, Weha First Experimental High School. This was the old site of the high school. After the metropolitan area development, the school had relocated, and the old site had been sealed off. Could it be that Sister Xue usually researched projects with her mentor here? Even this long-sealed site had been opened for her. Just who was this mentor? Chapter 16, Class Assessment begins. Zhang Mengxue hurriedly led Ning Yuan into the research building. Beneath the dilapidated, old-fashioned building lay an expansive interior. Several futuristic-looking precision instruments occupied a significant portion of the space. The nearby lab tables were piled high with various reagents and incomprehensible documents and data. A balding old man resembling Dr. Owl, clad in a white lab coat, was fiddling with several bottles of reagents. Seeing Zhang Mengxue burst in with a teenager, he looked utterly bewildered. Was she that bold? Bringing her boyfriend into the lab? Zhang Mengxue, have you lost your mind? Bringing your boyfriend into the lab? Don't think I won't discipline you just because of your father. The old man snapped back to his senses, his eyes bulging almost larger than his glasses as he spoke angrily. Old Hua, move aside. I need to give him a full examination. Zhang Mengxue showed no courtesy toward old Hua, shoving him aside as she stepped forward. Then had Ning Yuan lie down in a biological chamber. The chamber's lid closed, shifting from a horizontal to a vertical position. Under Zhang Mengxue's operation, various indicator lights illuminated. Shimmering pale blue beams rapidly scanned Ning Yuan's entire body, displaying a cascade of data on the pod's wall-mounted screen. Seeing all readings within normal ranges, Zhang Mengxue exhaled in relief. Then a hint of joy spread across her face. The data confirmed that all energy had been fully absorbed without any abnormal manifestations. Could this mean her research project had succeeded? Wow! This kid's physical strength is astonishingly high. He's only just begun his physical training, right? Look at his muscles clearly undergoing refinement. Every muscle fiber is resilient and powerful. Even his untempered bones and tendons are seamlessly integrated, far surpassing ordinary humans in both power generation and defense. Especially the tempered demon skin, its density and vitality might even surpass alloy, right? Where did you snag a genius with chaos bloodline as your boyfriend? Old Hua, watching Ning Yuan's data, couldn't help but marvel. Curious, he asked. Oh, and why did you say you gave him a full checkup earlier? Zhang Mingxue listened to old manhwa's praise, a surge of secret delight filling her heart. Her judgment had proven spot on. Even this old stick in the mud had personally acknowledged Ning Yuan's extraordinary talent. When he asked about the purpose of bringing Ning Yuan here, she instantly recalled her research project and felt even happier. Old manhwa, he drank my experimental reagent today and is perfectly fine now. This young lady has completed the research project you assigned. When it came to professional matters, Old Hua immediately grew serious, adopting the demeanor of a pedantic scholar. Impossible. I've thoroughly examined your reagent. While it's generally acceptable, there are still minor flaws. If they aren't perfected, the side effects won't be eliminated. How can that be? Brother Ning Yuan drank it and is perfectly fine. Don't try to dock my credits. He really drank it? And had absolutely no issues? Hearing Zhang Mengshua's words, old manhwa also began to doubt. Yet based on his research, it simply couldn't be true. Neither could convince the other, so they both turned their gaze to Ning Yuan. Dear brother, could you help your sister again and test the medicine? Rest assured, the equipment here is highly precise and will immediately detect any abnormalities in your body. My mentor also has medicine to eliminate those abnormalities. Your safety is absolutely guaranteed. Test the medicine? Perfect. With his ability to digest anything, he wouldn't suffer any side effects. Plus, he could get free energy. What a sweet deal. The two then proceeded to test the medicine on Ning Yuan. The results revealed that the new energy liquid wasn't entirely without side effects. Instead, any abnormal reactions were instantly absorbed by Ning Yuan's body, transformed into pure energy, and used to nourish himself. Upon learning this, the two administered other potions to Ning Yuan, but the outcome remained the same. Their final conclusion was that Ning Yuan possessed an extraordinary constitution capable of absorbing most toxic substances, rendering him virtually immune to all poisons. Zhang Mingxue felt a pang of disappointment upon hearing this. Her experimental subject remained incomplete. Yet, a moment later, she found herself genuinely pleased for Ning Yuan. After all, the experiments proved Ning Yuan possessed an extraordinary constitution, immune to all poisons. This meant the risk of him being assassinated and dying prematurely was extremely low, making her investment far more secure. Old Man Hua, however, was far more excited than Zhang Mengxue. In his view, Ning Yuan was a natural-born test subject for drugs. Typically, drug testing was conducted on animals, inevitably leading to discrepancies with human responses. With Ning Yuan as the tester, not only could they fully understand the effects of the drugs, but they could also detect any abnormalities in the medications, all without any harm to him. This realization ignited a fervent passion within old manhwa, prompting him to immediately invite Ning Yuan to become his assistant. After consulting Ning Yuan, Zhang Mingxue agreed to the request, followed by a frenzied bidding war. After intense negotiations, they secured an annual testing budget of 5 million yuan, along with priority access to all types of energy reagents. The trade-off was that Ning Yuan would henceforth test reagent efficacy for old man Hua. Ultimately, all three parties were satisfied. Leading Ning Yuan out of the campus, Zhang Mingxue beamed at him and exclaimed, "You're truly a walking lucky charm. That 5 million is nothing compared to securing priority access to old man Hua's energy reagents. We've hit the jackpot. Countless big shots beg for those reagents and can't get them. We get to test them for free, first in line." Ning Yuan had originally been after the 5 million yuan. After all, he'd never seen that much money in either of his lifetimes. But Zhang Mingxue insisted the priority testing rights were the truly priceless opportunity, proof that old man Hua was no ordinary figure. Seeing Zhang Mengshue's flushed, excited face, he recalled how she'd argued fiercely with her advisor just moments ago to secure more benefits for him. He looked at her with genuine sincerity and said, "I really owe you, Sister Shui. Without your help, I never would have gotten any of this. Thank goodness you were there." Hearing Ning Yuan's words, Zhang Mingxue seemed lost in thought. Her cheeks seemed to flush even brighter, the antennae on her forehead twitching rapidly in the air as she murmured softly, "What are you talking about? You're my gold mine. As your first angel investor, of course I'll fight for more benefits for you, so you can shine sooner." With that, she flashed a bright smile, playfully pinched Ning Yuan's cheek, then turned and dashed toward the school. "Good luck, Ning Yuan. See you tomorrow." Watching Zhang Mingxue dash away in a fluster, Ning Yuan rubbed his cheek and smiled happily. He was blending into this world more and more. He turned and headed toward Heaven Street. Old Xia still didn't know the outcome. He needed to go back and tell him before he could feel at ease. On days when nothing eventful happened, time always flew by. Before he knew it, the day before the class assessment had arrived. Ning Yuan lay on the massage bed, practicing the flesh gate of the Nirvana method. Old Xia watched Ning Yuan fall asleep once more, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. His disciple possessed extraordinary talent. In just 7 days, he had progressed from refining flesh to refining tendons, achieving a 35% refinement level in tendon cultivation. His mountain-bearing fist technique had leaped from proficiency to mastery. Such astonishing martial wisdom would surely lead him to become a heavenly master, and even a grandmaster was within reach. He never imagined that his quiet retirement would be interrupted by such a disciple. Now he could finally face his master and grandmaster with dignity. Old Xia quietly slipped out of the private room. Seeing Zhang Mengshue's anxious expression, he offered reassurance. No need to worry. My disciple possesses extraordinary talent and has already overcome the crisis. Just wait patiently. But we must expedite gathering the resources I require. Don't let it be like this time. He's been refining his tendons for 3 days already, and we've only just gathered the secret elixir for the flesh and blood stage. Zhang Mengxue breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing Ning Yuan was unharmed. Old Xia's earlier warnings about the technique's extreme danger had terrified her. No problem. I've already arranged for the other resources to be transported through my family's channels. It was just that his cultivation progressed too rapidly before, causing the delay. Old Xia nodded upon hearing this and said no more. At that moment, a thunderous rumble of bones and tendons echoed from the private room. Ning Yuan had passed the flesh and blood gate and awakened. Chapter 17, got a problem? Bring it on! Ning Yuan emerged from his dream state, quietly sensing the transformations within his body. Having passed the flesh gate, his muscles had undergone an incredible metamorphosis through rupture and muscle fiber density had increased, granting terrifying resilience and tensile strength powerful as a hydraulic press. As he clenched his fist, the muscles on his arm bulged instantly. The air itself cracked under the pressure, emitting a piercing roar. An invisible shockwave radiated outward, causing nearby objects to tremble slightly under the force. He could even hear the bones and tendons encased within his muscles rumbling in unison. The door to the private room slowly creaked open, emanating an intense sense of pressure, as if some primordial beast lurked behind it. Next appeared Ning Yuan's handsome, refined face. He scratched his head awkwardly, still struggling to control his aura as his muscles had changed drastically and his strength had surged. Old Xia remained silent upon seeing Ning Yuan, merely nodding repeatedly. Zhang Mengxue, however, paid no heed to the silence. She immediately stepped forward and poked her finger into Ning Yuan's rock-hard abs. Feeling the astonishing power radiating from his formidable physique. Satisfied, she nodded in approval. The three then descended the stairs together to discuss plans for future resource supply. Most of the conversation was led by Old Xia and Zhang Mengxue. Ning Yuan, growing bored, pulled up his personal interface. Host, Ning Yuan. Heaven supporting Mystic Tortoise bloodline, unknown Chaos bloodline. Traits, Sky supporting, earth-shattering, rock solid, endurance, longevity. Technique, mountain-bearing fist, mastery. Martial skill, mountain-shaking spear technique, not yet mastered. Realm, body forging tendons tempering 35%. Divine powers, consumption, dream implantation. Remaining divine ability extractions, 0. After several days of cultivation, the mountain-shouldering fist had reached mastery. The earth-shattering spear technique remained untouched. As Old Xia would say, Ning Yuan possessed astonishing martial aptitude. Perfecting the mountain-shouldering fist first would still leave ample time to master spear techniques later. Besides, the spear was still in transit, so there was no rush. Glancing at his attribute panel, Ning Yuan smiled with satisfaction. It seemed tomorrow's class assessment would deliver a major surprise to the Ning family. The next day, in the elite class classroom, Old Xia stood at the lectern, announcing the assessment content and rewards. The assessment was straightforward, consisting of only 2 parts, physical cultivation progress and martial arts combat evaluation. Rankings would be determined by a combined score of both tasks. The bottom 3 students would face challenges from the regular class. The victors would remain in the elite class. The top 10 students would receive school rewards, cultivation packages consisting of energy potions and body forging ointments. The quantity ranged from 1 to 10 sets, depending on rank. The first place winner would also receive an additional 200,000 cultivation fund from the school. After announcing the assessment rewards, Old Xia addressed the group. This assessment will validate your 10 days of cultivation. I hope no one is relegated to the regular class. But I also hope everyone gives their best effort to strive for the top 10 rewards. With that, he pulled back the gray cloth covering the machine beside him, revealing a vertical biochamber. This testing pod was secured through the school's application. While it's essentially a basic version of the college entrance exam testing pod and cannot measure specific physical cultivation scores, it measures cultivation progress with remarkable precision, accurate to within 1%. Now, line up. I'll call out names for testing. First up, Deng Hu. Deng Hu strode forward with his head held high upon hearing Old Xia call his name. Under the guidance of his tiger-style master these past few days, his progress had been rapid, and his physical cultivation had increased significantly. He was determined to secure first place in the class. Relax your body and lie down inside the testing pod. As Deng Hu lay down in the test chamber, indicator lights of various colors began to illuminate. The test results appeared on the screen. Body tempering muscle refinement, 12%. Seeing the 12% progress in tendon refinement on the screen, the entire class erupted in astonishment. I've only just begun refining my flesh, yet Deng Hu has already started refining his tendons. Truly, he lives up to his reputation as a genius of ancient bloodline. That 12% progress suggests he started refining tendons days ago. Plus, I heard his primary cultivation technique, Tiger's Might Art, has already reached minor mastery. Not only does he have superior bloodline, but his martial arts aptitude is off the charts too. Comparing ourselves to him is downright infuriating. Stepping out of the testing chamber, Deng Hu couldn't help but feel a surge of pride as he absorbed the surrounding gasps of astonishment. His gaze shifted toward Ning Yuan, and he snorted coldly inwardly. So what if he pretended to be calm? In the martial arts contest later, he would make sure to knock Ning Yuan's teeth out. Excellent. Deng Hu has made remarkable progress. At this rate, he'll reach the peak of body forging by the college entrance exams. With his ancient bloodline potential, his body forging score should easily surpass 90. Admission to a top-tier university should be no problem. Old Xiao watched Deng Hu with clear satisfaction, offering his praise. Next, Ning Lin. Ning Lin's face twisted with disdain. Over the past few days, he had paid a tremendous price enduring excruciating pain while taking forbidden drugs to cultivate, plus receiving private martial arts instruction from a secret treasure-tier demonic martial artist. His claw techniques had already reached a minor level of mastery, something these country bumpkins couldn't even begin to imagine. Beep. Cultivation progress, body forging tendons refining 29%. The crowd erupted once more, sparking even more heated debate than before. Ning Lin is this strong? His body forging progress is 17% higher than Deng Hu's. First place is undoubtedly his this time. Of course. Ning Lin has the Ning family backing him. As the energy tycoons of Weha City, what scarce resources could they possibly not get their hands on? He's got the talent and the resources, no wonder he's advancing so rapidly. Ning Lin basked in triumph. His days of grueling training hadn't been in vain today, he'd finally proven himself. Mo Ruyan beside him was overjoyed as well. The more outstanding Ning Lin became, the more it proved her excellent judgment she could rest assured of becoming a wealthy lady in the future. Next, Lu Qingqing underwent testing and indeed entered the refining tendon stage, though her progress only reached 7%. The students who tested afterward were mostly at the flesh refining stage, not a single one had reached muscle refining. Who knew what old Xiao was thinking, saving Ning Yuan for last? Old Xiao watched Ning Yuan step forward, a pleased smile spreading across his face. The mystery box he'd been most eager to open was finally about to reveal its contents. I've applied for a first-class scholarship for you. As long as you rank in the top 5 of the class, the school will approve it. Ning Yuan looked at old Xiao with surprise, not expecting him to have applied for the top-tier scholarship. Though it wouldn't help him much right now, he felt deeply grateful. He lay down in the testing pod, which resembled the examination chamber from last time. Pale blue light waves flashed rapidly, scanning his entire body. Beep. Body tempering muscle refinement, 35%. What? He's already at 35% tendon refinement? Isn't he a mixed blood? I struggle to gain even 1% in flesh refining, yet his tendons refining progress surpasses ancient bloodlines? That's insane. Damn it, he must be cheating. Ning Lin, who had been brimming with confidence moments ago, stared in disbelief at the numbers displayed on the machine. He had endured so much hardship, expended countless resources, and received personal instruction from a secret demonic martial artist. How could he still fall short? Mo Ruyan watched Ning Lin's shattered expression and hurriedly reassured him. Brother Lin, he just trains faster. But he's just trash with a mixed bloodline. Even if your progress lags behind his, your ancient bloodline will still crush him effortlessly. Ning Lin's eyes lit up at Mo Ruyan's words. Right, he possessed ancient bloodlines and had achieved minor mastery of the Gale Claw technique. A mere mixed blood? Not only at the same cultivation level, but even at the bone tempering stage, he wouldn't stand a chance against me. I refuse to accept this. I demand a martial arts spar with you. Do you dare fight me? No way. If anyone fights him, it'll be me first. I told you before, today I'm shattering his teeth. Deng Hu retorted defiantly at Ning Lin's words. Ning Yuan was the prey he'd chosen. Holy crap! Did Ning Yuan piss off the whole class? Every ancient bloodline genius in the class is targeting him. This is brutal. He was ahead in body forging and could have enjoyed that lead for a while. Now it's over. Even if a mixed bloodline has advanced body forging, it's just an empty shell. No way he can beat an ancient bloodline. He's gonna get his ass kicked. Lu Qingqing stared at the screen displaying body forging tendons refining 35%, clenching her fists tightly. Her resources couldn't match Ning Lin's, and her comprehension couldn't rival Deng Hu's, so her progress lagged behind both of them. Yet Ning Yuan, a mixed bloodline, outpaced everyone in cultivation progress. Clearly, she hadn't pushed herself hard enough. Ning Yuan heard the surrounding taunts and watched the two arguing over who would strike first. He grinned. What are you two squabbling about? Waiting to die? Got a problem? Come at me together. Chapter 18, defeating 3 ancient bloodlines with a single move. As Ning Yuan's words fell, the crowd reacted in various ways. Some deemed him arrogant, a mere half-blood, thinking his 35% refined tendons made him the undisputed top. Others gloated, certain he was about to get beaten senseless. Even the most arrogant Deng who couldn't help but sneer coldly. A mere mixed blood, a lowly insect. Ning Yuan, however, couldn't be bothered with further words. He bent his knees, clenched his fists, and the muscles on his arms bulged high, veins throbbing. His entire body resonated with the sound of bones and tendons straining, as if an invisible force was pulsing through him. As he swung his fist, the air seemed to tear apart, emitting a sharp, explosive crack. His fist, carrying the force of a mountain, slammed out, engulfing all 3 ancient bloodline masters within its attack range. The classroom's specially reinforced floor shook violently under his impact. The 3 instantly paled, sensing Ning Yuan's heart-stopping power, and counterattacked simultaneously. Among them, Deng, who fought with the most reckless abandon. Empowered by his partially mastered tiger combat art, he charged head-on at Ning Yuan. Like a tiger pouncing on its prey, carrying a dull wind sound as he unleashed his power in the most violent manner. Ning Lin followed swiftly, his body like a whirlwind. His palms transformed into wolf claws, sharp talons slicing through the air as he lunged viciously toward Ning Yuan's cheek. He had longed to tear that face apart. The innocent bystander, Lu Qingqing, tensed her well-proportioned legs, sweeping them like steel whips toward Ning Yuan's lower body in a desperate attempt to knock him down. Yet, a scene beyond anyone's expectations unfolded. The 3 prodigies of ancient bloodlines launched their full-force counterattacks, colliding instantly with Ning Yuan's savage, violent strike. Deng Hu, charging the fiercest, met fist with fist and was sent flying backward, accompanied by the fine crackling of shattered bones. Lu Qingqing's kick aimed at Ning Yuan's lower body felt not like striking flesh, but like striking divine iron. Her calf swelled red as Ning Yuan collided with her, sending her flying. Ning Lin's treacherous claw was seized by Ning Yuan's reverse grip. With a slight clenching of his palm and terrifying muscle power, Ning Yuan crushed the bones of Ning Lin's hand, eliciting a piercing scream of agony. 3 prodigies of ancient bloodlines, defeated in a single move. Deng Hu lay unconscious with a shattered arm, while Ning Lin, his hand crushed, wailed in agony. Only Lu Qingqing fared best. Ning Yuan had spared her, remembering that though she had clenched her fists in silent defiance moments before, she had not spoken words of mockery. Old Xia stared at the scene before him, feeling somewhat incredulous. He had been prepared to intervene and save Ning Yuan's life. Yet in the blink of an eye, all 3 lay defeated on the ground before he could even intervene. The martial arts skill Ning Yuan had displayed was clearly at a masterful level, and his physical strength was nothing short of astonishing. The classmate who had just mocked him now seemed utterly speechless, his jaw practically hanging open. For what unfolded before their eyes had profoundly shattered their worldview. Was this really a half-blood? He was nothing short of a prodigy, a freak of nature. Ning Yuan gripped Ning Lin's shattered hand, pulling him before him. He grinned, revealing a row of stark white teeth. Go tell your parents this, the humiliation the Ning family inflicted upon me, and the debt owed to my mother, I will settle it with them. With that, he flung Ning Lin away like a dead dog. Emo Ruyan, who had remained silent all along, watched the scene with a complex expression. Yet she quickly rushed over to help Ning Lin up, whispering words of concern with genuine care. Ning Yuan had just made mortal enemies of the Ning family. He was as good as dead. Ning Yuan turned to old Xia and said with a smile. Teacher Xia, I've done my best. A top 5 finish should be within reach. Old Xia heard Ning Yuan's words and waved his hand helplessly. Top 5? You're going to be first this time. I just didn't expect you to go this big. Those 2 ancient bloodline geniuses are badly injured. If the school finds out, they'll be furious. With that, he immediately had Deng Hu and Ning Lin sent to the medical room. The martial arts matches continued afterward, but compared to earlier, they were mere skirmishes. Old Xiao watched intently from the sidelines, ensuring almost no one got hurt. With Ning Lin and Deng Hu out of the competition, Lu Qingqing unexpectedly secured second place. Finally, with the ordinary class's challenge ending in failure, Old Xiao's class assessment came to a close. Before leaving, Old Xia specifically told him that the top scholarship was a sure thing, and the money would be deposited into his account within the next few days. Ning Yuan walked out of the school gates feeling elated. Today's assessment was merely a minor setback for him. The gap between them was simply too vast. Only the Gokao and competing against the geniuses who could enter top-tier universities could truly ignite his fighting spirit. Though Ning Yuan didn't take the class assessments seriously, its repercussions were far from over. Ning residence. Ning Lin sat slumped in his chair, his face ashen. He couldn't fathom why. How dare he? His bloodline was superior, his resources, martial arts techniques, and teachers all surpassed his rivals. Yet why couldn't he even withstand a single punch? Beside him, the hidden demonic martial artist was now examining his palm with meticulous care. Young master's hand bones were crushed by immense force, leaving him utterly defenseless. This proves the opponent's physical strength is exceptionally formidable, at least several times greater than young masters. Moreover, he could discern the early-stage whirlwind claw technique and precisely sees the palm his martial skill level is at least master level. After the secret hidden demon warrior finished speaking, he turned and retreated behind Shin Hong, saying no more. Shin Hong's eyes turned bloodshot. Tears fell from his serpentine vertical pupils as he gazed painfully at his precious son. He turned and roared at Ning Tianxiong. Ning Tianxiong! Look at the damage that bastard has done. He's crippled Linner's hand. When has my poor child ever suffered such torment? I demand you kill him, you must kill him. Ning Tianxiong fell into an unusual silence. After a moment, he spoke softly. Rest assured, Linner's hand can be healed. It will only cost some resources, but there will be no lasting damage. As for Ning Yuan, Ning Tianxiong's eyes turned cold. His blue wolf fur bristled, straining the already tight suit until it ripped open, revealing his powerful, knotted muscles. I gave him one final chance. Wouldn't it have been better to let Linner break his legs and return to admit his mistakes? A disobedient creature has no value. Old M.O. At Ning Tianxiong's call, a figure slowly emerged from the shadows behind him. Deng family. A middle-aged demonic martial artist of the fierce tiger style stared at Deng, who lying on the bed, his eyes filled with confusion. Deng, who had already mastered the tiger combat technique to a minor level, yet he was defeated in a single move and by 3 against 1? Seeing the anxious Deng father beside him, though puzzled, he offered reassurance. Rest assured, your son's injuries can be treated. Modern medical technology far surpasses what you could imagine in this remote little town. A mixed blood? Or an undiscovered prodigy? Perhaps we could recruit him into our tiger clan. Lu family. Lu's mother pushed open the door. In the cramped room, Lu Qingqing continued her martial arts training. Setting down the energy potion, she spoke with deep regret. Qingqing, I'm truly sorry. All we can offer is the resources for your daily training. We can't give you much more help. Lu Qingqing looked at her tear-filled mother and smiled reassuringly. It's okay. I placed second in today's class assessment and earned quite a few resources. Raising me all by yourself has been incredibly difficult. Seeing her sensible child, Lu's mother felt even more heartbroken but said nothing more. She turned and left the room. Inside, Lu Qingqing replayed Ning Yuan's ferocious punch from earlier that day. A mixed blood with astonishing martial wisdom that had dominated the entire arena. Her own bloodline talent was decent, but she lacked both resources and martial wisdom. She had to work even harder. Today's extra training was essential. She must get into a top-tier university, change her class, and give her mother a better life. Meanwhile, at the blind massage parlor, Ning Yuan was drenched in sweat as he practiced his Danjun fist. Wasn't he striving just as hard? Chapter 19, The Heavenly Master's Warning? Ning Yuan practiced his boxing techniques indoors. His body resembled a mountain-bearing giant, his blood vessels surging like dragons racing through water. The relentless flow washed over and scorched his major tendons, producing a sound within him like waves crashing against rocks. Beneath the skin and flesh, the major tendons encased and connected his bones. The formidable bloodline power slowly tempered and forged them, transforming them into a higher form of life. Only when the tempering reached perfection would they become demon tendons. He felt a faint burning sensation emanating from his major tendons as they thickened and lengthened. Not only did his strength increase, but his body became more tightly connected. This sensation of growing stronger was truly addictive. Old Xie gazed at Ning Yuan with a broad smile. The tendons across his body pulsed like vicious serpents, each fiber throbbing with perfect power. His strength could now be unleashed at 12% capacity, a sight that filled him with growing satisfaction. Suddenly, Old Xie's smile vanished. He glanced at Ning Yuan, who was still practicing his boxing, then quietly opened the door and slipped away. On Heaven Street, Lao Mo followed Ning Yuan's aura to a dilapidated massage parlor. The slightly crooked sign, weathered by wind and rain, bore faded lettering. The dilapidated wooden door stood ajar, casting a murky yellow glow. But just as he reached to open the dilapidated door, his divine perception suddenly sensed a surge of mental energy, a brilliant, sun-like wave of life force bursting into his awareness. That unrestrained, arrogant life force blazed like a scorching sun overhead, aggressive as fire, yet bold and unapologetic. And for a moment, his hand froze stiffly in mid-motion. The door swung open, revealing a limping old man with a head of messy blonde hair. Where did this sewer rat crawl from? Daring to appear before me with such blatant murderous intent and malice, come seeking death? With that, a powerful hand seized Lao Mo's head and dragged him into the narrow alleyway, gently closing the door behind him as he departed. Ning residence. Ning Tianxiong sat in his seat, quietly awaiting Lao Mo's return. Beside him, Qin Hong comforted Ning Lin, whose palm had just been treated. Liner, don't worry. Your father has already sent men to capture Ning Yuan. Soon, you'll get to torment him properly and vent your anger. Ning Lin's eyes flashed with malice as he heard his mother's words. Right, so what if you, Ning Yuan, possess exceptional martial prowess and surpass me in strength, but dare to offend the Ning family? When the tide turns against you, won't you be crushed into dust? Soon, he would shatter every bone in that man's body, revenge for his broken hand. Clang! A figure stumbled through the Ning family gates, old Mo returning, his entire body cloaked in a pitch-black robe. Ning Tianxiong looked at Lao Mo, sensing something was off. Having known him since their days as lowly street thugs, Ning Tianxiong understood and trusted him completely. He always handled the dirty work flawlessly. Why had he returned alone this time? Where was Ning Yuan? Now, Lao Mo moved like a wooden puppet, walking straight to Ning Tianxiong and speaking mechanically. You ing bastard. Even a tiger won't eat its own cubs, yet you sent men to kill your own son? You're no better than a pig or a dog. Mark my words, Ning Yuan is under my protection. If you ever lay a finger on him again, I'll wipe out your entire Ning family. The arrogant, domineering words spilling from Lao Mo's expressionless mouth felt utterly bizarre and incongruous. Before the Ning family could react, Lao Mo's aura surged violently. His demonic energy churned within him, swelling like an inflated balloon until it burst with a thunderous explosion. The secret realm demon warrior, who had long sensed something amiss, transformed his arms into massive eagle wings. He swept Qin Hong and her son into his embrace, shielding them fiercely against his chest. The immense shockwave hurled the entire villa skyward like a miniature missile had struck it, slowly forming a small mushroom cloud. A pair of metallic glinting eagle wings flapped violently, instantly dispersing the billowing smoke to reveal Qin Hong and her son, unscathed. The eagle wings gradually shrank until they transformed back into a pair of blood-soaked arms. Amidst the nearby ruins, a section of crumbling stone wall shifted as a massive hand covered in grayish-blue wolf fur broke through the earth, revealing the badly wounded Ning Tianxiong. Shreds of torn suit fabric hung from his knotted muscles. Wounds deep enough to expose bone curled with raw flesh. Blood spilled from the corners of his mouth, mingled with fragments of torn-out organs. Ning Tianxiong's eyes suddenly turned blood red as a sickening crimson glow emerged from his body, coursing through his wounds. The wounds that had been near fatal moments ago began healing at a visible pace, restoring him to his former self in the blink of an eye. Ning Tianxiong wiped the blood from his lips and roared with fury. Ning Yuan. After confirming her son was unharmed, Qin Hong rushed to Ning Tianxiong's side, helping him sit down amidst the rubble. She asked. What the hell just happened? Old Mo was someone you trusted. Why did he suddenly do this? Lao Mo was controlled. Someone wielded immense psychic power to seize control of his mind, forcing him to deliver the message before detonating himself. Lao Mo had been a brother who'd followed him from the very beginning. Not long ago, Ning Tianxiong had paid a heavy price to help him break through the Qi Si and enter the divine perception realm. Never did he expect him to fall in his very first battle. He was a divine perception powerhouse. How could he be so easily controlled? Could you do that, Eagle 9? Hearing Qin Han's question, Eagle 9, who had remained silent until now, spoke without hesitation. I cannot do it. The secret realm requires the simultaneous activation of three great secret realms, the physical body, the Qi Si, and the mind. I have only unlocked the physical body secret realm, making it utterly impossible for me to control a divine perception expert. Moreover, it's not merely about remotely controlling them to deliver messages, it involves manipulating them to self-detonate. Such mastery of the mind requires at least unlocking the mind treasure and specializing in mental cultivation. More likely, it requires a heavenly master who has truly unified the inner and outer realms. A heavenly master? How is that possible? How could Ning Yuan have any connection to such a being? For such an individual to protect Ning Yuan, annihilating our Ning family would be as easy as turning over one's hand. Ning Tianxiong exclaimed in disbelief. Qin Hong, however, refused to accept this. Could this matter truly be dismissed so easily? A celestial master? How does that compare to the Qin family? Could my Qin family not handle such a threat? Miss, you underestimate the master of heaven and earth's influence. Even our master wouldn't dare offend him lightly, instead, he'd actively seek to court his favor. Master Tianren is one who can influence the surrounding environment with his own magnetic field, independently establish a sacred ground, and manifest a divine realm. In ancient times, such a being would be regarded as a living immortal or Buddha. Qin Hong felt an intense agony. Since arriving in Weha City, there had never been anything she couldn't accomplish. Are we just going to let this slide? What about my son? That bastard must pay the price. I will avenge my son. So what if he's a celestial master? As a direct descendant of the Qin family, my brother should be able to handle him. Is it because my bloodline is inferior and I was expelled from the family that even my own brother, my blood sister, no longer acknowledges me? Miss, I was sent by our master to protect you. How could I not recognize you? Listening to their exchange, Ning Tianxiong gradually calmed down and interrupted. No need to panic. That Tianren master could wipe out the Ning family with ease, yet he chose only to warn us. He must have reservations, whether fearing the Qin family or something else, I cannot say. We may not be able to strike Ning Yuan directly, but we can secretly sabotage him. With our Ning family's influence in Weha City, disrupting his college entrance exams without harming him is entirely feasible. Ning Tianxiong seethed with regret. He never imagined that a momentary lapse would allow Ning Yuan to slip from his grasp. But it didn't matter. He'd employed plenty of underhanded tactics before. At this thought, a sinister smile flickered across his grim face, sending a chill down one's spine. Chapter 20, The Azure Emperor. Old Xia returned to his room, his expression grim. He had just interrogated that little rat, assuming it was some fool testing the waters to see if he dared provoke him. But it turned out to be aimed at Ning Yuan. Having worked here for 3 years, Lao Xia knew all about Ning Yuan's background. But he never imagined things would escalate to a life or death confrontation. He called out to Ning Yuan, who was practicing his boxing. The Ning family sent someone to assassinate you just now. Old Xia's opening words sent Ning Yuan's blood boiling, and he couldn't help but glance around nervously. Old Xia waved his hand, signaling Ning Yuan to calm down. Don't worry, I've already sent them away. I've warned them they shouldn't dare attempt such extreme measures as assassination again. But I fear they might resort to underhanded tactics behind the scenes, which would still cause you trouble. Regarding the Ning family, I can only issue warnings. I cannot truly eliminate the root of the problem for you. Because of past mistakes, I'm now a convicted criminal. Essentially, I'm confined to Weha City, waiting to die. So Old Xia was serving his sentence outside prison walls. Though free to roam Weha City, he remained a criminal. Naturally, he couldn't act freely and could only serve as a deterrent. As for what crime Old Xia had committed that left him awaiting death in Weha City, Ning Yuan had inquired several times. He'd only admitted to committing a grave crime, never specifying the details. It likely involved some past he preferred not to discuss. Ning Yuan would have to learn more about it gradually in the future. I've been thinking. If you want to completely sever ties with the Ning family and avoid their troubles, there's only one way now. Ning Yuan was feeling rather troubled. After all, the Ning family was a colossal force in Weha City. If they set their sights on him, it would be no easy ordeal. Hearing that Old Xia actually had a solution, he couldn't help but ask curiously. What solution? Get into a top-tier university. The Ning family wouldn't dare trouble you then. Getting into a top-tier university would make the Ning family stop bothering me? Hearing Ning Yuan's question, Old Xia explained. You don't understand the significance of the top-tier academy. It's one of the 4 national schools personally founded by the marshal during the Federation's founding era. Every student there is a prodigy, a demonic martial genius. Merely gaining admission elevates one's citizen rank. Take you, for instance. Born in this small town on the outskirts of Weha City, your citizen rank is only level 9. If you enter a top-tier institution, your rank could jump to level 7. Higher citizen status brings many advantages. Even if you're accused of a crime, a special investigation team must be formed to handle your case. You can ignore minor infractions. Listening to Old Xia, Ning Yuan found the idea appealing, especially since attending this elite academy had always been his goal. Alright. That top-tier academy has always been my goal, and I've long wanted to experience the splendor of the imperial capital. Old Xia nodded slightly at Ning Yuan's words. Shallow waters couldn't nurture a true dragon. Only at a top-tier academy could Ning Yuan's talents be fully unleashed. To enter a top-tier institution, you need top scores in 3 subjects. Do you understand the significance of these 3 college entrance exam subjects? Is there a specific system for that? Of course. The forged body score is essentially a bloodline assessment. Truly gifted individuals typically achieve forged body perfection before the college entrance exams. But how do you rank 2 candidates with identical forged body perfection? That's where bloodline potential comes into play. Mixed bloodlines and ordinary bloodlines cap at 60-80 points for forged body potential. Beastline and wilderness beastline bloodlines reach 80-90 points, ancient bloodlines 90-95 points, primordial bloodlines 95-98 points, and chaos bloodlines 99 points. Ning Yuan listened, puzzled by the narrower gaps in the later tiers. Moreover, why did the chaos bloodline only reach 99 points? What happened to the 100th point? Old Xia noticed Ning Yuan's confusion and explained. The higher the score, the harder it is to improve, and the greater the gap becomes. A single point makes a world of difference. To put it plainly, disregarding martial arts techniques, a 96 can easily crush a 95. As for why there's number 100 points, the 7 generals once said martial arts know no bounds, and neither does physical forging strength. Every year, prodigies emerge from nowhere, shattering the forged body limit records. That's why there's no such thing as a perfect score. The highest possible is 99.9. Man, what kind of Pinduoduo rating system is this? When someone breaks the physical training limit, they just tack on a 0.9, right? Old Xia continued. This martial arts assessment tests martial wisdom. Essentially, the higher your martial wisdom, the stronger your comprehension, and the faster you grasp martial techniques. The combat assessment, as the name implies, evaluates actual battle performance. Combining bloodline, martial wisdom, and combat skills provides a comprehensive assessment of one's potential on the path of martial arts. Ning Yuan now understood. After 10,000 years of development, the Federation's annual assessment system had matured into a highly refined and rational framework. At the body-tempering realm, if you conquer the 4 stages of the Nirvana method, you'll be unmatched under heaven. In martial arts, with your martial wisdom, securing first place should be within reach. As for combat, it all depends on your own execution. You can now begin cultivating the spear technique you selected earlier. Ning Yuan's eyes lit up at this news. He hurriedly asked, "Old Xia, could it be that my spear has arrived?" Old Xia chuckled, then turned and retrieved a metal box over 3 meters tall from behind the counter. "It just arrived today. I thought it would be a fitting reward for you taking first place in class today." He handed the box to Ning Yuan. The box felt incredibly heavy in his hands, easily weighing over 1,000 pounds. But for him, it was just right. With his astonishing physique, he'd always wanted to wield heavy weapons, relying on sheer force to dominate. He opened the silver-white metal box. A commanding spear came into view. The shaft itself stretched nearly 3 meters in length, its thickness perfectly balanced for a firm grip. The shaft was uniformly dark blue, adorned with intricate dragon-like patterns. The spearhead gleamed with a deep, dark blue hue, reflecting faint, icy glints. "Nice spear, Old Xia. Does it have a name?" Old Xia shook his head slightly. "It doesn't have a name. Zhang Mengxue commissioned a master craftsman from Tiangong Heavy Industries to forge it. The entire shaft is made of top-grade alloy. If you like, you can name it yourself." Ning Yuan gazed at the dark blue spear, and a poem from his past life came to mind. "Should I become the Azure Emperor in years to come, I'll repay you with peach blossoms blooming in one place. Then I shall call you the Azure Emperor." Ning Yuan gripped Green Emperor with a sense of spirited confidence. "Alright, now that you have your spear, you can begin training. I've reviewed your earth-shaking spear technique, it's quite decent. Especially the shockwave techniques within. Mastering them will serve you well." Old Xia began instructing Ning Yuan. "Before learning spear techniques, you must first understand how to wield the spear. Our great sage Splitting Hang School is most renowned for our fists and spears. The spear is the king of all weapons. It demands unwavering resolve. Once thrust, there is no turning back. It emphasizes momentum. Therefore, practicing spear techniques is also practicing momentum. When you can wield the spear with such fluidity that it radiates an invincible aura, then you will have truly mastered it." As Lao Xie explained, Ning Yuan's understanding of the spear deepened. The earth-shaking spear technique was also quite manageable to practice, with the key lying in the integration of spear techniques and the mastery of its shockwave principles. The spear technique comprised 17 moves in total. 16 of them were standard techniques, while only one was a lethal strike developed from the power of vibration. It was called knocking the mountain to startle the tiger. Only those who grasped the essence of shockwaves could execute it. As a novice in spear training, Ning Yuan did not rush to comprehend the force of vibration. Instead, he began with the foundational techniques, solidifying his basics. Only after mastering the fundamentals would he delve into the study of vibration. Old Xia watched this unfold with great satisfaction. His disciple truly possessed astonishing martial aptitude. All he needed to do was guide him onto the right path. However, he did not allow Ning Yuan to overtrain. He set aside only a portion of each day for spear practice, prioritizing physical conditioning over martial arts until the college entrance exams. After finishing his training, Ning Yuan took his leave from Old Xia. He slung the spear over his back using the holster included in the box and headed home. The mountain shouldering fist was not yet perfected. He planned to devote the coming days to mastering it within the dream realm, thereby boosting his physical conditioning efficiency. After that, he would focus entirely on advancing his spear technique, forging his body by day and practicing spear techniques by night, without wasting a single moment. Chapter 21, Expelled for Topping the Exams? The next morning, Ning Yuan entered the classroom munching on demon beast meat. Ever since the wealthy girl Zhang Mengxue appeared on the rankings, the plate had smoothly disappeared from the menu. Classmates greeted Ning Yuan's arrival with varied expressions. Envy, jealousy, resentment. Where people differ, emotions inevitably diverge. Ning Yuan ignored the stares. Why waste time on such things when he could finish eating sooner and start his day's training? Just then, Old Xia stormed into the classroom, face flushed with anger. As usual, he led everyone to the cultivation room and lit the demon blood incense. "Ning Yuan, come with me." Ning Yuan had just been about to begin his practice when he heard Old Xia call him. Somewhat puzzled, he followed him out. With such a grim expression, who had upset him? "Ning Yuan, I'm sorry the school didn't approve your first-class scholarship." "Oh, it's fine. The top scholarship wouldn't be much help to me right now. Thanks for going out of your way to apply for it." Hearing Ning Yuan's reassurance, Old Xia felt deeply guilty. His expression grew complex as he looked at Ning Yuan. "Also, the school has revoked your first-place award. I can understand the top scholarship not being awarded. The school probably thinks my bloodline potential is low. But that top-ranking reward was earned through my own hard work. We agreed back then that all resources in the elite class would be earned through competition. They go to whoever proves themselves worthy." Hearing Ning Yuan's accusation, Lao Xiao's face darkened with shame. Those words had indeed come from him, yet now they couldn't be honored. The board meeting decided that since you injured Ning Lin and Deng, who their severe injuries require significant resources, your resources will be confiscated as compensation for them. Ning Yuan's expression darkened. It seemed old Xia had been right. The Ning family was starting to play dirty. What compensation? Practicing demonic martial arts and fearing injury? This was clearly an attempt to cut off his resources and halt his progress. Too bad. You're bound to be disappointed. I'm not exactly short on resources right now. Looking at old Xia, that tall, burly ox-headed man, he now resembled a child who'd done something wrong, keeping his head bowed and eyes downcast, not daring to meet Ning Yuan's gaze. Ning Yuan found himself amused for some reason and offered a reassuring smile. Teacher Xia, this isn't your fault. Besides, I don't need those resources anyway. I can still get into a top university. Oh. Teacher Xia, how come Ning Yuan is still in the elite class? Haven't you explained it to him yet? A sarcastic voice cut through the air as a pale-faced man with a sharp nose and monkey-like features strode down the hallway toward old Xia. Impossible. The principal said this elite class is entirely under my jurisdiction. You've already taken the top students' rewards. And now you want to kick Ning Yuan into the regular class? I absolutely refuse. Old Xia looked like a raging bull, his eyes bulging, 2 puffs of white breath escaping heavily from his nostrils. That's not up to you. He injured 2 prodigies. His actions are despicable, his character utterly unfit. And as a lowly half-blood, he never deserved to be in this elite class to begin with. Old Xia tried to step forward to argue, but Ning Yuan grabbed his arm. This is the school's decision too? Of course. This was decided by all the board members in a meeting. Allowing you to stay in the regular class is already an act of mercy from the school. In my opinion, a subpar student like you should be expelled. The pale-faced man's voice was as high-pitched as a eunuch's, and he frowned at Ning Yuan as if he'd seen something disgusting. White monkey, you bastard. How dare you speak to my student like that? You wanna fight me? Old Xia stepped forward, rolled up his sleeves, and pointed an accusing finger at the man's nose, unleashing a torrent of curses that sent the pale-faced man scrambling backward in fear. You stubborn ox. This is the school board's decision. Don't blame me. If you're not satisfied, watch out, your whole family could lose their jobs. I quit. I can't take this anymore. Even if I lose my job, I don't care. I'm going straight to the principal right now. With that, he stormed off angrily to confront the principal again. Watching Lao Xia leave, the pale-faced man breathed a sigh of relief. He genuinely feared this battle-hardened stubborn ox. If pushed too far, he was capable of anything. If not for his family ties, the school wouldn't be able to control him. Ning Yuan, don't blame the school. You crossed the wrong people. The school is under immense pressure too. Typical Ning family, their underhanded maneuvers were swift indeed. Teacher, bye, since the school thinks I'm not up to par and I feel I need some time to reflect anyway, I might as well withdraw. What? You're the one saying this. The school isn't forcing you. The pale-faced man exclaimed with delight. Though the board members only intended to transfer him to a regular class. But someone had bribed him to find a way to expel Ning Yuan and halt his growth. And now, after a few words of pressure, the young man couldn't handle it. The task was completed immediately. How could he not be pleased? Of course, withdrawing is my own choice. Truthfully, there was no real need for him to stay at the school anymore. After all, he wasn't short on resources now, and with old Xia, that master, guiding him, staying at the school might just lead to more trouble. Better to withdraw and stay by old Xia's side. Who would dare cause trouble then? Alright, I'll take you to process the paperwork right now. With that, he hurriedly led Ning Yuan to the academic affairs office. The process was quick. With the pale-faced man's assistance, efficiency was high, and it was all settled in no time. Ning Yuan returned to the elite class with the paperwork. He felt he should at least see old Xia off. This man had genuinely cared for him. Leaving silently without a word wouldn't feel right. As he approached the entrance, he happened upon old Xia returning with his head bowed in defeat. It seemed he had failed. Ning Yuan had anticipated this outcome. In Weha City, the Ning family wielded considerable influence. Teacher Xia, you're back. You don't need to fight for anything on my behalf. I don't need the school's resources at all. You've processed your withdrawal? How could the school do this? The college entrance exams are in just over 2 weeks. This is a critical time. Teacher Xia glared at the withdrawal papers in Ning Yuan's hand, his voice tinged with indignation. It's fine, Teacher Xia. This was my own decision. I might still feel restricted here at school. Alright then. It's my failure as a teacher. Teacher Xia hung her head in silence. You've been more than kind to me. We'll meet again at the college entrance exams. Just wait and see your student climb to the top of Weha City. Ning Yuan glanced at the burly man before him, gave a carefree smile, and turned to leave. Inside the training room, Ning Lin listened to their exchange and broke into a maniacal grin. So what if he was top of the class? He'd still been expelled in disgrace. Without the school's resources and systematic training, whether he could even take the college entrance exam was now uncertain. This was the price of crossing the Ning family. Stepping outside the school gates, he felt a weight lift from his shoulders, as if he'd escaped a cage. Though those resources meant little to me, what belongs to me isn't yours to take. Sooner or later, you'll pay the price. I wonder if the reporters would be interested in a student expelled from school who still topped the college entrance exams in Weha City? But for now, other matters demanded attention. With that thought, Ning Yuan pulled out the new smartphone Zhang Mingxue had just bought for him and sent her a message. Sister Shui, I need your help with something. I'll be heading to the massage parlor soon. Can you swing by if you have time? Beep. Zhang Mingxue replied instantly. No problem. See you at the massage parlor soon. Though Zhang Mingxue didn't know what was going on, it was rare for her gold mine to reach out to her. And this was the first time he'd reached out to her since she bought him that phone. What should she wear later? Chapter 22, Drug Testing and Perfecting Muscle Refinement. When Ning Yuan arrived at the blind massage parlor, Zhang Mingxue was already waiting inside, her face meticulously made up. Old Xia yawned beside her, glancing up at Ning Yuan's arrival and asking, "What's going on? You're skipping class and dragging Zhang Mingxue over here? I got woken up by someone banging on the door first thing this morning. I'm dead tired." Zhang Mingxue's delicate face was also filled with concern as she asked with genuine worry. "This is the first time you've reached out to me, and you came all the way here. What happened?" Ning Yuan briefly recounted what had happened at school, then said, "I've withdrawn from school. I'll take the college entrance exam as an independent candidate. The registration process is a bit complicated, so I was hoping Sister Shui could help me out." By now, Zhang Mingxue was seething with anger. How dare they treat her Ning Yuan brother like this? "Don't worry, little brother. I'll handle the independent college entrance exam procedures for you. There won't be any obstacles. Those blind fools will regret this someday." They are indeed blind, but the real culprit is the Ning family pulling strings behind the scenes. Ning Yuan knew exactly where the root of the problem lay. The Ning family is truly despicable. I've investigated them myself. They're quite mysterious, seemingly backed by powerful forces. Weha City is too remote. My family's connections can't exert much influence here, and it's hard to find effective ways to counter these petty maneuvers. Zhang Mingxue said with frustration. Ning Yuan paid it little mind. He'd already discussed this with old Xia. Once he gained admission to a top-tier academy, the problem would resolve itself. It was merely a matter of enduring their annoyances before the college entrance exams. He would settle the Ning family's debts, one by one, in due time. Since Zhang Mingxue could handle the individual college entrance exam application, Ning Yuan felt reassured. He'd feared the application process for the individual college entrance exam might be obstructed, but fortunately, Zhang Mingxue's connections proved more than capable. In the days that followed, Ning Yuan arrived at Lao Xia's place at dawn each morning, freely utilizing all resources beneficial to his cultivation. His cultivation progress entered a phase of rapid acceleration. Even though the tendon refining stage proved far more challenging than flesh refining, he managed to refine about 15% daily. Today, as he practiced the mountain shouldering fist as usual, he found himself flowing more smoothly with each strike, his movements growing increasingly swift. His skin began to flush crimson, and his body temperature steadily climbed. It felt as though a primordial beast lurked within his chest, straining to burst forth. His skin, flesh, tendons, and bones all creaked and cracked. His entire boxing stance underwent subtle adjustments, shifting toward the form most suited to him. Suddenly, Ning Yuan's aura transformed. His body resembled a mountain being carried, his form like drifting clouds. It was as if an ancient colossus, bearing mountains upon its back, traversed the land, causing the earth to tremble wherever it passed. Finally possessing the strength to bear mountains, he hurled the peaks away, leaving no pressure upon his body. It was as if he saw again the day of his awakening, when the heaven-supporting black tortoise raised its neck and let out a long roar, startling both immortals and Buddhas. A fierce martial will surged forth. This was, after all, the bloodline inheritance technique, the one most suited to Ning Yuan. Today, having grasped the martial will, his body bore mountains yet shattered through them. His fist techniques now perfectly aligned with his being, finally reaching perfection. Old Xia, who had been lying down, sat up abruptly. "This aura. Your body bears mountains, yet breaks through them with such martial will. Has your fist technique reached perfection? After days of arduous training, I've finally grasped it. The moment I understood the martial will, my fist technique reached perfection. Moreover, my tendon refinement surged to 90% completion in one breath." Ning Yuan now felt like a dragon emerging from its abyss, free from all constraints. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Truly worthy of being my disciple. Just as old Xie and Ning Yuan were celebrating, Zhang Mingxue entered from outside. "What's got you two so cheerful? Share the news, let me join in the joy." Seeing Zhang Mingxue enter, Ning Yuan replied cheerfully. "I just perfected my fist technique, and my tendon refinement reached 90% progress. That's why I'm so happy. Sister Shui, what brings you here today?" Zhang Mingxue brightened at the news of Ning Yuan's progress, but her eyes rolled at his second remark, earning him a sharp glare. "What kind of talk is that? Can't I just come visit you for no reason?" Ning Yuan scratched his head awkwardly. Of course not. Sister Shui is always welcome anytime. Alright, enough banter. Old manhwa wants you to test some medicine today. If you're free, come with me. Sure, let's go now. Ning Yuan agreed immediately. Every visit to Old Manhwa yielded valuable insights. Inside the teaching building at the former site of First High School, Old Manhwa, busy at work, spotted Ning Yuan and beamed with delight, rushing over to greet him. I've recently developed a new formula specifically for forging the body and refining the tendons. Come try it out. Ning Yuan's eyes lit up. He'd tried many of Old Manhwa's medicines before, each one incredibly potent. This one specifically for refining tendons was bound to be something special. No problem, bring it on. I love testing your medicines. This one's special. The reaction might be intense, so brace yourself. Seeing Ning Yuan's casual attitude, Old Manhwa gave him a thorough warning. He then instructed Ning Yuan to strip naked and lie down inside the testing chamber. Zhang Mingxue stood by, helping him attach sensors and chips to his body. This was the standard procedure for Ning Yuan's drug trials. Zhang Mingxue covered his entire body with sensors to better track the medication's effects. He recalled how he used to give Zhang Mingxue massages, but now it was her turn to give him a massage. Her face flushed as she finished attaching the sensors. She reached out to take the new reagent developed by Old Manhwa and leaned over to feed it to Ning Yuan. The moment the glassy liquid touched his throat, Ning Yuan felt his major tendons ignite with a searing heat. This sensation far surpassed the burning feeling he experienced during martial arts training, resembling a raging fire consuming his body, melting his tendons and forging his bones. His tendons blazed crimson as impurities rapidly diminished within them. Like a fierce python transforming into a dragon, completing a leap in its life stage. Empowered by the Earthshaker physique trait, they grew even more solid and powerful. Even the last untempered tendons began transforming into demonic tendons. Beside him, Old Manhwa stared intently at Ning Yuan's data on the screen. The effect is excellent. With the addition of the bone-melting herb, the major tendons are tempering at an astonishing rate. But those with insufficient physical constitution won't withstand it. The Fire Rock Python's demon tendons provide immense energy for tendon refinement, though there's a risk of mutation. Perhaps we could adjust. Old Manhwa muttered incessantly as he studied the readings, while Zhang Mingxue frantically took notes beside him. As the internal energy gradually subsided, the tendon refinement neared its end. When the burning sensation within his body completely vanished, Ning Yuan stepped out of the experimental chamber. This medicine specifically designed for tendon refinement was undoubtedly a marvel. A single vial had propelled his tendon refinement progress to 100%. He had achieved perfection in his tendon refinement. Old Manhwa was also satisfied with this experiment. He handed Ning Yuan over to Zhang Mingxue and then buried himself in analyzing the data. Zhang Mingxue gazed at Ning Yuan with a warm smile, tilting her head slightly. Shall we take a stroll around campus? Ning Yuan watched Zhang Mingxue's head tilt, a move that felt like a heart-stopping glance. This woman was genuinely beautiful when she wasn't playing her usual contrasting act. A gentle breeze blew as Zhang Mingxue and Ning Yuan strolled along the tree-lined paths of the campus. It was summer, and they walked side by side. The constant chirping of cicadas filled the air. They walked on, neither speaking. Looking at the high school campus, Zhang Mingxue couldn't help but sigh. When I first awakened my ancient bloodline back in high school, I was overjoyed. I thought I could finally embark on the path of demonic martial arts and show off my skills. But reality hit hard. My martial aptitude was lacking, my cultivation progressed slowly, and in the end, I had no choice but to pursue the path of scientific research. Ning Yuan asked curiously. Sister Shui, why were you so determined to practice demonic martial arts? Because it's cool. Think of the 7 heroes battling across the ancient star paths, hunting down fearsome gods. Even heavenly masters use entire planets as battlefields, a single punch sending tectonic plates trembling. Don't you find that utterly cool? Zhang Mingxue's eyes sparkled with admiration as she spoke with longing. Ning Yuan was taken aback, momentarily forgetting this woman was a violent contrast. Go for it, Ning Yuan. I believe you'll become that kind of powerhouse. Ning Yuan watched Zhang Mingxue, this sophisticated older woman, pumping her delicate little fist in encouragement, and grinned. Chapter 23, Back into the Dream. At dawn, Ning Yuan awoke from his dream to the faint chirping of cicadas. After a simple wash and breakfast, he headed out for a jog toward Heaven Street. Thanks to Old Hwa's new reagent yesterday, his tendon refinement progress had been successful, fulfilling the cultivation requirements for the Nirvana method's Great Tendon Gate. Arriving at the blind massage parlor, Ning Yuan pulled open the door and roused Old Xie from his sleep. I've completed my tendon refinement. Old Xie, still half asleep at this hour, heard Ning Yuan's words and immediately grabbed his arm, carefully feeling it. Yesterday it was still 10% short of completion, and overnight it's perfected? Seems that old man's potion is quite effective. I've already prepared the secret elixir needed for the Great Muscle Gate. We can attempt the breakthrough right now. With that, he led Ning Yuan up to the private room on the second floor. Inside the private room, Old Xia wiped the sweat from his brow as he watched Ning Yuan slip back into a deep sleep. A wave of emotion washed over him. If he weren't his disciple, he'd have to ask. Damn it, why me? Back when he cultivated the Nirvana technique, how much suffering had he endured? How many teeth had he gritted through? It took sheer willpower to endure, and the memory still sent shivers down his spine. Yet here was Ning Yuan, simply collapsing into deep sleep and effortlessly passing through all 3 stages. It was utterly absurd. Half asleep, half awake, Ning Yuan felt his major tendons undergoing earth-shattering changes. His once perfectly tempered tendons had been shattered and dissolved by old Xia, reduced to a mass of sludge encased in flesh. Yet as the Nirvana technique circulated within him, they gradually began to solidify and transform. Like mighty dragons, the tendons churned within his body, surging like a mighty river, ceaselessly flowing. As if a dragon traversing water, yearning to ascend to the heavens. They underwent extreme sublimation, transforming into a stronger, higher form. Ultimately, they became dragon tendons, enveloping every bone in his body. At the instant of exertion, power surged through his entire being, unified and explosive, unleashing strength beyond the limitations of his physical form. The radiant glow faded from his body, replaced by waves of a fresh, clean fragrance. Ning Yuan awoke from his slumber, feeling the great tendons pulsing within him, twisting and nodding. A profound sense of power surged from his core, filling his heart with exhilaration. Old Xia couldn't help but praise. The strongest body forging technique passed down in our lineage. Speaks of dragon sinew, tiger bone, diamond flesh, and Qilin hide. Now that your dragon sinews are complete, you lack only a set of tiger bones among these 4. Feeling the tendons coiled within him like a great dragon, Ning Yuan truly sensed the extraordinary nature of the dragon tendons. Of the 4 forging stages, flesh, skin, tendons, and bones, 3 have been mastered. Only when every bone in my body is fully tempered and transformed into demonic bone will my physical forging reach perfection. With just over 10 days left before the college entrance exams, I can absolutely achieve it. Ning Yuan was brimming with confidence. Indeed. Your fist techniques are perfected. Once you complete the bone tempering and pass the Nirvana bone marrow gate, you will forge an unparalleled foundation for body tempering. Starting today, increase your spear training proportion. Keep the spear with you at all times, day and night, feeling the spirit within it, seeking that sense of unity between man and spear. Understood. Ning Yuan listened to old Xia's arrangements and agreed wholeheartedly. Old Xia was undoubtedly a qualified teacher on the path of demonic martial arts. With old Xia's guidance and protection, today passed without incident. The bone tempering stage proved far more challenging. After a full day's effort, progress had advanced only 10%. It was estimated that 10 days would be required to complete the bone tempering stage. His spear technique, however, was progressing well. He had already mastered the realm of proficiency. Once he reached the minor accomplishment level, he could begin exploring the power of vibration. Time flew by. And before he knew it, night had fallen. Ning Yuan bid farewell to old Xia and headed home. Returning to the comforting embrace of home, Ning Yuan showered and lay down on his bed. Activating dream marriage, he fell into infant-like slumber within a second. To be honest, this dream marriage was a master at treating insomnia. However, he didn't immediately enter the dream weaving space to practice his gun skills. Instead, he chose to enter another person's dreams once more. Over this period, he had grown more adept at using dream marriage and gained a deeper understanding of the divine ability system. Consuming divine abilities felt like a passive skill. They took effect as long as he consumed them, with little to no cost. Dream marriage seemed different. The dream creation space was fine, it was based on his own dreams, so the cost was minimal. But entering others' dreams took a toll. If done too frequently in one night, it would leave him mentally drained the next day. That's why he rarely entered others' dreams. Today, however, was different. Paradise Street, Wild Wolf Bar. Inside a beat-up sedan parked by the street, Yuing and a colleague watched the men and women coming and going from the Wild Wolf Bar. Ever since Ning Yuan reported the connection between the dog-headed man and the Wild Wolf gang, the inspection team had launched a covert investigation. Their investigation revealed that the Wild Wolf gang was indeed deeply problematic. As the largest underworld gang in the Old City District, the Wild Wolf gang operated numerous shady businesses. From gambling dens and bars to prostitution rings and violent debt collection, they touched everything, even involving themselves in disappearances and kidnappings. However, no evidence of human trafficking had ever surfaced, as those individuals simply vanished without a trace. These disappearances were likely connected to a cult organization. Therefore, the inspection team established a special task force to conduct surveillance and gather evidence. Yuing felt increasingly restless. She had been staking out the Wild Wolf Bar for days. With so many people coming and going daily, the occasional disappearance went unnoticed. There was no way to trace where the vanished individuals had gone. She kicked the seat in front of her in frustration and snapped at her colleague. It's been days with no real progress. People can't just vanish into thin air. I say we should just bust in and search the place. Her colleague beside her gave a helpless, bitter smile. Oh, come on, it's not that simple. If we rush in, we'll scare them off. Those cult bastards are faster than rats. Nothing works, nothing works. How long are we supposed to keep watching? I haven't slept in days. My period's even late. I'm gonna catch some shut-eye. You keep watch. Ying reclined her seat, wrapped herself in her coat, and fell asleep. Her colleague beside her watched her settle in and breathed a sigh of relief. This spoiled princess had deep connections and was impossible to please. It was a blessing if she didn't cause trouble. He might as well keep watching alone. Turning his head, he resumed observing the passers-by in the bar. In her dream, Ying stormed into a bar, smashing everything in sight, and uncovered the secret collusion between the Wild Wolf Gang and a cult. Single-handedly taking down the entire criminal syndicate, she achieved a monumental feat. Standing on the podium receiving commendations from her superiors, she laughed gleefully as reporters swarmed her with questions. Ning Yuan, observing from afar, silently exited the dream. Indeed, the one he chose to enter the dream of this time was precisely the sexy police inspector. Ever since revealing the dog-headed man's information to her last time, Ning Yuan had been entering her dreams periodically, hoping to uncover the Wild Wolf Gang's movements. Unfortunately, dreams were unpredictable. On previous attempts, the inspector was either giving interviews or receiving awards offering no clues about the Wild Wolf Gang. In recent days, his attempts had failed entirely. It seemed as if she hadn't been dreaming at all. Fortunately, today he finally succeeded and even uncovered a lead about the Wild Wolf Gang. Ning Yuan carefully recalled that the bar in Yu Ying's dream seemed to be the Wild Wolf Bar. It was located on Paradise Street. Heaven Street, a notorious gray zone in the Old City District, was a hub for all manner of shady businesses. Places like the blind massage parlors and Red Romance were on the outskirts of Paradise Street. The true essence of Paradise Street lay deep within its inner reaches, the very origin of its name. Chapter 24, Wild Wolf Bar. Ning Yuan sat on the sofa, deep in thought. After a moment, he rose, dressed, and headed out. Having finally uncovered a lead on the Wild Wolf Gang, he decided to scout out the Wild Wolf Bar first to avoid another stretch of days unable to enter dreams. Perhaps he could find the energy source the divine power system required. Paradise Street. As Ning Yuan slowly made his way deeper into the street, the other side of Heaven Street gradually revealed itself before his eyes. Both sides of the street were crammed with casinos, bars, and massage parlors, while men and women of all kinds, bearing demonic traits, loitered and mingled on the streets. Deep within the alleys, shadowy illicit trades and violent crimes quietly festered in the gloom. This was Ning Yuan's second time inside Paradise Street. He had previously come here looking for work, only to find jobs soliciting customers, enticing gamblers, or serving in bars. The inexperienced youth, never having witnessed such scenes before, immediately fled in panic. The Wild Wolf Bar, Paradise Street's largest establishment, combined both bar and casino operations. A notorious den of vice where countless men, women, and gamblers congregate. Ning Yuan recognized it. Turning the corner, the gilded sign of Wild Wolf Bar snarled menacingly amidst the flashing neon lights. This den of iniquity, which had swallowed countless drunks and gamblers, finally came into view. Ning Yuan stepped inside, where waves of sound mingled with the stench of alcohol assaulted him, accompanied by the pounding beat of heavy metal music. Men and women adorned with animal ears, scales, and tails rubbed against each other, writhing wildly beneath the flickering neon lights. At the dance floor's center, scantily clad strippers flaunted their seductive, alluring figures, teasing the most primal desires deep within the crowd. Upstairs, drunken gamblers flung bills recklessly, the flying paper fluttering like snowflakes to the floor, where cat servants with sharp claws eagerly scooped them up. Everything here seemed utterly mad. Everywhere, an atmosphere of desire and intoxication permeated the air. Ning Yuan disliked the atmosphere here. He found a secluded corner to sit in, carefully observing his surroundings. "Sir, would you like something to drink?" A bunny girl approached Ning Yuan with a tray, her professional smile in place as she asked. "A glass of lemonade will do." The bunny girl turned toward the front desk and returned shortly with his lemonade. "Handsome, here's your lemonade. Anything else you need?" As she spoke, she bent over to place the glass on the counter, revealing two ample, snow-white mounds that seemed to beckon with temptation. "No, thank you." Ning Yuan declined with a smile, lifting the glass to take a sip. It tasted good. The bunny girl wasn't giving up. She moved closer, pressing her body tightly against Ning Yuan's, her soft curves pressing against him. She placed her hand on his thigh and whispered softly into his ear. "Hey, handsome, with a face like yours, I could make this free." Ning Yuan felt a tingling sensation at his ear, frowned slightly, and shifted backward. "Sorry, I'm..." Ning Yuan's matter-of-fact reply made the bunny girl stiffen. She withdrew her hand from his thigh and discreetly wiped it behind his back. After a quick apology, she turned and sashayed away, swaying her ample hips as she went to find her next target. Oomph. Her figure and looks are nowhere near as good as Zhang Mengshue's, and she still tries to seduce me? Ning Yuan watched her leave before carefully surveying the surroundings. The first floor housed the bar and dance floor, while the second floor was the casino. Beast-like men in suits stood guard in every corner. The divine power system showed no reaction. Where was this cult organization? Just as Ning Yuan blended into the bar, discreetly gathering intelligence, Ying outside had also regained consciousness. Ying blinked her eyes open after a brief moment of drowsiness. She had just dreamt of single-handedly crushing the Wild Wolf Gang and dismantling the cult organization, a supremely satisfying feeling. This dream also gave her inspiration for solving the case. Her plan was to infiltrate the bar, bait the trap, and lure the snake out of its hole. She sprang into action, ignoring her colleagues' protests. After a quick touch-up of her makeup, she headed straight for the bar. Hey! Listen up, lady! Even if you're going fishing, you need to report it first and wait for backup before going in. You can't just barge in like that. Her colleague beside her groaned in exasperation. You report normally. I'll go in first to scout the situation. Besides, with my superior demonic physique and fully mastered true essence cultivation, no one in the Wild Wolf Gang stands a chance against me. Nothing will go wrong. With that, she turned and strode toward Wild Wolf Bar, leaving no room for refusal. Ying entered the bar. The overwhelming noise mixed with the smell of alcohol made her frown slightly. It was her first time in such a place. But for the sake of solving the case, she had to endure the discomfort. She grabbed a drink, swaying to the beat as she wandered around. As she scanned the room, Ying suddenly spotted someone in the corner who caught her eye. Gripping her glass, she swiftly approached and plopped down beside him. Hey, little guy, out on your own? Want your big sister to buy you a drink? Yuan felt increasingly irritated. Since sitting down, he hadn't even finished his lemonade before being hit on multiple times, most absurdly, even by men. He began to wonder if he'd come to the wrong place. Perhaps the cult wasn't here after all. Hearing the voice at his ear, he instinctively wanted to refuse, but the sound felt familiar. He glanced to the side. There stood a short-haired beauty in leather, smiling warmly at him. His gaze drifted down to her slim waist, hot pants, and long legs. It was undoubtedly the same patrol officer from last time. You? Sister, you, what are you doing here? Considering her special status, he refrained from revealing her identity, merely expressing his confusion. Ying, however, gave him an appreciative look and countered. You're asking me? What are you doing in a place like this? Does Zhang Mingxuan know? Yuan felt awkward at her counter-question. He hadn't told anyone he was coming here, and he couldn't think of a reason on the spot. Seeing Yuan at a loss for words, Ying smirked triumphantly. You're asking me? You're still young and curious about everything, but this isn't a place for you. You're my bestie's dream guy. You can't get corrupted here. You should head back soon. Faced with Ying's lecture, Yuan couldn't be bothered to explain. He gave a perfunctory nod and started to get up to leave. Then a punk with leopard print rings in his ears and multiple lip piercings approached, his face smug as he addressed Ying. Hey, beautiful. All alone? Not interested in joining your big brother for a drink? A flash of disgust crossed Ying's eyes. She immediately wrapped her arm around Yuan's as he was leaving, her expression defiant as she declared. Sorry, I'm here with my boyfriend. The leopard-eyed man froze. He hadn't missed Yuan. He'd just assumed they were having a fight when he saw Yuan about to leave. Now that Ying openly acknowledged it, he paid no mind to Yuan. Instead, he raised his glass. No problem at all. I can buy you both drinks. Everything from now on is on me. He proceeded to clink his glass against both of theirs. When he noticed Yuan holding a lemonade, he chuckled. Ha! Your boyfriend comes to a bar drinking lemonade? I bet he's not much of a fighter in bed either, huh? Let me take care of you, and I guarantee you'll be satisfied. Chapter 25, The Secret Room on the Second Floor. Watching the leopard-eyed man squirm suggestively, Ying didn't get angry. Instead, she blushed coyly and clung tighter to Yuan's arm. My boyfriend is amazing. I can never handle him. Yuan gazed at Ying's bashful expression and couldn't help but marvel at how women were born actresses. Hearing Ying's words, the leopard-eyed man shot Yuan a look of pure jealousy. A pretty boy like him actually managed to win over such a stunning, long-legged beauty. Then, as if remembering something, he suppressed his envious fury and spoke. Since you two are so perfectly matched, I'll offer my blessings. I'll drink to that. He downed his drink in one gulp, then gestured for them to join him. Yuan frowned slightly. Earlier, as the leopard-eyed man clinked glasses with each guest, he had secretly sprinkled a white powder into both of their cups. He thought he was being discreet, but Yuan had noticed it all along. Just as he was about to say something, he felt Ying gently tug at his sleeve. With a smile, Ying then picked up her cup. Very well, then I'll accept your blessing. With that, she drained her cup in one gulp. The leopard-eyed man watched her drink, his face breaking into a broad smile before turning his attention to Yuan. What's the matter, young man? Don't you want to give me face? I was just joking earlier. Don't take it to heart. Ying, standing nearby, reached for the lemonade in Yuan's hand, but he didn't give her the chance, downing it in one gulp. Ying was speechless. You saw there was a problem, so why did you drink it? She turned to the leopard-eyed man with a sour expression. The drink's gone. Why are you still standing here like a nuisance? The leopard-eyed man, however, was delighted, grinning broadly at the pair. Ying slammed her hand on the table and stood up. Get lost already. What's wrong? Why is my head spinning like this? With that, she collapsed into Ning Yuan's arms. Watching Yu Ying's dramatic performance, Ning Yuan desperately wanted to roll his eyes. But feeling a sharp pinch on his chest, he had no choice but to play along. Honey. What's wrong with you? You bastard, you did this to me. I feel dizzy too. Before he could finish, he collapsed face first onto the counter. The leopard-eyed man watched the two collapse and finally broke into a smile. Supporting one person with one arm, he headed upstairs. The Wild Wolf gang members in the second-floor hallway grinned at the man with leopard-like eyes. Yellow hair, got another hot commodity? Looks like this month's rewards will be piling up. After teasing Yellow Hair, the two stepped aside to let him pass. Yellow Hair led the two men to a private room on the second floor, flung them onto the bed, and slammed the door shut. Ha! 2 more points on the scoreboard. This beauty's got it going on, those killer legs and that tiny waist. If I could just get between them. Before sending her off, I'll have my fun first. Yellow Hair rubbed his hands together lecherously as he approached Yu Ying, about to reach for that deadly slim waist. The female patrol officer, who had been unconscious moments before, suddenly sprang to life. A whipping kick struck his chest, sending him crashing into the wall. Before he could scream, a black boot crushed down on his throat, stifling his cry. You bastard! Where were you taking the drugged woman? What were you planning to do? The yellow-haired man's face turned crimson as he frantically pointed at the boot on his throat with his hands. Only then did Yu Ying realize he couldn't speak. She lifted her foot from his throat. Cough, cough. The blonde-haired man lay on the ground, coughing violently. Seeing he still wouldn't speak, Yu Ying moved to strike again. The blonde-haired man quickly blurted out. I only deliver people to the designated location for handover. I genuinely have no idea what happens to them afterward. You don't know? Looks like you're going to have to learn the hard way. Yu Ying's pupils narrowed into vertical slits. She shoved the bedding into the blonde-haired man's mouth and seized his wrist. With a swift twist, her slender nails dug into his wrist. Blood flowed, only to quickly turn into a sickening black. You're poisoned. If I don't give you the antidote, you'll be in agony until you die within 3 hours. Yu Ying pulled the quilt from Huang Mao's mouth and snarled at him. Spill everything you know. Under the pressure of impending death, the yellow-haired man wet himself and spilled everything he knew. He was also a member of the Wild Wolf gang, primarily tasked with supplying new recruits to the gang. Each time, he would bring drugged individuals to the secret room on the second floor, but he had no idea where they were sent afterward. After hearing this, Yu Ying yanked the blonde-haired man to his feet. I'll play along with you. Take me to the secret room. Don't say a word on the way, or no one will give you the antidote. The yellow-haired man trembled violently, nodding frantically in agreement. After you take me there, come back and bring this man to the sedan parked outside the bar. Someone will be waiting to pick him up. Although the operation had gone smoothly so far, Ning Yuan was still an outsider and a prodigy highly regarded by Zhang Mengxue. It was imperative to get him out of harm's way quickly to ensure his safety. After giving all the instructions, he followed the blonde-haired man out the door. The blonde-haired man forced himself to steady his nerves, trying to appear as normal as possible as he guided Ning Yuan deeper into the second floor. They stopped before an ordinary private room after walking a short distance. He began knocking in a rhythmic pattern. After 2 minutes, he changed the rhythm and knocked again. Only then did the door open. 2 men in black stared expressionlessly at Huang Mao, reaching out to take Yu Ying. They immediately shut the door behind them, exchanging not a single word with the blonde-haired man. Huang Mao was long accustomed to this. These 2 men in black always acted like robots, ignoring him completely whenever he spoke. Thankfully it was these two, otherwise, he truly feared someone else might notice something amiss. They turned and headed back toward the private room they had come from. The blonde-haired man opened the door and was about to step inside. Suddenly, a large hand reached out from inside, grabbing him by the collar. A powerful force yanked him inside, slamming the door shut. He opened his mouth to scream, but a hand clamped over his nose and mouth. Simultaneously, a cool liquid slid down his throat. Don't make a sound. Ning Yuan grinned at the terrified young man. Guess what? Was that poison I just gave you? The blonde-haired man instantly felt utterly hopeless. These 2 old bastards pretending to be knocked out was bad enough. But damn it, they both love poisoning people? Double whammy? They're trying to kill me, aren't they? Staring at Ning Yuan's cheerful smile, he forced out a grimace. Sir, what are your orders? Outside the secret room. The same yellow-haired man who had just been here moments ago returned, knocking on the door. The same 2 men in black opened the door, looking puzzled as they stared at the blonde-haired man. Guys, there's one more. I forgot to bring him earlier. The black-clad men resumed their icy demeanor, took Ning Yuan from him, and closed the door behind them, leaving the blonde-haired man alone at the door, questioning his existence. He silently prayed to himself, these 2 must come out alive. His own life was in their hands. Chapter 26, Initiating the Cult Ritual? Ning Yuan was carried into the room by the 2 men. Though his eyes remained closed, he sensed no trace of Yu Ying's presence. It seemed there was a secret passage within the house. Ewing had long since been taken to an unknown location. He kept his eyes closed, feigning death. One of the black-clad figures approached the bedside cabinet, picked up the phone, and dialed. Beep, beep, beep. After 3 rings, the call disconnected. Immediately afterward, a noise came from beneath the bed as a passageway opened. The 2 men immediately lifted Ning Yuan and began moving toward the passageway. Ning Yuan carefully sensed his surroundings and realized the 2 seemed to be carrying him downward. They soon descended more than 2 stories. They must have reached the underground level. No wonder the inspection team never discovered where the missing people were being transported. They had been hidden underground beneath the wild wolf bar all along. As they descended further, the environment grew increasingly cold and damp. Before long, they seemed to have reached their destination. They tossed Ning Yuan carelessly onto the floor and turned to leave. Ning Yuan quietly narrowed his eyes, beginning to survey his surroundings. It was a vast, open underground plaza, dimly lit by scattered torches that barely illuminated the surroundings. At the center of the plaza lay a massive, deep pit. From their vantage point, it was impossible to discern what lay within. Ewing and several others were dumped not far from Ning Yuan. When Ewing saw Ning Yuan being brought in, he nearly leaped to his feet. He hadn't expected this yellow-haired brat to dare bring Ning Yuan down here too. Was he really not afraid of being poisoned? Just as Ewing was contemplating how to get Ning Yuan out, muffled footsteps echoed through the passageway. An incredibly imposing figure emerged from the passageway. Nearly 3 meters tall, he radiated overwhelming pressure. His body was encased in iron-hard muscles, and his exaggerated weight caused the ground to tremble with each step. A massive face emerged from the passageway, a horn protruding from his forehead, a veritable rhino spirit incarnate. The wild wolf gang leader surveyed the figures lying before him, a satisfied grin spreading across his face. Today's haul was substantial. Soon, he could initiate the ritual to obtain resources for advancing to the Chi Si realm. He opened his massive hand, scooped up the figures on the ground, and strode toward the large pit. In a few strides, he reached the pit's edge and descended the steps. Ning Yuan narrowed his eyes as he peered into the pit. His pupils instantly contracted at the sight of the horrifying scene below. Rows of sharp iron hooks lined the pit, each bearing a naked, blood-soaked body. They were still alive. They strained to open their mouths wide, gasping for faint breaths. Yet for some reason, only their eyes filled with terror were visible. Unable to speak, they hung there like livestock. Before Ning Yuan could react, Ewing, held in the wild wolf gang leader's other hand, could endure no longer. She violently shook off her restraints. A long, powerful leg descended like a sharp battle axe, cutting through the air with a furious whoosh as it came crashing down. The wild wolf gang leader swiftly crossed his arms to block the blow, meeting it with a dull thud of flesh and bone colliding. His foot slammed down, shattering the stone steps beneath him inch by inch, a testament to the sheer force of the blow. The wild wolf gang leader let out a low, muffled groan, his mind filled with astonishment. As a beast with the bloodline of a rhinoceros, his sole trait was thick, tough skin, making him a master of defense. Yet under this woman's single strike, his arms trembled violently, nearly unable to withstand the blow. Both were true blood grandmasters. What was this woman's background? Ewing, standing nearby, could no longer bear the sight. Seeing the people around them hung like livestock, she was already convinced the wild wolf gang was connected to a cult. Failing to finish them off, she lashed out again in fury. Her fists and kicks cut through the air like wind. A petite beauty, barely 5 feet tall, was overwhelming a 10-foot-tall monster, beating it until it coughed up blood repeatedly. This intensely impactful scene sent Ning Yuan's blood boiling. No wonder she dared to venture into the lion's den alone. Her strength was truly formidable. Just as Ning Yuan thought victory was assured, an unexpected turn occurred. Although Ewing had maintained the upper hand, defeating the wild wolf gang leader was only a matter of time. But gazing upon the countless vacant stares around her, rage boiled within her. She yearned to subdue him immediately, drag him back to headquarters, and beat the truth out of him. After repelling the wild wolf gang leader with a single strike, the leader used the momentum of his retreat to suddenly dive low, powering up with all 4 limbs. Like a raging rhino, he charged straight at Ewing. Caught off guard, Ewing could only scramble to block the charge. She was sent flying by the impact, tumbling toward the deep pit below. But then came the sound of fabric tearing. Mid-air, Ewing sprouted a pair of bat-like wings from her back, forcing her to hover in mid-air. The wild wolf gang leader's face paled. In disbelief, he exclaimed. "Those are the wings of the soaring serpent. Are you one of those ancient bloodline geniuses from the patrol bureau who forged a superior demonic physique? Oomph. Too late now. Today, I'll show you the difference between a superior demonic physique and an inferior one." Ewing snorted coldly, channeling all her vital energy into her right leg. She dove down from the sky, delivering a vicious kick. Enveloped in crimson vital energy, her entire right leg resembled the fang of a giant serpent, poised to pierce the wild wolf gang leader. The wild wolf gang leader watched this earth-shattering strike and actually revealed a sinister grin. His massive hand tore away the tattered rags draped over his body, revealing a monstrous gray torso. With a violent rip, both hands tore at his chest. He tore open the flesh on his chest, revealing a bizarre, blood-soaked eyeball. Soul-devouring light. With the wild wolfgang leader's roar, the flesh and blood eyeball locked onto Ewing mid-air, firing a crimson beam of light straight toward her. Mid-air, Ewing had no way to evade. She collided with the crimson beam, letting out a piercing scream. Her kick, originally aimed at the head, veered off course, striking the shoulder instead and leaving a wound deep enough to expose bone. A thunderous crash echoed. Ewing crashed onto the plaza, sending dirt and stones flying. Clutching her head, she howled in agony. You've truly mastered the art. How can you unleash a psychic attack? The Wolfgang leader's chest flesh slowly closed over his flesh eye. Yet he clutched his shoulder in agony. A gaping hole had been blasted open there, white bone fragments clearly visible. A layer of black mist lingered around the wound, hindering its healing. This soul-devouring eye was forged from the flesh and blood of 1,000 sacrifices. The might of my god, you can imagine what it truly is. Ewing struggled to speak, suppressing the agony of his shattered mind. So you worship the monstrous god Tao Tai. You filthy gluttonous cultist scum. You've also been poisoned by my Tingsha venom. You're as good as dead. The wild Wolfgang leader frowned as he sensed the black mist at his wound. Not only was it preventing his recovery, but it showed signs of spreading, severely corroding his flesh. Damn it! Once I've prayed to the Divine Lord for blessings, I'll sacrifice you to him in exchange for sustenance. With that, he dragged his wounded body toward the pit, kneeling to begin the ritual. To the Divine Lord of the ancient path of the deep void, the great god of gluttony. We offer the flesh and blood of 1,000 souls as sustenance. Grant us your blessing. Yu Ying's eyes darkened with despair. Mentally shattered, she could barely control her own body. Once he completed the ritual, they were all doomed. Chapter 27, Ritual Initiated, Flesh and Blood Contest. Just as Yu Ying was plunged into despair. Boom! The ground shook violently. A deafening roar erupted from the massive pit as a figure hurtled toward the wild Wolfgang leader like a meteorite, swift as thunder. A single punch struck the Wolfgang leader squarely in the wound on his shoulder. The shoulder, already exposed to the bone, instantly became a bloody mess. The blow pierced right through, leaving a gaping, transparent hole. It was Ning Yuan who had struck. The moment he saw Ewing ambushed and the wild Wolfgang leader suddenly turned the tables, Ning Yuan sensed trouble brewing. He had been secretly gathering power, preparing for a surprise attack. When he saw the wild Wolfgang leader step forward to chant his incantation, Ning Yuan's heart leapt with joy. Boss walking up to cast a spell? Trying to activate phase 2? I'll be damned if I let you start your ritual. He struck decisively, interrupting the spell. For now, it seemed to work. The wild Wolfgang leader wasn't faring well either. His shoulder, already shattered by Ewing and unlikely to heal, was now pierced clean through. He was probably crippled. The wild Wolfgang leader was furious. Today was truly a day of misfortune. First, he was wounded by that female patrol officer who somehow snuck in, forcing him to use the flesh eye of the fierce god's blessing. Then he had to waste over 1,000 flesh points to prematurely activate the ritual, begging for healing and detox resources. Now, he'd been ambushed by a body-forging stage insect, leaving his right arm completely crippled. Gah! The wild Wolfgang leader roared, charging straight at Ning Yuan. He didn't want to activate the ritual now, he only wanted to crush this despicable insect to death and devour it raw. Standing nearly 3 meters tall, his strides were enormous. In just a few steps, he closed in, his palm as large as a fan slapping toward Ning Yuan. As if swatting a mere insect. Before the palm even reached him, the powerful gust it generated swept over, blowing Ning Yuan's hair backward. Ning Yuan's entire body tensed, muscles straining as he arched backward. With a perfect iron bridge pose, he dodged the mountain-splitting blow. Instantly, his feet seemed to take root. Power surged from his waist as his major tendons pulsed and tightened like great dragons. Momentum coursed through his entire body, propelling him upward like a spring. He rose to his feet and unleashed a punch toward the wild Wolfgang leader. Such a maneuver was utterly unexpected. For someone at the body-tempering realm to execute it would likely shatter their own bones and snap their spine. Let alone mount a counterattack. Ning Yuan's physique utterly defied the wild Wolfgang leader's understanding of the forged body realm. Facing the surging fist, the wild Wolfgang leader grinned savagely. He opened his gaping maw, his teeth harder than steel, lunging to bite at Ning Yuan's arm. Simultaneously, his palm, having struck empty air, clenched fiercely. He swept his arm horizontally toward Ning Yuan, sealing off his retreat. Watching the wild Wolfgang leader orchestrate this deadly trap in an instant, Ning Yuan couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Truly, he was a genuine fighter forged from the brutal battles of the underworld. His combat awareness was formidable. The wild Wolfgang leader had long since forged his demonic physique, achieving the ultimate refinement of his mortal form. If bitten, his flesh might survive, but his unhardened bones would shatter. But a wild gleam flashed in Ning Yuan's eyes. You've got bad breath, you bastard. Even if his body resembled a mountain, he would break through it. Even if he might not prevail, he would strike with courage. Under immense pressure, the martial will of the mountain-shouldering fist fused completely with the technique itself. From countless repetitions of practice and combat, a single killing move was finally forged. Dan Shan. With the momentum of a body smashing through mountains, he struck fiercely toward the wild wolfgang leader's teeth. Thud. A sound like jade pillars striking bronze bells echoed, followed immediately by the crackling of shattered bone. Two palm-sized teeth, mixed with flesh and blood, flew out. The wild wolfgang leader staggered back several steps, clutching his mouth full of blood. Ning Yuan also stumbled back several meters, his arm trembling as blood trickled down his fist. This was the first time he had been injured. Yet with that punch, the pent-up energy deep within him finally erupted, leaving his entire body feeling invigorated. His powerful flesh regenerated instantly, stopping the bleeding from his fist. Muscle wrapped around his knuckles as he clenched his fist slightly. He could fight again. The wild wolfgang leader sensed Ning Yuan's surging fighting spirit and felt a chill run down his spine. Where the hell did this freak come from? At the body forging stage, he possessed such terrifying physical prowess, perfectly developed flesh, mastered martial techniques, and had even grasped an extremely strong martial will, with no weaknesses whatsoever. His own arm was crippled, the venom of the soaring serpent still corroding his flesh, steadily draining his strength. Why not begin the ritual first to seek divine blessings, then sacrifice these two? We're sure to reap great rewards. With this thought, the wild wolfgang leader swiftly ran to the pit's edge. Ji Shin Kong Du Lu. With two front teeth knocked out by Ning Yuan, the wild wolfgang leader spoke with a lisp, utterly unable to utter the incantation. Ning Yuan roared with laughter and actually charged at him. The wild wolfgang leader furrowed his brow, refusing to engage in a drawn-out fight. Instead, he relied on his formidable defense to withstand the assault. A deep rumbling then rose from his abdomen. O divine sovereign of the profound void ancient path, great god of gluttony. Demon martial artists possessed extraordinary control over their bodies, capable of manipulating every muscle with precision. Manipulating muscles to produce a sound from the abdomen was the simplest thing in the world. Yuing, who had been frozen in shock nearby, finally snapped back to reality. Hearing the wild wolfgang leader initiate the ritual once more, she fought back a headache and shouted, "Ning Yuan, run! Escape now while you still can. Once he completes the ritual, it'll be too late." But as Yuing shouted, the wild wolfgang leader's incantation drew to a close. Grant me the means to purge the poison and restore my strength. As the wild wolfgang leader uttered his final words, the figure suspended within the pit, resembling a slaughtered pig, began to melt like a candle. Flesh and blood flowed together into the depths of the pit. The space began to tremble, as if some mysterious force were prying open the fabric of matter. A sliver of opening appeared, and an unknown aura drifted down from within. From the gloomy void came the sound of chewing, followed by a flash of crimson light, revealing a writhing mass of flesh emerging from above the pit. The wild wolfgang leader, witnessing this scene, was overjoyed. Having withstood Ning Yuan's punch, he charged directly toward the writhing mass of flesh. Ning Yuan's pupils contracted, yet he did not flee. Instead, he too charged toward the mass of flesh. By now, the black mist had engulfed most of the wild wolfgang leader's body, yet his speed lagged behind Ning Yuan's. Get out of the way! The wild wolfgang leader swung his iron bararm, attempting to block Ning Yuan's path. But Ning Yuan's body twisted nimbly. He leapt, using the gang leader's arm as a springboard to accelerate toward the writhing flesh. Just as Ning Yuan's palm touched the flesh, the wild wolfgang leader panicked. Ignoring the danger of backlash, the eerie eye in his chest reappeared, firing a crimson beam of light at Ning Yuan. Ning Yuan was struck directly by the beam, his body stiffening as if he had completely lost consciousness. The wild wolfgang leader let out a pained groan before reaching out to grab the writhing flesh. Just as he seized the flesh, one hand clamped down on the flesh, then yanked with all his might, tearing the masculine in two. Damned insect! It's you again! The wild wolfgang leader roared in fury. It was Ning Yuan, who had just lost consciousness moments ago, now standing there unscathed, holding the other half of the flesh in his hand. Chapter 28, Divine Power, Demon Slaying. The wild wolfgang leader stared at Ning Yuan, filled with rage and confusion. His fury stemmed from this despicable forged body insect ruining his plans yet again. His bewilderment stemmed from how a mere body-forging cultivator, struck by the soul-devouring eye, could stand here unscathed. But he didn't dwell on it. The immediate priority was purging the tincture venom from his body and healing his wounds. He would retrieve the other half later, shatter the man's bones, and slowly extract the secrets hidden within him. With that thought, the wild wolfgang leader tilted his head back and shoved half the flesh and blood into his mouth. A gulp echoed as his neck visibly bulged and then flattened. He had actually swallowed the flesh whole. As the flesh descended, a sickening crimson glow erupted from the wild wolfgang leader's body. It began to devour the black mist, repairing his damaged form. Feeling the flesh within him stir to life and his vital energy begin to circulate, the wild wolfgang leader flashed a cruel grin at Ning Yuan. At that moment, Ning Yuan was carefully examining the flesh in his hand. Only half remained, still writhing as if alive. A long-dormant system notification echoed in Ning Yuan's mind. Detected absorbable energy. Absorbing energy. The system had reacted the moment the wild wolfgang leader completed the ritual, when that unknown aura leaked out. Now, holding the flesh in his hand, the system began charging. Could the energy it required be connected to the fiend god? Gazing at the savagely grinning wild wolf gang leader, Ning Yuan knew this was no time for such thoughts. He looked up at the wild wolf gang leader. Under the latter's stunned gaze, he swallowed the chunk of flesh nearly half a human head in size whole. You bastard! That's mine! The divine sovereign bestowed it upon me. The wild wolf gang leader roared like a rhinoceros driven to fury. Stomping the ground with thunderous force, he charged forward, sending rocks and dirt flying. Ning Yuan chewed the flesh vigorously in his mouth. It was incredibly chewy and springy, the slippery texture swirling in his mouth before finally being swallowed into his stomach. The divine power activated instantly upon consumption. Powerful energy erupted from his stomach, nourishing his entire body. The fractured bones in his hands rapidly repaired and healed under this force. An unending surge of energy crashed through his body, finding no outlet. Ning Yuan felt as though his body might explode. His body temperature soared, his skin flushed crimson, and waves of scorching heat rolled off him as plumes of white vapor erupted. With a mighty roar, he charged toward the wild wolf gang leader. Empowered by the two supreme traits, sky-piercing and earth-shattering, he charged forward like a savage primordial divine elephant. Boom! Like two speeding freight trains colliding, the ground shook violently, thudding with a deep rumble. Then the two began to wrestle, neither yielding. The wild wolf gang leader swung his hammer-sized fist with the crushing force of a mountain, smashing wildly toward Ning Yuan without a thought for defense. Ning Yuan radiated a torrent of heat, his momentum capable of shattering mountains, determined to pierce through the towering figure before him. Yuing watched the two men before her, seemingly possessed by madness, clashing with frenzied intensity, neither yielding an inch. Dust and debris flew everywhere, reducing the square to ruins. She felt utterly astonished. How could Ning Yuan, with only a forged body cultivation, hold his own against a true seed in a direct clash? Even if the wild wolf gang leader possessed only an inferior demonic physique and was gravely wounded, he was still a true seed at its peak. A demonic physique was a completely different species from a forged physique. What kind of prodigy could achieve such feats? Yet Ning Yuan felt exhilarated, channeling his excess energy through the battle. His bones shattered repeatedly, only to be instantly mended by mysterious energy, tempered into greater strength. It resembled the state of nirvana, yet it was different. Though he hadn't achieved rebirth, metamorphosis, or ultimate sublimation. He was rapidly tempered, advancing swiftly toward demonic bones. Just as Ning Yuan grew more exhilarated and frenzied with each strike, the wild wolf gang leader had long since reached his limit. This freak of nature, who had appeared out of nowhere, had managed to exchange blows with him for so long without showing the slightest sign of exhaustion. He ignored Ning Yuan's incoming punch. Drawing a deep breath, his blood boiled and his vital energy surged, causing his body to swell to twice its size. His massive hand, like a mountain-sized steel, slammed toward Ning Yuan's chest. Ning Yuan suddenly felt every hair on his body stand on end. An overwhelming sense of pressure descended upon him, a palpable threat of death enveloping his mind. This blow was impossible to withstand. His already swinging fist accelerated violently. Straining beyond limit, muscles bulged along his arm, thick tendons twisting taut and protruding. This punch reached its absolute peak. But could it shatter this rhino's defense? At this critical moment, the system's voice finally echoed in his mind. Divine ability draw attempt 1. Extract divine ability? Extract it. As Ning Yuan's command echoed in his mind, a mysterious Tao seed materialized within his consciousness. It took root atop his spiritual sea, radiating brilliant light. Congratulations, host, on drawing the divine ability, Demon Slaying. The moment the demon slaying divine ability appeared, Ning Yuan understood its effect and usage. With the thought, the demon slaying divine ability activated instantly. A hazy, ethereal light instantly enveloped his fist, subtle and distant, dreamlike and illusory. Yet Ning Yuan's fist pierced the wild wolf gang leader's chest with ease, seizing his pounding, powerful heart and crushing it in one swift squeeze. Scalding blood splattered across Ning Yuan's handsome, delicate features. He grinned. I still won. The wild wolf gang leader's movements froze mid-air as he stared in disbelief at the arm piercing through his chest. His entire body deflated like a punctured balloon, shrinking until it returned to its normal size. He collapsed lifelessly onto the ground. The vitality of a demonic martial artist was incredibly resilient. Even a crushed heart wouldn't kill them instantly. Ning Yuan stepped forward. That snowflake pendant, you gave it to the dog-headed man, didn't you? How did you come by it? His purpose in visiting the wild wolf gang was to uncover the origins of the snowflake pendant. Though he had his suspicions, he still sought corroborating evidence. The snowflake pendant? The snowflake pendant? You're Ning Yuan. The wild wolf gang leader's voice trembled as he uttered the words snowflake pendant. His eyes suddenly widened as he stared at the tortoise shell pattern on Ning Yuan's body, then he burst into a maniacal laugh. You're Ning Yuan. You're his son. Ha ha. Ning Yuan frowned at the wild wolf gang leader. What on earth was he on about? Ha! A few days ago, my men discovered that Doggy was last seen leaving Paradise Street with you before vanishing. Since you're his son, I couldn't bring myself to act. Never imagined you'd team up with the patrol officer and come knocking at my door. Cough cough. The Wild Wolf Gang leader seemed to recall something amusing, erupting into maniacal laughter before being overcome by uncontrollable coughing. He finally managed to catch his breath. You wanted to know the origin of the snowflake pendant, didn't you? I'll tell you. The Wild Wolf Gang leader's voice grew fainter and fainter, forcing Ning Yuan to lean closer to hear. Do you know why I, a rhino, am the leader of the Wild Wolf Gang? It's because the Wild Wolf Gang wasn't founded by me at all. Your father, Ning Tianxiong, he is the true master of the Wild Wolf Gang. The entire gang is merely his black love, working for him. That pendant was given to me by him. Even the gluttony cult, he was the one who brought me in. Go report your father, haha. After revealing everything, the Wild Wolf Gang leader finally breathed his last with a satisfied smile. Perhaps he thought Ning Yuan, after going to such lengths to uncover the gang's ties to the cult, would be tormented to discover his own father was the mastermind behind it all. But for Ning Yuan, this was simply absolutely fantastic. Yuing gazed from afar as Ning Yuan, like a celestial being descended to earth, slew the demonic fiend in one decisive blow, bathed in its blood. This scene was deeply etched into her heart, impossible to forget. The dream guy Zhang Mengxue had spoken of was truly extraordinary. Just as Yuing was thinking this, Ning Yuan's body suddenly shook violently, crashing heavily to the ground, unconscious. Chapter 29, The Hospital. Yuing watched as Ning Yuan collapsed suddenly, unconscious. Gritting her teeth, she forced herself to ignore the mental and emotional discomfort, dragging her heavy body toward him. Hoisting him onto her shoulder, she dragged Ning Yuan back toward the secret passage they had come through. Just as the two stumbled to the secret room's entrance, a commotion erupted outside. It turned out the commotion from the Wild Wolf Gang leader's initiation ceremony had alerted the reinforcing patrol officers, who were now entering to search the premises. Upon seeing her colleagues arrive, Yuing could only manage to say, "Get him to the hospital quickly." Before she could finish, her body went limp and she too fainted. Weicheng First Central Hospital. In the premium VIP ward, Zhang Mengxue and Yuing stood on either side of Ning Yuan's hospital bed. It's been 3 days already. Why hasn't he woken up? Could something be wrong? Zhang Mengxue gazed at Ning Yuan with concern, unable to hold back her question. Don't worry, Shui. The hospital conducted a full physical examination earlier. He's as strong as an ox and has no injuries. He just took a direct hit from the soul-devouring eye, damaging his psyche. With all the psychic tonics he's been getting these past days and the mental adjustments from the divine perception expert, he should wake up soon. After speaking, Yuing also looked at Ning Yuan's peaceful profile. If he hadn't turned the tide that day, she would likely have fallen. Zhang Mengxue shot Yuing a wary glance, her body instinctively shielding Ning Yuan like a mother protecting her young. Let me tell you, this is a top-tier investment we've jointly made. Don't even think about pulling any tricks. With his pure, handsome face and naturally charming demeanor, Ning Yuan was a surefire heartthrob. Add to that the fact he'd rescued Yuing from the cult's clutches, they'd shared hardship together. She was deeply suspicious that Yuing might harbor ulterior motives. Yuing shot a glance at the protective Zhang Mengxue, then suddenly leaned in, lifting her chin and saying, "You little minx, why are you guarding your hottie so fiercely? Afraid I'll steal him away? I was just wondering how someone at the body-tempering realm could withstand the soul-devouring eye and still fight the Wild Wolf Gang leader for so long." Zhang Mengxue slapped Yu Ying's hand away and declared proudly, "My brother's a natural prodigy. Maybe he was born with an iron will. Unlike some people who can't even take a single hit. Oh, you dare take a dig at me." With that, Yuing lunged at Zhang Mengxue, and they began playfully wrestling, filling the hospital room with playful chaos. Amidst their playful scuffle, Ning Yuan finally stirred awake. In truth, the day he heard Yuing mention the Wild Wolf Gang leader's ability to launch psychic attacks, Ning Yuan had already begun contemplating a countermeasure. The dream-bridging divine ability allowed one to enter another's dreams with their own mind and spirit. Could this be used to evade psychic attacks? Thus, when the Wild Wolf Gang leader launched his sneak attack, Ning Yuan decisively entered the dream forging space. This was also why his body had lost control at that moment. Entering the dream forging space was akin to falling asleep, rendering his physical body uncontrollable. However, the hasty activation of the dream transfer technique had failed to provide complete evasion. His mind had still suffered considerable damage. After dealing with the Wild Wolf Gang leader, he could no longer hold on and fainted. Feeling the oppressive weight on his body, Ning Yuan opened his eyes to a blindingly white expanse. Feeling Ning Yuan's gaze, the two immediately stopped their playful banter. Yuing flushed as she adjusted her clothing, covering her fair legs and alluring waist. Zhang Mengxue, however, paid no mind. After all, what hadn't she seen when Ning Yuan massaged her? Her face flushed, she flung herself beside Ning Yuan and asked with concern, "You're awake. How do you feel now? Is anything bothering you?" Watching Zhang Mengshue's excitedly bouncing breasts, Ning Yuan found it hard to resist and awkwardly turned his head away. "I'm starving. I want a big steamed bun." After all, for the past 3 days, he'd relied solely on energy solution to sustain his body, without eating a single bite. His stomach felt hollow. Years of eating habits made him crave something substantial. Hearing Ning Yuan's request for buns, Zhang Mingxue rolled her eyes at him before turning to grab the pager beside her. She ordered a top-tier nutritional meal from the hospital. Soon after, a cat-tailed nurse arrived with a balanced meal featuring both meat and vegetables. Ning Yuan devoured the meal in large bites while pulling up his personal interface to review the gains from this mission. Host, Ning Yuan. Heaven-supporting mystic Tortoise bloodline, unknown chaos bloodline. Traits, sky-supporting, earth-shattering, rock-solid, endurance, longevity. Technique, mountain-bearing fist, mastery. Martial skill, mountain-shaking spear technique, mastery. Realm, body-tempering bone-quenching 50%. Divine powers, consumption, dream implantation, demon slaying. Remaining divine ability extractions, 0. Ning Yuan nodded with satisfaction as he examined his stats panel. First was his forged body cultivation. During the frenzied battle with the wild wolfgang leader, his bones had snapped countless times. Each time, the mysterious energy within that mass of flesh and blood would repair him, causing his bone-tempering progress to surge dramatically, completing half of it in one go. Moreover, he had fully integrated his martial will, deriving a lethal technique from the self-bearing mountain fist. But his greatest gain was undoubtedly the divine abilities. Demon slaying, capable of cutting down demons and evil spirits, dealing immense damage to monsters. Simply put, it empowers the wielder to inflict immense damage upon demons. The leader of the wild wolf gang was defeated by Ning Yuan's demon-slaying divine power, which pierced through his defenses before ultimately slaying him. This divine technique might not be exceptionally powerful in other worlds, but in this one, it bordered on game-breaking. Because in this world, everyone possesses demonic bloodlines and is thus identified as a demon by the demon-slaying divine technique. It could be said to come with special effects upon activation. Unfortunately, its use drained physical stamina. With his current physique, continuous activation was impossible. It couldn't serve as an opening move for basic attacks and could only be employed as a one-hit kill finishing move for now. As for the energy source required by the divine power system, Ning Yuan had formed a hypothesis. It was most likely tied to the aura of the fierce gods. It seemed he would need to seek out more items imbued with that aura, a path that inevitably placed him at odds with the orthodox sects. Still, discovering the energy source for the divine power system was his greatest asset for survival. With his final bite of meat gone, Ning Yuan patted his belly contentedly. Yuying, now fully recovered and radiating her usual spirited vigor, drew closer. Did the wild wolf gang leader reveal anything about the cult before you killed him? Yuying had witnessed Ning Yuan conversing with the wild wolf gang leader, but her mind had been too wounded at the time to hear anything from such a distance. After a moment's thought, Ning Yuan replied to Yuying. That's right. He did tell me about the cult. There's another high-ranking member in Weha City. Yuying hadn't expected Ning Yuan to have gained any real information and hurriedly pressed for more details. Ning Yuan revealed the connection between the wild wolf gang and Ning Tianxiong, but deliberately omitted the snowflake pendant. After all, explaining that would be too complicated and might expose other issues. Upon hearing Ning Yuan's account, Yuying was overjoyed. Excellent. With your testimony, we can continue the investigation. We'll root out every cult member in Weha City. She rushed toward the door, adding over her shoulder. Your contribution this time is immense. I'll request higher rewards for you from my superiors. Later, I'll have Zhang personally notify you when your reward is issued. Hearing Yuying suddenly change her tone, Zhang Mingxue was utterly speechless. It was just that she wanted to see Ning Yuan herself. Did she really think I wouldn't let her come? Ning Yuan turned to Zhang Mingxue and asked. By the way, during the 3 days I was unconscious, is old Xia okay? Old Xia is fine. I informed him of your situation long ago. He's been waiting at the massage parlor for news about you. Hearing this, Ning Yuan felt slightly relieved, though he still worried old Xia might have done something reckless. After all, he was a re-education through labor convict. If he caused any more trouble, he might face punishment. Then let's get out of here right now. Chapter 30, The Temporary Inspector. Zhang Mingxue remained uneasy, so she had Ning Yuan undergo a comprehensive examination at the hospital. Only after confirming he was in perfect health did she complete the discharge procedures. Stepping outside the hospital gates, Zhang Mingxue gestured toward a white luxury sports car parked by the roadside, signaling Ning Yuan to get in. The roar of the engine filled the air as powerful acceleration pushed them back into their seats. The sports car sped toward Heaven Street, carrying both of them. Blind massage parlor. Ning Yuan watched as old Xia lay on the massage bed, swiping through videos of scantily clad dancers as usual. He exhaled in relief before pushing open the door. Old Xia immediately dropped his lecherous grin upon seeing Ning Yuan and his companion. He nonchalantly set his phone aside and declared with solemn seriousness. Your spiritual fluctuations surge like the sun rising from water, vibrant and ascending. Seems your recovery is going well. Ning Yuan had intended to tease old Xia, but upon hearing him mention spiritual energy, his interest was piqued. What exactly is this mental power? It's so mysterious, capable of harming others invisibly, leaving no defense possible. When the topic turned to cultivation, old Xia instantly adopted the demeanor of a teacher and answered earnestly. As a body-forging practitioner, mental cultivation was far beyond your reach, which is why I never mentioned it. But since you've now faced a mental attack, I'll explain it thoroughly. First, do you know what the first 5 stages of demon martial arts are? I know that. The first 5 stages are body forging, true seed, GC, divine perception, and secret treasure. Ning replied obediently. Correct. The path of demonic martial arts begins at the body forging realm, tempering sinews, bones, skin, and flesh, refining the demonic physique. Then progresses to the true seed stage, where one reflects upon their own form to forge a demonic treasure body, all part of refining the body. Upon reaching Chi Si, the demonic power seed takes root, transforming into a Chi Si that generates demonic energy. This is Chi cultivation. The divine awakening stage speaks of the awakening of a spark of true spirit, the sprouting of divine consciousness, where one's own mental power can influence reality. This is cultivating the spirit. The secret treasure realm involves deeply tapping into one's potential, unlocking the 3 secret treasures: flesh, Chi Si, and spirit, to cultivate the 3 flowers. When the 3 flowers of essence, energy, and spirit converge at the crown, achieving unity with heaven and humanity, and completing the great unification of the body's interior and exterior, one attains the status of a heavenly human master. Upon first hearing of the heavenly master, Ning Yuan couldn't help but ask with curiosity, what extraordinary realm lies beyond that of a heavenly human master? Old Xie shot Ning Yuan a glance and sighed. You haven't even perfected body forging yet. Why think so far ahead? I've told you all this merely to make one thing clear. Before awakening divine perception, one cannot cultivate or harness mental energy. Only those with exceptionally rare bloodlines might slightly manipulate mental energy at the Chi Si or even true seed realm. If you encounter someone with such bloodline, be extremely cautious. Don't fall into their trap. After speaking, old Xia pinched Ning Yuan's bones again, nodding with satisfaction. Who'd have thought misfortune would bring you such fortune? Your bone tempering has advanced significantly. But now that your mind is unburdened, you mustn't neglect your cultivation. Alright, fresh out of the hospital and already back to cultivation, they won't let me rest for a moment. After seeing Zhang Mengxue off, Ning Yuan returned to his room alone. Truthfully, his visit had 2 purposes: to inform old Xie of his safety and to resume cultivation. After all, after lying unconscious in bed for 3 days, his bones felt rusty. Time spent cultivating always flew by. In the blink of an eye, several days had passed. That day, as Ning Yuan was deep in his bone tempering practice, 2 sharp honks sounded outside the massage parlor, drawing him to the door. A fiery red motorcycle was parked at the entrance. Yuing, clad in form-fitting leather that accentuated her alluring curves, removed her sunglasses to reveal her striking, delicate features. She flashed a deliberately mischievous smile. Hop on, little brother. Let big sister take you somewhere exciting, okay? Ning Yuan, unsure of her intentions, walked over to the motorcycle and climbed onto the back seat. Sis Yu, where are you taking me? Yuing twisted the throttle and swung the bike around. Don't ask questions yet. You'll find out when we get there. Big sis is here to give you a special treat. With that, she slammed the throttle open. The tires screeched against the pavement, sending Ning Yuan's body lurching backward. He scrambled forward, his hands darting out to wrap around Yuing's slender waist. Ying's body trembled slightly before she turned her head and smiled. Hold on tight, I'm about to pick up speed. The car sped up, weaving nimbly through traffic like a lawless outlaw, utterly unconcerned about being pulled over by the cops. Feeling the wind ruffle the hair at his forehead, his hands gripping Ying's slender, smooth waist, he couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Truly, a lady of serpentine bloodline, that waist was absolutely divine. Sister Yu really had come to deliver a treat. Alas, this exquisite pleasure was short-lived. With Ying's reckless speed, they reached their destination in just over 10 minutes. The red motorcycle came to a halt before a white building complex bearing the sign Beichen District Patrol Substation. Ning Yuan scrambled off the bike and stared at the sign above the entrance. What's up, Sister Yu? Are you here to arrest me? Did you do something wrong? I was actually planning to award you the Outstanding Citizen Medal. Looks like I'll have to interrogate you properly now. Ying teased. After presenting her credentials, she led Ning Yuan into the patrol bureau's lobby. The intel you provided last time was crucial. But I've only been in Weha City for a short while. I had no idea the Ning family wielded such influence. They seem to have connections at the top. With the Wild Wolf Gang leader dead and no witnesses, your testimony alone isn't enough to bring down the Ning family. Ning Yuan heard Ying's words and wasn't surprised. The Ning family was practically all-powerful in Weha City, making it difficult to convict or investigate them. But the fact that the Wild Wolf Gang is connected to the Ning family is undeniable. That alone should give them a run for their money. Ying glanced at Ning Yuan with a hint of regret, seemingly feeling guilty about the sacrifices he had made. Ning Yuan, however, took it in stride. If the Ning family could be brought down so easily, how could they be called the dominant force in Weha City? So he changed the subject. So why did you bring me here, you? Surely it's not just to give me an award? Ewing also answered his question. You helped me out big time by joining the gang, and I got major credit for it. I see you're not short on cash or resources now. So I thought about it and applied for a temporary patrol pass for you. This thing is quite useful, it makes you sort of an official, which can avoid a lot of trouble. Ning Yuan's eyes lit up. This was exactly what he needed. Ewing had likely secured it specifically as a protective measure, fearing the Ning family might come after him. The patrol bureau's manpower is limited, they can't handle every violent incident everywhere. So they issue temporary patrol credentials to hire some demon warriors. They ask them to assist the patrol department with investigations or handling incidents. Of course, these temporary patrol credentials come in tiers. The third tier one I applied for you is mainly so you can invoke the patrol bureau's authority when facing trouble. It doesn't require you to actually handle cases. It's just something to get by with. Sister Yu is awesome. She's even secured my fallback plan. No actual work required, just a temporary gig where I won't take the fall. Makes life so much easier from now on. Sis Yu, how many tiers are there in total? Ning Yuan couldn't help but ask. 7 tiers. The lowest is informant, providing intel and such. Next up is auxiliary police, helping maintain order and mediate disputes. Your tier grants arrest and investigative powers, plus you can assist officers in apprehending criminals. Beyond that, your cultivation level isn't high enough to apply. Chapter 31, Speedrun Assessment, Obtaining Certification. The two chatted as they headed upstairs. Hey! Isn't this our bureau's officer you? Paying a visit to our old precinct today? How about I arrange a welcome ceremony for you? Just then, a man with short, grayish-brown facial hair descended the stairs. Recognizing Ewing, he proactively greeted her. His tone, however, was overly flamboyant, making others feel slightly uncomfortable. So that greasy smell, turns out it's old gal leaking oil. Your annoying monkey antics are enough to turn off not just young ladies, but even dogs would find them repulsive. Ewing clearly looked down on this man, her words laced with barbs. The monkey-faced man's self-satisfied grin froze instantly. He forced a change of subject, turning to Ning Yuan beside him. Is this your little brother? He's got a bit of my charm about him. Need to file a report? No offense, but if there's trouble around here, I'm your guy. Ewing shook her head. I applied for him to get a temporary patrol permit. He's here today for the permit evaluation. The monkey-faced man looked at Ning Yuan in disbelief. Don't mess with me, Officer Yu. You're here to apply for a temporary patrol permit? That application that got forwarded to the precinct today, you didn't fill that out, did you? How did you even think to apply for a temporary patrol permit for some half-breed who didn't even finish high school? Ewing grew visibly angry, her beautiful eyebrows arching sharply. What do you mean, half-blood who didn't finish high school? I know exactly what his capabilities are. I've already consulted with my superiors. We're here today to get his credentials assessed by Old Huai. Now get lost. With that, Ewing pulled Ning Yuan back upstairs, refusing to engage further. But the monkey-faced man wouldn't let it go, clinging like a stubborn plaster. Everyone knows your brother is the Director General. You can't treat the Patrol Bureau like your own private fiefdom. Handing out temporary inspection passes to half-breed high schoolers? That's nothing but backdoor favoritism. You'll be held responsible too. I can't stand by and watch you make a mistake. The monkey-faced man droned on incessantly, more tedious than a monk's chant, grating on the nerves. Yu Ying's face turned icy with anger, ready to explode. Let me tell you this, I always follow the rules. If you think I'm pulling strings, feel free to report me to higher-ups anytime. Then, turning abruptly, she switched expressions like a chameleon, flashing a sweet smile. She wrapped her arms around Ning Yuan's arm, leaned in close, and brushed her lips lightly against his cheek like a dragonfly skimming water. And don't get the wrong idea, Xiao Yuan isn't my brother. He's my emotional brother. Ewing shot a triumphant glance at the monkey-faced man, relishing the sight of his face turning pale and flushed in rapid succession. Finally satisfied, she strutted off. Sis Yu. Ning Yuan, once again used as a shield and inexplicably forced to sacrifice his dignity, cleared his throat. I'll add another $1 million to your investment tomorrow, hush money. Don't tell Xiao Shui about this. Only after reaching the second floor did Ewing speak up, her tone decisive. This jerk has been stalking me. I can't stand these good-for-nothings who love to show off and think they're hot stuff. I've rejected him multiple times, but he just won't give up. Ning Yuan glanced at Ewing, whose ears were flushed red, and realized even this formidable-looking inspector sister wasn't as composed as she seemed. For the sake of that $1 million, she'd swallow her pride this time. Ewing led Ning Yuan to an office door, where they knocked. Inside sat an old man with no discernible demonic features, his head covered in gray hair. Uncle Huai, my brother is the rising star who cracked the Wild Wolfgang cult case with me, a kid who single-handedly took down a fully matured True Blood. I'm bringing this future talent to work as a temp at your precinct. You better thank me properly. Ewing declared boldly, as if she and the old man were close friends. Xiaoying, you're full of hot air. His application materials are right here, I've seen them. Why didn't you mention he's a master seed with potential to become a grandmaster? What's that supposed to mean? Don't you trust me? I saw it with my own eyes. Ewing sounded a bit put out. Whatever's clouding your judgment, you still have to follow protocol here. Old Huai calmly glanced at Ning Yuan, picked up his water cup and took a sip. Fine, whatever. Today I'll show you what a demonic martial prodigy truly looks like. He raised an eyebrow at Ning Yuan, signaling him to put on a good show. Gao Junwei kicked the pillar in the patrol hall, his anger boiling over. That Yui chased her for so long, thinking she was some pure, innocent flower, only to find her calling some pretty boy my dear brother non-stop. Damn it, so what if he's fairer-skinned and younger? Still just an old bull trying to munch on tender grass. I'll see how you pull strings for that mongrel waste to get him a temporary patrol pass. With that thought, he hurried back to the lobby and headed up to the second-floor office. Old Huai, where are they? Who? Gao Junwei's sudden appearance startled Old Huai, nearly causing him to spill the water in his cup. Ewing and that pretty boy, of course. Gao Junwei demanded angrily. Ewing just took him to the training ground. After all, they need to test combat effectiveness. Only those who pass can get a temporary patrol pass. That's the rule. Old Huai couldn't fathom why Gao Junwei was acting like a rabid dog, ready to bite anyone in sight. To the training ground? Old Huai, no offense, but haven't you seen his application? He's a high school dropout. A half-breed. What makes him think he'll pass the assessment? You and Ewing colluded to give him preferential treatment, didn't you? Gao Junwei eyed Lao Huai suspiciously. Don't assume the worst about people, kid. Ewing never approached me to pull strings for him. Every assessment is video recorded, no faking allowed. As he spoke, Old Huai clicked open the surveillance feed on his computer, revealing the training ground. On the screen, Ning Yuan had just emerged from the testing chamber. Displayed above him were the bold characters, body tempering, bone tempering 75%. His cultivation is at the bone tempering realm. No issues. He qualifies for a level 3 temporary patrol position. Old Huai glanced at the data and silently recorded it in the file. Impossible. He hasn't even graduated high school yet. He only awakened his abilities a few weeks ago. How could he possibly be at 75% bone tempering? Even those ancient bloodline geniuses are barely at the quenching stage and he's just a mixed blood. Gao Junwei beside him wore an expression as if he'd seen a ghost. Don't be fooled by Ning Yuan and the rapid progress of First High students. Take any student from First High's elite class, they're all top-tier geniuses in the entire Wei River City. For ordinary people, getting into a third-tier university was already a huge achievement. They might still be at the bone tempering stage by graduation, never reaching true seed. In Weha City, the forged body realm was the norm. True seed realm practitioners could thrive anywhere, even joining gangs would land them high-ranking positions. They're cheating. They must be cheating. I need to record this. Gao Junwei shouted, swiftly pulling out his phone and recording the screen. You don't trust me? Old Huai was thoroughly annoyed by Gao Junwei's actions and snapped back angrily. Old Huai, it's not that I don't trust you. I'm just worried Ewing might have done something underhanded. Recording it in advance is just to keep a copy of the evidence, right? Gao Junwei glanced at Lao Huai, offering an awkward explanation. Lao Huai snorted coldly, ignoring him, and turned his attention to the surveillance feed. On the screen, Ewing made a continued gesture toward the camera. He immediately began operating the computer, inputting the standard parameters for 75% forged bone activation. The 3 bionic robots before Ning Yuan were instantly activated. The monitor flickered momentarily before sharpening back into focus. All 3 bionic robots lay knocked out. Holy! And they say there's no cheating? They're not even bothering to act anymore, huh? Gao Junwei let out a loud cry, as if he had seized some crucial evidence. Lao Huai's brow furrowed as he pulled up the recent footage, scrutinizing it frame by frame. In the footage, Ning Yuan planted his foot firmly, sending a shockwave rippling through the ground. The next frame showed him kicking a bionic man into the wall, shattering the structure. He spun, twisted his waist, and punched an oncoming android, sending it flying to crash heavily into the last android, both crashing to the ground. However, Ning Yuan's speed was too swift for the surveillance camera to capture his rapid movements, causing the footage to appear frozen before abruptly ending. Live combat, clear time, 1 second. Pass. Lao Huai solemnly filled in these words on the report. Chapter 32, Zheng Mengxue's spot check. As Lao Huai marked Ning Yuan's application as approved, he turned to look at Gao Junwei. You saw the slow-motion replay. His strength is more than sufficient for a level 3 temporary patrol officer. Level 3? Instantly taking down 3 bionics of the same realm. Even if those bionics only possess the strength of ordinary bloodlines, could a mere hybrid like him achieve that? Ewing must have rigged it. She cheated for him. Gao Junwei leaped about like a monkey whose food had been snatched. I reviewed the equipment data, everything was normal. Are you implying I pulled strings for him too? Old Huai's tone was sharp. Though advanced in years, he wasn't someone to be trifled with. Ning Yuan and the other were walking back from the training ground when Ning Yuan suddenly asked, "If I go on a mission, does the Bureau offer any rewards?" Ewing looked at Ning Yuan, speechless. "This is just a small local branch. What kind of reward do you expect? The bonus they'd give you wouldn't even cover what I've invested in you. Besides, you actually want to go on missions? I told you to just treat it like an extra charm for protection." She touched her own badge as if remembering something and sighed slightly. "Actually, I found out you had some issues with the Ning family, so I applied for this temporary patrol badge for you. My family has been in the patrol bureau since I was a child. I understand very well how deeply rooted these forces are in a city, how intricate the relationships are. There are countless ways to suppress someone, to crush them." Ning Yuan remained utterly relaxed, as if the assessment had cost him no effort at all. He simply listened quietly as Ewing spoke. "The Federation is vast, far larger and more expansive than you realize. Since the founding by the 7 marshals who carved out territories across the starry skies and laid the foundation for 10,000 generations. Over 10,000 years, the 4 great families have held sway, with countless powerful clans and conglomerates beneath them. Major corporations, sects, and academies engage in open and covert struggles even within the Federation itself. Harmony is elusive." At this point, Ewing suddenly turned around. "Don't let this remote town of Weha City confine your vision. The Ning family is nothing compared to the true powerhouses. You must go to the imperial capital, strive to elevate your citizen privileges, expand your resource networks, and even enhance your social standing. Only then will you see more." Ning Yuan nodded and replied to Ewing, "I'll be attending school there soon enough." Ewing pushed open the office door and addressed Old Huai directly. "Uncle Huai, when will the documents be ready?" "They're ready. You've come at just the right time." Old Huai handed Ewing a black leather document from the side. Inside, Ning Yuan's photo beamed with a radiant smile. Ewing passed it to Ning Yuan, who ran his fingers over the bold characters "Inspector" on the cover and flashed a smile identical to the one in the photo. "Thanks, Uncle Huai." Ning Yuan thanked him politely. "No need to thank me. You earned this through your own abilities. I just wrote a couple of characters and stamped it." Old Huai waved his hand dismissively, signaling that no thanks were necessary. The entire group ignored Gao Zhenwei completely, which made him seethe with anger. Had they all colluded? "Let me tell you, this won't fly with me. I have the entire recording, it's too blatant." After holding back for so long, Gao Zhenwei finally exploded, pounding his phone with one hand as he spoke. Ewing shot him a dismissive glance and sneered. "You can't let this slide? What exactly are you? Did you issue the credentials? If you're not satisfied, go report me to the headquarters." Ewing fired off 3 questions in rapid succession, leaving him speechless. Report her to the headquarters? The director was her brother. Wouldn't that be like walking into a trap? After speaking, Ewing ignored Gao Zhenwei, whose face had turned crimson, and pulled Ning Yuan away. Watching them stride away, Gao Zhenwei gritted his teeth until they creaked. Is there no law anymore? They really think the patrol bureau is their family estate. Forget about Xiaoying for now. Didn't you say we were in cahoots? Looks like you have serious issues with my work. Grab your broken phone and come with me to see the deputy chief. Let's see what he has to say. Lao Huai had endured him for so long. Now that Yue Ying and the other had been sent away, it was time to settle the score. Gao Zhenwei shuddered at Lao Huai's words. He'd spoken out of turn in his excitement earlier, and now he'd completely alienated Old Huai, the bureau's most senior employee, rumored to have deep connections with the chief. This was bad. He'd offended both the chief of the main bureau and the chief of the branch bureau. By the time Ewing led Ning Yuan outside, it was already late. She took him out for a lavish meal. After lying unconscious for 3 days, Ning Yuan had grown increasingly reliant on food for sustenance, having long since grown tired of energy drinks. After dinner, Ewing drove them away. Ning Yuan, carrying the takeout he'd packed for Old Xia, set off alone toward Heaven Street. He strolled leisurely along the street until the familiar, weathered sign finally came into view. But the massage parlor was locked. Peering inside, Ning Yuan saw it was completely empty. That old codger, had he gone off to squander my money again? Ever since Zhang Mengxue and Ewing, those 2 wealthy angel investors, came on board, the massage parlor had long ceased taking clients. Every penny Lao Xia had now was meant for Ning Yuan's cultivation resources. Using my money to enjoy himself without bringing me along? That's unforgivable. With that thought, Ning Yuan turned and headed straight for Red Romance, determined to corner this disrespectful old master at the massage parlor. Pink, suggestive lighting washed over his face as he neared the door. Yet, seeing the scantily clad girls with animal ears inside, Ning Yuan hesitated, almost too afraid to step in. In 2 lifetimes, he'd never set foot in such a place. Just as Ning Yuan was debating whether to leave, a familiar voice called out. Little Yuan? Haven't seen you around here in ages. So you set your sights on Sister Lu from the rich women's list, huh? The click-clack of high heels echoed as Sister Lu, dressed as a bunny girl and puffing on a slim cigarette, sauntered over. Hee, Sister Lu, you're joking. I've just been busy cultivating. Ning Yuan scratched his head awkwardly. It made him sound like a regular customer, but he'd only ever browsed before, never actually gone inside. What's up? You're on the rich women's list now, and you're still cramming for the college entrance exam? Sister Lu eyed Ning Yuan up and down, teasing him. You're a big shot on Paradise Street now, with 2 gorgeous girls taking turns driving luxury cars to pick you up. Maybe you should find a new cram school. When it came to driving, Ning Yuan was no match for this seasoned veteran of the nightlife scene. He quickly changed the subject. I'm here to see old Xia. Did he come to take care of your business? Sister Lu, tell me, how many did you order? Sister Lu held up 8 fingers and explained. That wild wolf gang must have gotten into some trouble recently. They disbanded overnight. A bunch of promising newcomers came out of the wild wolf bar, and I took in quite a few. Old Xia's been dropping by a lot lately. Ning Yuan's forehead veins bulged. 8? A full 8? Could that old man handle that? Just as he was about to rush in to pay his respects to the master. Beep. A message popped up on his phone. He glanced down to see it was from Zhang Mengxue. Where did Yuing take you? Before Ning Yuan could reply, a phone call came through. Abandoning the idea of filial piety toward his master, he handed the takeout meal to Sister Lu, asking her to pass it on to old Xia. He immediately slipped back to the entrance of the massage parlor to take the call. Where are you? Why did it take so long to answer? Zhang Mengshua's voice rang out immediately. I'm at the massage parlor. Just got back and didn't have time to check my phone. Ning Yuan lied, not daring to mention he'd just been at Red Romance preparing to arrest old Xia. He then briefly mentioned getting his temporary patrol pass today before finally hanging up after a long conversation. Ning Yuan wiped the fine sweat from his forehead. Why did it feel like she was the patrol officer? She was grilling him more thoroughly than a girlfriend checking up on her boyfriend. After all that commotion, he no longer felt like dealing with old Xia. Forget it, I'm heading home. Chapter 33, Secret Technique, Instant Step. Ning Yuan returned to his cozy little home. Instead of going straight to bed, he began his evening cultivation session. The path of demonic martial arts was lofty and arduous. One could not halt progress merely because of temporary advantages or comfort. Since his last battle with the wild wolf gang leader, where he had fully integrated martial will with his fist techniques, both the power and body forging effects of the mountain shouldering fist had increased. After several rounds of practice, his tendons and bones stretched taut and grew hot, his entire body surging with warmth. Ning Yuan took out a bottle of energy potion specially brewed by Zhang Mengxue and drank it down. He felt the divine ability within his body swiftly convert the potion into nourishment, replenishing his depleted energy. When the clock struck 12, Ning Yuan rose, took a shower, and lay down on the bed. Finding a comfortable position, he activated the dream marriage technique and drifted into a deep slumber. Within the dream forging space, Ning Yuan wielded his spear, Azure Emperor, simultaneously battling the 3 elite ancient bloodline masters of the elite class to hone his mountain-shaking spear technique to near perfection. Truthfully, the 3 posed little threat to Ning Yuan. Unfortunately, the individuals he invited into his dreams were either high achievers like Zhang Mengxue or Yuing, who were simply too powerful for him to fight effectively. Otherwise, his opponents were peers who offered little challenge. The gravely wounded wild wolf gang leader was actually the best opponent. He could provide sufficient pressure while allowing Ning Yuan to grow through combat. Unfortunately, he was already dead and could no longer enter dreams. Holding his spear, Ning Yuan flicked Deng Hu aside with a single thrust. He sighed inwardly, those I surpass are destined to be left far behind. Silently, he conjured a new Deng Hu to continue honing his spear technique. At least they were sufficient as sparring partners for his spear technique. Vertical sun. Morning sunlight washed over his face as Ning Yuan awoke from his dreams. After a session of training on an empty stomach, he took a bite of some unidentified demon beast meat and headed out toward Heavenly Street. Old Xia must have stayed up late last night. It wouldn't be right to disturb his sleep by arriving too early, so Ning Yuan let the old man sleep a little longer. Arriving at the massage parlor, Ning Yuan found old Xia still asleep. Without hesitation, he began pounding on the door. Soon, old Xia opened the door, his eyes still heavy with sleep, and invited Ning Yuan inside. The moment he stepped inside, Ning Yuan confronted him. You bastard, Lao Xia! You spent my money on pleasure and didn't even bring me along? Is this how you treat your disciple? Faced with Ning Yuan's accusation, old Xia felt a twinge of guilt. Suffering from the forbidden level trap dragon pillar technique and enduring the torment of fire, he often needed to vent the evil fire within his body. Using his disciple's money was an unavoidable necessity, but getting caught red-handed was undeniably embarrassing. Well, you're still young, it's not suitable for you to be exposed to such things. By the way, what did that patrol officer take you to do yesterday? Old Xia could only forcefully change the subject. Yesterday, Sister Yu applied for a temporary patrol pass for me. The credentials have already been issued. Ning Yuan didn't press old Xia further. After all, he was his master, and some respect was due. He pulled out the brand new credential for old Xia to see. Old Xia examined it and nodded approvingly. Not bad. With this thing, the Ning family won't be able to pin false charges on you so easily. It'll definitely save you a lot of trouble. By the way, what level is this temporary patrol pass? Level 3. It grants arrest and investigative authority. So you can arrest criminals? That gives me some ideas. What ideas? Ning Yuan asked. Your cultivation and martial arts progress are both faster than I anticipated. You'll reach perfection well before the college entrance exams. So you could take on some criminal apprehension missions to gain practical experience. Old Xie stood with his hands behind his back, speaking earnestly to Ning Yuan. Demon martial arts are forged in battle, never invented in isolation. Not a single demon martial artist in this world achieved greatness by safely cultivating at home. Engaging in life and death combat is what truly unleashes one's potential. Ning Yuan nodded in agreement. The words held truth. Though he could hone combat skills in the dream realm, there was no risk of death, no pressure of life or death struggle. Unlike his battle against the wild wolfgang leader, where constant vigilance and focused concentration were required, one lapse could cost him his life. It was during that fight that he had grasped the killing techniques of the mountain-bearing fist. Don't rush to take on new missions just yet. You still have room to grow. I originally planned to focus solely on perfecting your marksmanship before the college entrance exams, but now that we have more time, I'll teach you another footwork technique to enhance your combat effectiveness. Hearing he could learn something new, Ning Yuan was overjoyed. Is this footwork also a lower-tier martial skill? It's not exactly a martial technique, more of a secret art, involving some unique methods of force projection. Old Xie finished speaking and stood to the side, demonstrating for Ning Yuan. This secret technique is called instant step. It's a combat footwork that utilizes unique power generation techniques for rapid movement. When mastered to its highest level, it can even achieve the effect of instantaneous teleportation. Old Xie planted his uninjured leg firmly on the ground. In an instant, his entire body vanished from sight, silently materializing behind Ning Yuan. Ning Yuan felt every hair on the back of his neck stand on end as an intense sense of mortal danger washed over him from behind. He had no time to react. Crack! A sharp crack echoed as Old Xie snapped his fingers, sending a jolt of pain through Ning Yuan's skull. Old Xie withdrew his finger and chuckled. That's the ultimate effect, appearing silently behind your enemy to deliver a fatal blow. After speaking, he began instructing Ning Yuan on the key techniques and power generation methods. This instant step relies on explosive power similar to a snap strike, using recoil force to achieve rapid movement. The key lies in coordinating tendons and bones with a unique method of force generation. As Old Xie explained, Ning Yuan began grasping the technique. He tried to engage the tendons and bones in his legs, exerting force in an awkward posture as he stomped his feet hard against the ground. Boom! A thunderous roar echoed as the ground caved in beneath him, sending Ning Yuan hurtling toward the wall. Only Old Xie's swift intervention caught him in his arms. You little brat, are you trying to tear this place apart? If you want to practice, get out and do it outside. Old Xie glared at the gaping hole in the floor, his face flushed with anger. Ning Yuan felt a bit embarrassed. He'd just figured something out and forgotten he was still indoors. He hadn't controlled his strength well and nearly demolished the place. This instant step technique has two stages. The first stage is the explosive step. While it allows you to unleash explosive force at any moment, generating powerful recoil energy, each step leaves a massive crater. Though this stage doesn't achieve true teleportation, it drastically increases movement speed, making it highly practical for both evasion and offense in combat. Once you can absorb the recoil force with your sinews and bones, harnessing it to burst forward, moving as fast as teleportation without damaging the ground, then this secret technique has reached the true instant step stage. With that, he dismissed Ning Yuan from the room. Ning Yuan surveyed the bustling streets and silently sought out a quiet alley. He began practicing linear bursts, focusing on directional control and mastering the power generation technique. In the quiet alley, the ground rumbled and walls cracked intermittently, sending nearby pedestrians scattering in fright. Chapter 34, Dragon Tendons, Tiger Bones, and Diamond Flesh, clad in Qilin hide. 3 more days passed. During these days, old manhwa hadn't sought Ning Yuan to test his concoctions, likely still refining new potions. Yuing hadn't visited once, her whereabouts unknown. Only Zhang Mengxue had visited several times. Seeing Yuing hadn't returned, she seemed quite satisfied. During these days, Ning Yuan spent his days cultivating the mountain shouldering fist to temper his bones, occasionally taking time to seek Old Xie's guidance on spear techniques and the newly acquired secret art of instant footwork. While at night, he frantically honed his spear techniques and instant step proficiency within the dream forging space. Diligence finally paid off. His earth-shaking spear technique reached perfection, allowing him to begin comprehending how to fuse the power of vibration with his spear art. His instant step also advanced to the explosive step stage, dramatically increasing his speed. Crucially, his bone tempering would finally reach perfection today. As he completed the final stance of the mountain shouldering fist, a series of crackling explosions erupted within Ning Yuan's body. Every bone in his frame vibrated simultaneously, finally tempered into demon bones. Old Xie, standing nearby, heard the sound and asked with delight. Has the bone tempering been perfected? Feeling the newfound resilience of his bones, Ning Yuan replied with satisfaction. Yes, the bones are fully tempered. The body forging phase is complete. And you're not quite there yet. Your bone strength still can't keep pace with your flesh and tendons. It's not truly complete. Are you ready for the final stage? Old Xia produced a vial of secret elixir, his eyes gleaming as he looked at Ning Yuan. I've been itching to get started. With that, the two shared a knowing smile and silently made their way upstairs. Inside the second-floor private room, Lao Xia spoke earnestly to Ning Yuan. This bone gate is the final and most crucial stage of the nirvana technique. Once you pass it, your bones, tendons, flesh, and skin will be fully integrated. Your physical body will be perfected without flaw, reborn through nirvana, forging the strongest foundation for body tempering. This final step is within reach. Do not slacken your resolve. Come on, old Xia. With my extraordinary talent, this stage won't faze me. With that, Ning Yuan shed his clothes and lay face down on the massage bed. Old Xia wasted no words. He retrieved the secret potion, smeared it over Ning Yuan's entire body, and struck him with a deft palm strike. Bones shattered instantly. Agony erupted like molten lava, surging through his body like a tidal wave. The moment the pain struck, Ning Yuan swiftly activated the dream marriage technique. In that half-awake, half-asleep state, he channeled the nirvana technique. Bloodline power coursed along unique pathways. Empowered by the secret potion, his bones began to reorganize and transform, regenerating into stronger, more resilient ones. Even his bone marrow began to glow, undergoing extreme sublimation. It flowed like molten lead in mercury, greatly enhancing his blood production capacity. As time passed, the transformation within Ning Yuan's body finally neared its conclusion. This transformation took longer than previous ones and yielded even more powerful results. Ning Yuan withdrew from the dream marriage, carefully sensing his body as if reborn. Every bone in his body had undergone metamorphosis and grown stronger, finally achieving the same level of strength as his flesh and tendons. All parts of his body were now perfectly interconnected, forming the complete rudimentary shape of a treasure body. His bones glowed radiantly, like fine jade. His flesh was flawless, carrying a faint fragrance, reminiscent of ancient cultivators of profound attainment. Even if they entered paranirvana, their physical bodies would not decay. This must be what old Xia referred to as dragon sinews, tiger bones, and diamond flesh, covered by qilin skin? Truly formidable. With his current physical fortitude, bolstered by the heaven-supporting and earth-shaking traits, another clash with the wild wolf gang leader would likely see him completely overpower the gravely wounded leader. Old Xia, standing nearby, burst into delighted laughter. Excellent! To traverse all 4 stages of the nirvana technique across 10,000 years of records within the great sages splitting Hang sect, those who've achieved this are few and far between. The agony of each stage of nirvana's 4 gates intensified progressively. By the final stage, the suffering had long since shattered all limits. It was far beyond what mere willpower could endure. Even he had only conquered 3 stages in his prime, never achieving perfection, a lifelong regret. Little did he expect that the disciple he casually took in during his twilight years would possess such extraordinary talent, achieving mastery in an unforeseen manner. Dragon sinews, tiger bones, and diamond flesh, all covered by qilin hide. You have now reached the pinnacle of the body forging stage, achieving ultimate strength. Hearing old Xia's words, Ning Yuan felt immense satisfaction and joy. He recalled how, when he had once sought old Xia to teach him the nirvana technique, he had declared, "If you're going to do it to be the strongest." Now, he had finally achieved the first step toward that goal. Since your cultivation has reached perfection, you should start considering taking on missions apprehending fugitives, seeing some blood. Old Xia addressed Ning Yuan thus, and Ning Yuan happened to share the same thought. After a quick wash, he picked up the phone and dialed Yu Ying. Beep beep. After 2 rings, the call was answered. Yu Ying's somewhat weary voice came through. Hello? What do you need, Xiao Yuan? Sis Yu, I'm looking to take on some assignments lately, preferably criminal apprehension cases. After saying that, Ning Yuan paused and added. The more dangerous, the better. Didn't I tell you to get certified and stop doing this? Why? Never mind. Wait for me. I'm coming over now. Yu Ying was puzzled by Ning Yuan's request for assignments. She hurriedly said a few words before hanging up, likely already on her way over. About 20 minutes later, the sound of screeching brakes echoed outside. Yu Ying burst in, her usually neat short hair now tousled. Even her sunglasses couldn't hide the exhaustion etched on her face, as if she hadn't slept in days. Why did you suddenly decide to take a mission? Ning Yuan didn't respond immediately. Observing Yu Ying's profound exhaustion, he asked with some concern. Sis Yu, why do you look so exhausted? Is there a particularly troublesome case lately? Yu Ying leaned against the front desk, rubbing her hair with irritation. Ever since the wild wolf gang got wiped out by the patrol bureau, the city's gotten chaotic. Cases big and small keep piling up, and now a bunch of criminal gangs have migrated here. The whole bureau's been running on fumes. I suspect Ning Tianxiong is behind it all, trying to keep the investigation bureau too busy to go after him. Ning Yuan looked thoughtful. It could very well be the Ning family pulling strings behind the scenes. Ning Tianxiong started out in the underworld himself, with connections to gangs big and small. It wouldn't be hard for him to stir up trouble. Sister Yu, what's the deal with this criminal gang you mentioned? Yuing rubbed her temples as she replied. They're a group of fugitives from neighboring Haiha City with several murders on their hands. They've even killed a few patrol officers. Informants recently spotted them in Weha City. You still haven't told me why you took this mission. Xiao Yuan has now mastered his physical training and has cultivated several martial arts techniques quite well. He needs to see more bloodshed now, otherwise he won't develop true combat skills. Before Ning Yuan could respond, Old Xia interjected with an explanation. Seeing Old Xia speak up, Yuing no longer hesitated and readily agreed. Since Old Xia has spoken, it should be fine. I'll give you detailed intel later, it'll help lighten my load. Yuing stretched lazily, yawning as she spoke. I'm absolutely exhausted lately, can barely muster any strength. I hear you're skilled at massage. How about giving me a session? Ning Yuan silently swallowed as he gazed at Yu Ying's alluring figure. Is that really okay? Chapter 35, Blocking the Door, An Unexpected Guest. In the end, Ning Yuan didn't get to give Yuing a massage. After taking a phone call, she rushed back to the bureau in a hurry. Ning Yuan watched her receding figure with a pang of regret. Yuing had been looking out for him lately, and he hadn't properly repaid her kindness. Yuing worked efficiently, sending him information about the criminal gang that very evening. Though called a gang, it was essentially a two-person team. They had committed several major crimes in the neighboring city of Haiha, even killing several patrol officers before fleeing to this area. One was nicknamed Pighead, a beast bloodline of fatty pig proficient in over 3 defensive martial arts. Combined with his thick layer of fat, his defenses were nearly impenetrable. The other, nicknamed Octopus, possessed the bloodline of a mutated creature, an octopus with 8 tentacles. He was a master of spear techniques, wielding a highly lethal firearm. Both had reached the pinnacle of physical cultivation, making them extremely difficult to deal with. The critical factor was Octopus's firearm. During the Federation era, firearms had advanced rapidly, boasting immense power and posing a severe threat to demon warriors. Ning Yuan found the dossier intriguing. After all, he'd never seen firearms from this world and wondered what weapons capable of threatening demon warriors might look like. He hoped they'd bring him a pleasant surprise. Beep. Yu Ying's message arrived again on his phone. We've narrowed down several potential hideouts. Once we've verified the details, I'll send you the exact locations tomorrow morning. Thanks, Yu. Ning Yuan put his phone away. Since the locations wouldn't be sent until tomorrow, he might as well get some sleep early. After all, he had already perfected his body tempering, so practicing the mountain shouldering fist was of little use. He might as well cultivate martial arts in the dream realm instead, that would maximize his efficiency. With that thought, Ning Yuan slipped into a deep sleep. The next morning, just as Ning Yuan finished washing up, he received a message from Yuing. We've pinpointed their location. They're scouting a noodle shop next to the Ronghue Gold Store. Be extremely cautious when you head over. Got it. After receiving the message, Ning Yuan slung the Qingdi over his shoulder and headed out. After all this time practicing his spear techniques, it was finally time to put them to the test. Across from the Ronghua Gold Shop, in a residential building, Gao Zhenwei peered through binoculars at 2 figures, one plump, one thin, inside the private noodle shop. As a demon warrior at the peak of body tempering cultivation, his senses were exceptionally keen. Any direct gaze upon him would be instantly detected, forcing him to rely on specialized binoculars for observation. Old Gao, apprehending bandits of this caliber should be a joint operation with the Bureau. Is it really wise for us to act on our own? A man with hawk-like eyes, meticulously cleaning a sniper rifle, asked Old Gao with some doubt. Gao Zhenwei set down his binoculars and turned to the hawk-eyed man. Damn it, I have no choice. I've pissed off both headquarters and the district bureau lately. If I don't score some points soon, I'll be out on my ass. I finally got this tip: those 2 guys at the noodle shop are wanted fugitives who just moved through here. They're both high on the most wanted list. The bureau's swamped lately, so nailing them would be a major achievement. Hearing Gao's explanation, the hawk-eyed man frowned and said, but this area is densely populated. If we cause any casualties, we'll be facing disciplinary action. Lao Gao, however, remained unconcerned, reassuring the hawk-eyed man. You've seen the intel on these 2. I've got this covered. They're a defensive pair. The biggest threat is Octopus, armed with heavy firearms. I specifically requested level 2 body armor from headquarters. I'll engage them head-on while you snipe Octopus when the moment's right. Taking down Pighead alone won't be hard. Finishing his instructions, Lao Gao patted the eagle-eye man on the shoulder. Xiao Fang, this operation hinges on you. If you take out Octopus, no civilians will get hurt. Once we succeed, I'll make sure you get top credit. Xiao Fang felt a bit helpless. Dragged out on a mission by Lao Gao first thing in the morning, he hadn't expected to be thrown into such a dangerous situation. He had no choice but to grit his teeth and push forward. Fine. I'll calibrate the sniper rifle first. He set up his sniper rifle and began searching for the optimal firing position. Moments later, something felt off. He shifted his scope toward a figure who had just entered the noodle shop. Something's off. They have another accomplice. Someone else just joined them. Gao Zhenwei, hearing Xiaofang's words, immediately grabbed his binoculars and scanned the noodle shop. He saw a tall, thin man with triangular eyes and a scar on his face talking to the other two. Gao Zhenwei clenched his jaw, forcing 2 words through gritted teeth. Mantis. This Mantis was a top 10 most wanted criminal, extremely dangerous, a true master of the true seed cultivation level. His mastery of the Mantis blade was otherworldly, and he was exceptionally brutal and bloodthirsty. He once sneaked into the home of a patrol officer, slaughtered the entire family, and then stayed in the house for 3 days afterward. Yet cunning beyond measure, he had evaded capture on multiple occasions. Today, he had gathered with criminals from the outer city. No, cancel the operation. This is beyond our capabilities. We must report to headquarters and request backup. Upon hearing the infamous name Mantis, Xiaofang's face paled, and he immediately prepared to report to headquarters. Gao Zhenwei was equally helpless. Mantis had attained true blood status, drastically reducing the chances of a successful ambush. He was simply beyond their capabilities to apprehend. Just then, his gaze swept across the scene, catching sight of a familiar figure. A sunny-looking youth, holding a bowl of noodles, sat down across from the 3 of them. It was Ning Yuan. Why is he here? Gao Zhenwei was puzzled, but then recalled that Ning Yuan had obtained a level 3 temporary patrol pass earlier. He wondered silently, could this kid be here to find Pighead and Octopus? Unaware of Mantis's presence, he was bound to suffer a heavy loss. One wrong move could not only alert the enemy but cost him his life. Damn it! Backdoor scum, always stirring up trouble. He cursed under his breath and instantly leaped off the apartment building. Xiaofang, be ready to back me up at any moment. Even though he couldn't stand that backdoor pretty boy, he couldn't just stand by and watch him walk into certain death. Inside the private noodle shop, Mantis radiated an aura that repelled strangers, and the terrifying scar on his face kept people at a distance. Holding a bowl of noodles seated across from Pighead and Octopus, his raspy voice echoed. You've caught the attention of the patrol officers. What? Octopus instantly reached for the Thunder large-caliber pistol at his waist, scanning the area with a grim expression. Relax, they're just 2 small fry. I've got this. Mantis said with a smile. But are you sure you still want to rob the jewelry store? Finish this job first before leaving? Pighead, who had been silently slurping noodles, lifted his head and muttered. Our access in and out of Weha City comes from a big shot. He brought us here specifically to stir up trouble in Weha City. If we don't complete the mission, you won't be able to leave with us. Though Mantis was intrigued by the big shot Pighead mentioned, he didn't press further. All he wanted was to leave Weha City. The manhunt here was relentless. He'd longed to escape but lacked the means until now. Fine. We'll move now and aim to leave tonight. I'll handle those 2 nobodies outside. You guys keep an eye on this kid, don't let him ruin our plans. Mantis gestured toward the peculiar youth across the room, who was slung a large rifle over his shoulder. The other diners had scattered the moment Mantis entered. Only this youth remained, casually slurping noodles from his bowl, a big red flag, especially with that rifle strapped to his back. Chapter 36, Knocking on the Mountain to Scare the Tiger. Pighead looked up at the boy eating heartily beside him, flashing his silly grin. He abruptly stood up, his white, flabby flesh jiggling in waves. He adored young people brimming with such vitality. What's your name, kid? Ning Yuan. Feeling Ning Yuan's vigorous heartbeat up close, a faint, pleasant scent seemed to emanate from his body. What prime quality meat! It made one want to take a bite. It would be incredibly satisfying. You'd better not resist. I wouldn't want to ruin your meat quality. Come with me quietly, okay? As Pighead uttered these words, his eyes glowed with the lust of a predator, fixated on the most exquisite delicacy imaginable. His mouth stretched wider and wider, a foul-smelling drool trickling from the corners. Not this look again. You're making me lose my appetite. Ning Yuan frowned, setting down his bowl and chopsticks. A hook punch slammed into Pighead's midsection, sending his bulky frame buckling backward as his feet left the ground. Instantly, Ning Yuan's other hand clamped down on Pighead's jaw, slamming him hard into the pavement. Thud! The back of Pighead's skull slammed hard against the ground, sending dirt and rocks flying. His entire body crashed down like a pile of greasy, fatty flesh. You're surrounded. Ning Yuan turned to the 2 men rising nearby, his expression serious. Octopus reacted with lightning speed, a silver pistol materializing in his hand. He pulled the trigger, 3 bullets streaking toward Ning Yuan in rapid succession. Ning Yuan ducked sharply. 2 bullets whizzed past his ears, blasting 2 gaping holes in the wall behind him. His hand darted behind his back. Clang! A metallic clang echoed as the bullets were deflected by the dark blue spearhead. The spear was already in his grasp. Huff! That kid's not right. One punch shattered 3 layers of my defense. My insides are torn apart. Pighead took advantage of Ning Yuan's moment of dodging bullets to escape to Octopus' side, panting heavily as he spoke. His entire body had shrunk noticeably, much of his fat gone. A clear fist imprint marked his stomach, and fragments of internal organs mixed with blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. He was barely alive. Seeing Pighead's pitiful state, Octopus knew they'd met their match. He knew Pighead's defensive capabilities better than anyone. That layer of fat was cultivated through defensive martial arts training. A single punch that shattered 3 layers of his defense meant the attacker's offensive power was likely on par with a true seed. If such terrifying offensive power existed, then defense must be the weak point. With that realization, another gun materialized in Octopus's left hand. With dual guns in hand, his aura shifted. Both guns fired simultaneously. His arms, supple yet resilient, fired from all manner of bizarre angles, as if he possessed 8 arms. Bullets poured down on Ning Yuan from every direction, leaving no blind spot, no escape. This is what made me, Octopus, famous. You absolutely cannot dodge this. Ning Yuan rose to his feet, spear in hand, and charged straight into the hail of bullets. As he charged forward, his feet collided with the ground, erupting in a thunderous explosion. The concrete pavement cracked open beneath him. Yet Ning Yuan's speed surged instantly. A blur of motion burst through the hail of bullets. His spear swept horizontally, its immense force shattering the octopus's shoulder and snapping its spine into several pieces. It was a hair's breadth away from disaster, but the explosive step secret technique allowed Ning Yuan to dodge every bullet. He certainly didn't want to test whether his flesh could withstand bullets. What if things went wrong? Bullets this dense. How did you dodge them? Octopus slumped onto the table like a limp noodle, uttering the words in utter disbelief before passing out. With the 2 targets from the intel report taken care of, who was this last man? Ning Yuan came to a halt, fixing his gaze on Mantis. This scarred man gave him an eerie sense of the wild Wolfgang leader. True seed? Such a young forged body perfection cultivator, yet capable of instantly killing 2 fierce bandits of equal cultivation level. Mantis regarded Ning Yuan with keen interest, drawing 2 gleaming silver daggers from his waist. Killing you would be incredibly satisfying. Mantis gripped both blades in reverse, crouching low with a swaying stance. He resembled an oversized praying mantis, his leg muscles taut and twisted, thighs bulging a full circle thicker. A palpable aura of danger radiated from his entire body. His stance shifted, and he lunged violently toward Ning Yuan. He shot forward, his daggers aimed straight for Ning Yuan's throat. Ning Yuan raised his spear tip downward to block, deflecting the dagger. He then kicked the spearhead upward, flicking it to strike the other dagger. But the mantis pressed the blade tightly against the spear shaft, using the momentum to slash at Ning Yuan's wrist. Seeing this, Ning Yuan's bones and tendons strained as his grip on the spear tightened. His hands jerked violently, unleashing a powerful shockwave that sent both blades flying. Simultaneously, he stepped back to create distance. He had already guessed his opponent's intent. He intended to force a close-quarters battle through aggressive thrusts, exploiting the short blade's advantage in close combat. But Ning Yuan wielded a spear, a weapon whose strength lay in its length. Sure enough, seeing Ning Yuan pull back, Mantis grew impatient. Not only did this kid possess astonishing physical prowess, allowing him to stand toe-to-toe in combat, but his battle awareness was also exceptionally sharp, demonstrating a deep understanding of demonic martial arts. Recalling Ning Yuan's performance, Mantis dared not take him lightly. His finger pressed a button on the dagger. Buzz! The silver-white dagger began to vibrate violently, its frequency so rapid that both blades appeared to glow. Kid, don't think you're the only one with vibrational power. Try my electromagnetic resonance blades. In an instant, Mantis launched another assault. His twin blades whirled like a violent storm, thickening the surrounding air itself. Like a raging storm sweeping through, it threatened to shatter any obstacle daring to stand in its path. This was a life or death battle. No matter how realistic the dream space was, it could never replicate this relentless, suffocating pressure of survival. This was the oppressive pressure Ning Yuan craved. Memories of countless battles in the dream space flashed through his mind, each gunfight, each lesson in timing and adaptation. If experience bars existed, his combat awareness would have skyrocketed. His terrifying physique surged with power. Tendons twisted like ropes, muscles bulged high as his spear swept out, carrying a force that shook the air. It withstood every attack. Like a raging storm, a pillar of heaven stood unshaken. Puff! Ning Yuan exhaled a puff of white vapor, then drew in a deep breath. His chest heaved powerfully as the bone marrow's formidable hematopoietic capacity supplied an unending surge of energy. His entire body burned like a furnace, its temperature steadily rising. Power surged through his entire body, his formidable physique channeling maximum strength. The Azure Emperor in his hands began to vibrate violently. The spear struck downward like a toppling jade pillar, its crushing momentum forcing the mantis into a corner with nowhere to retreat. Knock on the mountain to scare the tiger. He was never one to passively endure blows. The mantis felt his hair stand on end, a chill running up his spine to the back of his head. His body was screaming danger. He cranked the vibration frequency of his short blades to maximum, slashing them into a streak of light that slammed into the spear. Retreat was not an option. Only by countering attack with attack could he seize a sliver of hope. The 2 attacks collided violently. The high-frequency collision caused a momentary ringing in his ears, followed by a deafening explosion. Boom! The powerful shockwave shattered every window and door in the room. The structure shook violently as the floor exploded into clouds of powder, carried by the air currents into swirling dust. The walls, unable to bear the pressure, cracked and exploded outward, sending pedestrians on the street screaming in terror as they fled. It was as if someone inside had detonated a grenade. Amidst the ruins, a tall figure emerged from the smoke. Chapter 37, Personal College Entrance Exam Eligibility. Everyone step back, don't crowd together. I'm Gao Zhenwei from the Beichen District Patrol Bureau. Gao Zhenwei directed the crowd to disperse while sprinting toward the noodle shop. Gazing at the noodle shop engulfed in thick smoke, his expression grew grave. He picked up his walkie-talkie and addressed Xiaofang. Xiaofang, you're going to fire relentlessly at Mantis in a moment. If Mantis makes a move, I'm afraid I'll be done for in 2 swings. Gao Zhenwei drew his service pistol from his waist. Pighead and Octopus should hold their own for a while. As long as Xiaofang could stall Mantis, these exposed thugs would likely retreat soon. Old Gao, I think you should just evacuate the civilians. That kid. Xiaofang was now in a daze. From his vantage point upstairs, he'd seen clearly how Ning Yuan had dispatched Pighead and Octopus in 2 moves, then exchanged blows evenly with Mantis. Though thick smoke had obscured the final outcome, he knew even if Mantis prevailed, it wouldn't have been easy. Of course I know about evacuating the people. That kid's probably already dead in there. If we can just stall them for a bit longer, these bandits will have to run. Gao Zhenwei cut Xiaofang off. He'd long since given up on Ning Yuan and now only wanted these bandits gone to minimize civilian casualties. Just then, the sound of glass crunching underfoot echoed through the thick smoke as a figure emerged from the haze. Freeze! Reinforcements from the Bureau are on their way. You're exposed. Gao Zhenwei raised his service pistol, invoking the Bureau's authority in hopes of intimidating the bandits. But his expression shifted abruptly, revealing utter disbelief. The figure emerging from the thick smoke was none other than Ning Yuan. Officer Gao from the Beichen precinct? You said the Bureau's reinforcements are on their way? Ning Yuan looked at old Gao thoughtfully, seemingly recognizing him, and extended a hand in greeting. Then these wanted criminals will be handled by the Bureau. With that, he pulled his left hand forward, and 3 oddly shaped objects landed before them. Gao Zhenwei stared at the pig head lying on the ground, convulsing uncontrollably with fragments of internal organs still hanging from its mouth. And the octopus whose lower half had been blown apart, its body limp like noodles. His gaze shifted backward. A pitiful headless corpse clutched a short knife in its hand. Could this be the famously skilled swordsman Mantis? You. Gao Zhenwei struggled for half a minute to form words, his lips trembling. I just got my temporary patrol badge and came to practice. Don't worry, this is an assignment from headquarters. Ning Yuan didn't press him further, offering a brief explanation. Alright, I'll leave this to you. Hand over the 3 criminals directly to headquarters. With that, Ning Yuan turned away from Gao Zhenwei, slung his rifle over his shoulder, and walked off. He wasn't about to waste any more time here. Watching Ning Yuan's receding figure, Gao Zhenwei tremblingly picked up his walkie-talkie. Xiaofang, did you see something just now? Old Gao, I was about to tell you that kid might not necessarily lose. I just didn't expect him to take out 3 criminals without a scratch. Xiaofang, equally stunned by Ning Yuan's unscathed exit, recounted the events truthfully to old Gao. Damn it! That pretty boy is a freak. Gao Zhenwei was about to vent the frustration bottled up inside him. He hadn't even been able to speak in front of him earlier. Officer Gao, you weren't talking trash about me behind my back, were you? A familiar voice suddenly crackled through the walkie-talkie. Startled, Gao Zhenwei jolted and quickly grabbed the radio that nearly slipped from his grasp. Brother Yuan? How could I speak ill of you? I was actually complimenting you, a freakishly strong powerhouse we can only look up to. You're still here? I sensed someone watching us from this apartment building, so I came up to check. Xiaofang is one of us. You can trust him. Since they're our own people, I'll leave now. The voice on the walkie-talkie faded away, leaving only silence. Brother Yuan? Xiaofang? After a moment, Gao Zhenwei cautiously tested the walkie-talkie. Old Gao, he's gone. Xiaofang's voice came through. Gao Zhenwei's heart slowly settled. He set down the walkie-talkie and muttered under his breath. Damn it! Suddenly, he caught a reflection of Ning Yuan's face in the shattered glass on the ground. Panic seized him as he whirled around, only to find no one behind him. He let out a sigh of relief. It had been nothing but his own imagination. What are you looking for? Ning Yuan's voice echoed from behind him once more. Gao Zhenwei shuddered violently, a wave of panic surging from his tailbone to his scalp. He turned to look. Ning Yuan's face appeared before him, looking at him with puzzlement. He swallowed hard and forced a smile. Brother Yuan, I was checking if they had any accomplices. Is there something else you need? Oh. I just wanted to ask, with this wanted criminal's head gone, can you still recognize who it is? Ning Yuan kicked the mantis at his feet, his question tinged with doubt. No problem. The dagger in his hand is the best proof. It's enough to identify him. Hearing Gao Zhenwei's explanation, Ning Yuan nodded. For a fugitive of this caliber, the distinctive weapon in his hand was more representative than his face. Brother Yuan. Is there anything else you need to ask? Nothing else. You go ahead with your work. I'll be on my way. With that, Ning Yuan turned and walked off into the distance. Gao Zhenwei stared intently at Ning Yuan's retreating figure until it vanished deep into the alley. Old Gao, is this the pretty boy you mentioned who pulls strings behind the scenes? Xiao Fang's voice suddenly crackled over the walkie-talkie. Bull. Brother Yuan is a prodigy destined to become a demonic martial arts prodigy. Does someone with such divine potential need to pull strings? That's what some brain-dead idiot said. Having a rising star like Brother Yuan join our bureau is an absolute honor. Gao Zhenwei cursed furiously, yet his peripheral vision darted around nervously, as if fearing something might suddenly appear. Ning Yuan left the plaza, thoroughly satisfied with the fruits of his mission. He had gained much. Not only had he successfully completed the task from Yuing, but he also gained an unexpected bonus defeating a True Seed Minor Achievement expert. He could now confirm that this True Seed Minor Achievement cultivator, with his low-grade bloodline and inferior demonic physique, was no match for him. Moreover, his understanding of combat had deepened. In the heat of battle, he had grasped the lethal technique of the mountain-shaking spear style, knocking the mountain to shake the tiger. He pulled his phone from his pocket and noticed several unread messages. Swiping through them, he read each one in turn. The first was from Yuing. The situation has changed. The genuine mantis created by Xiao Chang is also present. Do not engage. Await backup. After a brief reply informing Yuing that he had already taken down the 3 suspects, Gao Zhenwei remained at the scene awaiting the bureau's arrival to collect them. The second message came from Zhang Mingxue. Your personal college entrance exam eligibility has been arranged. Only one final step remains. You need to go to your original school registration location to sign the documents in person. But don't worry, I've already made arrangements. The school won't give you any trouble, it's just a formality. Ning Yuan frowned at the message. Wasn't this school in cahoots with the Ning family? Would they really let him sign without a fight? Chapter 38, Arrested and Imprisoned? Ning Yuan thought for a moment, then picked up his phone and called Zhang Mingxue. Hello? Xiao Yuan, what's up? Zhang Mingxue answered instantly. Sister Mingxue, I need to confirm my eligibility for the college entrance exam. You mentioned needing to sign at my original school registration location. Will the school actually let me sign without hassle? What about the Ning family? Ning Yuan voiced his concerns directly. There was no need for secrecy between him and Zhang Mingxue. Don't worry. My father is the director of the Imperial Capital Education Bureau. He's already spoken directly with the Weha City Education Bureau. First High won't dare give you any trouble. Going to sign is just a necessary formality. If I weren't so busy with my research courses lately, I'd have gone with you myself. Ning Yuan had known Zhang Mingxue came from a powerful background, but he hadn't realized she was the daughter of the director of the Imperial Capital's Education Bureau. As one of the 4 major departments, the director wielded immense influence. With that realization, Ning Yuan felt completely at ease. He turned to Zhang Mingxue and said, Your studies come first. You don't need to accompany me. I'll handle this trip on my own. Zhang Mingxue felt a pang of disappointment. She didn't want to miss the chance to go to the school with Ning Yuan. But with the college entrance exams approaching, if she didn't finish her coursework before then, she wouldn't be able to return to the capital with Ning Yuan in her heart. She was certain he would gain admission to a top-tier university. Then just go sign the papers yourself. If anything comes up, contact me immediately. Ning Yuan agreed and hung up the phone. He might as well go now. He didn't have anything else to do anyway. At the entrance of First High School, Ning Yuan gazed at the teaching building in the distance, feeling a wave of emotion. He'd been expelled from this very school not long ago, never imagined he'd be returning. But today's return was solely for his college entrance exam eligibility. With that in hand, he could properly humiliate the school in the future. After his moment of reflection, Ning Yuan stepped onto the school grounds. The school must have already received word of his return, for shortly after entering, he encountered a pale-faced man with a sharp, monkey-like face, none other than Mr. Bai, the teacher who had processed his expulsion last time. Mr. Ning, you're finally here. I've been waiting all afternoon just for you. Mr. Bai approached him with excessive warmth. What? Did you come specifically to stop me from signing? Hearing Ning Yuan's cold tone, Teacher Bai stiffened before awkwardly responding. Well, the school had no choice last time. The Ning family exerted too much pressure. Several board members have connections to the Ning family. If I'd known earlier about your relationship with the education department. Enough. I don't wish to revisit past matters. I'm here today solely to sign. Ning Yuan cut him off, his expression cold. That's precisely why I'm here. I'll take you to sign the documents. Seeing Ning Yuan had no desire to continue the conversation, Teacher Bai seemed to recall his task and led Ning Yuan toward the academic affairs office. Zhang Mingxue was right, this visit was merely a formality. With the Education Bureau's endorsement, the signing process went smoothly. It was even quicker than his previous withdrawal. Within minutes, Ning Yuan received his personal college entrance exam qualification certificate. Holding the bright red certificate in his hand, Ning Yuan finally felt at ease. Now, he just had to wait for the college entrance exam in a few days. Teacher Bai, as if seeking reassurance, kept fussing over Ning Yuan, inquiring about the education department's stance. Ning Yuan, however, couldn't be bothered to respond. He briskly walked toward the school gate. Die! As he passed a classroom building, a figure suddenly darted out from the shadows in the corner, shouting as it lunged toward Ning Yuan. A slender dagger, gleaming with a sinister sheen, sliced through the air toward Ning Yuan's chest. Ning Yuan shifted slightly to dodge the blade and delivered a swift kick. With a thunderous crash, the figure slammed into the wall, shattering it into cracks as dust and stone flew everywhere. This was only because Ning Yuan had sensed the attacker's limited strength and held back. Wang Yang? Ning Yuan looked over. The yellow-haired youth lying among the rubble, his chest caved in, was none other than Wang Yang, the very man who had stolen his spot in the elite class. It's all because of you. If you hadn't stolen my elite class spot, I'd have already reached the bone tempering stage instead of being stuck at muscle refining. You ruined my future. Wang Yang spat blood, his eyes burning with madness and venom. You idiot. This guy was truly brain dead. He was the one who had insisted on provoking trouble back then, and now he was spouting such ridiculous nonsense. And for this, you intend to kill me? Ning Yuan stepped forward, his gaze locked on Wang Yang's eyes. Something felt terribly off. Even if Wang Yang succeeded, he'd end up in prison or pay with his life afterward. His entire future would be ruined. So assassinating Ning Yuan over his prospects made no sense unless this man had truly lost his mind. It's because of this. I just want you dead. Wang Yang's eyes flashed with panic, yet he stubbornly insisted. Just as Ning Yuan was about to press further, Teacher Bai stepped forward, taking Wang Yang's hand and saying, "How could you kill someone over such a trivial matter? Look at the mess you've made. Should we send you to the infirmary?" Though his words feigned concern, his other hand quietly picked up the dagger from the floor and slashed it across Wang Yang's thigh. Teacher Bai, what the hell are you doing? Wang Yang yelped as the blade sliced his thigh. He struggled to push Teacher Bai away, but couldn't budge him. Did the Ning family send you here to silence me? Staring at the knife wound on his thigh, the crimson blood rapidly turning black, a foul stench rising, Wang Yang knew he was doomed. This poison was lethal once it touched blood. Please. Tell the Ning family to spare my family. Wang Yang reached out to grab his collar. Rest assured, your death is part of the plan. Your family will join you down there. Mr. Bai whispered softly into Wang Yang's ear. But Wang Yang could no longer speak. His fingers clenched tightly around Teacher Bai's collar as he coughed up mouthfuls of black blood. His eyes bulged wide as he drew his last breath. Ning Yuan watched the scene unfold without a word. Wang Yang deserved his fate, but it seemed the events were only just beginning. Oh my! Ning, you actually killed a classmate on school grounds? Even if it was self-defense, you'll likely end up in jail and face a lawsuit. Teacher Bai's earlier fawning had vanished, replaced by a smug grin. Fully armed individuals swiftly appeared outside the school gates, surrounding Ning Yuan. I'm Li Mingyu from the Judicial Bureau. You are now suspected of murder. Please come with us. One officer stepped forward, flashing his badge while reaching for handcuffs to secure Ning Yuan's wrists. Ning Yuan deftly dodged and reached into his pocket. What? Are you going to resort to violent arrest? Seeing Ning Yuan's movement, the Judicial Bureau officers raised their guns, aiming them at him. I have temporary patrol credentials. This man attacked me first. I did not kill anyone. Li Mingyu stared at the credentials in Ning Yuan's hand, visibly startled. Then, remembering her orders, she steeled herself and slapped Ning Yuan's hand aside. You're just a high school student. How could you possibly have temporary patrol credentials? And you dared to forge documents? That's an additional charge. With that, the cold muzzles of their guns were once again aimed at Ning Yuan. Ning Yuan met her gaze coldly, tucking the pass away. Confronting the Judicial Bureau now would only invite trouble and give others ammunition. Silently, he pulled out his phone and sent a text message. He extended his wrist, allowing them to take him away. He climbed into a police car and departed. Chapter 39, Nemesis of Crime, Rising Star. Judicial Bureau, Temporary Detention Center. Ning Yuan sat in the interrogation chair, the words confess for leniency, resist for severity displayed behind him. Li Mingyu, who had arrested him, sat across from him, her expression stern as she demanded. Why did you kill Wang Yang? After sitting in silence for some time, Ning Yuan suddenly spoke. How did he die? Poisoned. Why are you asking me that? I'm the one questioning you. Li Mingyu snapped back instinctively, then slammed her hand on the table in irritation. Ning Yuan smiled. Wang Yonggang had barely hit the ground when you stormed in to make the arrest. It was like a surprise attack from above. You determined the cause of death without even examining the body? You're sharper than Conan himself. Is everyone at the Bureau of Justice like you? You? Li Mingyu was momentarily speechless, but someone behind her stepped forward. Ning Yuan, right? Whatever you say won't matter. You're now suspected of manslaughter. Once you're in our bureau, you'll be detained for half a month for investigation." After speaking, the man flicked his tongue out swiftly, snapping up a fly with a satisfying smack. He wore an expression of pure delight. "You want me to miss the college entrance exams? Have you considered that I'm with the patrol bureau? Your judicial bureau has no authority to detain me." Ning Yuan asked, his face clouded with confusion. "So what if you're from the patrol bureau? Let me tell you this: the chief personally ordered your arrest. The patrol bureau can't save you now." "Who the hell said the investigation bureau is useless?" A defiant voice boomed from outside as Yu Ying kicked the door open, accompanied by several judicial bureau officers. "Captain Zhang," she barged right in. "We couldn't stop her," one of them said with a grim expression. "No problem. Might this be Officer Yu, recently transferred here?" Captain Zhang looked at Yu Ying and said with a smile. "I'm your auntie. Who gave you permission to arrest my patrol bureau personnel? What authority does your Bureau of Justice have?" Yu Ying, with her fiery temper, showed him no mercy, immediately pointing her finger in his face and unleashing her fury. Captain Zhang hadn't expected Yu Ying to be so disrespectful. His smile froze on his face, then turned grim. "The Judicial Bureau handles cases and determines convictions. Since he ended up in our custody, we certainly have the authority to detain and interrogate him." Yu Ying didn't want to waste time arguing. She cut straight to the point. "He has a temporary investigation permit. He's an inspector. That man assaulting him is assaulting a police officer. He has the right to defend himself. I'm taking him back for our internal investigation." "Got it? No way. Your internal investigation? Who's to say you won't cover for each other?" Captain Zhang flatly refused. "Cover up? Did you know he personally apprehended 3 vicious criminals just now and received the crime fighter commendation from headquarters?" Yu Ying raised her eyebrows, pulled a gleaming gold medal from her pocket and held it up to his face. This medal wasn't handed out lightly. It represented not only honor but also the patrol bureau's intention to heavily cultivate him as a rising star for the entire bureau. Captain Zhang was about to protest further when Li Mingyu whispered something in his ear. His expression darkened and he reluctantly relented. "All right. Since he's the bureau's rising star, I doubt he'd kill without cause. There must be some misunderstanding. Take him away for internal review." With that, he ordered Ning Yuan's handcuffs removed and slunk away. He intended to confront the chief about why he'd been ordered to arrest someone only to release them so easily. Yu Ying led Ning Yuan out of the judicial bureau. Feeling the warm sunlight overhead, Ning Yuan finally exhaled in relief. Turning to Yu Ying, he said, "Sis Yu, thank you for everything this time." Hearing the sincerity in Ning Yuan's voice, Yu Ying gave a hearty laugh. "I've got your back. How could I let anyone push you around? But it's a good thing I got you the temporary patrol pass earlier, or it would have been tough to bail you out." Her decision to help him apply for that temporary patrol pass had been on a whim, but it turned out to be unexpectedly useful. "By the way, what's the story behind this crime fighter medal you're wearing?" Ning Yuan asked curiously. Captain Zhang had clearly been reluctant to release him at first, but after seeing the badge, Li Mingyu had immediately stepped forward to whisper something, and only then had he been let go. This badge was the key that had changed the mind of the person behind it all. "This is quite the thing. Come, I'll take you to meet someone." Yu Ying gave a mysterious smile, pulling Ning Yuan onto her fiery red motorcycle as they sped toward the city center. Patrol Bureau Headquarters. Ning Yuan gazed at the gilded characters before him and couldn't help but marvel. This headquarters was undeniably more imposing than the branch office. The constant flow of people entering and exiting the main headquarters was also far more intense, clearly indicating a busier pace. Yu Ying pulled Ning Yuan up to the second floor, stopping at the director's office at the end of the corridor. Without knocking, she pushed the door open. "Brother, I brought the person back for you." She flopped onto the plush sofa the moment she entered, settling into a comfortable recline. "How many times have I told you? Address people by their position. You're a grown woman, how can you be so careless about your image?" A deep, steady voice echoed from within, tinged with a hint of resignation. "I know, you. Xiao Yuan isn't an outsider." Yu Ying lay on the sofa, speaking lazily. "Xiao Yuan, huh? Come sit down and talk." Ning Yuan glanced toward the desk, where a handsome man with sharp eyebrows and piercing eyes was looking at her. It seemed the Yu family didn't particularly care for retaining demonic features. He walked over and sat down obediently in the chair before speaking. "Director Yu, what brings me here?" "Sister Yu mentioned you wished to see me." Director Yu smiled warmly as he replied. "Nothing urgent, really. I just wanted to see the young prodigy. Our inspection bureau recently discovered someone who single-handedly apprehended 3 dangerous criminals, even defeating a true seed cultivator with just a forged body cultivation base. Seeing you now, you truly live up to your reputation as a young genius." Such praise from a bureau chief-level figure was likely due to Yu Ying's current standing. Ning Yuan merely smiled shyly. "Director, you flatter me. To be honest, I owe a debt of gratitude to Sister Yu for securing my temporary patrol credentials, which enabled me to apprehend the criminals. Hearing this, Director Yu's expression grew serious. By the way, do you know why I awarded you this crime fighter medal? What does it represent? Ning Yuan naturally had no idea. He had asked Yuing earlier, but she had simply brought him here instead. Seeing Ning Yuan's blank expression, Director Yu didn't keep him in suspense. She explained directly. This crime fighter medal signifies that the entire patrol bureau will fully support you. We're cultivating you as the rising star of our bureau. When you take the college entrance exam in the future, if you ace it, it'll reflect well on our bureau too. Secondly, I have my own personal reasons for this. He sighed lightly and continued. I'm part of the younger generation pushing for reform. Over 10,000 years, this federation has rotted through in many places. Take Tianhe City, for instance. The judicial bureau colluded with the Ning family to frame you and send you to prison. You were rescued, but what about the corruption hidden from view? This medal is my way of telling the judicial bureau, I've got your back. Let's see if they dare challenge me. For now, it seems I've won. Ning Yuan finally understood why the judicial bureau had released him so hastily after seeing the medal. There was this deeper meaning behind it all. Regardless of the reason, I must thank you, Director. Without your help, I doubt I could have escaped this mess. Seeing Ning Yuan's earnest expression, Director Yu smiled. I'm glad you don't hold it against me. My inspection bureau didn't give you any resources, yet I pushed you forward as a rising star to save face for me. Ning Yuan scratched his head. No problem at all. Sister Yu is my angel investor, after all. Director Yu froze upon hearing this, glancing at Yuing reclining on the sofa. She hadn't realized she'd invested in a genius. So that's how it is. Well, that puts my mind at ease. Chapter 40, The Ning Family's Schemes, Enemies Approaching the Outer City. The Ning Residence. The opulent villa now seemed shrouded in gloom, its oppressive atmosphere so thick even the cicadas dared not chirp. Ning Tianxiong answered the call from the Bureau of Justice with a grim expression. There's nothing I can do about this. Your son has a temporary patrol credential, making him a sort of half-patrol officer. That's actually convenient. Finding a reason to detain him for a while won't be difficult. There was a pause on the other end before the voice continued. The real issue lies with the chief of the patrol bureau. That Yu Pan is no pushover. Ever since he transferred Wei Huqing here, he's been keeping a close eye on us. After all, the things we've been doing over the years aren't exactly above board. He's just waiting for an opportunity to strike. By insisting on protecting your son, he's essentially declaring war on us. We can't give him that chance just yet. Listening to the words on the other end, Ning Tianxiong's brows furrowed deeply. You know our work can't see the light of day. This man is a thorn in our side. You know I have people backing me. Why not seize this chance to remove the thorn? Otherwise, who knows who will call the shots in Wei River in the future? A long silence followed on the other end before a voice finally spoke again. My entire life has been like walking on thin ice. I'm just 6 months away from reaching solid ground. My old mentor who brought me into this world once told me, getting into the department doesn't mean you've made it. Only when you can retire safely and securely have you truly reached the shore. Endless silence followed. After a long pause, Ning Tianxiong finally spoke. Fine. I'll find another way. He slammed the phone down, clenching his fist so tightly that the device shattered into pieces, sending sparks flying. That old fool. He's grown complacent with age, long since lost his drive. All he cares about now is playing it safe. Don't you think about what you've done all these years? You want to get out? Do you think anyone will give you that chance? Tianxiong, things not going well? Why are you so furious? Xin Hong noticed Ning Tianxiong's grim expression and the phone he'd crushed in his hand, asking with concern. It's blown up. Ning Yuan got bailed out. Ning Tianxiong replied calmly, his composure restored. How is that possible? Our plan was flawless. Who could possibly pull someone out of custody from the hands of the Bureau of Justice director? He's just a bastard with no connections. Xin Hong looked utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend it. The trap had been set from the moment they learned Ning Yuan was heading to the school. They threatened Wang Yang, who harbored a grudge against Ning Yuan, using his family as leverage. Wang was ordered to assassinate Ning. If he succeeded, great. If not, Teacher Bai would secretly eliminate Wang and frame Ning for the murder. The judicial team had been waiting for him all along. The entire bureau, even the chief, was under their control. Once inside, they'd simply detain him for 10 days or a fortnight. Once he missed the college entrance exams, the Ning family would be at their mercy. So where exactly did things go wrong? He had a temporary inspection credential. The head of the inspection bureau pushed him as a rising star and forcibly protected him. That old fool didn't dare confront him and let him go. Even now, Ning Tianxiong's voice carried a trace of anger and dissatisfaction. By missing this chance, are we just going to stand by and watch him take the college entrance exam, slipping further and further out of our control? Based on the previous investigation, the suspected celestial master was lurking in the old city. This had kept them from making any moves there, while Ning Yuan was practically holed up in the old city. They'd finally caught a chance, yet failed to eliminate him. How could Qin Hong possibly accept that? Ning Tianxiong pondered silently before suddenly declaring. If we can't stop him from taking the exam, then we'll kill him right there in the exam hall. A vicious expression flashed across his face. After all, Ning Yuan was his seed. Though Qin Hong had always wanted to kill Ning Yuan, he had only ever intended to cripple or disable him, bringing him back to the Ning family to carry on the bloodline. Now that he was completely beyond their grasp, death was the only option. The college entrance exam? With representatives from the 4 major departments present and universities sending recruiters to directly select candidates, how could we possibly act? Since Linner's defeat last time. Ning Tianxiong cut him off abruptly. Don't mention that good for nothing. Just talking about him makes me furious. Such a waste of such fine bloodline. A complete squandering of resources. Qin Hong glared at him. Ning Tianxiong, how dare you speak of my son like that? He's just young. As long as I'm his mother, he'll make something of himself. Ning Tianxiong couldn't be bothered to argue. Whenever her son came up, Qin Hong became unreasonable. Waving his hand dismissively, he said, I'm not here to argue about this. Contact the Qin family. I want to make a deal with them. What kind of deal? Qin Hong demanded. My Ning family can arrange several identities in Weha City. Have the Qin family send a few of their members to transfer schools here and compete for spots in Weha City's top academies. All they need to do is kill Ning Yuan during the practical exercises. Since enrollment slots at each city's top academy were strictly limited, pre-exam transfers were absolutely prohibited. However, with a local powerhouse like the Ning family providing Weha City credentials, the Qin family's influence could certainly arrange for a few members to transfer over. Even for a colossus like the Qin family, securing an additional top academy spot was highly advantageous. There was absolutely no reason to refuse. Alright, I'll contact my brother immediately. Qin Hong agreed immediately. After all, Ning Lin was far from meeting the top academy standards, might as well give the spot to the Qin family. You're being too lenient with Ning Lin. This won't do. Let Eagle 7 rigorously train him these final days. Don't interfere too much. Ning Tianxiong pondered for a moment before addressing Qin Hong. All right. Eagle 7, from now on, Linger is entirely in your hands. Qin Hong, who had been about to contact the Qin family, gritted her teeth and turned to address Eagle 7. Standing nearby like a robot, Eagle 7 nodded and replied expressionlessly. Yes, Mississippi. This was one of the reasons Master sent me here. Before the college entrance exams, young Master needn't attend school at all. Leave everything to me. At that moment, Ning Yuan remained unaware of the Ning family's latest schemes. Having just concluded his meeting with the Inspection Bureau's high-ranking official, he stepped out of the bureau accompanied by Yuing. Xiao Yuan, let me drive you back. What are your plans from here? Yuing leaned against her motorcycle and asked Ning Yuan. My recent victimization stems from my own carelessness. The school is essentially the Ning family's turf. I went there rashly, unprepared, and that's how I fell into their trap. Ning Yuan paused to reflect before continuing. My marksmanship isn't perfected yet, and my footwork techniques aren't fully mastered either. There's still plenty of room for improvement. I've found life or death battles greatly aid my growth. I'll keep taking bounty missions. Besides, I can't just let this crime buster badge go to waste, can I? Yuing twirled the sunglasses in her hand and chuckled. Fine then. From now on, you're my subordinate. Work for me more often and lighten my load. It'll also help make your rising star reputation even more famous. Yes, sir. Wherever you point, that's my battlefield. Ning Yuan saluted with a military gesture, adding playfully. Good awareness, young comrade. Hop in. The boss will give you a ride home. Yuing was quite satisfied. She patted her vehicle in motion for Ning Yuan to get in. The engine roared to life and the two sped off. Instant cast. Chapter 41, the eve of the college entrance exam, preparations underway. Ning Yuan rode in Yu Ying's car to Paradise Street. They waved goodbye as she had many tasks to attend to. Turning, he pushed open the door and entered the massage parlor. Old Xia was still the same as ever. Seeing Ning Yuan enter, he asked indifferently. So, how was it? Did the real-world experience pay off? It was extremely effective. My marksmanship improved significantly, though something else happened just now. Ning Yuan recounted everything that had transpired that day to Old Xia. Old Xia listened with a darkening expression, then exclaimed angrily. The Ning family dares to strike again? Do they think I'm dead? Ning Yuan tried to calm him. Don't worry. I'm now the rising star of the patrol bureau. With the bureau's protection in the open, they won't dare play dirty tricks anymore. Leave the Ning family to me. I'll make them pay sooner or later. Ning Yuan didn't want Old Xia to act impulsively for his sake. In his heart, Old Xia mattered far more than the Ning family. Upon hearing Ning Yuan would handle the Ning family himself, Old Xia said no more. Just then, Zhang Mingxue burst into the room. She threw her arms around Ning Yuan, her beautiful face etched with worry and self-reproach. Xiao Yuan, it's all my fault. I led you into the Ning family's trap. Why didn't you tell me? Caught off guard by Zhang Mingshue's embrace, Ning Yuan felt flustered and hurriedly reassured her. Sister Mingxue, I'm fine now. Besides, who could have known the Ning family was so treacherous? It's only natural you didn't anticipate it. I should have gone with you. You didn't even notify me when something happened. Zhang Mingshue's face flushed as she released Ning Yuan and murmured softly. So she hadn't been notified, she'd been sulking all along. The thing is, help from afar can't solve an immediate crisis. I happen to have temporary patrol credentials, making me sort of a half-patrol officer. Sister, you could handle this situation perfectly. Ning Yuan patiently explained. At least Yuing got you that temporary patrol badge. She finally did something useful. Zhang Mengxue finally stopped blaming herself and instead praised Yuing. After all, Yuing had met Ning Yuan through her two connections. This could be considered her own network, meaning she had indirectly saved Ning Yuan. So stop feeling so down. Ning Yuan had finally managed to console Zhang Mengxue. How emotional this woman was, one moment sad, the next happy. What a hassle. After seeing her off, Ning Yuan resumed his cultivation. Aside from being framed and imprisoned, today's battle had given him plenty of inspiration. It was the perfect time to refine his spear techniques. Time flew by, and before he knew it, the day before the college entrance exams had arrived. Countless graduating students were raring to go, preparing to face the most crucial day of their lives. They hoped to score well and gain admission to their dream universities. Many others had long since given up, waiting only for the exams to end so they could seek other paths. People's journeys never ran parallel. Weiqing First High School. Old Xia was hyping up the students in the elite class. Students, tomorrow is the Gaokao. It's time to demonstrate the fruits of your month-long efforts. There's no need to be nervous, just perform to the best of your abilities. I hope every one of you can secure admission to a top-tier institution. Looking at the youthful faces before him, Old Xiao offered words of encouragement, though he knew full well that only the three with ancient bloodlines stood a chance at top-tier universities. The rest would likely settle for second-rate institutions at best. This thought inevitably brought Ning Yuan to mind the youth who had vowed to meet him at the exam results. Wondered how far he'd progressed by now. Today, nearly everyone from First High had shown up. Even Ning Lin, who hadn't been seen in class for days, was present. Deng Hu clenched his fist silently. He had now perfected his body tempering and mastered the tiger's roar technique. His newly cultivated weapon skills were also fully grasped. When he met Ning Yuan, he would definitely make him pay. After undergoing Eagle 7's grueling training, Ning Lin seemed transformed. His gaze was sharp, as if he had matured considerably. Feeling the immense power gained from days of grueling training, he vowed silently to crush Ning Yuan beneath his feet. On the final day, Lu Qingqing barely achieved perfection in body tempering, mastery in martial arts techniques, and minor proficiency in weapon skills. Her heart held only the burning desire for admission to a top-tier university. Hongyang High School. After the homeroom teacher of the elite class finished briefing the students on college entrance exam precautions, he called one student aside. She was an exceptionally beautiful girl, fox ears, 9 tails, a face like a peach blossom. Her eyes and brows held a captivating allure, every smile and frown radiating an indescribable charm that tugged at the heartstrings. Though sharing the Fox clan's bloodline like Mo Royan, she surpassed her in beauty by far. Zhao Yingyue, I've kept you behind because you're different from the others. I want you to secure a spot at a top-tier university. Originally, as the sole ancient bloodline in Weha, the spot was yours by right. But a few days ago, several transfer students suddenly arrived at Yaolong High School. Among them is another ancient bloodline. He will be your primary rival. Though her expression remained icy, Zhao Yingyue radiated an irresistible allure from within. She spoke softly. Taking such a risk to break the agreement and transfer here? They clearly couldn't secure a spot in their own city. A cowardly rat, nothing to fear. Good. Hearing you say that puts my mind at ease. You are the hope of our entire school. The homeroom teacher was thoroughly satisfied with her. He knew full well the exceptional caliber of this student. Not only did she possess the ancient bloodline of the 9-tailed celestial fox, but also possessed astonishing martial prowess. In just 1 month, she had mastered 2 martial arts techniques to perfection, a feat unmatched in Weha City. Ning Family Manor. Seated at the head of the table, Ning Tianxiong looked across at the 3 youths sitting opposite him. Ning Tianxiong spoke. I exerted considerable effort to secure these 3 spots for you. I expect you to fulfill your duties diligently. One of the youths, distinguished and rebellious in appearance, toyed with the cup in his hand. Don't worry. Not only do I possess ancient bloodlines, but my 2 younger cousins here are also top-tier primordial bloodlines. We've even mastered a combined attack technique of immense power. Frankly, I don't see why they had to make it so complicated by sending all 3 of us. I alone would have been sufficient. My son is no ordinary boy. His strength is not to be underestimated. Since he's stepping into this, we must deploy our full force. Ning Tianxiong's expression remained utterly unchanged, as if he weren't about to kill his own son. Never mind that he's merely a mixed bloodline. Even if he shares the ancient bloodline, so what? I am of the Qin clan. My strength far exceeds anything this remote little city could ever imagine. The youth's tone was supremely arrogant, matched by his haughty expression, showing utter contempt for Weha City. You. Before Ning Tianxiong could finish, the youth cut him off. We brothers need to rest. We must be in top condition for tomorrow's college entrance exams. We'll take our leave now. He nodded to Qin Hong and took his leave, paying Ning Tianxiong no mind whatsoever. Qin Hong looked at Ning Tianxiong, who seemed slightly annoyed, and said with a smile, Tianxiong, don't get upset. These three are just distant relatives. My brother had them come to Weha City with a single word. They're just 3 dogs as long as they're useful, don't take it to heart. Ning Tianxiong felt a surge of irritation, yet he could do nothing about it. As one of the 4 great clans, the Qin family's origins were terrifyingly formidable. Back when the 7 marshals founded the Federation and battled across the ancient star paths, they encountered the 4 fiends deep within the ancient routes. None could overcome the other. Those 4 fiends were bizarre and formidable, utterly impossible to kill. They could even invade Federation planets through the ancient path. Ultimately, the 4 generals shed their human forms, fully awakening their bloodlines. They reverted to their ancestral demonic states, transforming into the 4 divine beasts to guard the ancient path and oppose the 4 fiends. The Qin family descends from Qin Shui, the blue dragon bloodline, granting them immense influence throughout the entire Federation. Over 10,000 years of development, the clan has amassed countless secret techniques and resources. Their depth of heritage is beyond the comprehension of outsiders. Chapter 42, All parties assemble, the exam begins. Inside the massage parlor. It was a rare occasion that Ning Yuan, Old Xia, Zhang Mengxue, and Yu Ying were all present. They were gathered around a worn-out table, enjoying a hot pot feast. In the sweltering summer heat, the cool breeze blowing through the room made the hot pot feel incredibly refreshing. Ning Yuan scooped up a piece of cooked black rock mutton, dipped it in sauce, and took a big bite. The tender, succulent lamb, paired with the nutrient-rich sesame dip, melted on his tongue. He washed it down with a sip of ice-cold plum drink, letting out a satisfied sigh of relief. Beside him, Yu Ying, who was coughing and spluttering from the spice, also took a sip of her drink and said to Ning Yuan, "You've been a huge help lately. You've apprehended most of the wanted criminals in this area, and the city's crime rate has dropped significantly. Here's to you." She raised her cup and downed it in one gulp. Zhang Mengxue, overhearing Yu Ying's words, couldn't help but laugh. Of course. My brother is the real deal, a crimebuster who leaves no villain untouched. Old Xia took a bite of scalding hot beef and grimaced. You're telling me. Every time he's on a mission, those criminals either end up dead or crippled. With such brutal methods, how many fools would dare show their faces? Old Xia clearly wasn't pleased. Lately, Ning Yuan's mission frequency had noticeably dropped. He kept showing up here for no reason, disrupting his personal life. Ning Yuan was at a loss for words. What could he do? His formidable physique allowed him to dominate through sheer force. His gunplay was ruthless, most bandits couldn't even take a single shot. Zhang Mengxue, who was eating so intensely she was sweating, wiped the fine beads from her forehead and asked Ning Yuan. So, your college entrance exams are tomorrow. Is there anything you need me to prepare for you? Nothing to prepare. Just get ready to celebrate me getting into a top-tier university. Ning Yuan replied, pulling up his personal interface. Host, Ning Yuan. Celestial Black Tortoise Bloodline, Unknown Chaos Bloodline. Traits, Sky Supporting, Earth-shattering, Rock Solid, Endurance, Longevity. Techniques, Mountain Bearing Fist, Mastery. Martial Arts, Mountain Shaking Spear Technique Mastery, Instant Step Mastery. Realm, Body Tempering Bone Quenching 100%. Divine Powers, Consumption, Dream Implantation, Demon Slaying. Remaining Divine Ability Draws, 0. I'm currently at the Forging Body realm, basically maxed out. Just waiting for the college entrance exams now. June 8th. Weha City, Central Plaza. Weha City holds its annual college entrance exams here. The spacious plaza can accommodate over 1 million people. Thousands of high-tech machines are set up across the square. For a small, peripheral city like Weha, it's only at times like this that one can truly feel the technological awe brought by the Federation's long-established entry into the great cosmic era. Hundreds of thousands of graduating students gathered early, awaiting the exam's commencement. Surrounding them were anxious parents and journalists from various outlets, all hoping to secure first-hand updates. This was the city's grandest moment. On the elevated observation deck overlooking the plaza, government officials, corporate titans, and university leaders gathered together, discussing this year's cohort of students. The Lord Mayor of Weha City sat in the main seat, smiling broadly as he turned to the Inspector General seated to his left and inquired. Commissioner Yu, have you identified any promising candidates this time? Yu Pan's steady voice responded earnestly. Of course I do. Oh. But is it the rising star you recently promoted? He's been making quite a splash lately, a true nemesis of crime, apprehending numerous major fugitives. As the city lord, he paid close attention to this chief inspector, who like himself was a secret treasure demon warrior. After all, he had once been the sole secret treasure demon warrior in Weha City. Now, a young up-and-comer had suddenly been parachuted in from above. It was hard not to be suspicious. Yu Pan answered truthfully. That's correct. Ning Yuan is a promising young man. Not only is he exceptionally talented, but he also possesses outstanding character. He detests evil with a passion, which is why he's apprehended so many fugitives lately. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a discordant voice cut in from the side. Exceptionally gifted? Does this giftedness refer to his mixed bloodline? What do you mean by that, Chief of the Judicial Bureau? Nothing much. Just that your patrol bureau seems to be regressing. Treasure a half-blood like a prized possession and promote him as a rising star? If word gets out, other cities will laugh at us. Yu Pan's eyes narrowed slightly as he fixed his gaze on the gray-haired elder. So, by your logic, Chief Justice, you have a superior candidate? I haven't heard of the Justice Bureau ever promoting a rising star before. The Chief Justice chuckled. Of course. To be called a rising star, one must possess true talent. Is a mixed blood considered talented? Only those with ancient bloodlines can be called the pride of heaven, worthy of the title of rising star. Hearing this, Yu Pan felt puzzled. Could you be referring to that Chao Yue from Yaoyang Middle School? When did she become part of your Bureau of Justice? The bureau chief shook his head. Zhao Yue is capable, but she's not cut out for judicial work. Besides, Weha City isn't the only place with ancient bloodlines. Now Yu Pan was truly baffled. To his knowledge, Zhao Yue was the only ancient bloodline in all of Weha City. Where had this old man dug up this information? It's Qin Yaozhou from Yaolong High School. He possesses the ancient bloodline, the sea-covering dragon lineage. His natural talent is extraordinary. Yu Pan's mind flashed through information about Yaolong High School, quickly dismissing it as a third-rate institution, barely even second-rate. The name Qin Yaozhou was completely unfamiliar to him. Surname Qin? Ning family. You dared to arrange a cross-city transfer right before the college entrance exams? This is a grave offense, violating the 7 generals' rules. Yu Pan was furious. This Qin Yaozhou must be from the Qin family to transfer schools before the exams was utterly unforgivable. Director Yu, please calm down. I am aware of this matter. Qin Yaozhou is originally from our Weicheng. He left for studies years ago and submitted his transfer documents long before his awakening. The process was merely delayed, and he transferred over just a few days ago. The city lord spoke calmly. Yu Pan narrowed his eyes. Weha City was utterly rotten to the core. Even the city lord was in cahoots with them. Such practices ensured only the elite families gained entry into top academies. The strong grew stronger, while the upward mobility of talented commoners was blocked. They'd never have a chance to rise to the upper echelons. This was nothing short of undermining the very foundation of the Federation. Alas, the timing was not yet ripe. The path to reform was arduous. Sighing, Yu Pan murmured. I see. That's the spirit. We're all part of the bureaucracy. Only by working together can we govern the city well and serve the people's welfare, right? The city lord, relieved that Yu Pan wasn't pressing the matter, patted him on the shoulder with a smile. Then, spotting the newly arrived Director of Education and the Martial Arts Association President, he greeted them warmly. Gentlemen, you're a bit late. I was about to send someone to fetch you if I hadn't seen you soon, huh? The two exchanged pleasantries with the city lord before taking their seats. With this, all 4 major departments of Weha City, the Patrol Bureau, the Judicial Bureau, the Education Department, and the Martial Arts Association were present. Just as they were exchanging polite small talk, a broadcast echoed across the square. Attention all examinees, the examination will commence immediately. Across the square, over 1,000 machines stood tall, each manned by an examiner responsible for verifying and uploading the results. With the machines finally calibrated, the first round of physical conditioning assessments was about to commence. Chapter 43, Physical Training Test. Though the college entrance exam cohort numbered in the hundreds of thousands, each machine took less than a minute to scan and record. With thousands operating simultaneously, the entire process could be completed in a single morning. When Ning Yuan registered the previous day, he had received his exam number. He located his assigned position on the large screen, B17187. That meant Zone B, Machine 17, and he would be the 187th examinee. As Ning Yuan waited in line, the square's large screen began scrolling. First, Wang Erdu body forging score, 76. But it was quickly replaced by another name. Few scores remained on the screen for long. Until the name Deng Hu appeared at the top. Body forging score, 93. The crowd gasped in astonishment. 93 points? That must be the first score over 90 today, right? Yeah, I've heard of this Deng Hu. He's a genius with an ancient bloodline from first high school. With an ancient bloodline at peak forged body cultivation, scores typically range between 90 and 95. A 93 score suggests his bloodline is quite respectable even among ancient bloodlines. Deng Hu, standing nearby, beamed with pride. Even among bloodlines of the same level, there were disparities. He hadn't expected to reach 93 points. It seemed his bloodline was of medium caliber among the ancient bloodlines, quite respectable. Just then, a new wave of commotion erupted across the arena. The rankings on the screen shifted once more. Deng Hu dropped one spot to second place, while the top position flickered into obscurity. It now read, "Holy crap, 96 points? That's ancient bloodline territory. You don't know Goddess Zhao? She's the only ancient bloodline in Weha City, the pride of our Yaoyan High. Goddess Zhao is bound to be first in all three subjects. This time she's destined for the top universities." At the central viewing platform, admissions tutors from various prestigious universities gathered together, murmuring among themselves at the sight. So this is Weha City's ancient bloodline prodigy. Though her score is only 96, barely meeting the threshold for ancient bloodline, she still towers above the rest. Are you out of your mind? Her bloodline isn't known for physical prowess, it's about unlocking psychic power. Being able to wield psychic energy at the true seed stage means she's destined to become a psychic master. What's the point of arguing? She's a nine-tailed celestial fox bloodline. Don't forget why we're here. Once she takes first place and enters a top academy, it's none of our business. Envy won't help. He finished with a nod toward the figure in the center. It was a middle-aged beauty with an enchanting aura, radiating mature charm like a perfectly ripe peach. Merely approaching her could make one feel heated. She had been resting with her eyes closed until now. Now, her almond-shaped eyes finally opened, fixing on Yuing. Taking in her captivating figure and the nine tails clearly visible behind her, she nodded with satisfaction. This journey was for her sake. Enrolling her in a top academy was merely a secondary objective, otherwise, how could someone of her stature have returned to this remote town? To find one who had awakened the bloodline of the nine-tailed celestial fox in this remote corner of the world, she was destined to join the Qingqiu clan. The nine tails unfurled behind her, swaying gently. Just as the academy's admissions mentors debated, the rankings on the field underwent another dramatic shift. First, two individuals surged onto the list with a formidable 95 in body tempering, pushing Deng Hu out of the top three to claim second and third place respectively. A 95 body forging score represented the pinnacle among ancient bloodlines, rivaling even primordial bloodlines to some extent. Though they failed to surpass Xiao Yingyue, their scores sparked waves of discussion. Yet no one recognized either of them. Just as confusion spread, the top spot blurred and changed hands once more. It now read, Xin Yaozhou forged body score, 97. Holy! Where the hell did this ancient bloodline come from? I've never heard of any school producing a primordial bloodline before. And his score is even higher than Zhao Yingyue's? It's practically approaching the limit of a primordial bloodline. It is strange. Those two earlier were also unknown, like they suddenly popped out of nowhere. Xin Yaozhou, the subject of everyone's whispers, remained utterly indifferent. In his eyes, this remote frontier town was utterly backward. Compared to the imperial capital, these people seemed like uncivilized savages. He couldn't care less about what they were saying. Meanwhile, the teachers from various academies were in an uproar. Earlier, there had been only one ancient bloodline candidate. Since Weha City had only one top academy spot, it was practically reserved. But now the situation had changed. With two ancient bloodlines vying for one spot, it meant one would inevitably be left out. This presented an opportunity. Immediately, the crowd swarmed toward the city lord and other high-ranking officials, demanding to know the origins of this Qin Yaolong. Their intelligence reports had not mentioned such a talent before. Facing the academy instructors, the Bureau of Justice chief chuckled and stepped forward to explain. Qin Yaolong and the two young men just introduced are all secretly cultivated geniuses of my judicial bureau, are rising stars. They've been biding their time precisely to shine brightly at this moment. The crowd remained skeptical. If any family possessed ancient bloodlines, wouldn't they be beating drums and gongs to make it known to all? Why would they hide such a thing? Suddenly, a gasp erupted from the crowd. I checked, these three were actually students at Imperial Capital No. 2 High School. They only transferred here 4 days ago. Hearing this, some teachers grew indignant. Many of them came from humble backgrounds and knew firsthand the hardships they'd endured to reach their current positions. Now, someone had transferred from another city to snatch up a spot? Wasn't this blocking the upward path for commoners? What is the Judicial Bureau playing at? Engaging in cross-city transfer schemes? This violates the rules set by the 7 generals. I will report your actions. The Justice Bureau chief remained unruffled, replying leisurely. You've misunderstood. These three are originally from Weha City. Their household registrations are here. They merely left for studies abroad during their youth to pursue advanced training at the Qin family estate. Moreover, they submitted their transfer applications before their awakening, so it doesn't constitute a violation. The Qin family? Could it be that Qin family? At the mention of the Qin family, the man silently retracted his head. Born a commoner, he knew all too well the beatings endured to reach his current position. He understood class distinctions keenly. The 4 great clans were not foes he could provoke. Besides, blocking just one person's spot wouldn't affect the top-tier academy. As long as the scores were high enough, they could still be admitted. With that thought, he slowly straightened his back. The Qin family? So what if it's the Qin family? Others may fear them, but my Qingqiu clan certainly doesn't. The middle-aged beauty stepped forward. She had come specifically for Chao Yingyue. If the girl failed to gain admission to a top-tier institution, how could she possibly lure her back to the clan? The bureau chief watched her, sweat beading on his forehead. This family was no ordinary clan. Among the 7 marshals, 6 had left descendants who thrived. The 4 divine families actively participated in Federation affairs, evolving into the present-day 4 great clans. The descendants of the other 2 marshals, however, each managed several planets, forging ancestral domains. Their networks spanned the entire Federation, and their business operations were countless, making them 2 of the most elite families. These 4 noble houses and the 2 major families were arguably the most untouchable entities in the Federation. As a mere minnow caught between them, he wouldn't even know how he died. The city lord spoke up. Elder Tushan, please calm your anger. The situation with these 3 is indeed as stated. They have been studying under Qin Ming all these years. Qin Ming? Invoking his name won't sway me. Even if he were the first heir, our Tushan clan would show him no deference. Should Zhao Yinji fail to secure first place, I shall expose this matter without hesitation. With that, he sat down coldly, refusing to engage further. The city lord's face darkened as he turned to look at Ning Tianxiong. Ning Tianxiong, observing this, gave a slight nod, silently making some promise. The spectacle on the viewing platform went entirely unseen by Ning Yuan. For now, it was finally his turn. Relax. Just lie down in the test chamber. You'll feel something like an electric current stimulation shortly. That's normal, it's just activating your flesh's vitality to test your body's forging strength. Ning Yuan acknowledged the instructions and lay down inside the chamber. He had lain in similar chambers many times before, but this testing chamber was a first. The hatch slowly closed. High-frequency light waves washed over him, making his entire body feel as if an electric current were coursing through it. Every fiber of his being instantly stirred to life, muscles and bones tensing abruptly before quickly relaxing. A mechanical beep sounded in his ears. Beep. Bone forging complete. Multiple breakthroughs in physical forging limits. Score 99.9. Chapter 44, Shattering the Forging Limit, Multiple Shocks. As Ning Yuan's score appeared, the name of the top-ranked contestant on the large screen shifted once more, beginning to tremble violently and blur, as if verifying something. After a long moment, as everyone noticed, it finally sharpened into clarity. Ning Yuan body forging score 99.9. The words displayed on the screen detonated like a bomb across the entire plaza. Holy! There's another master? What the hell is that score, 99.9? I've never heard of it. Is the machine broken? I think I've heard of a 99.9 score before. It seems like you have to break the limit of body forging to achieve that. Breaking the limit? That's higher than the Chaos Bloodline's 99 points. Could there be someone in our city who surpasses the Chaos Bloodline? The square erupted in chaos. Onlookers and reporters jostled to peer inside, desperate to catch a glimpse of this legendary figure who shattered the forged body limit with a 99.9 score. Even the dignitaries on the elevated platform were stunned. They scrambled to identify this mysterious figure. Damn you, Qin family. Sending a seed of this caliber here to snatch a spot? What was Qin Ming thinking? A genius like this could easily secure a place at any top academy. Has the Qin family not produced a single figure of this caliber in generations? Elder Tushan erupted in fury, rising abruptly to confront the city lord. Elder Tushan, please calm down. Ning Yuan wasn't sent by the Qin family, he's a native of Weha City. Bull. How could a mere Weha City produce someone who shattered the limits of physical forging? In 10,000 years, our entire Qingqiu clan has barely cultivated a handful of such talents. Elder Tushan refused to believe it, his gaze toward the city lord growing increasingly hostile. I found his records. He really is from Weha City, Weha First High School, mixed bloodline? Holy, he dropped out? Did he even take the college entrance exam? Just as the beautiful woman was about to explode, that voice chimed in again, this time filled with utter disbelief, even more exaggerated than when they'd seen Ning Yuan's 99.9 rating earlier. What the hell? You're telling me this is the score of a mixed blood? Are you kidding me? Exactly. Mixed blood? Getting an 80 would be impressive. And he dropped out? A prodigy like that, what school wouldn't worship him? What kind of asshole school would let him leave? The man's face flushed crimson as he shouted. Check it yourselves if you don't believe me. You can see his records. Besides, the moment anyone awakens their bloodline, it's uploaded to the Federation database. How could it be fake? Hearing this, the crowd pulled out their data terminals and began examining Ning Yuan's records. When they saw the bloodline column clearly marked as mixed, they collectively sucked in their breaths, contributing to global warming. One by one, they turned to the city lord in disbelief, seeking answers. The city lord, having recovered from his own shock, cleared his throat and spoke. I'm not entirely sure myself. He is indeed a mixed blood, but why he broke the limits of physical forging remains a mystery. However, he was promoted as a rising star by the patrol bureau, so director Yu likely knows something about it. He promptly passed the buck to Yupan, though he himself was equally curious. Yupan remained as steady as an old dog, his expression unflappable as he calmly stated, "I only know one thing about this matter. He is the heir to a mysterious lineage. His cultivation of the supreme secret technique has reached perfection, which is why he achieved this feat." After speaking, he leisurely took a sip of water, though his hand trembled slightly. He hadn't expected the person his sister had picked up for investment to be so formidable, someone who had broken the limits of physical forging, a feat that might not occur even once in several generations. This revelation had been deliberately leaked by Ning Yuan. After all, the transformation of mixed blood into chaotic bloodlines was too bizarre for him to explain rationally. To avoid being captured and dissected, he had attributed the body forging to the Nirvana technique. Upper-tier secret techniques are scarce across the entire Federation. What sect could possibly master such a technique? Upper-tier secret techniques are renowned throughout the Federation. How come I've never heard of one that can be cultivated at the forging body realm? Strange. I've never heard of it either. Could it be some reclusive sect? As the crowd buzzed with speculation, the middle-aged man from the fierce tiger sect among them paled slightly. He had indeed heard of a supreme-grade secret technique cultivable at the forging body realm. Not only had he heard of it, but he had witnessed it firsthand. Ning Yuan, could he be the person Deng who mentioned last time? Those unfamiliar with Ning Yuan reacted in various ways. But among those who knew him, some rejoiced while others worried. Seated in the spectator stands, Ning Tianxian listened as Yupan revealed Ning Yuan was the heir to a mysterious sect. This only strengthened his conviction that the warning they had received earlier had been orchestrated by a master of that very sect. Damn it! Without realizing it, he'd allowed Ning Yuan to climb onto such a powerful tree. He absolutely couldn't let him grow stronger, he had to destroy him. Deng, who stared intently at Ning Yuan's ranking on the big screen, clenching his fist so tightly that blood seeped from his palms. He's this strong? How could he possibly seek revenge now? Ning Lin felt the same way. He had been elated just moments ago upon scoring 94 points, convinced his bloodline surpassed Deng Hu's. But his joy was short-lived. That name, the one that filled him with deep dread, appeared before his eyes like a nightmare, dragging him from heaven to hell. The confidence he'd regained through days of training shattered instantly, leaving only profound fear. When would he ever escape the shadow this man cast over him? Would he ever get the chance in this lifetime? Mo Ruyan's expression was dazed. The scene from that day was still vivid in her mind, surrounded by everyone, discussing how to make the young man take the fall. He had been humiliated by his entire family, despised by her, and she had gone to great lengths to avoid any connection with him. Had he become so dazzling now? Had she been right back then? A bitter smile escaped her lips at the thought. What was the point of dwelling on it? He never liked her anyway. Besides, he was with Ning Lin. With the Ning family behind him, Ning Yuan wouldn't last long. Lu Qingqing felt deeply moved. The youth who had defeated 3 opponents with a single move that day truly possessed extraordinary talent. She knew she could never match him, but she would do her utmost. Her goal remained the same, to get into a top-tier university and change her family's circumstances. That would be good enough. In the distance, a man with prominent features wore a dark expression, Xin Yaojiao. He hadn't expected Ning Yuan to be such a formidable figure. No wonder the Ning family hadn't trusted him to come alone. But what if he breaks through the limits of physical training? Martial arts, secret techniques, the Qin family has it all. Even the treatment afforded to collateral branches of a wealthy clan is beyond ordinary people's imagination. That's the depth of a powerful family's foundation. My martial wisdom is exceptional too. I've mastered not only a perfected fist technique but also a grand martial skill. This afternoon, I'll make you show your true colors. Zhao Lingyue, born with 9 tails, now wore a grave expression. Xin Yaojiao's sudden appearance had barely ruffled her feathers. After all, her master had warned her beforehand it was expected. She was confident she could defeat him. But Ning Yuan had appeared completely out of nowhere, without any warning. Staring at the 99.9 rating, she murmured, "Ning Yuan, ha!" Zhang Mingxue and Yu Ying were the only 2 cheering for Ning Yuan. Old Xia hadn't even shown up. He must have known the outcome all along. The 2 girls were now cheering wildly, hugging each other tightly. "Brother, you're amazing. You really are the best. Ha ha. I told you investing with me was a sure thing. I declare this investment the greatest trade of the century." Ning Yuan spotted the jubilant pair from afar, smiled warmly, waved vigorously, and made his way toward them. Fortunately, no one recognized Ning Yuan. With his 99.9 rated physique, he easily pushed his way through the crowd. The moment he approached, they flanked him, each taking an arm. "Come on, sis, will treat you to a feast." Chapter 45, Martial Arts Assessment. Ning Yuan felt the softness against his arms, an incredibly comfortable sensation. This is the reward for ranking first in physical training. Amidst the envious gazes of onlookers, they made their way to the hotel beside the square. With the college entrance exams underway, nearly every restaurant near the central square was packed. Fortunately, Zhang Mengxue had reserved a table at a top-tier hotel in advance, allowing the trio to secure a meal. To celebrate our Ning Yuan brothers' grand opening success taking first place in the very first match today, let's raise our glasses. Ning Yuan's success was the greatest validation of her judgment, so she was extremely excited. Yuing raised her glass too, wrapping an arm around Ning Yuan's neck. Little brother Yuan is truly remarkable. To break the limits of physical forging and achieve a score of 99.9, I'd only heard legends about such feats before. Never imagined I'd witness it with my own eyes today. Zhang Mengxue impatiently swatted Yu Ying's arm away, eyeing her suspiciously as if guarding against a thief. Talk is cheap, but keep your hands to yourself. You're a People's Patrol officer, don't even think about corrupting the nation's youth. Yuing rolled her eyes at Zhang Mengxue in exasperation. More like you're the one trying to corrupt the nation's youth. Seeing the awkward tension between them, Ning Yuan quickly stepped in to smooth things over. Stop arguing. I just finished one exam, and I have another one this afternoon. Put. Both of them scoffed simultaneously, but it was Zhang Mengxue who spoke up. I knew you practiced secret body forging techniques before, but without specific scoring instruments, I never had a clear idea of your level. However, I'm well aware of your martial skills. This martial skill assessment is much simpler. Achieving mastery in just one skill grants 90 points. Cultivating a second skill builds upon that 90-point base, adding 1 point for basic proficiency, 1 point for mastery, and 1 point for expertise. For the second martial skill, minor mastery scores 94-95, major mastery 96-97, and perfection 98-99. With 2 mastered martial arts at perfection level, you're guaranteed 99 points unless your legs give out and you can't perform. Hearing Zhang Mengxue say this, Ning Yuan asked curiously. So how exactly is this martial skill assessment conducted? Huh? You don't know how the martial arts assessment works? Old Xia never told you? Zhang Mengxue was a bit speechless. The martial arts assessment was imminent, and he didn't even know about such an important matter. Well, I dropped out, so I didn't know. Old Xia never mentioned this stuff to me either. Alright, well, the martial arts assessment is actually quite simple. You use a virtual combat simulator to project your consciousness and fight against a standard Federation martial arts warrior. The number of rounds you can survive determines your score. Ning Yuan perked up at this. Virtual combat simulators? That sounded a lot like the virtual reality headsets he'd heard about in his past life. Consciousness projection? Is the Federation's technology that advanced? Of course. The Federation has long since entered the Great Cosmic Era. Its technology far surpasses your imagination. It's just that this place is too remote for you to have experienced it. That's why I've been telling you we should go to the Imperial capital. That's where the Federation's most important cities are. Then let's finish eating quickly. I still have to take the afternoon exam. The afternoon exam was equally nerve-wracking. Unlike physical cultivation, something inherently difficult to alter, martial arts exams heavily depended on mental fortitude. Every year, countless students performed below their potential due to nerves or other factors, leaving them with lifelong regrets. He located his exam number on the large screen again, C1713. Since martial arts assessments took considerably longer than physical cultivation tests, the corresponding equipment was significantly expanded, numbering over 10,000 units. His seat was similar to the previous session mid-range, which was favorable for finishing early. Looking toward the plaza, a massive machine stood at its center. It was covered in intricate circuitry and engraved with mysterious, almost religious-looking symbols. Cables ran from it to a metal helmet placed on the examiner's desk. Once the equipment was calibrated, the examiners finally began admitting students one by one. The first candidate had finally started their assessment. In less than 10 minutes, some students had already completed their assessments, and scores began scrolling across the large screen. Li Ergu martial arts score, 78. As names scrolled by, Ning Yuan paid them no further attention. He felt these opponents were nothing special in Weha City, he could scarcely find anyone worthy of challenging him. Not long after, it was finally Ning Yuan's turn. He picked up the metallic helmet for inspection. It resembled a motorcycle helmet, adorned with mysterious patterns, and had a fiber optic cable connected to the back. Just put it on. This is a simplified version. Once worn, it generates a generic virtual avatar. You'll simply fight against the same type of virtual opponent inside. Coincidentally, this examiner was the very same official who had assessed his physical conditioning score that morning. Ning Yuan smiled at the explanation, slipped on the helmet, and watched as the visor before his eyes began flashing with a constantly updating stream of data. The world went dark and he entered a virtual space. He clenched his fist slightly, savoring the tangible sensation, marveling once more at the wonders of Federation technology. This feeling was remarkably similar to his own dream weaving space. He never imagined technology could replicate the sensation of divine abilities. After a moment of adjustment, a faintly glowing figure appeared before him, charging straight at Ning Yuan. Ning Yuan raised his fist and struck it down in an instant. That weak? Well, this was only the first level. The difficulty would surely increase later on. Immediately, a second luminous figure appeared. Another punch. This one felt slightly stronger than the last. As the levels progressed, Ning Yuan finally uncovered the secret. The light figure's physical capabilities were likely identical to the virtual humans Ning Yuan had created. But their martial arts skills were lacking. The first level was roughly beginner tier, while the second required proficiency. So the sixth level must be the mastery stage? He charged through to the sixth level like a whirlwind, and sure enough, his opponent was at the mastery level. Yet even that was no match for Ning Yuan. Though both were at the mastery tier, Ning Yuan's Danshan fist fuse technique with martial will, reaching the realm of killing moves. Before Ning Yuan could unleash his ultimate strike, the opponent was already scattered. Immediately, a line of small text appeared before his eyes. One fist technique mastered. Continue the challenge? Ning Yuan selected yes without hesitation. Require a weapon? Weapon type? Yes. Spear. After making his selection, a spear materialized in his hand. He casually executed a few spear flourishes, finding it perfectly suited to his grip. A light-clad figure wielding a spear materialized opposite him, charging toward Ning Yuan. Instant kill. And so, he swept through every level until the sixth stage. After scattering several light figures with a few thrusts, Ning Yuan prepared to remove his helmet. A line of small text appeared before his eyes. Continue the challenge? Ning Yuan's curiosity piqued. His two mastered martial arts techniques should already be at 99 points. Could this 13th stage grant him 99.9 points? Yes. Just as Ning Yuan initiated the challenge, the top scorers from earlier that morning once again broke their own records. The two Qin brothers, both possessing ancient bloodlines, each scored 96 points, one mastery level martial skill and one newly advanced skill. Xin Yaojiao, however, towered above the field with a score of 97, demonstrating one mastery and one near-mastered martial skill, though his second skill had advanced further toward mastery. As for the elite class, the three ancient bloodline members fell significantly short. Deng Hu performed adequately, scoring 93 points with one mastery and one proficiency. Ning Lin, however, showed remarkable improvement with 95 points, one skill at perfection and another at minor mastery. Such results were already impressive, but it was a pity that Ning Yuan had crushed his spirit, leaving him looking utterly dejected. Lu Qingqing fared the worst, barely scraping by with 90 points, her fist technique at mastery level, while her weapon skill was only at minor mastery. With these results announced, only Zhao Yinji and Ning Yuan, the two who had shown brightest that morning, remained to reveal their scores. Chapter 46, Martial Arts First Place Again. As the crowd discussed the scores, Zhao Yingyue's name suddenly appeared on the leaderboard, knocking Qin Yaolong, who had held the top spot, down to second place as she claimed the championship. The dazzling 98 points displayed on the large screen clearly demonstrated that she possessed two martial arts techniques at the consummate level. Goddess Zhao is incredible. In just 1 month, she not only perfected her physical training but also mastered two perfect-grade martial arts techniques. What extraordinary martial wisdom! Comparing ourselves to her is truly infuriating. Not only does she have exceptional bloodline, but her martial wisdom is also extraordinary. And she's stunningly beautiful too. How are ordinary people like us supposed to live? A crowd gazed at Zhao Yingyue with envious expressions. Such exceptional gifts bestowed upon one person, the heavens were truly unfair. Xin Yaojiao's face darkened. In this remote frontier town, a godforsaken place, someone actually possessed greater martial wisdom than him. He understood the gap all too well. The leap from great achievement to perfection was far more than just one rank. His own great achievement, martial arts, had advanced considerably, yet reaching perfection still required at least several more days of cultivation. And what martial resources did he enjoy? Even as a collateral branch descendant, he attended the capital's top high school with its formidable faculty. Within his clan, he even had a privately held demonic martial artist as his personal instructor. Yet someone with none of these advantages could surpass him in martial arts? The gap was simply too vast. As all eyes turned to Yuing, she herself never glanced at anyone else. Instead, she searched intently at the large screen. She wanted to see if Wu Hui, that morning's unexpected prodigy, could match her own prowess. In the audience, mentors and elders murmured among themselves. This student with the nine-tailed celestial fox bloodline is truly extraordinary. To possess such martial insight even at the body tempering stage, once she awakens her divine sense and unlocks her mental power, she'll be formidable indeed. Of course. The nine-tailed celestial fox bloodline far surpasses ordinary ancient bloodlines. Otherwise, why would that one have come? The beautiful woman watched Zhao Yingyue with great satisfaction. To possess such martial insight at the body tempering stage, if she could awaken her bloodline a second time in the future, she was destined to become a rising star of her generation, a pillar of strength for her clan. The city lord also congratulated the beautiful woman with a cheerful tone. Congratulations, Elder Tushan. With Zhao Yingyue's astonishing martial insight, your mission here is certain to succeed. Hearing the city lord's flattery, the beautiful woman immediately withdrew her smile and coldly retorted. Spare me the pleasantries. Her first place finish is acceptable. I couldn't care less about this sordid affair. If she hadn't secured a spot at the top academy, Or if Ning Yuan had taken first place, I would have accepted it. But if someone from the Qin family comes out on top, I swear I won't let you off easy. Hearing her words, the city lord offered an awkward smile, his expression unnatural. The Chief Justice, noticing the mayor's discomfort, quickly interjected to change the subject. Speaking of Ning Yuan, Inspector General, your rising star, surely he won't fall from grace in less than half a day? After all, though he broke through the limits in the body tempering stage, he remains a mixed blood at heart. While martial wisdom is said to be unrelated to bloodline, how many with high bloodline have low martial wisdom? And how many with low bloodline possess astonishing martial wisdom? Even if he possesses considerable martial wisdom and has cultivated such an astonishing body-forging secret technique, how could he possibly find time to practice anything else? Yu Pan listened to the Justice Bureau chief's sarcastic remarks and smiled confidently. Well, Director of Justice, not only are you skilled at handling cases, but you've also mastered the art of fortune-telling, have you? Why don't we make a wager then? What are you betting on? Yu Pan's fingers lightly traced the rim of his water glass as he spoke calmly. How about we wager the case files from your Justice Bureau? What do you say? The bureau chief stiffened. Before he could respond, the city lord interjected. What nonsense is this? The bureau's files are all classified. Besides, you two are high-ranking directors, how can you be gambling like this? Drop it now. Handing over the Judicial Bureau's case files would be like voluntarily handing someone a knife and asking them to strike. Yu Pan seemed to have anticipated this and remained silent. The mentor, the head of the Judicial Bureau, felt his face burn with embarrassment. He hadn't dared to respond earlier. Just as he was about to say something, a thunderous roar echoed across the square, drawing everyone's attention. Ning Yuan hadn't even made it past the 13th level. He was knocked back by a single punch right at the start, then immediately locked into a fierce exchange of blows using his mountain shouldering fist. Both fused martial will into their punches, each strike growing fiercer and more brutal than the last. After a dozen exchanges, both vanished simultaneously, neither having gained the upper hand. Ning Yuan looked up at the screen. His name stood tall at the top. Ning Yuan martial skill score, 99. It wasn't the limit, breaking 99.9. It seemed the final gate hadn't counted him as passing. Did he have to defeat it? Ning Yuan believed his fist techniques had reached their peak. What other methods could there be? Could anything surpass his current fist techniques? Just as Ning Yuan pondered his martial arts techniques, his score once again ignited the crowd in the square. Holy! Didn't someone tell me he was a mixed blood? This must be Chaos Bloodline. I'm going to beat the crap out of him. A true legend gets max points in martial arts too. He really is a mixed blood? I'll show him. Holy! Who hit me? The trio from the elite class had long since grown numb, as if they'd known the outcome all along. After all, back in the elite class, Old Xia had often praised Ning Yuan's astonishing martial wisdom, far surpassing their own. Seeing him score 99 points now held no surprise. Only the ambitious Qin Yaojiu seethed with rage. He understood the gap between them, which only fueled his fury. How dare it? How dare a small town produce two prodigies stronger than him? How dare it? Mud legs, lowly vermin should know their place and stay forever wallowing in the mud. How dare they try to climb up? Damn them! Veins bulged on his clenched fists as he bowed his head low, struggling to hide the murderous intent etched across his face. When the practical assessment comes, I'll make you understand what true aristocratic heritage means. You'll witness the crushing superiority of class. Upon seeing Ning Yuan's score, Zhao Yingyue drew a deep breath and turned to leave. There was nothing left here for her to concern herself with. From the stands, Yu Pan stared at Ning Yuan's score and exclaimed gleefully. Excellent! Truly the rising star of our patrol bureau. As for the Chief Justice's rising star, well, he seems rather lacking. Don't get too cocky. Tomorrow's practical assessment is what matters. Demon martial arts are forged in battle. No matter how flashy your stats are, if you can't perform in combat, you're nothing but a weakling. The Chief Justice retorted stubbornly, pinning his hopes solely on the Qin family's aristocratic heritage, something the lower classes could never match. Yu Pan chuckled inwardly. Practical combat? Did you know how many criminals Ning Yuan had apprehended recently? Just days ago, he'd managed to reverse cultivate a true seed through body forging. At his rate of progress, his strength must be even greater now. Zhang Mengxue and Yu Ying remained the best cheerleaders, forming a stunning sight that deterred onlookers. After all, they radiated wealth and nobility. No one wanted trouble. But Ning Yuan wouldn't get off so easily this time. In the morning, no one recognized him. But by afternoon, every reporter had his photo. Upon learning he possessed a mixed bloodline and had been expelled from school, they went wild. Such a low-grade bloodline and a mysterious expulsion surely meant there was a bizarre and convoluted story behind it, exactly what they needed. So when Ning Yuan approached the crowd, the reporters swarmed him like sharks sensing blood, leaving him unable to move an inch. With no other option, Ning Yuan grabbed a reporter by the collar and shouted, "I'll only grant an interview to him alone. Everyone else will have to wait until next time." Chapter 47, Old Xia's Past. The man whose collar Ning Yuan had grabbed was momentarily stunned. His eyes, ringed by deep dark circles, widened in disbelief. But that quickly turned to elation as he grabbed Ning Yuan and dragged him toward the exit. This was an exclusive scoop, his big break. It must be said, this reporter was quite fierce. He actually managed to force his way through the crowd with Ning Yuan in tow. Zhang Mingxue and Yuing saw Ning Yuan being pulled away and immediately followed. They dashed into a quiet alleyway, finally shaking off the crowd behind them. The panting reporter, truly dedicated to his craft, didn't even pause to catch his breath before thrusting a microphone at Ning Yuan and firing off his first question. Are you really a half-breed? How did you achieve what you have today? Ning Yuan froze, staring at the disheveled reporter with huge dark circles under his eyes. Exasperated, he replied. Is this how you do journalism? Who cares about these questions? Don't you understand what a selling point is? What makes a headline grabber? The two sentences left the reporter dumbfounded. Then Ning Yuan leaned in close. Come on, let me teach you what the public really cares about. Then the two whispered. Things like tragic backstories, unfair treatment, fallen geniuses, rags to riches tales, gossip scandals, and so on. Plus phrases like shocking, audience resonance, pity-mongering. As Ning Yuan spelled out each phrase, the reporter's eyes grew brighter and brighter. Even the deep dark circles under his eyes couldn't hide the excitement in his gaze. No wonder nobody read my old stuff, it was utter garbage. Watching the trembling reporter walk away, Ning Yuan felt deeply satisfied. He'd shared quite a bit with the reporter just now, sprinkling in plenty of personal favors along the way. Tomorrow should bring a major surprise for both the Ning family and First High. With a satisfied smile, he walked out of the alley with Zhang Mingxue and Yuing. They headed back to the same restaurant from lunch, where they shared a meal before parting ways. Ning Yuan, clutching takeout, headed to share the good news with old Xie. Pushing open the door to the massage parlor, he bellowed with confidence. Old Xie. I'm back, and I brought you food. See? I treat you well. Seeing Ning Yuan's confident demeanor, old Xie knew he'd done well. Taking the food, he asked in a supportive tone. So, how did you do today? What do you think? First place in both subjects, of course. My body forging score even broke the limit, hitting 99.9 points. But I only got 99 in martial arts. Speaking of which, I have a question. He recalled the 13th stage he'd encountered during the martial arts assessment and wanted to seek old Xie's guidance. Oh? What is it? During today's martial arts test, there was actually a 13th stage. I couldn't get past it, which is why I only scored 99. But I feel my fist techniques have reached their limit. How exactly can I clear that stage? Upon hearing Ning Yuan's query, old Xie stopped eating and addressed him. As far as your fist techniques go, they are indeed perfected with no room for improvement. Thus, 99 points is your limit. If you wish to achieve a score of 99.9, you must advance to the second stage of martial arts cultivation, enlightenment of the heart. Ning Yuan looked puzzled. The second step of martial arts, enlightenment of the heart? Old Xie nodded calmly. Exactly. You've now integrated your techniques with your body's instincts, reaching the realm of body follows mind. You've grasped the essence of martial will, reaching the peak of the first layer of martial arts, body and intent. As for the second step, enlightened mind, it involves driving martial arts with your heart, primarily fighting through intent. This requires you to clarify your own heart, forge a distinct personal style, and comprehend your own unique martial will. A martial will uniquely his own? Ning Yuan pondered old Xie's words carefully. So, he realized he had only grasped the martial will within the fist techniques thus far, without developing his own distinct style. Once he clarified his true self and comprehended his unique martial will, he could advance to the second step of martial arts? Old Xie watched Ning Yuan ponder without interrupting. His biggest problem now was the brevity of his cultivation time and the limited martial arts he had encountered. Success would come when he could refine all techniques, clarify his path forward, and grasp his own martial will. For now, he must observe and learn more. Though Ning Yuan hadn't gained any profound insights from old Xie's answer, he now understood the direction he needed to take. Tomorrow marked the most crucial practical assessment of the college entrance exams, so he took his leave to return home and rest early. On the way back, Ning Yuan's mind was still immersed in contemplating his own martial path. Suddenly, his body jerked and he turned his head to look. Behind him stood a middle-aged man with tiger-like markings on his face. He radiated a dangerous aura, like a predatory tiger ready to pounce, triggering a full-body stress response in Ning Yuan. No need to be nervous. You're Ning Yuan, right? As the middle-aged man spoke slowly, that feeling gradually faded. What do you want with me? Ning Yuan remained cautious, his voice tinged with wariness. I represent the Tiger-style martial arts school. I heard about you from Deng Hu before. I wanted to recruit you then, but after you dropped out, I couldn't find you. Unfortunately, given your current achievements, you might not even consider joining our mighty Tiger School now. The middle-aged man spoke with a hint of regret, as if lamenting the loss of a prodigy to his school. Ning Yuan offered no further comment. It's not that I look down on your school. I already have a master and won't join another school. I understand. That's why I'm not here to recruit you today. I'm here to ask whether you were trained in the Great Sage's Pigwa school? The middle-aged man's aura shifted abruptly, unleashing a powerful oppressive force. An intangible mental pressure shook Ning Yuan's spirit, causing his consciousness to waver. He found himself unconsciously about to answer. Oomph. At that moment, a cold snort echoed. The middle-aged man's expression changed drastically. A mental wave as vast as the sun, as aggressive as fire, brutally shattered his own psychic force, causing him to grunt in pain. Get lost. Try bullying the weak again, and I'll kill you. The middle-aged man retreated in disarray, his heart pounding. There was no mistake. This mental wave was identical to the one from years ago. It was the same person who shattered the mighty Tiger Styles' reputation, beating his senior brothers until they spat blood and collapsed. Even the most outstanding senior brother had his martial will crushed, never recovering afterward. The entire style plummeted into decline, something his master had obsessed over until his dying breath. It seemed beyond doubt that Ning Yuan had mastered that peerless body-forging secret technique. But how could this be? Having committed such a grave crime, how could he still be alive? And left behind his legacy? Revenge must be exacted. His entire school must be annihilated. As the middle-aged man retreated, Ning Yuan's mind cleared, and shock gripped his heart. What level of power did this man possess? His mere aura could make my mind lose its way. Old Xie's voice reached his ears, urging Ning Yuan to return. There were things to discuss. Ning Yuan returned to the massage parlor and closed the door. Old Xie's demeanor was unusually serious, unlike his usual self. Sit. Ning Yuan obediently sat down. Old Xie seemed lost in recollection, remaining silent for a long while before speaking. The reason I've always avoided getting too involved with you is partly because I've made quite a few enemies. Back in the day, when I was skilled in demonic martial arts, I often challenged other schools. I humiliated quite a few martial arts factions, and this guy's faction was probably one of them. So this is what you've been hiding all along? Ning Yuan was puzzled. Could it be that old Xie had later failed in a challenge, had his legs broken, and that's why he'd become so despondent, constantly claiming demonic martial arts were useless? Old Xie sensed Ning Yuan's thoughts and smiled indifferently. Not exactly. I never failed in my challenges. Instead, they made me famous, earning me the title Demon Martial Son. What was that about? Ning Yuan pressed for details. I'd rather not speak of it. Don't bring it up again. Now you know I have grudges with the major schools. Once you enter university, many of them will likely come looking for trouble. Are you afraid? Old Xie didn't answer, but countered with a question of his own. Scared? If you can defeat them, why couldn't I? Hearing Lao Xie's counter-question, Ning Yuan spoke with a hint of anticipation. Your fists back then weren't fast enough, weren't ruthless enough. You didn't beat them into submission, so they dare to come looking for trouble. Once I retrace your path, I'll beat them all into submission. Revealing the Nirvana technique back then had been part of his plan to take on Lao Xie's karma. Though the true reason for old Xie's despondency remained unknown, at least he'd gained some insight into his past, a significant step forward. Looking at the spirited youth before him, old Xie smiled. It seemed he could now face his master and grandmaster with dignity, even in the afterlife. Chapter 48, Undercurrents Stir, the Curtain Rises. The Ning family. Ning Tianxiong looked at Qin Yaojiao, whose expression was far from pleasant, and spoke calmly. Tomorrow, your mission is not only to kill Ning Yuan, but also to avoid finishing first. You must yield your spot. Hearing Ning Tianxiong's words, Qin Yaojiao leapt to his feet, furious. What do you mean, give up the spot? How dare you break our agreement? The deal we struck with the Qin family was that you'd handle the assassination, while I'd secure the top academy's admission slot. Facing Qin Yaojiao's confrontation, Ning Tianxiong offered no further explanation. This is what Qin Ming himself said. Then, perhaps concerned Qin Yaojiao's dissatisfaction might jeopardize the mission, he added an explanation. There's been a complication. The Qingqiu clan is determined to secure that spot. If you take first place, they won't let it go. Qin Yaojiao's face darkened. He had exerted tremendous effort to secure this spot. Now he was being asked to give it up? What was the point of his entire journey? But rest assured, upon returning to the clan, you will be compensated. Gritting his teeth until the veins on his prominent forehead bulged, he ground out through clenched teeth. Fine. He had no choice. Qin Ming wasn't just a direct descendant, he was the Qin family's seventh heir apparent. Qin Yaojiao had no authority to refuse. After uttering those words, he turned and walked away with his two brothers. Ning Tianxiong watched his retreating figure without comment. He cared little for their attitudes as long as they helped him achieve his goals, that was all that mattered. His brow furrowed deeply as he reflected on today's events. Not only did Ning Yuan excel in both physical cultivation and martial arts, ranking first in both, but his physical cultivation score had shattered the very limits of what was possible. Relying solely on these three men might not be enough. He had never gone out of his way to conceal Ning Yuan's connection to the Ning family. After tonight, many would likely learn of his origins, and the Ning family's underhanded schemes would no longer remain hidden. If Ning Yuan were allowed to enter the ranked academy unimpeded, the Ning family would be finished. Therefore, he must die. There could be no room for error. With that thought, he spoke into the shadows. Xiaohu, fetch 3 vials of reagent number 5. Deliver them to those 3 shortly. If necessary, drink them yourself. Reagent number 5 was a potent banned substance. After ingestion, it not only greatly enhanced one's strength but also rapidly healed physical injuries, even achieving flesh regeneration. However, its subsequent side effects were extremely severe, carrying the risk of mutation and demonic transformation, hence its classification as a banned substance. But that wasn't his concern. Killing Ning Yuan was all that mattered. Worried they might refuse? He'd simply downplay the side effects. Ning Tianxiong's fingers tapped lightly on the tabletop. After pondering for a moment, he still felt it wasn't secure enough. Xiaolong, take all of my company's profits for this year and approach each of the top 50 people from today's rankings. Offer 1 million yuan to anyone who agrees to ambush and kill Ning Yuan. Whoever kills him gets the entire year's profits, every last penny. The Ning family essentially owned half of Weha City, primarily in energy. Their annual profits were staggering. Cultivating a demon warrior, especially an exceptional one, consumed immense resources. That was precisely why those prodigies sought investment from major corporations and took on endorsements. They were starved for resources. To put it simply, reaching the true seed realm alone demands immense resources. Forging a demonic physique is no easy feat. Crafting a superior one costs at least hundreds of millions. Most fail to advance beyond the true seed realm precisely because they hit a resource wall. Yes, master. Xiaolong vanished immediately after speaking. Ning Tianxiong remained alone in the villa, his features obscured by the dim lighting. Tonight, many would surely lie awake. A new day dawned, and the sun rose as usual. Ning Yuan arrived at the massage parlor early. Zhang Mengxue and Yuing were also there. This place had long become their regular gathering spot. The two women gave Ning Yuan various reminders about precautions, and Zhang Mengxue stuffed tube after tube of medication into his backpack. Here's a day's worth of energy supplies, plus 5 healing potions and 3 antidotes. The exam rules only allow this much, but don't worry, these healing and antidote potions are top tier. I got them all from old manhwa. Yuing stepped forward beside him, pulling out a combat suit and adding. The combat assessment has no weapon restrictions, but the highest grade combat suit allowed is level 3. This is the level 3 suit the Bureau applied for you. It can defend against most physical attacks from demon beasts and has tons of features. Let me help you put it on. Zhang Mengxue snatched the combat suit from Yu Ying's hands and turned to Yuing, saying, You put it on him? How do you plan to do that? I think you just want to take advantage of my brother. What? If I can't put it on him, you're going to do it? Yuing raised her eyebrows, her face flushed with teasing as she looked at Zhang Mengxue. Zhang Mengxue flushed slightly under her gaze. She looked at the combat suit in her hands, then glanced at Ning Yuan, seemingly pondering where to begin. Seeing this, Ning Yuan quickly snatched the uniform back. I'll put it on myself. No need to trouble either of you sisters. With that, he dashed upstairs to change. Put. Going upstairs? Like we'd take advantage of you or something. The two women snorted lightly, their voices tinged with displeasure. Old Xia was speechless. Take advantage? The way you two were acting, you were practically feeding yourselves to my apprentice. Soon, the sound of footsteps echoed down the stairs. Ning Yuan descended, freshly dressed, and everyone's eyes lit up. What a dashing young man. His black combat uniform accentuated his tall, slender frame. His expression was handsome yet cool, and the dark blue tattoo speaking out from his neckline made him incredibly charming. The two men watched Ning Yuan with satisfied expressions. Old Xia, standing nearby, found it all a bit sickening and said impatiently. All right, let's go. We'll be late for the exam. With that, the trio departed, climbing into Zhang Mengxue's car and heading toward the central plaza. The square was already packed with people. Many students had been waiting since early morning. As Ning Yuan entered the square, the exam rules were being announced. The first practical exam lasts 3 days, scored by points. First place receives a perfect score of 100. Indeed, combat skills could earn a perfect score. Demon martial arts were forged in battle, only combat achievements mattered. First place meant 100 points. Second, you may only carry 1 day's worth of energy supplies. Medications are also restricted. Exceeding the limit will result in disqualification. Third, points are calculated based on the rank of slain demon beasts. Skin refining demons, 1 point. Flesh refining demons, 2 points. Tendon refining demons, 4 points. Bone tempering demons, 8 points. True Seed minor achievement demons, 100 points. True Seed major achievement demons, 1000 points. Final rankings are determined by points, and scores are calculated based on those rankings. The point gaps between demon beasts are enormous, especially after reaching True Seed stage, where the increase is truly exponential. This is only natural, as the gap between Forged Body and True Seed is a major realm. Virtually no one can successfully defeat a True Seed beast, though each year a few demonic martial prodigies manage to hunt one, hence their inclusion in the scoring. Furthermore, we reiterate that the combat exercises carry inherent risks. Although everyone will be equipped with a distress beacon, pressing it will summon a dedicated rescue team. However, it takes at least 5 minutes for the rescue team to arrive. During this period, safety cannot be guaranteed, and there is a high risk of death. Therefore, act within your capabilities. Furthermore, activating the distress beacon constitutes forfeiture, resulting in 0 points. Each participant has only one chance, use it wisely. May all of you achieve great success in your demonic martial arts. May all of you achieve mastery in demonic martial arts. Over 1,000 examiners shouted this phrase simultaneously, their powerful voices rolling across the entire plaza. The practical combat assessment was about to commence. Chapter 49, Public Outrage Explodes. After the rules were announced, the students began lining up to collect their distress beacons. The examiners worked efficiently, and soon it was Ning Yuan's turn. Taking the distress beacon from the examiner, he examined it closely. It was a high-tech wristwatch with an LCD screen displaying the number 0. A red button was positioned on the side. This watch has a location function that can pinpoint your position to facilitate rescue. The button on the side is the distress call button. Pressing it repeatedly will summon help. The number on the screen represents your accumulated points. Each demon beast you slay will be automatically recorded by the watch. After explaining the watch's functions, the examiner moved on to distribute watches to the next student. Ning Yuan marveled at the technology. The location tracking made sense, but automatic point recording? What principle was behind that? The Federation's technological advancement was truly remarkable. Clicking the wristwatch onto his left wrist, Ning Yuan hoisted Qingdi and headed toward the official transport vehicles. As the examiners finished distributing the wristwatches one by one, all the students boarded the transport vehicles. Thousands of green-painted trucks roared to life, heading out of the city. Their destination, the practical assessments site, the Crimson River Mountains. Originally, the Crimson River Mountains weren't called that. 10,000 years ago, the ancient starlight path appeared. Beasts awoke to their demonic bloodlines, transforming into bloodthirsty demonic beasts that occupied most of Blue Star. It wasn't until the 7 generals emerged that the first order of business was to reclaim the lost lands and slay the demonic beasts. Back then, General Qin personally intervened, unleashing a fist strike from 10,000 miles away that shattered the entire mountain range, creating a vast lake. The waters within were stained crimson by the demonic beast's blood, earning it the name Red River. Thus, the mountain range was renamed the Red River Mountains. Weha City, situated near the Crimson River Mountains, derived its name from this very river. By this day, humanity had long entered the Great Cosmos era. On Federation soil, few demonic beasts posed any threat, with only a handful of powerful creatures remaining in isolated strongholds. The beasts of the Crimson River Mountains are essentially semi-domesticated here. Beyond supplying meat for the populace, they now serve as the primary battleground for the practical examinations of the Imperial College entrance examinations. The entire city watched as the transport vehicles departed. Amidst the crowd, Old Xia, the accompanying teacher from First High, stood in a corner with the school's leadership. Yesterday, when the school's leaders heard those bigwigs ranting about the school that expelled Ning Yuan, they dared not utter a word, terrified that anyone might discover they were the ones who had expelled him. Thus today, they huddled in a small corner, trying their best to minimize their presence. Old Xia watched the transport vehicle fade into the distance with a complex expression. He never imagined that the student who once told him they'd meet again at the pinnacle of the college entrance exams. He had achieved such dazzling results, securing first place in 2 subjects and shattering Weha City's millennia-old record with a 99.9 physical training score. The boy who once inquired about admission requirements for elite universities now had one foot firmly inside their gates. Just as Old Xia was lost in thought, a piece of news spread like wildfire through the crowd at an alarming speed. Holy! That Ning Yuan, the top scorer in both subjects, is actually a mixed blood? And he's connected to the Ning family? How pathetic is that? How stupid is First High? Teaming up with the Ning family to force Ning Yuan out? They're animals. The Ning family is a powerhouse in Weha. Didn't you see the news? The Justice Bureau colluded with them, using human lives as pawns. Shouts of shock and curses echoed through the crowd, their murmurs reaching Old Xia's ears. Why are they all cursing First High and the Ning family? And the Justice Bureau? Hearing the word news in the crowd, he immediately pulled out his phone. The moment he opened it, headlines flooded every major media outlet and online forum. Everywhere, the trending topics were dominated by the same news report. Shocking. The genius who topped both subjects, what's the story behind him? After working through the night, the reporter had finally finished the article and published it. Lao Xia clicked through and began reading the article that had exploded across the internet. It contained a wealth of details. From Ning Tianxiong's affair with a wealthy woman, his abandonment of her, and years of suppressing and humiliating Ning Yuan, revealing his tragic background, to Ning Yuan later awakening his mixed bloodline, forcing Ning Tianxiong to take responsibility. Later, they colluded with First High to seize his top-ranking rewards, expel him from the elite class, and force him to withdraw from school. It even exposed how he colluded with First High and the Judicial Bureau to frame Ning Yuan in a deadly setup, sending him to prison. Lao Xia was one of the few positive figures here. Yuing recognized his talent, and the Inspectorate Bureau Chief strongly supported him. Lao Xia was a good teacher, and Ning Yuan nearly cost him his job. Reading the manuscript where Ning Yuan stated that old Xia was the only teacher he acknowledged at First High, he felt deeply gratified. He never imagined this student still thought of him. The manuscript lavishly praised Lao Xia, but the leaders of First High School were furious, especially Teacher Bai, who was practically singled out for criticism in the piece. After this incident, they would surely face a thorough investigation. This is all over now. The comments section beneath the news article was flooded with condemnation. The Ning family is a cancer on Weha City. No wonder they started out in the underworld. The leaders at First High are trash, fire them all. The Justice Bureau needs a thorough investigation. On the sidelines of the grandstand, a group of mentors and senior officials from Weha City had also read the draft. After reading it, the director of Weha City's Education Bureau let out a cold snort. The leadership at this high school is nothing but parasites and trash. They're eating off the federal government's resources, and this is how they treat students? Once the college entrance exams conclude, I will thoroughly investigate this matter and ensure justice for Ning Yuan. Otherwise, how will the public view us? Still seething, he shot a cold glare at the Bureau of Justice director. Is this how the Justice Bureau operates too? Arresting and detaining people without investigating the cause? The bureau chief was already drenched in cold sweat. The public pressure was overwhelming. Facing the Education Bureau's interrogation, he could only respond defiantly. What nonsense are you spouting? We witnessed a murder and naturally detained the suspect immediately. The Education Bureau chief remained unconvinced, retorting. First thing, indeed. Are you implying your people arrived the moment the victim hit the ground? Detaining our patrol bureau officers without any evidence? Exactly. I recall when our inspection bureau sent people to retrieve them, the Justice Bureau refused to release them. At this point, Yupan chimed in, hoping to muddy the waters. Beads of sweat formed on the director of the Justice Bureau's forehead as he struggled to find an explanation. Alright, these are all just one-sided accounts. We should wait for the investigation before drawing conclusions. That's the only way we can live up to the public's expectations. The city lord stepped in to speak, rescuing the Justice Bureau chief from the awkward situation. Then conduct a thorough investigation. I will personally report this matter. Don't think you can dodge responsibility. The education director was fiercely unyielding, showing no leniency. With that, he sat down. Meanwhile, Ning Tianxiong, seated nearby, was equally uncomfortable. Listening to the surrounding crowd's curses and pointed fingers, his face turned ashen. Nearby, business tycoons murmured among themselves. While some companies feared the Ning family and dared not speak too freely, many competitors, however, gloated over his misfortune. The Ning family's plummeting reputation was a tremendous boon for them. Mr. Ning, I never imagined you built your empire from scratch like this. Truly impressive. Might you share some wisdom with this younger brother? A rival businessman taunted him. TSK, TSK, TSK. Even a tiger doesn't eat its own cubs. Mr. Ning, with such ruthlessness toward his own son, no wonder he's built such an empire. Oomph. Ning Tianxiong snorted coldly, crushing the cup in his hand. Mr. Liu, don't push your luck. So what if I do? Others may fear you, but I don't. My headquarters are in the capital. What can you do to me? The man roared with laughter. After this incident, the Ning family's reputation would inevitably plummet. They might even face legal trouble. He was determined to tear a piece of flesh from the Ning family. Ning Tianxiong said nothing more, merely fixing him with a cold stare that sent shivers down the spine. Chapter 50, Entering the Red River Mountains, Mass Assault. Ning Yuan arrived at the outskirts of the Red River Mountains aboard a transport vehicle. Watching as the students inside were dropped off one by one, his turn finally came. Candidate ID 158763, disembark here. His number was finally called. Ning Yuan stepped off the vehicle and watched it drive away. Gripping his spear, he plunged headlong into the nearby jungle. This was a route cleared by the military. There were few demon beasts nearby. Only far from here would demon beasts roam. After 10,000 years of undisturbed growth, the mountain forests had become incredibly dense. Lost within them, it was impossible to discern direction. Ning Yuan had no choice but to climb a large tree, scanning the surroundings to quickly assess the environment. He sought distinctive landmarks to determine his location. Finally, he spotted a uniquely shaped mountain in the distance, resembling a gourd. It seemed he was near Gourd Mountain. He swiftly recalled the map of the Crimson River Mountains. A large colony of monkey demons and scorpion demons inhabited the area near Gourd Mountain, making it an excellent spot for grinding monsters. Crucially, it wasn't far from the mountain range's center, the Crimson River. Ning Yuan had planned this trip carefully. If anywhere had the most demon beasts, it was undoubtedly near the Crimson River. The area boasted abundant water sources, teeming with diverse demon beasts and large demon clans. It was undoubtedly an excellent spot for grinding points, with a high chance of encountering true-blooded demon beasts. He needed to reach it as quickly as possible to maximize his score. Head toward Hulushan first to gauge the demon beast's strength there, then push full speed toward the Crimson River. Aim to reach it today. Ning Yuan leapt from the treetops, propelling himself forward with powerful strides. He raced through the dense forest at breakneck speed, the thick foliage posing no obstacle whatsoever. At that moment, the high-ranking officials of Wei River City and the admissions tutors from various universities gathered together in a command base. All eyes were fixed on the monitoring screens deployed throughout the command center. Due to the vast expanse of the Crimson River Mountains and the sheer number of examinees, it was impossible to deploy drones or use satellites for real-time transmission. The screen displayed only scattered points of light, each representing a student taking the exam. As transport vehicles moved through the terrain, these points were deployed, swiftly dispersing across the mountains until they covered the entire range. Less than an hour into the assessment, a shrill alarm pierced the command center. A single light point on the screen suddenly flared like a miniature torch, pinpointing an exact location. A student had pressed the distress beacon, and the rescue team immediately mobilized. Within 20 minutes, the student was rescued and transported to the temporary aid station near the Red River Mountains. This marked the first student to be eliminated and withdraw from the competition. Qin Yajiao's points are climbing rapidly. He's been in first place from the start and has already pulled far ahead of the second-place contender, Zhao Yingyue. The Academy's mentors watched the point rankings on the nearby screen. After all, 3 prodigies had emerged this time, and with only one top Academy slot available, they could at least secure 2. Naturally, they closely monitored the standings, strategizing how to court the extra prodigy in advance. What's going on with Ning Yuan? He's not even in the top 100? The city lord explained at this moment. Qin Yaojiao and Zhao Yingyue were fortunate to be placed near the Crimson River, where abundant water sources attract dense demon beast populations. Ning Yuan, however, is quite distant from that area. It seems he's heading towards Hulushan, likely intending to traverse the mountain to reach the edge of the Qi River. With that, he pointed his finger at the light dot representing Ning Yuan. It was clearly visible that the dot was moving rapidly, heading towards Gourd Mountain. Something's wrong. Why are the light points around Ning Yuan gathering so rapidly? Yu Pan, as a secret treasure demon warrior, possessed extraordinary observational skills. He instantly noticed the abnormal behavior of the light points near Ning Yuan. He tapped the screen, instantly zooming in on the surrounding area, and frowned as he studied the display. Their movement patterns seemed to be converging on Ning Yuan. Could they be forming an alliance with him? The education director also sensed something amiss. This practical assessment wasn't about numbers. Each demon beast's kill counted only for the one who slew it. With so many forming alliances, there simply wouldn't be enough beasts to kill, which would only drag down their scores. It looks more like an encirclement. They're trying to surround and kill him. Yu Pan's expression darkened as he shot a sharp glance at the Justice Bureau chief. The Ning family truly had no shame, daring to plot an ambush against Ning Yuan during the practical assessment. The director of the judicial department chuckled and said, "Director Yu, you're reading too much into their motives. I'd say Ning Yuan might be in danger, and these kind-hearted students are rushing to rescue him." Yu Pan remained silent, scrutinizing each participant's profile. He discovered they were all among yesterday's top 50 scorers. If the Ning family had bribed them all, then Ning Yuan was in grave danger. Not far from Ning Yuan, at the foot of Hulushan Mountain, a group of 7 individuals gathered precisely at this spot. "I'm Dang Hu. Did you receive the Ning family's bounty to hunt him down?" Dang Hu, the one with the character above his head, spoke first, glancing at a pocket watch-like device in his hand. The screen displayed a blood-red dot. Not far from him, 7 green dots clustered together, while a dozen more green dots approached from the distance. This was the locator device provided by the Ning family, using satellite technology to track Ning Yuan's real-time location, along with the positions of his teammates. Seeing him pull out the locator, the others followed suit, gathering together. "Since we've gained the initiative, I suggest we go straight for Ning Yuan." A bald, burly figure covered in black hair spoke up from the crowd. "Not everyone is here yet. We can wait a bit longer. If it takes too long, the main force will arrive soon." Dang Hu frowned and retorted immediately. "You've got king written on your forehead, yet you're more timid than a cat? Sure, he's top of both departments, but we're no pushovers either. With 7 of us combined, what's there to fear?" The bald man seemed to look down on Dang Hu with disdain. I'm just being cautious." Not only did he break the limits of physical training, but his martial arts skills are also at 99 points. "It's not safe with just the few of us." Dang Hu seemed unwilling to be labeled cowardly and explained. "My name is Yuan Jingang. I ranked in the top 10 yesterday. I possess the ancient bloodline, the Black Diamond bloodline. Those unwilling to split the prize money with others can follow me." Yuan Jingang dismissed Dang Hu with a wave and addressed the remaining 5 directly. The 5 exchanged glances, seemingly satisfied that their combined strength was sufficient. They nodded and fell into line behind Yuan Jingang. "We're going to hunt down Ning Yuan now. You're Deng Hu, right? Yuan Jingang looked at Deng Hu with utter contempt. You don't have to come with us, but get the hell out of here. You won't get any credit for this later, so don't even think about freeloading. With that, he led the 5 men up the mountain. Deng Hu's face turned a vivid shade of pale, his expression shifting between green and white in a truly dramatic display. He recalled the senior master of the Fierce Tiger sect's instructions: kill Ning Yuan at all costs. If he succeeded in killing Ning Yuan, he would be accepted as a direct disciple, enjoying abundant resources within the Fierce Tiger sect. He lifted his foot, ready to follow. But then he recalled how Ning Yuan had defeated 3 men with a single move last time, and how his progress seemed to leap forward with each encounter. His feet halted abruptly. Better to play it safe. Wait for the main force to arrive, then strike for the kill. Chapter 51, Squad arrives, solo battle against 6. Ning Yuan had now entered Hulushan. The trees here were actually less towering than those at his drop point. He could clearly see a troop of monkeys frolicking among the trees in the distance. Wasn't Hulushan the domain of monkey demons and scorpion demons? Yet along his path, he'd encountered numerous monkey troops but not a single scorpion demon. But since he was here, he might as well test his skills against them first. With that thought, Ning Yuan hoisted his green emperor spear and strode toward the monkey troop. Upon seeing the spear-wielding youth, the monkeys who moments before had been playing like children all opened their mouths wide, baring sharp fangs, and let out threatening screeches. Some monkey demons swiftly scrambled down from the trees. Their sharp claws dug into the mountain, tearing chunks of rock from the rock face. Their muscular arms swung with force. Boulders the size of human heads whistled through the air, tearing through the silence. Facing the hail of rocks, Ning Yuan shifted his stance. His spear erupted into a flurry of shadows, intercepting the stones mid-air and sending showers of debris flying. He walked through the storm unscathed. Observing the monkey demons acting like a living catapult, he suddenly thrust his feet into the ground, creating a large pit beneath him. In a flash, he charged toward the monkey horde. His spear trembled violently. The once arrogant monkey demons now met their end with every strike, every touch. The monkey horde was not large, numbering only a few dozen. Their strength varied greatly, with only a handful reaching the bone-tempering stage. Defeating them required little effort. Ning Yuan swept his spear horizontally, targeting the fleeing demon monkeys. Suddenly, a chill ran down his spine. His body was locked in place by an invisible force, his brain sending danger signals. His entire body tensed as his major tendons contracted with explosive force. His toes dug into the ground, and in an instant, he vanished. Boom! An arrow, carrying the force of wind and thunder, whizzed past where Ning Yuan had stood. Its tremendous momentum snapped several large trees before vanishing into the dense forest. Ning Yuan materialized beneath a nearby tree. It was he who, at the critical moment, had evaded the sneak attack arrow with his instant step. An archer? Ning Yuan's heart skipped a beat. In this practical training for the college entrance exam, there were no restrictions on carrying weapons. Yet archers wielding bows were exceptionally rare. Possessing long-range striking capabilities, combined with the terrifying strength of a demonic martial artist, they were akin to snipers. Especially during the body forging stage, when demon warriors' methods were limited, creating distance allowed for a devastatingly one-sided advantage. Yet the Federation had long entered the Great Cosmos era. The advent of energy firearms had gradually diminished the archer's role. He never expected to encounter one today. But why did he attack me? Kill! Before Ning Yuan could ponder further, battle cries erupted as 4 figures burst from the dense forest, closing in from all directions. Leading them was none other than Yuan Jingang. The 4 had been lying in ambush for quite some time. Yuan Jingang was covered in black hair, his muscles bulging like a miniature giant. His eyes blazed with fury as he leapt high into the air, resembling a black, ferocious ape. Wearing metal gauntlets, he charged toward Ning Yuan with overwhelming brute force. 2 swords and a blade, their cold gleams flashing with murderous intent, closed in from all sides, sealing off Ning Yuan's escape routes. Facing this premeditated ambush, Ning Yuan remained as still as a mountain. He lowered his body, his heart roaring like an engine. Blood surged through his veins like a raging river, terrifying power instantly flooding his entire being. His spear whipped through the air like a dragon emerging from the sea, a coiled serpent soaring skyward, sweeping toward all 4 attackers simultaneously. Boom! The spear collided head-on with the 4 incoming attacks. The 4 felt an overwhelming force strike them, their bones and joints straining to the point of cracking with a bone-chilling sound. A peculiar, reverberating force radiated from the spear, nearly causing them to lose their grip on their blades as their arms trembled violently. Ning Yuan exhaled a puff of white breath, poised to charge forward once more. Whoosh! The whistling of arrows cutting through the air reached his ears. Ning Yuan sidestepped, the gust of wind from the metal projectile sending his black hair flying wildly. Ning Yuan scanned the horizon. Perched atop a towering tree, a man with blue feathers sprouting from his neck held a complex, intricate compound bow. He rapidly drew and released arrows, his arms blurring into multiple afterimages as if countless hands were simultaneously pulling the string. The arrows, gleaming with a blue light, rained down on Ning Yuan like a Gatling gun. Ning Yuan's feet flashed in rapid succession, his body leaving trails of afterimages from the sheer speed. Just as he was about to break through the hail of arrows, a sudden chill gripped his waist, a faint yet palpable danger creeping up on him like a venomous snake locking onto its prey. A short blade materialized on Ning Yuan's left side, where he held no weapon. The blade descended like moonlight, striking silently. Too late to block with his spear, Ning Yuan clenched his left fist. Like a mountain or an abyss, it surged forward with overwhelming force. The air rippled unnaturally as a girl in tight-fitting attire materialized, hastily withdrawing her hand to dodge. The dagger in her hand grazed the hem of Ning Yuan's robe, tearing off a shred of fabric. Though not struck directly, she was still caught in the fist's force, uttering a muffled groan as blood trickled from the corner of her mouth. With a roll, she vanished once more. What kind of bloodline ability was this? Invisibility? These few working together were indeed causing trouble for Ning Yuan. After all, they were elite students from the academy, and their formation was well balanced, achieving a synergy greater than the sum of its parts. Four burly men formed the front line, engaging Ning Yuan head-on, while the archer harassed him from afar. And then there was the one who vanished to launch sneak attacks. It was extremely treacherous, striking precisely where Ning Yuan couldn't see, diverting his attention significantly. The best strategy was to eliminate the sneaky stealth assassin first, but since she refused to engage proactively, Ning Yuan had no choice. Then take out the damage dealer first. Ning Yuan's eyes narrowed as he charged toward the tree where the archer was positioned. But the four who'd just been swept aside weren't about to let him pass easily. They immediately closed in. Yuan Jinggang now understood the true value of being the top student in both disciplines. No wonder Deng Hu hadn't dared to come. Ning Yuan's physique was terrifying, exceptionally strong and fast, with stats far surpassing theirs. Even their combined assault barely dodged a single arrow. Earlier, it felt like being slammed head-on by a truck. This man was a human-shaped beast. Fortunately, our formation is solid, the advantage is ours. He wasn't fighting alone. With that thought, he activated his Vajra trait. His chi surged, black light shimmered on his arms, and he pushed his fist technique to its absolute limit. Summoning every ounce of his accumulated power, his aura surged to its peak as he unleashed a devastating punch toward Ning Yuan. He unleashed his ultimate killing blow. Seeing Yuan Jingang's fierce momentum, the other three also quickened their weapons. Ning Yuan was thoroughly annoyed. It was like having a mosquito buzzing incessantly nearby, impossible to swat. Now these four clingy pests were swarming him again. Instantly, rage boiled within Ning Yuan. If you won't let me cut through your rear ranks, then I'll tear apart your front lines. His spear whistled through the air, its tip flickering with icy glints. Though launched later, it struck first, repelling the two swords and the blade. Next, he stomped the ground, making it rumble. He swung his spear like a club, bringing it down from above toward Yuan Jinggang. His aura and blood merged, causing his body to resonate with a roaring, surging sound like tidal waves crashing against the shore. The spear and metal gauntlet collided with a thunderous crash. A tangible shockwave erupted from the point of impact, shattering Yuan Jingang's arm and sending the metal gauntlet flying. He stared fixedly at Ning Yuan, eyes filled with terror as if witnessing a monstrous creature. He himself had ranked in the top 10 just yesterday, possessing an exceptionally superior ancient bloodline. Black Kong was renowned for his physique, boasting seemingly limitless strength. Yet compared to this Ning Yuan, he felt utterly powerless. Just one head-on clash shattered his arm, utterly unbelievable. Yet Ning Yuan showed no mercy. Moving like the wind, he blurred into a trail of afterimages as he charged once more. Chapter 52, Squad Annihilation, catching a glimpse of the truth. The dark blue Azure Emperor summoned a raging tempest, like a storm cloud bearing down, crashing straight toward him. Yuan Jingguang stumbled backward repeatedly, forced to raise his sole remaining arm to block. At worst, he'd lose another arm. He was certain that if he could just block this strike, he could hold out until his teammates arrived. Before the thought could fully form, his sole remaining arm shattered with a crackling sound. Ning Yuan swung his spear like a hammer, his momentum ferocious beyond belief. Each strike came faster and heavier than the last, hammering down on his opponent like forged iron. In less than half a second, Yuan Jingang's feet were driven into the ground, both legs sinking deep into the earth. Clang! As the storm of blows ceased, the metal gauntlet on his arm was smashed off. The three men Ning Yuan had just driven back arrived just in time to witness the scene. Yuan Jingang's shoulders, where his arms had been, were a bloody mess, all 7 orifices bleeding from the shock. His bones were twisted throughout his body, and most of him was pinned into the earth, as if someone had planted him there. Lying face up, his eyes hollow and lifeless, he was already dead. The three men felt a chill run down their spines. Yuan Jinggang, the strongest fighter among the 6 in direct combat, had met such a gruesome end. At that very moment, a blade flashed like a fish gliding through water, silently slicing through the air as it struck toward Ning Yuan. In an instant, it sliced through Ning Yuan's level 3 combat suit and struck his body. Clang! The short blade struck Ning Yuan's body, emitting a crisp, metallic sound. It only managed to graze his skin before halting. The short-statured girl who had just appeared paled, about to dodge and return to invisibility. A massive hand reached out, crushing down like a collapsing mountain. There was no dodging it, she was seized firmly. Gotcha! You! Ning Yuan grinned, revealing rows of stark white teeth. His palm clamped around her neck like iron pincers, suddenly exerting force to lift her off the ground. Then he slammed her down onto the ground. Thud! The petite girl's entire body slammed into the ground with a thunderous crash, sending dirt and rocks flying as if an earth dragon had rolled over. She sank into the ground, coughing up blood in great gulps. Every bone in her body was shattered, her internal organs ruptured. Snap! Ning Yuan clenched his fist, crushing her neck bones to end her suffering. He had long realized this girl wasn't invisible but possessed chameleon-like abilities to mimic her surroundings. That's why, sensing something amiss, he had deliberately provoked her into attacking. Now it's your turn. I still need to kill that damn mosquito. With that, his figure flickered as his spear thrust toward the three. The archer watched in horror as Ning Yuan, surrounded by 6 attackers, slaughtered 2 of them with devastating ease. His expression darkened and he gritted his teeth fiercely. Buy me 5 seconds. He hadn't failed to consider retreating, but without him holding them off, these 3 wouldn't last even a few seconds. Given Ning Yuan's speed, he wouldn't get far before being caught. Now, it was a matter of life and death. He had to kill him. With that, he ceased monitoring the battlefield, locking onto Ning Yuan's aura from afar. He drew his longbow taut, gathering the surrounding winds, and a brilliant blue light surged upon the arrowhead. Ning Yuan sensed the distant lock-on, a growing sense of danger washing over him. His expression hardened. Though he didn't know what that bastard was up to, he wasn't about to stand by and watch him build up a powerful attack. He spun to charge into the dense forest, determined to eliminate the threat first. The 3 men couldn't let Ning Yuan eliminate the archer, their last hope for victory. They unleashed their deadliest attacks simultaneously, desperate to slow his advance. 5 seconds felt like an eternity to the archer, but finally, his power was fully charged. His azure longbow drew taut like a full moon. The metal arrowhead glowed with swirling blue light, gathering a furious wind at its tip. The whirlwind swept through the forest, leaves rustling wildly. He felt as though he held a raging tornado in his hands, teetering on the brink of uncontrollable chaos. Glancing toward the main battlefield, he saw Ning Yuan had already slain 2 men. The last one, overcome with terror, attempted to flee. But Ning Yuan closed the distance in an instant, thrusting his spear through the chest and impaling the fleeing figure. Witnessing this, the archer cursed the loser, unable to last even 5 seconds. Fortunately, his ultimate move had been completed. Though after firing that arrow, his arm would likely be useless for 3 days, unable to draw a bow, his college entrance exam was as good as over. Still, receiving the Ning family's reward was reward enough. He could feel the sheer power of that arrow, even a true seed would be blown to smithereens. As the bowstring released, the azure arrow shot forth like a furious dragon breaking free, roaring toward Ning Yuan. The arrow carried a furious gale, like a raging whirlwind dragon intent on obliterating everything in its path. Ning Yuan watched the formidable arrow approach, his brows furrowed. He planted his feet firmly and executed an instant step, vanishing to the side. I dodged it, that's all. Only a fool would try to block it head-on. The distant archer sneered coldly. This wind arrow, guided by chi currents, had locked onto his aura long ago. There was no escaping it. Sure enough, as Ning Yuan shifted position, the whirlwind's trajectory adjusted slightly, continuing its pursuit. It even has a lock-on feature? After testing it, Ning Yuan had already noticed the arrow's trajectory shifting. Very well then, let me see what makes this arrow so special. Ning Yuan drew a deep breath, his chest heaving as his heart pounded fiercely, supplying an unending surge of power. His entire body felt like a furnace, its temperature steadily rising. Power surged through his entire body. His formidable physique channeled maximum strength, causing the Azure Emperor's spear in his hand to vibrate violently. The spear struck downward like a toppling jade pillar, colliding with the tornado with crushing force. Boom! Viscous air currents erupted from the point of impact, sweeping through the dense forest like a raging storm. Countless trees crashed to the ground, kicking up vast clouds of dust. The archer's chest heaved violently as his eyes fixed intently on the center of the smoke. Had he slain this monster? Suddenly, a tall figure burst from the smoke. Ning Yuan stood unscathed, only his hair slightly tousled by the wind. That was something. He laughed heartily and charged toward the archer. The archer's face turned ashen. Having just unleashed his killing blow, he couldn't muster a shred of strength left to resist. Even in his prime, he'd never stood a chance against this opponent. This man was a monster. Ning Yuan gripped his spear in reverse and hurled it with all his might. The spear sliced through the air with a thunderous roar, piercing the archer's chest and pinning him to the tree. That mosquito was finally dead. What a relief! Though Ning Yuan had endured a fierce battle, his endurance trait left him feeling not the slightest bit tired. He turned and immediately began clearing the battlefield. He gathered all the supplies from the 6 bodies. After confirming nothing was missed, he began examining them carefully. First came the survival supplies. Each of the 6 carried a day's worth of energy rations, untouched since entering the arena, a windfall for Ning Yuan. With only 1 day's worth of energy supplies allowed for the 3-day trial, candidates had to hunt demon beasts for sustenance. With monkeys swarming the entire Holution Mountain, Ning Yuan had no desire to hunt them. These energy supplies arrived just in time. As for the healing and detoxification herbs, he barely glanced at them. They were inferior to his own supplies anyway, so he tossed them into his backpack without a second thought. He ignored weapons like swords and knives, having no use for them anyway. He only took the archer's bow and arrows. It wasn't that Ning Yuan knew how to use them, but he discovered a martial skill book on the archer's body. Truthfully, Ning Yuan was surprised to find a skill book at all. After learning martial arts techniques, few carried them with them, the other 5 had none. For some reason, this particular archer had kept his skill book with him. But now wasn't the time to study martial arts. He discovered something else on all 6 bodies. Each of the 6 possessed it. At this thought, Ning Yuan took out an object resembling a pocket watch. At the center of the screen, a large red dot stood out prominently, currently overlapping with 6 green dots. Numerous additional green dots were converging toward the red dot's location. Chapter 53, Both Sides Plans Waiting for Everyone to Arrive? At the temporary command camp, everyone stared intently at the screen. Near Holution, 6 glowing dots formed an encircling pattern, like a fishing net tightening to ensnare its prey. The light representing Ning Yuan was that fish, completely unaware of its fate, while the onlookers foresaw its end. Director Yu, there's no need to worry. Ning Yuan is the top student in 2 disciplines. What danger could he possibly face? The Justice Bureau chief beside him, seeing Yu Pan's furrowed brow, offered a reassuring smile. Ever since today's news broke, the Judicial Bureau's reputation had taken a severe hit. Citizens throughout the city were demanding a thorough investigation into the Bureau. He had only half a year left before successfully making it ashore, yet this incident had erupted at the most critical moment. This made him hate the instigator of this turmoil with a passion. If he were dead, another champion could emerge and perhaps divert the public's attention. Yu Pan stared at the man's ugly face and said solemnly, "This is unacceptable. Openly targeting candidates for elimination? I demand the rescue team be deployed to stop this." Hearing Yu Pan's demand to deploy the rescue team, the chief of the Judicial Bureau quickly retorted, "Hunting? What evidence do you have? I've already said they might have just happened to run into each other. Besides, this practical assessment isn't child's play. It's the optimal evaluation method refined over millennia by the Federation, with all rules operating within reasonable parameters. How can we arbitrarily interfere with the assessment? What would others think? Do you people from the Inspection Bureau have special privileges?" The Justice Bureau chief invoked the college entrance exam rules, but the practical assessment regulations indeed made no mention of such matters. Yu Pan spoke again. "It's not that my Inspection Bureau has special privileges. I have absolute faith in Xiao Yuan's combat skills. One-on-one, none of these people could match him. But these individuals are blatantly colluding to ambush him, using numbers to overwhelm a single opponent. It's utterly unacceptable." The Justice Bureau chief, however, adopted a righteous and indignant demeanor as he lectured Yu Pan. "That's not how it works. The practical assessment isn't a one-on-one tournament. Can a tournament truly reveal a demonic martial prodigy? In the future 10,000 Races Genius War, will opponents set up a ring for you before engaging in one-on-one combat? Every demonic martial prodigy in our federation has risen through fierce battles against multitudes. But such an obvious conspiracy." Yu Pan tried to argue further. But the education director beside him suddenly patted Yu Pan's shoulder, gesturing for him to look at the screen. "Director Yu, look." On the screen, the 6 light points surrounding Ning Yuan began to fade one after another. During their heated exchange moments ago, the light representing Ning Yuan had acted like a deep-sea giant shark opening its gaping maw, swallowing the other 6 lights whole. Within an instant, the entire group was wiped out. Alarms blared throughout the temporary command center as rescue teams sprang into action. This can't be possible." The Chief of Justice stared at the screen, his face frozen in utter disbelief. He had reviewed the profiles of those 6, all ranked within the top 50 yesterday, with perfectly balanced bloodline and martial arts techniques. How could they be wiped out so quickly? From the moment Ning Yuan made contact until the end, it had likely taken less than a minute. Was his strength truly that terrifying? He actually counterattacked and killed all 6 of them? Didn't the Chief Justice say they were here to rescue someone? Maybe they encountered some powerful demon beast and got killed. Looks like they really were good people sacrificing their lives to save Ning Yuan. Yu Pan used his earlier words to shut him up, leaving him momentarily speechless. He could only snort coldly and retort, "I don't think he's out of danger yet. There are still many candidates rushing to rescue him." Yu Pan watched the scattered points of light on the screen, like starlight, rapidly converging toward Ning Yuan. The relief he'd felt moments ago surged back into his chest. Ning Yuan had now entered the depths of Gourd Mountain. Chewing on an energy bar, he rapidly replenished his nutrients through the power of his divine abilities. Those 6 had been formidable opponents. Their combination of bloodline traits and martial arts had indeed caused him considerable trouble. That gorilla-like one actually possessed considerable strength. It's just unfortunate he crossed paths with me. I completely overwhelmed him. That archer was interesting, especially that final move. It posed a real threat. The young girl was a pity, though. Her strength was too weak. Even when I deliberately left an opening, she couldn't break through my defenses. Ning Yuan reviewed the battle in his mind, then pulled a pocket watch-like locator from his robe. Seems their teammates aren't few. Must be the Ning family's doing. Are they trying to rally everyone to hunt me down? He stared at the locator in his hand, where over 20 green dots were still moving toward this location from all directions. 23 green dots remain. Combined with the 6 from earlier, that makes 29 people hired by the Ning family to eliminate me here. Ning Yuan's eyes flickered dangerously. He wondered if Ning Lin was among them. He certainly missed his dear little brother. If you intend to kill me, then prepare to stay here forever. He planned to wait until they all gathered together, then wipe them out in one fell swoop to save himself the trouble. He had no desire to grind monsters for points while constantly guarding against sneak attacks. With his plan set, he would wait for them to assemble. He could use this time to study his newly acquired archery skills. That final move from the archer had piqued his interest. He pulled a quaint-looking book from his backpack, its cover clearly inscribed with the Wind and Thunder Arrow Control Style. As Ning Yuan leafed through it, he understood why the archer had carried the manual with him. It turned out the manual was divided into 3 parts. The upper section contained a lower-tier martial skill that could summon wind to lock onto enemies with arrows. The middle volume contained intermediate-level techniques, harnessing thunder to enhance arrows' destructive power, shattering all obstacles. The final volume contained supreme techniques, a fusion of wind and thunder. Arrows shot forth with both elements, possessing dual properties that made them truly extraordinary. Ning Yuan now held the complete inheritance in his hands. Precisely because he was a body forger, he could only learn the upper volume, and since he hadn't mastered all the martial arts within it, he had carried it with him. He wondered where this person had obtained it. He retrieved the locator once more and saw they hadn't yet assembled. With that, he felt at ease and began his contemplation. At the foot of Hulushan, Deng Hu watched as the 6 green dots on the locator vanished, a chill of dread running down his spine. Thankfully, he'd played it safe and hadn't gone up with them. Otherwise, he'd likely have met the same fate. Surveying the growing crowd gathering around him, his heart settled slightly. Everyone, I assume we're all here for the same goal. I'm Deng Hu. I hope you'll follow my lead. Deng Hu displayed his locator to reveal his identity to the group. Why should we follow your lead? A few voices of dissent rose from the crowd. These were the top 50 contestants from yesterday, elites in their respective schools, and they weren't about to submit to just anyone. Deng Hu had anticipated this reaction. He gave a cold smile. Did you see those 6 green dots vanish just now? They didn't listen to me. All 6 went after Ning Yuan. Need I say what became of them? Is Ning Yuan really that strong? He took on 6 opponents alone and still won? Deng Hu continued. Ning Yuan and I attended the same school. I know his capabilities well. You must heed my lead if we stand any chance of victory. Seeing no objections, Deng Hu smiled. He resolved to gather everyone this time and strike Ning Yuan down in one decisive blow. Not a single man would move until they were all present. Everyone, listen to me. First, I need to wait until everyone is present. Chapter 54, Night falls, the hunt begins. Night slowly descended, and the temperature in the Red River Mountains plummeted as waves of cold air drifted through the air. Within the Gourd Mountains, the monkey demons that had been everywhere during the day had all hidden themselves away. After a day of waiting, all participants in the hunt for Ning Yuan had finally gathered. 2 bright campfires blazed within the dense forest, around which Deng Hu and his group of 23 sat in a circle. Several among them appeared weary from travel, their garments stained with blood, their faces etched with exhaustion. They had the misfortune of being assigned a draw point far from Ning Yuan. Crossing several demon beast habitats along the way and enduring numerous battles, they barely made it after nightfall. Though you're all exhausted, look on the bright side. Ning Yuan might be even more worn out. He's resting now. You should rest too. I'll call you when it's time to move. Deng Hu, now acting as the group's leader, addressed the newly arrived members. A bald man replied with a hint of disdain. Ever since we arrived, you've been talking about waiting for someone. Now that everyone's here, why aren't you moving? You want to wait until he's fast asleep to ambush him? How cowardly can you be? Deng Hu felt that line sounded familiar. He frowned deeply and said, Don't underestimate Ning Yuan. Those 6 were gone in under a minute. We've waited this long. What difference does a little more time make? I can't wait any longer. We're all top 50 candidates, 23 of us against him? Kill him early so we can still boost our scores. We've wasted a whole day already. Don't you want to take the college entrance exam? The bald man's words instantly resonated with the others. They weren't just after the bounty, they also wanted to get into top-tier universities. Deng Hu's face darkened. He secured the Tiger clan as promised, kill Ning Yuan, and he become a true disciple. He never imagined the others still planned to take the college entrance exam. Now that everyone shared this mindset, he couldn't stop them. Reluctantly, he agreed. Fine. Let's hunt him down now. Show me his location. He pulled out the locator from his chest and stared at the screen. He's nearby. Deng Hu stared at the lone red dot amidst the sea of green markers, his hair standing on end. He shouted fiercely. He's right here. Bang! 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 The sharp whistles of arrows pierced the silent night from the dense forest, flying toward the group. The others, just catching their breath, scrambled to dodge and block. The terrifying arrows slammed into the crowd with tremendous force, like ancient siege crossbows, pounding craters into the ground. The resulting air currents extinguished the campfires, sending showers of sparks flying. Only afterward did the whistling sound of arrows tearing through the air reach their ears. By then, the arrows had already surpassed the speed of sound. Deng Hu parried the arrows with his gauntlet, kneeling heavily to the ground as his fist carved a deep gash into the earth. His heart raced with shock. When had Ning Yuan mastered such archery skills? Launching surprise attacks from the darkness granted him a natural advantage, and the sheer force behind each arrow was astonishing. There was no way to block a second shot. If this continued, they'd be sitting ducks, picked off one by one sooner or later. Spread out and close in. Only by spreading out and forming an encirclement could they leverage their numerical advantage. At Deng Hu's shout, figures flickered through the dense forest, converging on Ning Yuan from all directions. From above, the entire forest seemed to come alive. Shadows shifted and surged like a tidal wave, sweeping toward a single point. In an instant, only a few unlucky souls who hadn't dodged the first volley of arrows remained near the original campfire, sprawled awkwardly on the ground. Ning Yuan, concealed in the shadows, sheathed his longbow, thoroughly satisfied with the results of this rapid-fire volley. Though he had only mastered the basics of archery in a single afternoon, his formidable physique proved unmatched. Bolstered by immense strength, each arrow carried tremendous force. His astonishing constitution allowed him to draw and fire rapidly without strain, his arms showing no sign of fatigue. It seems the art of archery suits me well. I should study it further. But for now, disperse the encirclement? Who knows who the prey truly is? A wide grin spread across Ning Yuan's lips with excitement. The hunt begins. His figure flickered, merging into the night and vanishing without a trace. Dusk spread across the wilderness. The surrounding weeds rustled softly as the bald man stared intently at the dense forest before him. He could feel his body's primal instincts stirring, as if a man-eating beast lurked within the thicket, waiting for him to approach. Finally unable to bear the mental pressure, he roared, his long blade slicing through the air with a cold, sharp gleam. Frost swirled around the blade as it swung toward the thicket. The blade flashed, cleaving a massive boulder behind the thicket cleanly in two, sinking several meters deep into the rock. Damn it, he wasn't here. Buzz. The spear tore through the air, its terrifying whistling echoing as the dark blue blade sliced across the neck. Gurgle. A headless torso fell to the ground. Those who heard the commotion rushed over, but Ning Yuan was already gone. Only a headless corpse stood silently. The night had only just begun. The group gradually sensed something was amiss. Though the locator indicated Ning Yuan was right here, they had yet to catch sight of him. They couldn't form an encirclement. All they could hear were roars and screams echoing through the dense forest, only to abruptly cease. As if something had seized their throats. A silent reaper swiftly claimed their lives, vanishing without a trace. Only the occasional shrieks that echoed through the night felt like cold water poured over their hearts, sending shivers down their spines. As dusk deepened, the chill grew intense. Deng Hu also sensed something was amiss. Ning Yuan moved too swiftly, his strength too overwhelming. Killing one man took mere moments. If this continued, not only would they fail to encircle him and exploit their numerical advantage, but he would use the cover of night to pick them off one by one. He carefully surveyed the surroundings, then turned his gaze to the campfire that had just been extinguished. He dashed over, scooped up the still glowing embers, and hurled them into the surrounding dry grass and fallen leaves. In moments, the grass ignited, and a roaring blaze illuminated everything around them. Deng Hu shouted urgently. Assemble around me. Don't let him pick us off one by one. Set the entire forest ablaze and flush out his hiding place. Hearing Deng Hu's command, the men turned toward the bright flames. They rushed over swiftly, scattering flaming branches everywhere. Soon the entire forest was engulfed in flames, the light dispelling the heavy dusk. As the flames illuminated the area, the group gathered together and looked at each other. They realized there were only 13 of them left. The fate of those who had fallen was all too clear. Before the plan began, no one could have imagined 10 people would perish without ever having laid eyes on each other. Damn Ning Yuan. He's nothing but a bloodthirsty beast that devours its prey whole. Devouring them one by one. The group scanned their surroundings warily, finally catching sight of Ning Yuan for the first time in the firelight. He strode through the flames, spear in hand and longbow slung across his back. The Azure Emperor pointed at the crowd from afar. He uttered a defiant, domineering declaration. You are surrounded. Chapter 55, Frontal Assault, the Monkey King Strikes. The blazing inferno not only illuminated the night but also dispelled the fear in their hearts. When people banded together, their confidence returned. Such an arrogant declaration ignited everyone's competitive spirit. Even if you're top of the class in both subjects, you shouldn't look down on us like that. Before, they'd relied on the cover of night for stealthy ambushes and sneak attacks, exploiting darkness to strike from the shadows. Now that the entire forest was illuminated, they could only fight openly. If it's a pure test of strength, do you really think 13 of us here would fear you? But before they could move, Ning Yuan was the first to strike. He strode forward with thunderous footsteps, his form trailing a trail of flames as he closed the distance in an instant. His spear whipped through the air like a raging dragon's roar, crashing down with unstoppable force toward the foremost figure. Crash! The clash of weapons echoed like a warhammer striking stone. The man couldn't even resist for a second before being sent flying, weapon and all. Spewing a torrent of blood, he flew over the heads of the crowd, crashing lifeless to the ground. Ha! Come again! Ning Yuan let out a loud laugh, not pausing his stride as he charged toward the crowd. His form flashed into the center of the fray, fighting with frenzied abandon. His spear whirled through the air, clanging against iron as flames danced wildly. The flames spread, his powerful blood surging within like raging tides, a torrent of vitality and fury. These 13 men were almost all brute force melee fighters, reveling in the slaughter. Suddenly, Ning Yuan stomped his foot down with brutal force. The earth trembled like a dragon turning, flinging one man away. It was because he had recently studied archery techniques, gaining insight into sensing chi currents. He detected someone burrowing underground, attempting a sneak attack, only to be violently expelled by Ning Yuan's kick. The exposed man's eyes widened in terror. Ning Yuan's strength was simply absurd. While his spear technique was formidable, it wasn't vastly superior to the others. But his physique was truly astonishing. He relied purely on brute force to overwhelm opponents, scarcely needing any intricate spear techniques. No one could withstand a single exchange against him. It often took several men to block a single strike. Their attacks proved ineffective against him. At this rate, it would be wiped out sooner or later. At that moment, the sound of bones cracking echoed within Ning Yuan's body. His form blazed like a furnace, unleashing waves of scorching heat that intensified the surrounding fire rings. His speed and power surged once more. How could he still have reserves left in such a battle? Several attackers, caught off guard, were swept aside by his spear and fell to the ground, unable to rise. Deng Hu suffered the most. Though he had already overestimated Ning Yuan as much as possible, he still hadn't grasped the full extent of his power. If they didn't want to die, they had to fight desperately. With that thought, he shouted, "Use your killing move!" After shouting, he dropped to all fours. The character on his forehead seemed to blaze like fire as his aura surged. He unleashed his perfect grade tiger combat art, and for a moment, the mountains echoed with tiger roars. Seeing Deng Hu's desperation, the others followed suit, unleashing their ultimate techniques. The cries of various demonic beasts filled the entire dense forest. Ning Yuan, however, did not retreat an inch. He was determined to test his spear technique. His body crouched low, shoulders broad as mountains bearing weight, and invisible pressure pressing down his back. Blood surged through his veins, and his bones, tempered to their utmost limit, suddenly stretched and extended. Like a caged dragon soaring skyward, he shattered everything in his path. His aura surged once more, as if he intended to shatter the mountain crushing him. With a fierce sweep of his spear, he sought to intercept every incoming attack at once. Shouldering mountains. Both killing blows collided, concentrating savage force into a single point before exploding outward, triggering a colossal detonation. It was as though 10,000 barrels of gunpowder ignited, unleashing terrifying destructive force. Several trees thick enough for several men to embrace were crushed as if run over by a kilometer-high road roller. They shattered and fell, instantly clearing a vast open space. Gale force winds whipped back, sucking flames into a colossal fire tornado that raged across the clearing. Within a 100-meter radius, only Ning Yuan remained standing, rifle in hand. Ning Yuan felt satisfied. Long before the college entrance exams, when his marksmanship had reached its peak, he had begun researching how to transform boxing techniques into rifle skills. Old Xia had once remarked, "The rifle can be seen as an extension of the fist. It can be separated from the fist to become the fist, or combined with the fist to become the rifle." Guided by this principle, Ning Yuan successfully integrated his Danshan fist techniques into his rifle skills, forging a unique Danshan rifle style. This was the first battle for this new rifle technique. He was highly satisfied with its combat effectiveness. Deng Hu now lay on the ground, his eyes vacant, struggling to breathe the scorching air. Blood mixed with fragments of his internal organs flowed from the corners of his mouth. He was already close to death. This was the result of him exercising caution and hesitating just half a step. Everyone else was already dead. He never imagined the gap between them and Ning Yuan would be so vast. Recalling his first encounter with Ning Yuan and his own actions back then, he gave a self-mocking smile. This was all his own doing, step by step into the abyss. He had no one else to blame. Just then, a thunderous roar erupted from the dense forest, mingled with the howls of demonic beasts. The sound grew louder as it approached, soon reaching the edge of the clearing. A figure emerged from the forest in front of the clearing, looking disheveled and terrified. A demon. Ah! Before the words could finish, a monstrous, hairy paw reached out from the thicket, snatched the person, and crushed them. It crushed him like a tomato, emitting a squelching sound. The hand retracted into the woods, followed by the sickening crunch of chewing that sent shivers down the spine. Ning Yuan frowned. He had already sensed this individual a coward fleeing in terror from the slaughter. He had intended to deal with this situation first before pursuing the killer, but now it seemed he had encountered some kind of demon beast. With that thought, he thrust his spear into the ground, drew his longbow from his back, drew it to a full moon, and fired an arrow toward the dense forest. The metal arrow, propelled by tremendous force, sliced through the air like a whirlwind and vanished into the thicket. A tree as thick as several men's arms was uprooted, then swung like a weapon toward the arrow. Boom! The arrow collided with the tree trunk, the immense force shattering it into several pieces. A furious roar echoed as trees at the forest's edge were toppled, revealing two towering figures before them. Monkey demons? One male, one female. The male stood over 5 meters tall, clutching a broken tree trunk. His mouth was stained crimson, and bits of flesh hung from the corners of his lips, clearly the one who had devoured the victim. The female stood slightly behind, slightly shorter than the male, now snarling furiously at Ning Yuan. Ning Yuan sensed the aura of true seed emanating from these two monkey demons. A question that had troubled Ning Yuan for a long time was finally resolved. No wonder Mount Hulyubing was supposed to be home to both monkey demons and scorpion demons, yet he had only encountered monkey demons all day. It seemed another true seed had emerged among the monkey demons, driving the scorpion demons away. As for why these two demons had come here, they were likely drawn by the fire after all, this was their territory. Ning Yuan sensed both demons' auras, both were true seed, minor achievement. Demon beasts also had bloodline tiers, comparable to demon warriors. These monkey demons are exotic beasts, roughly equivalent to demon warriors of exotic beast bloodlines. Two mantises without martial arts skills? Killable. After spending the entire day with this group, he hadn't earned many points at all. He was just worrying about his lack of points. Ning Yuan glanced at the two monkey kings and grinned with delight. Chapter 56, Demand a Thorough Investigation? Demon Martial Genius. Temporary Command Base. Though night had deepened, the command room remained bustling with activity. Numerous high-ranking officials from Weha City and instructors from various academies were gathered here. As high-level demon warriors, going 3 days without sleep was practically child's play for them. Among them, the academy instructors were present specifically to scout promising talents. Based on individual aptitude and performance, they would later offer tailored conditions to attract students to enroll. As for the Weha City officials, their presence here served dual purposes, coordinating the overall operation from the command center and, crucially, keeping watch for one individual. Yupan watched as the lights on the screen flickered out one by one, until only the single light representing Ning Yuan remained. Amidst the incessant electronic alerts ringing in his ears, Yupan's furrowed brow finally relaxed. Though he couldn't witness the battle, he knew Ning Yuan had triumphed. Facing an enemy force several times his own size closing in, he chose to strike proactively and successfully eliminated every last one of them. Such prowess would rank among the elite even in the capital. How is this possible? He must have brought prohibited items. I demand a thorough investigation. The Chief Justice had completely lost his composure. Though the situation had encountered some complications, it had largely remained under control, and the candidates had successfully assembled. Among the top 50 candidates, a full 23 were present. How could one person wipe them all out? Even with the 3 Qin family candidates as backup, could they pull this off? He couldn't be certain. He had to find a way to stop Ning Yuan from taking the exam. Contraband? Absurd. Every inspection for this practical assessment was jointly reviewed by our 4 major bureaus. Where do you think the breach occurred? Yupan spoke up, fully aware of Ning Yuan's integrity. There was no way he'd bring prohibited items. How exactly does the bureau chief propose we conduct a thorough investigation? Of course, take him out of the exam hall and inspect him in front of everyone to see if he's carrying any prohibited items. Then take him to the hospital to test if he's taken any banned substances. If he is found innocent, I will personally escort him back to the exam hall and apologize to him. The Justice Bureau chief had calculated this well. He intended to use this to disrupt Ning Yuan's college entrance exam. This back and forth would take at least a day. Combined with the day he'd already wasted today, only 1 day remained of the 3-day practical assessment. There was no way he could catch up to the top-ranked candidates. Even if an apology followed afterward, what good would it do? If Ning Yuan actually won the championship, the Judicial Bureau would find itself in a truly difficult position. Yupan snorted coldly and demanded sharply. Bring him out? Take him to the hospital for a checkup? It seems you're deliberately trying to disrupt the college entrance exams. Based on your one-sided account alone, you want to throw the entire exam system into chaos? Yupan had held his temper all day, but now this old man was still jumping around, making him utterly disgusted. Facing Yupan's fury, the Justice Bureau chief wisely avoided a direct confrontation. After all, raw power doesn't always trump political maneuvering. Instead, he turned to the city lord and said, Lord Mayor Ning Yuan possesses a murderous intent beyond measure. He single-handedly killed dozens of examinees destined for top-tier universities. I suspect he may be carrying contraband, or perhaps he's a cultist. The old man spoke without hesitation, hurling every possible accusation at him. His sole objective was clear: to disrupt Ning Yuan's college entrance exam. The city lord's eyes narrowed in contemplation as he spoke. What? Do you expect me to interfere with the college entrance exams? That's against the rules. At the word rules, the Justice Bureau chief's eyes lit up instantly. It seemed the city lord had understood his implication. I'm merely following the examination rules. One stipulation states that if any official from the 4 major departments suspects a candidate of cheating or possessing prohibited items, they have the right to request verification. If over half of the city's high-ranking officials agree, they can intervene in the examination. This was indeed a clause in the examination rules, though rarely invoked. After all, pre-exam vetting was handled by the 4 great departments. Raising such an objection amounted to slapping them in the face. I hereby request verification immediately. I demand a vote from all high-ranking officials. The Justice Bureau chief shouted loudly. Yupan's face turned ashen. With this rule in place, he could not block the Judicial Bureau's request. The city lord sighed. Since you insist on this course, so be it. The 5 high-ranking officials of Weha City, the heads of the 4 major departments plus myself, will now proceed to vote. Before the words had even finished, the Chief Justice eagerly raised his hand in approval. I object. I object too. Yupan watched the education director raise his hand in opposition as well, feeling a slight sense of relief. Thankfully, he was on the same side. At that moment, the city lord spoke with a smile. He truly has a murderous intent that has cost Weha many talented individuals. I approve. Now it's 2 against 2. One final vote remains. After speaking, his gaze shifted toward the Martial Arts Association president, who had remained largely unnoticed. The Chief Justice, who had long known the city lord would support him, also looked at the Martial Arts Association president. This man was also quite old and would retire within half a year. If he wished to retire smoothly, he would surely avoid antagonizing the city lord. Yupan also looked at him with concern. He didn't know this man well and couldn't predict his choice. The Martial Arts Association president was a white-haired elder whose appearance suggested he was even older than the Justice Bureau chief. He was dozing off at that moment, but upon hearing someone call his name, he forced himself awake and declared, I abstain. He then sank back into drowsiness, remaining silent even as the Chief Justice shouted urgently in his ear. Ha! That means less than half voted in favor. The matter is null and void, correct? City Lord. Yupan roared with laughter, his gaze sharpening as he fixed it on the City Lord. He intended to see what grounds the City Lord could possibly muster to obstruct Ning Yuan's assessment. The City Lord sensed the invisible pressure mounting from Yupan. He knew there was no way to continue this. If he pressed further, who knew what this man might do? He immediately replied with a smile. Naturally. This matter is null and void. Let no one speak of it again. The Chief Justice of Justice reluctantly lowered his head. With the City Lord having spoken, there was nothing more he could do. He could only hope that the Qin family, one of the 4 great clans, would send someone capable of eliminating Ning Yuan. Suddenly, a gasp erupted from the Academy's faculty office. All the instructors had gathered before the screen displaying the students' ranking points. Suddenly, Ning Yuan's position began to surge upward rapidly, breaking into the top 100 in the blink of an eye. He had gained a staggering 200 points in that single instant. Did he just kill 2 true seed cultivators? A mentor exclaimed in shock, drawing the attention of the crowd. Unbelievable. He just ambushed over 20 candidates, and now he's taken down 2 true seed cultivators in the blink of an eye. A prodigy like this would be nurtured as a star pupil even at the most prestigious academies, a future contender for the Inter-Academy Stellar Cup. Goodness. This shallow pool has actually bred a true dragon. The mentors buzzed with discussion, utterly unconcerned with why the crowd had targeted Ning Yuan. The Federation was vast, so vast that each year produced countless prodigies. Countless prodigies hailed as future stars either perished mid-journey or faded into obscurity. Only those who truly matured could be called prodigies. On the path of demonic martial arts, death meant losing everything. They weren't worth anyone's attention. If Ning Yuan could emerge victorious from the high-stakes competition, he would have taken his first step toward becoming a demonic martial prodigy. Chapter 57, Arrival at the Crimson River, Frenetic Score Grinding. After 10,000 years of recuperation, the Red River Mountains were now lush with verdant trees, nurturing countless demonic beasts. Yet now, within the Gourd Mountains, a dense forest stood engulfed in flames. Fueled by fierce winds, the inferno spread relentlessly. At the fire's epicenter, a 100-meter clearing held trees toppled haphazardly, as if violently uprooted. A spear pierced the Monkey King's massive eye socket, its tip driving deep into his brain. The immense shockwave instantly pulverized his brain matter. A king of his kind had fallen. Ning Yuan drew the Azure Emperor Spear. The surrounding flames reflected off its blade, where a dark, icy glint shimmered, leaving no trace behind. These two monkey kings weren't particularly troublesome. As minor stage true species beasts, they relied on their size advantage and racial traits, making them not much weaker than the mantis. But Ning Yuan was no longer the same fighter he once was. His strength had surged dramatically. Leveraging his agile physique and masterful spear techniques, he toyed effortlessly with the two monkey demons, dispatching them with minimal effort. Glancing down at the screen on his wristwatch, the points rapidly changed, reaching 286 in the blink of an eye. With the points shift, his ranking also climbed into the top 100. Killing true kinds yielded points so quickly he hadn't earned this much from slaying a whole group of monkey demons earlier that day. Ning Yuan glanced at the scattered corpses of the examinees on the ground, feeling somewhat helpless. During his battle with the two monkey kings, he hadn't been able to spare much attention. The supplies these candidates had brought were now mostly destroyed by the aftermath of the fight. Oh well, destroyed be damned. The supplies from the previous wave were more than enough anyway. With that settled, there was no reason to linger here. Ning Yuan turned and headed deeper into the mountains, leaving the cleanup of this battlefield to the rescue team. Since the entire Holution Mountain was territory of the monkey demons, with few other beasts present, Ning Yuan casually selected a cave and prepared to make do for the night. Outside the cave, two enormous monkey heads were displayed at the entrance, deterring nearby demonic beasts from disturbing them. Ning Yuan pulled out two energy bars and chewed them voraciously. Under the effect of his divine technique, he rapidly replenished the energy expended in the previous battle. Today, the point gap between him and others had widened considerably. To secure first place, the fastest way to catch up was to slay more true-blooded demon beasts. The Crimson River Mountains had long been officially managed, so true-blooded beasts were scarce here. Most congregated near the Crimson River itself, a veritable paradise for demonic beasts. First thing tomorrow morning, he would race straight to the Crimson River and start grinding points. With that thought, Ning Yuan activated the dream binding technique and fell into a deep slumber. Though his body could endure the strain of multiple battles in a single day, his spirit was exhausted. The next day, as the sun leapt over the mountain range, the morning light dispelled the mist and chill from the forests. The dense forest along the Red River's edge suddenly trembled. A towering figure clad in black combat gear leapt out from within. Not far away, a herd of elk drinking at the riverbank scattered in panic, bolting in all directions. The man whose face lit up with delight was none other than Ning Yuan. He had been traveling since before dawn, passing several demon beast clans along the way. Yet he never intervened, merely circling them from afar. Where detours proved impossible, his supermodel speed allowed him to evade them all. Finally, at daybreak, he reached the Crimson River. The Crimson River not only lay at the heart of the entire Crimson River mountain range but also spanned the entire mountain range, its vast expanse far exceeding that of ordinary rivers. Gazing from the shore, its edges were invisible, resembling an ocean. No wonder some called it the Crimson Sea. It was hard to imagine that such a majestic river had been casually punched into existence from 10,000 miles away. Watching the demon beasts of various tribes leisurely drinking water along the riverbank, Ning Yuan's eyes lit up. For ordinary candidates, hunting demon beasts was no easy task. When hunting beasts that had formed large organized groups, extreme caution was required. If one provoked too much hostility and triggered a stampede, becoming surrounded by the horde would be extremely dangerous. Even using a distress signal might not summon help in time. Those beasts daring to appear alone by the Crimson River were often exceptionally powerful, making them extremely difficult to hunt. Therefore, every point gained is extremely hard-earned. This was precisely the purpose of the combat assessment, to hone the combat instincts of demon warriors in an environment as close to the wild as possible. But Ning Yuan had no such worries. Having shattered the limits of physical forging, his strength, speed, and defense far surpassed the norm. Ordinary beast packs posed no threat to him whatsoever. He could just charge straight through. With that thought, he grabbed his longbow. The metal arrows brought by the archer were of decent quality, each one reusable, so his supply remained ample for now. Drawing the bowstring taut, he sent the metal arrow whistling toward a nearby herd of wild ox demons. Boom! The arrows tore through the air like a gale, piercing the robust demonic body of one wild ox demon. Its massive, several-ton frame was sent flying by the immense kinetic force, crashing heavily into the Crimson River and staining the water red. The startled herd looked around frantically. When they spotted Ning Yuan alone in the distance, a towering ox demon stepped forward from the herd. Its eyes blazed crimson as it dug its hooves into the ground, lowering its head menacingly before charging toward Ning Yuan with frenzied fury. It led the entire herd in a stampede, a spectacular sight that made the earth rumble and the entire forest shake. Ning Yuan yanked his spear from the ground, grinning widely. He charged straight toward the herd. Now that he'd drawn the monsters out, it was time to unleash a bloodbath. For the entire day, Ning Yuan repeated the cycle, drawing his bow to lure monsters, then charging with his spear to slay them. Though he slew countless beasts, he hadn't encountered a single true demon beast, whether fortunate or unfortunate, he couldn't say. Of course, this brought a surge in points, quickly propelling him into the top 10, then the top 5, and finally the top 3. He finally settled into third place, where he'd remained unchanged for over an hour. He assumed the top 2 spots belonged to those 2 ancient bloodline descendants. With their strength, even without Ning Yuan's efficient point farming, accumulating points shouldn't be difficult. Moreover, they had an extra day compared to him. As the sky darkened and night approached, Ning Yuan's eyes narrowed in contemplation. His stamina was still high, and he didn't particularly need rest. However, most demon beast groups went dormant at night, making them extremely difficult to find and greatly reducing monster killing efficiency. Should he grind monsters all night? After pondering for a moment, Ning Yuan made his decision. He would stay up all night. He had no idea how far behind the 2 ahead of him were in points. If he failed to secure first place, old Xia would mock him. No sooner said than done, Ning Yuan fashioned a makeshift torch and began wandering through the dense forest. Such a living target was bound to attract plenty of hunters. Not far from Ning Yuan, a man and a woman were also using the moonlight to begin their hunt. Chapter 58, Nighttime Encounter, Ning Lin's Demise. Ning Lin and Mo Ruyan had been together since entering the Crimson River Mountains. Ning Tianxiong hadn't assigned them to the mission to hunt down Ning Yuan. He had only 2 sons. Ning Yuan had to die, but Ning Lin couldn't be allowed to meet with misfortune again. Thus, he gave them no specific tasks, and they remained unaware of Ning Yuan's whereabouts. Their sole task was to strive for excellence and secure Ning Lin's admission into a top-tier academy. Both possessed peculiar bloodlines tied to moonlight, granting them enhanced prowess at night. Their coordinated efforts yielded remarkable results, securing Ning Lin a consistently strong ranking within the top 5. Even so, Ning Yuan's aggressive point-scoring drive during the day had pushed him out of the top 5, leaving him in 6th place now. Sniffing the lingering scent of beasts in the air, Ning Lin turned to Mo Ruyan and said, "Ruyan, I smell the scent of rock porcupines, about 8 of them. In a moment, channel the moonlight through me so I can unleash my howling moon trait to its fullest." Mo Ruyan perked up, flashing Ning Lin a sweet smile. "Sure thing, brother Lin. Don't worry, I won't hold you back." Seeing the weariness on Mo Ruyan's face, Ning Lin felt a pang of tenderness. He pulled her into his arms and said with deep affection, "Don't worry, Ruyan. We'll get into top-tier universities together. I won't let you down." Long before the assessments began, the 2 had finalized their plan. With Mo Ruyan's mediocre bloodline and martial aptitude, the first 2 rounds of evaluations would only secure them admission to second-tier universities. Given that, it made more sense to focus all her efforts on helping Ning Lin boost his scores. While he could easily get into a top-tier university, the higher his college entrance exam results, the better the treatment and privileges he'd receive upon admission. Later, they'd have Qin Hong leverage the Qin family's connections to secure Mo Ruyan admission as an auditor at a top-tier university. That way, they could be together again. "Brother Lin, how could I not trust you? I've already entrusted everything to you." Mo Ruyan's beautiful almond-shaped eyes gazed at Ning Lin with deep affection. She had indeed staked everything on Ning Lin, leaving herself no way back. Clap. 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 What a pair of devoted lovers. I'm genuinely moved by your devotion. A sudden clap of applause echoed through the dark forest. A figure clad in black combat gear, bearing a longbow and heavy spear, stepped out. Soft moonlight spilled down, illuminating the newcomer's handsome, refined features. It was Ning Yuan, who had planned to grind monsters all night. You're not dead?" Ning Yuan's sudden appearance startled both of them. Ning Lin, in particular, looked like a cat whose fur had been set on fire, staring at Ning Yuan with utter terror. "I'm not dead. Disappointed?" Ning Yuan looked at the trembling Ning Lin and spoke calmly. "I was disappointed not to see you among that group too, my dear brother." With a stomp, earth and rocks flew as Ning Yuan's towering figure shot toward them. A crushing pressure descended like plummeting to the ocean's depths, suffocating them. "Quick! Empower me with moonlight." Hearing Ning Lin's shout, Mo Ruyan snapped into action. Ethereal moonlight glowed in her hands, flowing like water into Ning Lin's body. Arg! Ning Lin let out a wolf-like howl. The moonlight seeped through his skin, bones cracking audibly as his entire form swelled. Silver-white wolf fur erupted wildly, his fingertips piercing the skin to become claws. His snout lengthened, dripping foul-smelling mucus as he fully transformed into a werewolf. "Impressive presence," Ning Yuan praised, clenching his fist so tightly the air crackled like a whirlwind trapped within. His punch struck out with enough force to shatter mountains, sending nearby branches whirling wildly. Facing this terrifying blow, Ning Lin's mind flashed with a whirlwind of memories. From the moment Ning Yuan awakened his bloodline, his first defeat at Ning Yuan's hands, being beaten in dreams, the 3 of them being instantly defeated, to Ning Yuan topping the college entrance exams in 2 subjects and being adored by thousands. His legs began to tremble. The nightmare specter returned, amplifying his terror to unbearable levels. He did not want to die. His hand moved involuntarily, pulling Mo Ruyan forward to shield her with his body. Mo Ruyan yelped as she was pulled, turning to stare in shock at Ning Lin behind her. Her expression swiftly shifted to disappointment and despair, a truly spectacular sight. Had she pinned everything on Ning Lin only to receive this in return? Feeling Mo Ruyan's gaze, Ning Lin dared not lift his head to meet her eyes. In a voice barely audible, he whispered. My mother is still waiting for me. She's already paved the way for me. I can't die. It was unclear whether he was explaining to Emo Ruyan or comforting himself. Emo Ruyan's eyes were hollow, and she remained silent. Ning Yuan, however, had given the pair ample space, long since stepping back. He crossed his arms, watching their performance unfold. One was spoiled rotten at home, having never faced any hardship, rotten to the core with pathetic mental fortitude. The other was a scheming, manipulative gold digger plotting every step to marry into wealth. Neither was worth a damn. It's you. It's all your fault. If it weren't for you, I'd never be like this. Blame yourself. Ning Lin suddenly erupted into a frenzy, seemingly unable to accept his true self. He pointed at Ning Yuan, determined to pin all the blame on him. You bastard. I should have killed you and your mother back then. Ning Yuan's expression hardened instantly. He teleported before Ning Lin, seized his throat, and hoisted him into the air. His sharp wolf claws tore relentlessly at Ning Yuan's body, shredding the level 3 combat suit beyond recognition, yet failing to pierce Ning Yuan's resilient skin. Only when the air was squeezed from his lungs and his brain began to starve for oxygen did he snap out of his werewolf state, his arms falling limply to his sides. Ning Yuan stared at him coldly the entire time. His iron clamp hands released their grip, and Ning Lin crashed heavily to the ground. Cough, cough. A violent cough erupted, followed by gasps for air. He had never come so close to death. Rested enough? Ning Yuan's voice whispered darkly in his ear, like a demon's. Forgetting he was a demon warrior, he scrambled backward on all fours, desperate to escape this demon. The air thickened with the stench of urine. Don't kill me, I beg you. We're brothers, we share the Ning bloodline. I'm begging you. I'll go back and convince mom and dad. I swear I'll never bother you again. Listening to Ning Lin's tearful pleas, Ning Yuan gave a cold laugh. Brothers? I'm no blood relative of yours. Rest assured, it won't just be you. I'll make the entire Ning family pay the price. With that, he drew a sharp arrow from behind his back and drove it straight through Ning Lin's right leg, pinning him to the ground. Ning Lin let out a piercing scream, seemingly trying to fight back, but Ning Yuan smacked him hard across the face, sending him crashing to the ground. His bones shattered, and he was utterly powerless to resist. You bullied me and humiliated me since childhood, leading others to torment me, flaunting your superiority everywhere. But back then, I never wished for your death. Thud. Another arrow pierced his left leg. But you trampled my mother's portrait and insulted her. Ever since then, I've wanted you dead. And Ning Tianxiong, Qin Hong, they wanted my life. Coincidentally, I wanted theirs too. With each word Ning Yuan spoke, another arrow pierced Ning Lin's flesh. In the blink of an eye, arrows covered Ning Lin's limbs. By now, he had long lost the strength to scream, struggling even to breathe. Gathering his last ounce of energy, he gasped. Let me go. Rest assured, your parents will be joining you down there. Ning Yuan whispered into his ear as the final arrow pierced his chest, extinguishing the last glimmer of light in his eyes. Watching Ning Lin draw his final breath, Ning Yuan clapped his hands and turned to leave without a second glance. Emo Ruyan, whose eyes had been lifeless, suddenly brightened. He didn't kill me? The joy of narrowly escaping death didn't last long. A snorting sound reached her ears. Her expression changed. Was that the sound of a rock porcupine? Ning Lin had mentioned there were 8 of them. With her strength, she stood no chance against them. She frantically reached for the distress signal on her left wrist, only to find it gone. Green eyes glowed all around her, and the foul stench of rock porcupines filled the air. It's over. She collapsed to the ground in despair. Ning Yuan heard the agonized screams echoing through the dense forest. He gave a cold laugh and tossed the wristwatch aside. He recalled the moment he first arrived in this world. The loathsome expressions on these people's faces were still vivid in his memory. The outcome now was entirely their own doing. Turning away, he vanished completely into the dense forest. He still had points to grind. Chapter 59, Rising Rank, Battle the Crocodile King. In the silent Crimson River Mountains, the first rays of dawn pierced the night shrouded in hidden danger, awakening the vitality of all living things. The final day of the college entrance exam practical assessment had finally arrived. After a night of relentless effort, Ning Yuan's body radiated heat, drying his combat suit drenched in dew. Glancing down at his wristwatch, he saw his ranking had finally surged to second place. Though he had slain few beasts overnight, the points he had regained were substantial. Today, he could challenge for the top spot. Just as Ning Yuan was basking in his satisfaction, somewhere along the banks of the Crimson River, Qin Yaojiu stared grimly at his wristwatch. Just moments ago, his ranking had plummeted from second to third. He was an exceedingly proud man. Though he couldn't defy the direct lineage's orders, he had no choice but to cede the top spot to Zhao Yingyue, allowing her to claim the sole top-tier academy slot. Yet since entering the Crimson River Mountains, he had been relentlessly grinding points. On the very first day of the assessment, he maintained the top spot for the entire day, all to prove his strength surpassed Zhao Yingyue's. Only on the second day did he slow his pace to help his brothers, Qin Fun and Qin Yong, boost their scores while maintaining his secure second-place position. Now he had fallen to third place. In this remote frontier town, only one person could achieve such a feat. Ning Yuan. Xin Yaojiu turned to the brothers and declared. He must be delighted right now. It's time for us to complete our mission and crush this vermin back to its true form. Earlier, the Ning family had urged him to collaborate with others to hunt down Ning Yuan, but he had flatly refused. His pride as a Qin bloodline scourged him at the thought of collaborating with this backwater town's trash. How could these ignorant vermin ever stand alongside the four great clans? The mission to eliminate Ning Yuan was one he could accomplish single-handedly, even without the Qin brothers' assistance. He had long planned to strike on the final day of the trials, precisely when Ning Yuan stood poised to claim victory. He would reveal himself, crush Ning Yuan's hopes with his own hands, and let him die in despair just before touching success. That was the death these vermin deserved. Retrieving a specialized locator, the trio immediately set off toward Ning Yuan's coordinates once his position was confirmed. Ning Yuan had just set his sights on a group of putrid water crocodiles. The Crimson River was vast, naturally teeming with aquatic creatures. These putrid water crocodiles possessed the bloodline of exotic beasts, thriving both in water and on land. Their mouths secreted highly corrosive mucus, and even their blood was potent. Their bodies offered no vulnerable spots, and they possessed formidable individual strength. They stood at the apex of the Crimson River's food chain. At least 50 of these creatures lay lazily basking in the sun along the riverbank. Taking them all down would net at least 300 points, potentially even propelling him to the top spot. While the corrosive saliva and blood posed little threat to Ning Yuan's physique, his already tattered combat suit would likely be rendered completely useless. With that thought, Ning Yuan sighed but still drew his bow, preparing to lure the creatures as before. Just as he drew his bow and nocked an arrow, suddenly, an unusual commotion erupted from the Crimson River. The water churned violently, churning up waves several meters high. A hideous, scarred head broke through the surface. As its full form revealed itself, it was none other than a colossal putrid water crocodile. True species, fully matured? Ning Yuan sensed the aura emanating from this putrid water crocodile, his eyes lighting up. He had originally come to the Crimson River intending to hunt true species beasts to boost his points, yet somehow, after a full day and night, he hadn't encountered a single one. Although numerous demon beast clans had granted him some points, he still felt somewhat disappointed. He never imagined that on this final day, he would encounter a true species great achievement Crocodile King. That was worth 1,000 points. If he could take it down, first place would be his for sure. The only true-blooded peak-level creature Ning Yuan had ever fought before was the Wild Wolfgang leader. However, the combat disparity between demon warriors and demon beasts was significant. With the Federation's 10,000-year martial arts cultivation backing them, demon beasts were rarely a match for demon warriors of the same rank. This Crocodile King likely couldn't match the Wild Wolfgang leader at his peak, nor did it possess those bizarre techniques. Worth a shot. Having made up his mind, Ning Yuan drew his longbow taut once more. Through relentless practice day and night, his mastery of the wind thunder arrow control technique had now reached the level of expertise. Bang! The bowstring emitted a crisp, ringing sound. The metal arrow transformed into a streak of azure light, howling toward its target with a raging gale. In an instant, it reached the Crocodile King's eyes. The Crocodile King sensed the danger too late to react. Closing its eyes, its thick, grayish-black keratin eyelids dropped, narrowly blocking the arrow's deadly trajectory. Clang! The arrow's metal material proved inferior. Colliding with the Crocodile King's eyelid, it snapped cleanly with a sharp ring. Yet the arrow's immense impact force drove the eye socket deep into its socket. Foul-smelling demon blood flowed from beneath the eyelids, falling into the river and corroding the water, causing large plumes of white smoke to rise. Roar! The Crocodile King roared in rage, the immense pain in its eyes fueling its fury. Opening its still bleeding eye socket, the original eyeball had been crushed into pulp, leaving only a bloody, mangled socket. Its vision was blurred. Through its remaining good eye, it scanned the nearby area. A youth was drawing his bow, preparing for another sneak attack. Rage surged through the Crocodile King. The agony of its destroyed eyes robbed it of reason. Its terrifying body whipped forward, its bursting blood and energy sending waves crashing dozens of meters high. Propelled by the immense recoil, the colossal demonic form shot skyward, hurtling straight toward Ning Yuan on the shore. Ning Yuan had anticipated this. He had deliberately lured the Crocodile King out of the water, knowing its aquatic domain hindered its movements. The colossal form, tens of meters long, descended from the sky with overwhelming pressure. Its immense weight carried tremendous kinetic energy as its massive jaws, several meters wide, snapped viciously toward Ning Yuan. A thunderous crash echoed. The entire earth trembled. Where Ning Yuan had stood, a massive crater hundreds of meters wide was violently gouged out. Within the crater, the Crocodile King slowly raised its head, its jaws chewing on hard sand and stones. Corrosive saliva dripped down, eating away at the ground to form a deep pit. It felt no sensation of chewing flesh. Ning Yuan, who had used instant step to flash to the side, stared at the colossal pit the Crocodile King had created, unable to suppress his astonishment. This demon beast, having reached the peak of its true seed cultivation, possessed abundant vital energy and a colossal form, unleashing truly astonishing destructive power. But hell yeah, I thrive on taking down peak-level true-blooded beasts. Every bone and tendon in his body groaned under the strain. His heartbeat quickened, thundering like an engine, his blood surged, and his body temperature rose rapidly. He suddenly thrust his feet forward, using instant step to appear directly above the Crocodile King's head. The spear was raised high, veins bulging like twisted ropes across his body, transforming him into a muscle-bound beast. He swung the spear like a giant axe, unleashing the most violent strike imaginable. A warning shot to intimidate the tiger. The killing move was unleashed the moment they met. Chapter 60, The Three Cheens Directly Taking Forbidden Drugs? The Crocodile King saw only a flash before Ning Yuan materialized above him, the spear descending with mountain-splitting force, aimed straight for the back of his skull. The air along its path compressed and squeezed, then shattered by the shockwaves from the spear, exploding with a thunderous crack like gunpowder. It violently whipped its head, its surging blood and chi coalescing into tangible substance. A towering flame several meters high erupted, resembling crimson armor fused to its skull, granting defensive reinforcement as it absorbed the blow. Boom! The spear slammed heavily into the Crocodile King's skull. The solidified vital energy shattered like porcelain, nearly shattering completely. Its massive body slammed down, cracking the earth beneath it. Spiderweb-like fissures spread hundreds of meters in all directions. It had taken the blow. But Ning Yuan's assault did not cease. The fierce collision bent the spear in his grasp, then caused it to snap back and straighten. Using the recoil's momentum, Ning Yuan spun midair like a dragon turning its head. He charged straight for the Crocodile King's back, driving his spear deep into its spine. Slay the demon! A faint, ethereal light suddenly flickered on the dark blue spearhead, subtle and distant, like a dream. Like a red-hot iron rod piercing through butter, it effortlessly cut through layer after layer of resistance, severing the creature's spinal column. The Crocodile King let out a mournful cry, collapsing like a deflated balloon into the pit, utterly immobilized. It could never have imagined that before it even had a chance to fight properly, it would be overwhelmed by a surprise attack that shattered its spine. With its spine shattered, it could not even move. Death was certain. Ning Yuan withdrew the Qingdi spear, which had been buried to its hilt within the Crocodile King's body. A torrent of foul-smelling blood spurted forth, corroding his combat suit with a hissing sound. With a flick of his wrist, Ning Yuan flung the spear aside. The bloodstains vanished instantly, revealing the spear's original dark blue shaft, completely undamaged. The Qingdi spear was truly of exceptional quality. It was a pity the combat suit was now beyond salvage. He tore at the suit, which had already been corroded beyond recognition, ripping it off to reveal his lean, muscular physique. Ning Yuan sat directly on the Crocodile King's back, pulling several energy bars from his backpack and began eating them. Engaging the Crocodile King had been part of his plan to catch it off guard. So while he'd started with a lethal strike, it was merely a feint. His true trump card was the demon-slaying divine technique. There was no other choice. This demon-slaying divine technique was far too overpowered in this world. If the target didn't dodge, it would be instantly killed. Unfortunately, its cost was too great, even Ning Yuan's physique couldn't withstand it. He had no time to finish off the Crocodile King. Replenishing his energy was urgent. Just as Ning Yuan was feasting voraciously atop the Crocodile King's back, the unwelcome guest who had journeyed from afar specifically for him finally arrived. Qin Yaojiu stared in utter disbelief at Ning Yuan, who was devouring the Crocodile King's massive demonic carcass. This is a demon beast at the peak of the true seed stage? A demon beast at the peak of its true form possessed a nearly perfect physique and immense vitality. Even at the level of a mere exotic beast, it was far beyond what physical training alone could withstand. A genius with ancient bloodlines like himself might be able to hunt a true seed minor achievement demon beast. But facing a true seed great achievement demon beast? Even combining the strength of three of us might not guarantee success. Could it be that Ning Yuan was stronger than all three of them combined? Impossible. The Qin clan possesses countless martial arts techniques and secret arts. Even those cultivated by collateral branches are among the finest in their tier, not to mention the myriad unique secret arts. It must be because he shattered the limits of body forging. I never imagined his physique could be this formidable. If that's the case, we just need to exploit this weakness to kill him. With that thought, he turned to the two brothers and said, Ning Yuan's physique is astonishing. It seems we can't spare the forbidden medicine the Ning family provided. Though his very bones radiated the arrogance of a noble house, making him utterly contemptuous of someone like Ning Yuan from a remote small town. But the facts were undeniable. He had to admit Ning Yuan was exceptionally strong. Without the forbidden drugs, the three of them might not stand a chance. Given that, they would take the forbidden drugs and fight with everything they had. They could endure whatever side effects came with it. Each of them produced a transparent glass vial. The blood-red liquid inside churned like a living thing, bubbles gurgling to the surface in an eerie display. Braving the pungent stench, they downed the contents in one gulp. A sinister chuckle seemed to echo in their ears, followed by intense transformations within their bodies. A primal force surged from the depths of their marrow, rapidly altering their physical strength while their aura grew wildly. Accompanying the violent physical transformations came excruciating agony, forcing cries of pain from their throats. Ning Yuan heard agonized shrieks echoing through the dense forest, sensing three familiar auras rapidly intensifying. The three Qin family members? After the physical fitness test for the college entrance exam concluded, Yu Pan had already informed him of these three individuals' backgrounds through Yu Ying, warning him to be wary of them. Had they come to kill him? Ever since the first day when Ning Yuan faced the ambush, he had understood their purpose. They were undoubtedly reinforcements summoned by the Ning family, intending to eliminate him through a practical combat assessment. After 2 days of delay, you finally show yourselves on this final day. Ning Yuan swallowed the energy bar whole. With the aid of the divine technique he had consumed, his stamina was nearly fully restored. He stood up immediately. He wasn't the type to wait for others to make the first move. If they were enemies, then he would kill them. He drew his bow and nocked an arrow. Wind currents swirled around the arrowhead, gathering until the shaft was enveloped in a green glow. His fingers released, and a streak of azure light shot into the dense forest, vanishing in an instant. Ning Yuan stared intently at the forest, his brow furrowing slightly. The woods remained utterly silent. That arrow had caused not a single sound. This was unprecedented since he had taken up the bow. With his strength, the arrow's power surpassed that of a sniper rifle. Even if it missed its mark, it should have caused a significant disturbance. Just as Ning Yuan frowned, three figures slowly emerged from the thicket. The leader, distinguished by his prominent features, wielded a gleaming silver spear. The other two followed closely behind, each holding two massive short hammers. It was indeed Qin Yaojiu and his two companions. Yet something was amiss with them now. Their eyes were bloodshot and red, veins bulging visibly across their bodies. Their aura surged in waves, relentlessly intensifying. Qin Yaojiu licked his lips with his tongue. The sensation of consuming forbidden drugs was truly exquisite. His physical form was undergoing a metamorphosis. Every inch of flesh and blood pulsed with heightened vitality, his strength surging without end. Once the assessment ended, he'd demand a couple more bottles from the Ning family. Feeling the surging power within him, he addressed Ning Yuan. If that arrow just now represented your full strength, then you've disappointed me greatly. That arrow was decent, but as a descendant of ancient bloodlines, the sea-covering spear technique passed down through his lineage could be both soft and hard. With a casual flick, he had blocked it. This left him deeply disappointed, for the display fell far short of his expectations. Ning Yuan's lips curled into a delighted smile. Standing atop the Crocodile King's head, bare-chested, his body chiseled like stone, he pointed the Azure Emperor spear at a distant target. You dare wield a spear before me? A fierce wind whipped up the strands of hair at his forehead, revealing Ning Yuan's face, bold and unrestrained. The Azure Dragon transformation enhanced all aspects, primarily boosting speed. The instant step felt more like a skill, impossible to use continuously. Chapter 61, Battle Against the Ancient Bloodline. Arrogant. Ning Yuan's words ignited Qin Yaojiu's fury. A mud-legged peasant from a remote border town dared to act so brazenly before a member of the Qin clan? He deserved to die. The power surge from the forbidden potion had inflated his ego to bursting, restoring the pride ingrained in his very bones. You two stand down. I'll handle this myself. He waved the others back, speaking with confidence. Come on, I can crush you both with my bare hands. Before he could finish, a dark blue spear sliced through the air with a sharp whistle, striking him viciously across the face. The immense impact contorted his entire face, sending him flying backward into the dense forest. He crashed into a tree with a thunderous thud. Idiot! Ning Yuan murmured under his breath. He believed those who barked threats before a fight were all a bit dim-witted. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed through the dense forest as countless trees were uprooted by the immense force. Qin Yaojiu, who had just been knocked flying, charged forward, his gleaming silver spear thrusting straight toward his opponent. His spear technique was lightning fast, closing in on Ning Yuan's face in the blink of an eye. Water swirled around the gleaming silver spear like a dragon playing in the waves, faint sounds of crashing tides echoing faintly. Ning Yuan blocked with his Azure Emperor spear, the dark blue shaft meeting the silver tip with a clang of metal against metal. The combined force of hard and soft techniques surged like ocean waves, sending a numbing shock through Ning Yuan's arm. Ning Yuan felt a surge of excitement. Among peers of equal cultivation, this was the first opponent he'd encountered who could not only withstand his direct strike but also launch a swift counterattack. He looked up at Qin Yaojiu. Half his face was peeled away, revealing raw, crimson flesh and stark white bone fragments, making him look like a demon. Yet in the next instant, the flesh on his face began to writhe with an eerie movement. Flesh buds twisted and grew like living creatures, covering the bones in the blink of an eye. His entire face restored itself to normal, showing no trace of injury. Was this a secret technique of the Qin family? It seemed rather bizarre, more akin to the cultish methods used by the wild wolfgang leader. Qin Yaojiu looked up and said, "This is how it should be. Otherwise, it'd be too boring." Still showing off? Ning Yuan suddenly unleashed his power. The shockwaves radiating from the Azure Emperor's body sent Qin Yaojiu reeling backward. The Azure Emperor swung in reverse, slashing down toward his head. Qin Yaojiu flickered aside, dodging the strike, then countered with a thrust toward Ning Yuan. Their clash had transformed into a pure duel of spear techniques. After several exchanges, Ning Yuan proved superior, carving a wound into Qin Yaojiu's body. Qin Yaojiu's face darkened. In terms of spear technique alone, he was no less skilled than Ning Yuan. Yet Ning Yuan's speed and power were superior even with the forbidden potion's boost, he couldn't match him. A momentary lapse in defense had cost him dearly. Flesh near the wound began to writhe, tendrils of flesh intertwining until the injury healed completely in the blink of an eye. Fortunately, the forbidden potion proved potent, its restorative effects rivaling immortality itself. Where the Ning family had obtained it remained a mystery. Azure Dragon Transformation. Qin Yaojiu refused to concede defeat, unleashing the Qin family's secret technique. This was the Qin family's core secret technique, accessible only to those of exceptional talent. Among secret techniques for the body forging stage, it ranked among the top 3. Upon activation, it granted comprehensive enhancements to speed and strength. At his current level of mastery, it boosted his capabilities by at least 30%. Already possessing ancient bloodlines, bolstered by forbidden drugs and secret techniques, his physique now rivaled that of chaos bloodline practitioners. As the secret technique erupted, a dragon's roar echoed through the air. A dragon-shaped phantom coiled around his body, his speed surged, and his spear techniques grew increasingly fierce. Like crashing waves, wave after wave surged forward, relentless and unending. Ning Yuan countered with his spear, relying on his astonishing physique to match speed with speed, showing no sign of weakness. In the blink of an eye, dozens of blows exchanged between them, shifting the battlefield to the banks of the Crimson River. Qin Yaojiu's aura surged higher and higher with each successive spear strike. Finally, at a certain moment, it seemed to reach a tipping point, erupting like a mountain flood bursting through a dam, a torrent unleashed in an instant. His spear surged like a dragon overturning the sea, churning up furious waves as it thrust toward Ning Yuan with overwhelming force. Vapor rose thickly from the Crimson River, twisting around the spear and coalescing into a crimson water dragon that roared and surged forward. Ning Yuan held nothing back, pushing his body to its absolute limit. His body radiated like a scorching sun, emitting intense light and heat that vaporized the surrounding moisture into billowing white smoke. The Azure Emperor in his hand hummed with a powerful vibrational force, erupting like a volcano, spewing forth earthfire. The spear swept horizontally, like a mountain collapsing, charging straight forward. Boom! The moment the two spears collided, the surrounding air compressed into a single point before erupting like a tangible shockwave, crashing onto the surface of the Crimson River like a cannonball. A deafening roar echoed as if a torpedo detonated beneath the riverbed, sending countless waves of water skyward. The next second, the water curtain crashed down, fine droplets pelting the surface like a torrential downpour. Naked from the waist up, Ning Yuan let the spray drench him as he narrowed his eyes, staring into the Crimson River. Qin Yaojiu had been blasted into the water and vanished without a trace. Just as Ning Yuan searched for Qin Yaojiu's whereabouts, the two Qin brothers could no longer hold back. Qin Yong strode forward, leaping into the air. He raised his twin hammers high, like a thunder god descending, and brought them crashing down toward Ning Yuan. Ning Yuan executed a split-second step, evading the blow. A thunderous crash echoed as Qin Yong swung through empty air, his hammers striking the ground. The ground caved in around the hammers, cracks spreading like a spiderweb in all directions. The next instant, the compacted earth began to ripple strangely. A visible wave of earth surged outward from the impact point, rolling like water in concentric layers. Ning Yuan, who had flashed behind Qin Yong, was nearly knocked off balance by the surging earth wave. At that moment, Qin Fan appeared behind Ning Yuan, dual hammers raised, delivering a powerful strike. Ning Yuan blocked the blow with his rifle, using the force to propel himself backward. Once he regained his footing, he turned to look at the two figures. He realized both men wielded twin hammers and shared identical features, as if carved from the same mold. These brothers were twins, raised together since childhood. Not only did they share identical appearances, but their mannerisms were also mirror images of each other. Upon awakening their demonic bloodlines as adults, both inherited the same ancient lineage, the Earth Raging Bear. They later trained in the same hammer technique, developing a telepathic connection and mastering the art of combined attacks. Interesting. Ning Yuan's interest was piqued. He'd never encountered opponents like this before. The Qin family truly lived up to its reputation as one of the four great clans. Even their collateral branches produced such formidable talent. He thrust his legs, causing the earth beneath him to crack as rocks and dust flew. His form blurred into a gust of wind as his spear lunged toward one of them. The sheer velocity rippled the air, causing both opponents' expressions to darken. Simultaneously crouching low, they shielded themselves with four short hammers like door panels, leaving not a single opening. Clang! The spear struck the hammers, producing a metallic clang. A tremendous force surged back, shaking both men's arms. A second clang followed, then a third. Ning Yuan's spear danced like a storm, relentless and unbroken. Wave after wave of attacks surged forward, the spear's momentum swelling like crashing tides, each layer building upon the last, its intensity growing ever more overwhelming. This technique he had secretly observed during his earlier clash with Qin Yaojiao. Chapter 62, Slaying the Qin Brothers. No! If this continued, he would eventually break through their defenses, and then it would be dangerous. Ning Yuan's immense strength was already nearly unbearable for them. Their hand bones had shattered multiple times, only to be restored to their original state by the powerful regenerative effects of the forbidden medicine. Feeling Ning Yuan's aura steadily intensify, the two exchanged a glance and made their decision. Suddenly, Qin Yang drew his twin hammers and slammed them hard into the ground. Eerie ripples spread across the ground once more, unleashing a surge of earth toward Ning Yuan. His spear whipped through the air, slicing through the wave as it charged toward where the two had stood only to strike empty air. Using the momentum from their previous strike, they finally escaped the range of Ning Yuan's spear technique. Ning Yuan felt a pang of regret. The technique of building momentum and layering waves was indeed effective, but as a novice still honing his skills, he hadn't managed to sustain the spear formation, allowing it to be broken. The pair weren't unscathed either. The moment one dropped their guard, the other took Ning Yuan's spear full force. A gaping hole gaped in Qin Fan's chest, revealing the scene behind him. Yet the next instant, the flesh in his chest began to writhe. Flesh buds twisted and grew like living creatures, visibly filling the gaping wound at an astonishing speed. Was this a secret technique of the Qin family? It looked every bit like a cult's methods. Could it be that he'd consumed forbidden potions? Old Hua had mentioned that many forbidden potions were derived through cult-like methods. While their effects were powerful and bizarre, the side effects were extremely severe, carrying a high risk of demonic transformation and loss of control. With such potent effects, even if they succeeded in killing him, the side effects would likely claim their own lives. Are these three from the Qin family that bold? Qin Fan touched his unharmed chest and smiled happily. This was practically immortality. With this layer of protection, he had a chance to kill Ning Yuan. What are you laughing at? Ning Yuan's body blazed like a furnace, unleashing waves of scorching heat as his pitch-black spear struck again, aiming straight for Qin Fan's skull. I'll smash your skull to pieces and see if you can regenerate then. The immense wind pressure forced his eyes shut, yet the crushing pressure made him realize this strike was beyond his ability to block alone. Yet he raised his twin hammers, lifting them like a mighty warrior hoisting a, and struck forward with overwhelming force. He knew Qin Yang would come to his aid. Sure enough, Qin Yang charged forward in a fury at the very moment, swinging his hammers in unison with Qin Fan. Four hammerheads, wrapped in a whirlwind of force, collided with the spearhead almost simultaneously. Clang! The sound of heavy hammers striking an anvil echoed, sending sparks flying everywhere. Both men were violently knocked back, blood spilling from their mouths. The strike had been blocked after all. Their wounds healed instantly. Rising to their feet without a word, they simultaneously unleashed their killing moves. Boom! The two slammed their fists heavily into the ground, sending two waves of earth surging upward. They collided violently, sending a cloud of sand and stones exploding into the air, obscuring the surroundings. Ning Yuan's lock on their chi suddenly snapped, and he could no longer sense any trace of their presence. The surrounding air violently trembled as the sand and stones in the sky began to converge toward a single point. Gradually, a colossal tornado formed, engulfing the sky in a whirlwind of sand and stones. Like a desert dust storm, it threatened to devour and submerge everything in its path. At the storm's core, the short hammers in their hands whirled frantically, spinning wildly. The surrounding air currents were completely churned up, clinging to the hammerheads as they swept up flying sand and stones. From afar, a colossal sandstorm tornado took shape. It advanced step by step, bearing down on Ning Yuan. All flash and no substance. If that's the case, then I'll disperse you head-on. Ning Yuan crouched low, his bones and tendons creaking with a bone-chilling sound. Then, like a coiled spring, he shot upward with explosive force, a dragon rising from confinement, crushing all in its path. His aura transformed, radiating a power capable of piercing mountains. With a thunderous strike that shattered stone and split the heavens. His form shot forward, the spear in his hand plunging straight toward the eye of the sandstorm. Shoulder the mountain. Ning Yuan plunged into the sandstorm. His spear collided with four rapidly spinning short hammers, causing the sandstorm to instantly explode. Countless grains of sand and stone shot out like bullets from a barrel, piercing through trees in their path and leaving holes as thick as knuckles. Wood chips and dust swirled wildly in the tempest. Both men knelt on the ground. Qin Yang's skull shattered under Ning Yuan's blow, and he fell stiffly to the earth. The flesh on his neck twitched, as if attempting to mend the damage, but like a fish out of water, it ultimately lost its strength, withering and drying up. Qin Fan, his bones shattered, knelt coughing blood as he stared blankly at Qin Yang's corpse, his face frozen in disbelief. This was his brother. The two had never been apart since childhood. Now, his head shattered, he lay dead before him. Ah! He roared in fury, his eyes turning crimson, almost as if blood would spill from them. Under the influence of the forbidden drug, his body began to swell and grow larger. Thick bear fur erupted from beneath his skin as he transformed into a ferocious bear demon beast. Thud! The dark blue spearhead pierced through Qin Fan's head, now covered in repulsive flesh tumors. The spear trembled, unleashing a shockwave of force. His head exploded like a watermelon. Ning Yuan frowned as he looked at Qin Fan's corpse. Was this the side effect of consuming forbidden drugs, causing him to begin monstrous transformation? It was truly bizarre and revolting. Though potent, the forbidden drug side effects were truly severe. Monsterization was irreversible. Once demonized, the demonic bloodline consciousness within would overwhelm one's self-awareness, turning them into a complete madman utterly beyond redemption. Just as Ning Yuan pondered this demonic transformation, a tremendous commotion erupted from the Crimson River. The water churned violently, as if a dragon were surging through it, creating a raging torrent. Suddenly, a massive spray erupted from the water. A figure, serpentine and dragon-like, leapt from the depths, unleashing towering waves as it charged toward Ning Yuan. Caught off guard, Ning Yuan hastily raised his spear to block, narrowly deflecting the blow. A massive fist slammed into the spear shaft, unleashing a torrential force that shook Ning Yuan's arm violently. He lost his grip on the spear, which spun backward and flew out of his hands. He looked up to see a half-human, half-dragon monster standing before him. Its torso was covered in blue-gray scales, while its human-like upper limbs were wrapped in twisted, knotted muscles. Yet, at the tips of its fingers grew sharp dragon claws. Its ferocious head bore vertical pupils crimson as blood, radiating savage fury, a visage vaguely reminiscent of Qin Yajiao. Qin Yajiao? Had he too succumbed to demonic transformation? The stronger the demonic bloodline within, the greater the power after demonic transformation. As a descendant of ancient bloodlines, Qin Yajiao's physique had likely surpassed the limits of physical forging. Qin Yajiao's mind was now utterly consumed by slaughter, driven only by the urge to tear apart everything in sight. Surge after surge of vital energy erupted from his body, his form instantly blurring into a trail of afterimages. What blinding speed! Ning Yuan saw only a flash before Qin Yajiao's form blurred. Then, a fierce gust of wind hit him, followed by a vicious punch aimed straight for his chest. He crossed his arms, adopting a boxing stance to shield his chest. His arms, as hard as steel, felt as though struck by a battering ram falling from 10,000 meters. He leaned backward, letting the torrential force of the terrifying punch strike empty air, diverting most of the damage. A trickle of blood spilled from the corner of Ning Yuan's mouth. He had never experienced combat of this intensity before. Now that's what I call power. The blood at his lips ignited a surge of excitement within him. Every fiber of his being pulsed with vitality, his body trembling with anticipation. This was the first time he had ever encountered an opponent who could suppress him. Chapter 63, Slaying Qin Yajiao, An Unexpected Arrival. Ning Yuan licked the blood from his lips. The faintly sweet, iron rust flavor tingled his taste buds. His heart pounded wildly within his chest, thundering like war drums. The powerful organ drove his bloodstream like a dragon surging through water, a mighty river roaring with the rush of currents. His flesh pulsed with vitality, muscles bulging like coiled serpents, tendons straining taut. The full unleashing of his physique made him radiate like the rising sun, emitting intense light and heat. The rolling heat waves radiating from his body evaporated the moisture in the air, swirling in midair. Now it's my turn. He thrust his legs, leaving a lingering afterimage that slowly faded. Instant step. He materialized to Qin Yajiao's left, unleashing a punch. His tendons bulged like a dragon rearing its head, the fist tearing through the air toward his opponent's face. Qin Yajiao neither dodged nor retreated. His dragon-like claws snapped toward Ning Yuan's wrists, the razor-sharp talons clamping down like a hydraulic press, gripping Ning Yuan's hands with iron. But what followed was the overwhelming force of Ning Yuan's punch. His claws were driven straight into Qin Yajiao's chest. Thud! Like a jade pillar striking a bronze bell, a dull, resonant sound echoed. Immediately, his blue-gray dragon scales shattered, flying off like shrapnel, while his chest caved in from the impact. Before Qin Yajiao could free himself from the claw's grip, the dragon's tail behind Qin Yajiao whipped out like a steel whip, lashing toward Ning Yuan. Ning Yuan kicked out, but his entire body was sent flying by the immense force, crashing into the dense forest and toppling a grove of ancient trees. Boom! Qin Yajiao's chest wound had barely been patched by forbidden medicine when the sound of movement echoed through the thicket. Ning Yuan charged once more, stomping the earth like a primordial beast, causing the ground to rumble. Seeing this, Qin Yajiao roared with fury and charged forward, like an enraged dragon descending upon the world, stirring up a surging torrent. Ning Yuan clenched his fist, white smoke billowing from his palm. His fist seemed to hold a furnace as he unleashed a punch. He charged against the torrent, as if determined to dam the river single-handedly, to evaporate the floodwaters. Their collision erupted in an earth-shattering roar, followed by a barrage of bone-crunching blows. Neither yielded, their fists pounding with deafening thuds as fists and tails whipped wildly. Scales, flesh, and bone screamed in agony, like primordial beasts locked in the most savage of battles. Ning Yuan was covered in wounds, even his fists bleeding. Yet he kept his eyes narrowed, waiting for his moment. Suddenly, a sharp gleam flashed in his eyes. Qin Yajiao's forbidden drug seemed to be wearing off. One arm struck by Ning Yuan's fist failed to recover immediately, causing his attack to falter. That split-second pause was all Ning Yuan needed. He clenched his fist, the muscles in his arms suddenly tensing. Then, bulging and swelling, his entire arm grew a full size as he delivered a vicious punch straight to Qin Yajiao's midsection. It felt like a towering mountain looming ahead, yet determined to smash through it, crushing everything in its path. Mountain bearing. The fist, like a mountain-splitting force, drove deep into his abdomen. Qin Yajiao's eyes widened, his back arched high, his entire spine bending like a great dragon, cracking with a loud snap. A mouthful of blood spurted forth. His mind, now filled with slaughter, could not comprehend. How could the man before him have fought him for so long? Wasn't his dragon-like physique far superior to this man's? He drew a deep breath. A furious dragon's roar erupted from his throat. His noble bloodline would not be violated. The sound wave rippled outward like shockwaves, compressing and shattering the air in its path. The ferocious dragon head snapped back violently, then hammered ruthlessly toward Ning Yuan's face. My head's pretty tough too. Seeing Qin Yajiao's headbutt coming at him, Ning Yuan met it head-on. Let's see whose head is harder. Thud. Their heads collided like giant hammers striking tempered steel, producing a thunderous clang. Immediately afterward, both men tilted their heads back simultaneously to absorb the immense impact. Qin Yajiao's head spun. The violent concussion dealt a heavy blow to his already limited intellect. Just then, a massive hand clamped down on his face. Then, it slammed him down. His head snapped back, crashing heavily into the ground and leaving a distinct, human-shaped dent in the earth. Then came punch after punch. The surging aura radiating from the attacker grew with each strike, like waves crashing higher and higher. Like artillery shells pounding the ground, the barrage shattered his bones, cracked his scales, and dimmed his eyes. He clutched his head with both arms, gritting his teeth in defiance. He hoped the effects of the forbidden drugs would allow him to hold out until Ning Yuan exhausted himself. You won't escape this time. Ning Yuan's eyes flashed with sharpness. This forbidden drug combined with his demonic form made him a formidable opponent impossible to kill outright. So be it. Slay the demon. His aura, already at its peak, surged higher still, like pouring a barrel of gasoline into raging flames. A faint, crystalline light shimmered around his fist as it slammed viciously toward Qin Yajiao's head. Danger! A palpable sense of impending doom enveloped his entire body. A shudder rose from the depths of his soul. If this punch connected, death! His body could no longer support him to dodge. His arms folded like a shield. The flesh on his arms tore apart from the strain, black tendons bulging and knotting. He hoped to block this blow. Alas, all his efforts proved futile. The fist, gleaming with a cold light, pierced straight through his arms, shattering his skull. His entire body twitched once, then fell still. Huff! Ning Yuan exhaled a heavy breath. This demonic Qin Yajiao was truly the strongest enemy he had ever faced. His physique surpassed the limits of physical forging, and his recovery abilities were monstrously strong, making him nearly immortal. Most crucially, his speed was blindingly fast, and after his demonic transformation, his perception of danger had become razor-sharp. Several times, Ning Yuan had attempted to unleash his demon-slaying divine technique to swiftly end the battle, only for Qin Yajiao to detect it with his keen senses and evade early on. Left with no choice, Ning Yuan had to engage in brutal hand-to-hand combat, pinning him down until he couldn't evade. Only then could he unleash the demon-slaying divine technique for a decisive, fatal strike. The banks of the Crimson River now lay in utter ruin. Ancient trees in the surrounding dense forest had been uprooted and snapped in vast swathes. Cracks spread like spider webs across the ground for over a kilometer, leaving craters everywhere. At the center lay an enormous crater so vast that even looking straight down, one couldn't discern what lay beneath. Ning Yuan crawled out of the crater. His appearance was pitiful. His upper body was already bare, and after the battle, his pants were reduced to a mere scrap of fabric barely covering his modesty. Covered in wounds, with a large bump on his head, he resembled a refugee fleeing disaster. He sat down at the edge of the pit, about to rest for a moment. Suddenly, he sensed an unfamiliar presence. Guided by the aura, he looked toward the distance. There, gazing at him from afar, stood a stunningly beautiful fox-eared girl with 9 tails and a face like a peach blossom. Zhao Yinji? Seeing her, Ning Yuan voiced his confusion. He had seen Xiao Yingyue during the previous 2 exams. Originally the sole ancient bloodline of Wei Huqing, a top-tier academy instructor had come specifically for her. But why was she here? Could it be that she too had accepted the Ning family's task to kill him? Her timing and location made it impossible for him not to suspect. Chapter 64, claiming first place in points. Zhao Yingyue heard Ning Yuan call her name but did not respond. Instead, she gazed at Ning Yuan with a complex expression. Earlier, when Ning Yuan clashed with the Qin family, the commotion had been immense as if 2 fully matured demon beasts were battling. She happened to be nearby. So she had rushed over to see what had happened. But by the time she arrived, the battle had already ended. She only saw a crocodile king that hadn't died. Assuming the crocodile king was the victorious beast, albeit gravely wounded, she was about to collect the points when Ning Yuan crawled out of the pit. Zhao Yingyue now found herself in a dilemma. If she eliminated Ning Yuan, resetting his points to 0, and then slew the Crocodile King herself, she would undoubtedly secure first place in the combat trials. Her total points would then make her the top scorer in all 3 subjects, securing her a spot at the top academy. Ever since the awakening of bloodlines, everyone had been competing. Resources were contested, cultivation techniques and martial arts were contested, and a spot at the top academy directly determined one's future path in demonic martial arts. It was even more fiercely contested. At this thought, her eyes began to gleam. Her body instinctively drew closer to Ning Yuan. Ning Yuan noticed Xiao Yingyue's movement and his gaze turned cold. So she's here to kill me too. The Ning family's influence is truly vast. Though he couldn't fathom why this woman hadn't teamed up with the Qins, choosing instead to go it alone. But none of that mattered now. Though the previous battle had drained him considerably, he was far from powerless. Ning Yuan cracked his neck and rose to his feet. He stepped forward, walking slowly toward you. With each step, his aura surged, the intense heat radiating from his body warping the surrounding air. In a moment of haze, his frame seemed to grow taller, towering like a mountain. You sure know how to pick your moment. Choosing to strike now, you still have a chance. Ning Yuan spoke as he approached her, his fighting spirit growing ever more intense. But it doesn't matter. Since you're willing to sacrifice my life for your own bright future, I'm not one to shy away from killing women either. Ning Yuan's words reached Xiao Yingyue's ears, yet they took on a different meaning. Her timing was perfect. Ning Yuan had just finished battling the Crocodile King and was in a weakened state. The perfect moment to reap the rewards. Using his life to secure her own future. Though she hadn't intended to kill him just now, merely to eliminate him. But if he were eliminated, his points reset to 0, and his combat assessment marked as a 0. With his combined scores in 3 subjects, he wouldn't even qualify for a second-rate university. That was effectively the same as murder. Trading a life for advancement. Xiao Yingyue gazed at the fiercely determined man. Though battered now, his spirit blazed like the sun rising from the water, vibrant and alive. His spiritual power was noble and righteous, his physique astonishing, capable of battling a demon beast at the peak of its true form. I am no match for him. But... At this thought, she glanced at Ning Yuan, her cheeks flushing slightly. Ning Yuan's current state was undeniably unsightly. His upper body was bare, while his lower half was covered only by a few ragged strips of cloth hanging precariously over his private areas, threatening to fall off with every step he took. It was starting to look a bit like a pervert. You truly deserve a place at the top academy more than I do. Xiao Yingyue spoke slowly, her voice cold yet unexpectedly melodious. Even with that icy tone, there was a hint of allure about it truly peculiar. Ning Yuan paused upon hearing her voice, looking at her with some confusion. Not directed at me? You? Before he could finish, he saw her casually toss a rod-shaped object his way. He caught it with one hand. He looked down to find it was an energy bar. When he looked up again, Xiao Yingyue had already turned and walked away, leaving him with only her beautiful silhouette. Wow! She's pretty aloof. But what's with the energy bar? Could it be she's interested in me? Trying to buy me off with a single energy bar? That's downright insulting. Zhang Mingxue and Yuing, those 2 rich ladies, are way more generous than you. This is so frustrating. Thinking this, Ning Yuan tried to flip his hair back in a cool gesture. But he accidentally bumped the big bump on his forehead. The pain made him wince. Forget it. No point dwelling on that annoying woman. First things first, take down that Crocodile King and secure those points. To be fair, this Crocodile King was pretty unlucky. Ning Yuan had shattered its spine, leaving it immobilized. The aftermath of the battle had dealt it a brutal blow. It was barely clinging to life. He clamped an energy bar between his teeth and strode toward the Crocodile King. This energy bar came at just the right moment. All his supplies were in his backpack, long lost in the chaos of battle. It was perfect for replenishing his stamina. Just as Xiao Yingyue had taken a few steps, his wristwatch vibrated. He glanced down. Her ranking had slipped from first to second. She touched her still warm cheek and muttered to herself. Oomph. Dressed like that and still trying to chat me up? What a jerk. That energy bar was her apology for having those impure thoughts. It was her last energy bar, one she hadn't even dared to eat herself. Temporary command base. As Ning Yuan's ranking shifted, the academy instructors erupted in excitement. Ning Yuan was simply too formidable. First, he single-handedly faced the coordinated attack of over 20 candidates, launching a counteroffensive and securing a decisive victory. He slaughtered the true-blooded Monkey King and battled the true-blooded Great Crocodile King. Finally, he eliminated the 3 Qin family members, securing the top spot in the combat rankings. Each of these feats, taken individually, was an extraordinary achievement. Yet all these feats now belonged to a single man. Even after years of recruiting across the land and witnessing countless prodigies who defied the heavens, they could not help but call Ning Yuan a demonic prodigy. What even prodigies of chaos bloodlines couldn't achieve, a mixed blood lineage had accomplished. This Ning Yuan is truly extraordinary. It seems the top academies will have another mixed bloodline prodigy this year. Haha, I wonder what expressions those prodigies who rose to prominence in major cities will wear when they see a mixed blood as their fellow alumnus. Just thinking about it makes me look forward to it. Regardless, he's made history. This is the first time a mixed blood has ever entered a top academy. What's it to you? You haven't even been accepted yet. Besides, the top academy's mentor is right here. After speaking, everyone turned their gaze to the side. The elder of Tushan remained silent the entire time. She kept her eyes fixed on the dots on the screen until the one representing Chao Yinji separated from Ning Yuan. Only then did she breathe a sigh of relief. She genuinely feared Chao Yingyue would challenge Ning Yuan for points. Ning Yuan was no pushover. Among the top 50 candidates, at least 30 had fallen by his hand. His killing intent was immense. Thankfully, the child hadn't done anything foolish. The nine-tailed celestial fox bloodline was unique. It required true awakening to gain momentum. Moreover, it holds the potential for a second awakening, elevating the bloodline to a higher plane. For the Qingqiu clan, this is far more crucial than the chaos bloodline. Moreover, those who awaken are rare and precious. Not a single one can be lost. She must be brought back to Qingqiu. With that thought, she clenched her teeth and pulled out her phone. It seemed she would have to use one of the clan's precious quotas. Everything had been proceeding smoothly, a situation where everyone would be satisfied. But then a freak of nature appeared out of nowhere. But since she earned it through her own strength, I can't really say anything. It's all the Qin family's fault. I'll settle the score with the Qins later. This absolutely cannot be left unresolved. Chapter 65, Gaokao concludes, 3 subjects at the top. Ning Yuan has reached the pinnacle. Among the Weha city officials watching the screen, Yupan nearly jumped for joy. He watched as the light point representing Ning Yuan devoured the Qin family's 3 members, then climbed to the top of the leaderboard. The education director beside him grinned as he leaned in, his voice dripping with envy. This Ning Yuan is the rising star your inspection bureau promoted. Now your bureau is going to make a huge splash. Though Yupan was extremely excited, he maintained his composure. He remained courteous toward the education director, who stood on the same side as him, and replied cheerfully. This is all Xiao Yuan's own doing. I haven't helped him much. It's all down to his own determination. The two chatted cheerfully. Meanwhile, the director of the Judicial Bureau was sweating buckets. With Ning Yuan securing first place, his spot at that top-tier academy was now guaranteed. He was emerging as a rising star in Weha City. If another scoop surfaced, the entertainment news outlets would undoubtedly cover it extensively. Given his status as a student at the elite institution, the news would likely reach the capital. Then it wouldn't be confined to just Weha City anymore. The higher-ups, noticing such a situation, would inevitably dispatch a special investigation team. Then he would be finished. The thought sent a fresh wave of sweat trickling down his forehead, and he couldn't help but glance at the city lord. In his mind, the city lord stood on the same side as him. Yet the lord of Weha City wore an expression of utter indifference, not even glancing his way. Instead, he rose and walked toward Yupan, smiling as he said, Director Yu, no need for modesty. After all, Ning Yuan is the rising star you unearthed. As the saying goes, talented individuals are common, but those with discerning eyes are rare. Your ability to recognize his extraordinary talent brings honor to our Wei River City. Yupan looked at the benevolent-faced city lord and thought to himself. This old fox, he had clearly agreed with the Justice Bureau chief earlier, wanting to halt Ning Yuan's assessment. Now he acts as if nothing happened, coming to congratulate Ning Yuan. He's far more troublesome than the Justice Bureau chief. The city lord flatters me. It's all thanks to Xiao Yuan's own determination. He risked his life for this one misstep, and he could have died inside. Yupan couldn't be bothered with diplomatic niceties and voiced his displeasure directly. The city lord, hearing Yupan speak thus, showed no anger. Instead, he chuckled and said, Rest assured, Ning Yuan has secured the sole top-tier academy spot. Weha City will certainly not shortchange him. He offered a kind smile to Yupan, though his thoughts remained hidden. The Chief Justice, however, was utterly despairing. The city lord's stance was crystal clear. He intended to distance himself from the matter. This lord of Weha City had been minimally involved in the matter to begin with, making it all too easy for him to absolve himself of any responsibility. If the Qin family were to abandon me, with their methods as a powerful clan, I would inevitably become the scapegoat and sacrificial pawn. After decades of diligent service, he still couldn't reach the other shore? In an instant, it felt as though his very essence had been drained, leaving him utterly hollow. Within the Red River Mountains, the fading glow of the setting sun gradually dimmed until it vanished entirely. The 3-day combat assessment finally drew to a close. Ning Yuan had arrived early at the secure route designated by the military. Just as when they arrived, the moment the 3 days concluded, official military trucks would come to transport the examinees back to the city. Upon boarding, the vehicle was already nearly full. Everyone looked disheveled and exhausted. Ning Yuan was clad in a black combat uniform, one he'd borrowed from another candidate. After all, his own combat uniform was completely ruined. He couldn't very well return naked. The fully armed soldiers on the truck shot Ning Yuan an envious glance. They knew he was the top scorer in this practical assessment. Combined with his results from the previous 2 subjects, he was the undisputed leader across all 3. Securing a spot at the top academy meant boundless prospects ahead. Once Ning Yuan settled into his seat, the vehicle started up and began its journey back to the city. As all examinees concluded their tests and returned to the city together, the results of the practical assessment were now available. The Metropolitan Center Square was now bustling with residents, all awaiting their practical assessment results. Suddenly, the giant screen that had remained silent for 3 days lit up once more. A dense stream of data appeared, blurring and shifting before finally becoming clear. Only the top 100 scores were being announced. The crowd turned their gaze toward the screen, scanning upward until their eyes settled on the name at the very top of the rankings. Clearly displayed in bold characters were 2 words: Ning Yuan. Buzz. The crowd's emotions ignited instantly. After days of publicity, everyone was intimately familiar with this Ning Yuan. A youth with a tragic background, who had suffered unjust treatment, had actually claimed the top spot with his mixed bloodline. Holy crap! Ning Yuan actually outshone the 2 ancient bloodlines and claimed the top spot as a mixed blood. Exactly. Even Zhao Yingyue had to settle for 2nd place. Speaking of which, where did Qin Yaojiu go? Why can't we find his ranking? Who knows? He popped up out of nowhere to begin with. He wasn't even in the top 100. Amidst the buzzing discussions, many parents anxiously scanned the rankings for their children. After scanning the top 100 rankings over and over without spotting that familiar name, they finally bowed their heads, overcome with sorrow. These were the parents who had accepted the mission to hunt down Ning Yuan. The moment they saw his name, they knew something was terribly wrong. Failing to find their children's names confirmed the harsh reality. Their children had failed and were likely dead. Finally, someone began to weep openly. Those around them didn't find it strange. After all, the college entrance exam was of utmost importance to any family. Failing to achieve the desired results and breaking down in tears was perfectly normal. Just then, the convoy carrying the examinees finally entered the city, heading toward the central square. By 8 o'clock that evening, all the examinees had gathered at the central square. They all began returning their wristwatches in unison. With the watches returned, the students turned their expectant gazes toward the square's large screen. With all 3 college entrance exam subjects completed, the moment for the final scores to be released had finally arrived. Indeed, the moment the exams concluded, the scores had already been calculated. The results would be released that very day, immediately synchronized with the education network and made publicly available for inquiry. The scores of the top 100 students would be displayed on the large screen for 3 days. What an immense honor! The large screen flickers again, data refreshes, and the new Gaokao rankings are unveiled. First place, Ning Yuan 298.9 points. Second place, Zhao Yingyue 294 points. 18th place, Lu Qingqing 276 points. Amidst the crowd, Zhao Yinji stared at her score, clenching her fists tightly. Though she placed second, it meant nothing to her. There was only 1 spot available at the top academy. All because she'd shown mercy and let Ning Yuan go. Not far away, Lu Qingqing stood disheveled, her combat suit torn and tattered, her face smeared with grime, only her eyes shone brightly. The moment she saw her score, she could no longer contain her emotions. Tears streamed down her cheeks. Her relentless training day and night, facing encirclement multiple times in the combat assessment. Facing mortal peril, she never pressed the rescue button. Finally, she achieved a 95 on the combat assessment, clearing the threshold for admission to a top-tier academy. For her, this was enough. Gaining admission to a top-tier academy meant her path in demonic martial arts could extend further, allowing her to provide her mother with a better life. Chapter 66, Post-Exam Review. The release of college entrance exam results brought joy to some and sorrow to others. Reporters from major media outlets snapped photos incessantly with their cameras. This was the most closely watched event in all of Weha, and they were its witnesses. For a half-blood had reached the pinnacle. This would undoubtedly be the hottest news for the foreseeable future. Standing atop the highest observation deck, the Lord of Weha cleared his throat and spoke slowly. "Everyone, quiet please." Though his voice was not loud, it instantly echoed across the entire square, silencing all the clamor. Satisfied to see the crowd settle, he continued. "I understand your feelings, but the examinees have just undergone the practical assessment and are already exhausted. You may check your scores at home later and apply to your preferred schools based on your results." Of course, many candidates performed exceptionally well, and the instructors from various universities have taken note. Some of you may receive invitations from different institutions tonight. He smiled cheerfully at this point and continued. Perhaps it's still in time to hear the offers from various universities before making your final choice. After offering his advice, he clapped his hands. Staff from the 4 major departments immediately appeared to maintain order. "Everyone, please evacuate in an orderly fashion." With the security personnel in place, the crowd began to disperse in an orderly fashion. Ning Yuan finally followed the crowd out of the central plaza, where he found Zhang Mengxue, who had been waiting for quite some time. Ying hadn't failed to show up. She was busy maintaining order and couldn't spare the time. Spotting Ning Yuan, Zhang Mengxue immediately rushed forward, intending to give him a big hug. But Ning Yuan sidestepped her, saying, "Sister Shui, I'm a bit dirty. Let's save the hug for when we get home." Only then did Zhang Mengxue realize her own misstep. Overcome by excitement, she lunged forward without thinking. Even so, she wasn't about to back down, forcing another embrace. This time, Ning Yuan didn't dodge. He felt his body go limp as his chest took a hard impact. Two supple spheres pressed against him. Zhang Mengshue's hair brushed against his nose, tickling him, and a pleasant scent wafted from her body. Before Ning Yuan could fully savor the sensation, the space before him emptied as they separated. Zhang Mengxue eyed Ning Yuan's disappointed expression, rolled her eyes dramatically, and tapped his forehead lightly with her pale fingers. "Don't get any ideas," she snapped. "What's with that look? I hugged you as a reward for coming in first. Don't get any ideas." Ning Yuan glanced at her flushed ears and chuckled, replying, "Of course. Sister Shui is giving me a bonus here. This has me pumped up. I can keep slaying monsters for 3 more days." With that, he flexed his arm, showcasing his bulging biceps. Zhang Mengxue chuckled at his antics, about to say something. Suddenly, her gaze fell upon his clothing. Her beautiful nose wrinkled slightly as she asked in confusion, "What's up with your combat suit? That doesn't look like the one Ying gave you, does it?" Ning Yuan looked down at his combat uniform. He had happened upon a fellow examinee of similar build who was surrounded by a demon beast pack. He decisively intervened to save them, then borrowed it. Scratching his head, he replied, "It's a long story. I'll tell you when we get back." Hearing Ning Yuan's words, Zhang Mengxue slapped her forehead in regret. "Right, you must be exhausted too. Let's head back first." With that, she took Ning Yuan's arm and led him toward her luxury sedan. Ning Yuan hurriedly protested, "Aren't we supposed to wait for sister? No point. She's keeping order and won't be free for a while." Zhang Mengxue didn't dwell on it, ushering Ning Yuan into the car before flooring the accelerator. The two sped away. Behind them, a crowd of reporters watched helplessly as the car grew smaller and smaller in the distance. Not a single one dared to follow. Federal regulations stipulated that no journalists or media outlets could disturb students who had just completed their practical assessments. Students must be given ample time to rest and apply to their chosen academies. Any interviews would have to wait until Ning Yuan was ready. The journalists itched with anticipation. Though they hadn't interviewed Ning Yuan, his life was already brimming with newsworthy events. He was both a natural headline magnet and the top scorer in the college entrance exams. They all decided to pull an all-nighter writing articles, determined to ride this wave of attention tomorrow. Zhang Mengxue drove at breakneck speed, the white sports car racing down the road. Before long, the two arrived at the entrance of the massage parlor. The screech of brakes drew a crowd of onlookers from Heavenly Street. Word had spread, besides the true dragon of the old city, Ning Yuan, that half-breed had made something of himself. The two stepped out of the sports car. Before the crowd could gather around, Zhang Mengxue radiated the aura of a wealthy woman. With a mere frown, the crowd fell silent. Those who roamed Heaven Street feared the powerful and privileged most of all. Such wealthy women represented a natural divide between them. Ning Yuan slipped into the massage parlor while the commotion raged outside. Closing the door, he felt a pang of relief. Had he been surrounded by that crowd, he'd likely have been delayed for hours. Old Xie eyed Ning Yuan's furtive movements with curiosity. "What's up? Isn't the college entrance exam over today? Someone chasing you?" He didn't sense any unusual energy fluctuations. "Of course it's because my brother is too outstanding. Now he's got fans everywhere. I have to hide." Before Ning Yuan could answer, Zhang Mengxue pushed open the door and said, "Well, you'd better get used to it. Your fans will only keep growing from here on out." Old Xie spoke to the pair with the air of someone who'd been there before. He hadn't even asked Ning Yuan about his exam results. From the fluctuations in their minds alone, he could tell Ning Yuan had done exceptionally well. A top-tier university was guaranteed. Zhang Mengxue didn't pursue the conversation further. Instead, she turned to Ning Yuan and asked what had happened during the practical assessment. Why had he changed his clothes? Ning Yuan began recounting the events of the practical assessment to the two of them. He laid it all out, from being surrounded and attacked by the crowd at the start, to later fighting the 3 from the Qin family. Zhang Mengxue was so furious she cursed out loud. The Ning family is utterly despicable. They bribed candidates to ambush and hunt you down. Even those Qin family members were specially hired by them. Old Xie responded with a low, solemn voice. "This is indeed beyond my expectations. Those local students were likely hired on short notice with generous sums of money. But the Qin family? Could the Ning family really sway them?" Hearing Lao Xie's question, Ning Yuan explained. "I always knew Qin Hong's background was extraordinary, backed by a major power. Now it seems that power is the Qin family." As Ning Yuan elaborated, the others seemed to grow even more perplexed. How could Qin Hong, a member of one of the 4 great clans, end up in Weha City and marry a lowlife like Ning Tianxiong? Mobilizing collateral branches to come to Weha City wasn't something ordinary clan members could accomplish. Noticing their confusion, Ning Yuan spoke up. Though I don't know why she came here, I know he is my enemy. Therefore, the person behind her is also my enemy. Our enmity was already irreconcilable. Now, I've just slaughtered her son. Chapter 67, The Ning Clan's Response, The Advantage of a Top-Tier Academy. The Ning Residence. In the center of the villa's grand hall, 2 mangled corpses lay silent and still. Qin Hong collapsed onto one corpse, wailing so violently that her entire body convulsed and trembled. Her luxurious gown was stained crimson with blood, yet she remained oblivious, clutching the body tightly to her chest. Staring at Ning Lin's face, now unrecognizable beyond recognition, her vertical pupils narrowed with fierce hatred as she shouted at Ning Tianxiong. Ning Yuan killed Liner. I demand his life in payment. Torture him with the most brutal punishment. I want him to die in endless agony. Go capture him now. I will avenge Liner. Ning Tianxiong remained expressionless, as if neither of these 2 were his sons. He merely replied coldly. How do you plan to avenge him? We've tried every method. He's even secured a spot at a top academy now. We can't touch him. Hearing Ning Tianxiong's cold words, Qin Hong screamed like a madwoman. You worthless piece of trash. Does that mean my son died for nothing? He was your son too, and your grandson. They're all dead. Eagle 7. Go kill him this instant. Behind her, Ying Qi watched Qin Hong's frenzied expression and spoke with some unease. Miss, the master just instructed me not to act. Useless. All of you are useless. I'll contact my brother myself. After speaking, her blood-stained hand flipped open her phone and dialed the number etched in her memory. Beep beep. Little sister. The call connected, and a deep voice answered. My only son, your nephew, is dead. Killed by Ning Yuan. Qin Hong cried out in near hysterical despair. I know. The voice on the other end was unexpectedly calm, speaking with detached indifference. Brother. You must help me. You're the only one who can help me now. Qin Hong's voice was filled with sorrow, as if she had already sensed something. Still, she pleaded with him, hoping to stir a shred of familial affection. But before she could finish, she was cut off. Nonsense. I'm already being targeted by the Qingqiu clan. This has cost me dearly. He's caught the higher-ups' attention now. You expect me to touch him at a time like this? The voice on the other end grew stern, speaking to Qin Hong without mercy. I'm only the 7th heir. Do you know how many within the clan wish me dead? I'm doing well enough to protect the Ning family. A son lost can be replaced. This matter ends here. The line went dead, the call abruptly terminated. Qin Hong collapsed to the floor, her face etched with utter despair, lifeless as ashes. She should have known long ago that in a powerful clan like the Qins, family ties were the cheapest commodity. Just as she had been ruthlessly cast out years ago when her worthless bloodline was discovered. Her expression blank, she turned and said. Eagle 7, get out. Get back to the Qin family. Ying Qi shook his head helplessly. His master had just summoned him back, so it would be best for Qin Hong to calm down on her own for a while. He bowed once, then vanished. Qin Hong sat silently, clutching Ning Lin's lifeless body, speechless for a long while. Ning Tianxiong frowned at her, fearing she might do something foolish. He was about to say something when. Ning Tianxiong, I know you have a way. But Qin Hong lifted her head, her vertical pupils revealing boundless madness as she addressed him. Don't think I don't know what you're scheming. If you don't help me, I'll destroy you. Ning Tianxiong's pupils contracted, his expression toward Qin Hong growing icy. Qin Hong didn't back down at all, staring right back at him with a look that was both deranged and resolute. After a long silence, Ning Tianxiong spoke slowly. Fine. I'll help you. He reached out and retrieved an object. An aura of malevolence instantly filled the entire villa. Inside the blind massage parlor, Zhang Mengxue looked at Ning Yuan, his face grave, and offered reassurance. Don't worry. The person behind Qin Hong is just one individual who opposes you. It doesn't represent the entire Qin family. Once we reach the capital, I'll definitely have your back. Zhang Mengxue patted her chest emphatically, signaling her formidable connections. She wasn't wrong about that. Her father was the head of the imperial capital's education department, a truly powerful figure. Protecting Ning Yuan was well within her means. Having such a beautiful, well-connected wealthy woman backing him felt pretty damn good. Ning Yuan couldn't help but sigh. Thank you, Sister Shui. It's great to have you on my side. Hearing his gratitude, Zhang Mengxue flushed slightly and quickly explained. Of course. You're my premium investment stock. My research funding for the rest of my life depends on you making it happen. Old Xie overheard their exchange and sensed something was off, though he couldn't quite pinpoint it. He cut them off abruptly. Instead of worrying about the Qin family, you should be thinking about how many faction disciples will come looking for trouble once you enter a top-tier academy. Ning Yuan, however, remained utterly unfazed. He feared no challenge. Those formidable prodigies only fueled his excitement. Speaking of top-tier academies, which one should I choose? As a remote frontier town, Weha City imposed strict information blockades, leaving him with scant knowledge of the elite academies. You got accepted? Only students from the imperial capital can freely choose among the 4 great academies. Other cities are assigned based on regional divisions. Old Xie curled his lip as he mentioned the 4 great academies. Swearin Academy, Fuxi Academy, Shinong Academy, and Yanhuang Academy, these 4 national top-tier institutions. Students from the imperial capital enjoy unique advantages, able to apply to all 4 simultaneously, while other cities are assigned based on geographical location. Our Weha city lies in the eastern periphery, falling under the jurisdiction of the Yanhuang Academy. That's why the annual quota allocated from above grants direct admission to the Yanhuang Academy. It also explains why only 1 mentor from the top academy visited this year. After Old Xie finished, Ning Yuan nodded and said, I see. So what distinguishes these 4 top institutions? Old Xie continued. The differences aren't significant. It doesn't matter which one you enter, all are immensely beneficial to you. Top-tier academies offer immense advantages. As long as you have the ability, you can access nearly any resource. You've now perfected your physical cultivation. The next step is to forge a demonic body and enter the true seed realm. Therefore, what matters most for you is the true seed cultivation technique for forging a demonic body. Old Xie, doesn't our sect have any true seed cultivation techniques? Ning Yuan questioned this, having achieved perfect body tempering long ago, yet Old Xie had never mentioned cultivating a true seed technique. Our school does possess superior true seed techniques capable of forging high-grade demonic bodies. However, this particular technique can only advance the demonic body to 99% completion. Old Xie explained, rubbing his stubble. Top-tier academies are different. Founded by the 7 marshals, they not only preserve the 7 marshals' true seed techniques, they also gather the supreme techniques created by countless prodigies throughout the Federation's 10,000 years of history. All of these can be found within the top academies. Among them are supreme techniques capable of forging a demonic body to 100% perfection. My true seed cultivation technique was learned at the top academy. Each of these supreme cultivation techniques is of utmost importance, and every transmission must be meticulously documented. Moreover, private transmission is strictly forbidden. This is the primary reason he sent Ning Yuan to the top academy. Only there could one obtain the techniques for forging a 100% demonic physique. Chapter 68, The Federation's Framework, A Greater Stage. Ning Yuan now understood why the 4 great academies were called the pinnacle. Setting aside other aspects, in the realm of true seed cultivation techniques alone, other academies could not even hope to compete. Just as the 3 were conversing, a knock suddenly sounded at the door. Zhang Mingxue hurried to open the door. A voluptuous, beautiful figure entered from outside, 9 foxtails swaying gracefully behind her. The senior is correct. Only the top-tier academies possess cultivation techniques capable of advancing a demonic physique to 100% perfection. However, such supreme techniques are exceedingly difficult to cultivate. Even among the prodigies that abound in these elite academies, very few choose to pursue them. The visitor was none other than Elder Tushan. As the representative of the elite academy, she had come to deliver the acceptance letter to Ning Yuan, who had secured the sole available spot. Originally, she was in a foul mood. After all, Ning Yuan's appearance had thrown a wrench into her plans. She had deliberately delayed her arrival to give him the cold shoulder. Yet, as a descendant of the 9-tailed celestial fox, she possessed an acute sensitivity to psychic energy. When she arrived at this unassuming massage parlor, she sensed an extraordinarily powerful psychic fluctuation emanating from within. It shone like the sun at its zenith, yet was shrouded in the aura of a brutal battlefield, dark clouds obscuring the light, iron and blood staining the sun crimson. Though clouded and chaotic, it was undeniably the aura of a master-level practitioner. She immediately composed herself, daring not to harbor the slightest dissatisfaction. As a member of the Qingqiu clan, she understood the weight of a celestial master's authority. A master must never be disrespected. Upon hearing the woman's words, Ning Yuan recognized her background. She must be a mentor from a top-tier academy. He immediately rose to offer her a seat, inviting her to speak. She waved her hand dismissively and continued. Since the senior has faith in you, I shall say no more. My primary purpose in coming is to deliver your acceptance letter. With that, she drew a paper credential from her bosom and extended it toward Ning Yuan. Ning Yuan took the paper. It featured a gold border on a red background, with several large characters embossed in gold. Admission notice from Yanhuang Academy. Below it was inscribed with Ning Yuan's name. What a display! This top-tier academy sure knows how to make an impression. Even their admission letters come with gold-edged borders. Beyond that, the academy's opening ceremony is in 10 days. I should have taken you to register. But urgent family matters demand my immediate departure. I must leave ahead of you. Please forgive my absence. The latter part of the message was addressed to Old Xie, hoping he wouldn't misunderstand. Old Xie gave a slight wave, signaling his understanding. Here is a ticket for the direct flight to the imperial capital. Consider it my compensation to you. It will take only 7 hours to reach the capital. Elder Tushan pulled another ticket from her bosom and handed it to Ning Yuan, one she had prepared in advance. Though Ning Yuan had disrupted her plans, it truly wasn't his fault. The reason Ning Yuan wasn't being taken to the imperial capital was because a precious clan quota had been used to secure Chao Yue's admission into the top academy. Now, the urgent priority was to get her to the Qingqiu clan first, secure her clan membership, and finalize the enrollment spot. Ning Yuan accepted the ticket and replied cheerfully. Thank you for your kindness, mentor. I can handle the registration myself. He promptly tucked the ticket away. Joking aside, this ticket was worth over $1 million. He absolutely had to keep it. Seeing Ning Yuan accept the ticket, Elder Tushan nodded to old Xia. Then he took his leave. Watching her receding figure, Zhang Mingxue spoke up. She's from the Qingqiu clan. I suppose she came here for Zhao Yingyue. But since you snatched her spot, why is she being so nice? Old Xia beside him curled his lips but remained silent. He had long noticed this young Qingqiu girl sweeping her mental energy back and forth. He simply hadn't acknowledged her. Instead, Ning Yuan spoke up. Who knows? Maybe she just thought I was handsome. She didn't even bat an eye at giving away $1 million ticket like it was nothing. So, is the bloodline of the Chao Yinji clan really that special? Zhang Mingxue snorted coldly. Outside the Qingqiu clan, the nine-tailed celestial fox bloodline might be considered just another ancient lineage. But within our family? It's even more prestigious than the chaos bloodline. Better than ancient bloodlines? I don't feel anything special about it. Ning Yuan asked with some confusion. He had encountered Chao Yingyue during the combat assessment before. Aside from her striking beauty, her physique was merely average, inferior to Qin Yaozhou. In his state at the time, he could have easily killed her. This brings us to the Qingqiu clan. Zhang Mingxue cleared her throat and began imparting knowledge to Ning Yuan with solemn seriousness. You're heading to the imperial capital, where you'll inevitably encounter all sorts of geniuses. I'll take this opportunity to explain the structure of this federation. As Zhang Mingxue explained, Ning Yuan came to understand just how spectacular the grand cosmic era of this federation truly was. At the pinnacle of the federation stood the 4 noble houses and 2 clans. Descended from the 4 generals, these clans possess the 4 supreme chaos bloodlines: Azure Dragon, Vermilion Bird, Black Tortoise, and White Tiger. Their younger generations produced an endless stream of talented individuals, with powerful figures emerging continuously for 10,000 years. They maintain close ties with the Federation, even influencing its policy decisions. Crucially, the 4 generals themselves still lived, though transformed into the 4 divine beasts guarding the depths of the starry sky ancient path against the 4 fiends. They occasionally bestow divine decrees, granting them immense prestige within the Federation. Among the 2 major clans, the Qingqiu clan also descends from one of the founding marshals. This marshal is also the only female among the 7 marshals. She awakened the 9-tailed celestial fox bloodline, excelling in psychic arts with the deepest mental cultivation among the 7 marshals. Having pushed her bloodline to its absolute limit, she possessed countless psychic arts. Legend even holds that the Qingqiu clan possesses a method to trigger a second awakening of the 9-tailed celestial fox bloodline. This power is said to rival even the mightiest chaos bloodlines. However, in recent years, fewer and fewer members of the Qingqiu clan have awakened the 9-tailed celestial fox bloodline. Thus, should an outsider awaken it, they could gain direct entry into the Qingqiu clan. Beneath this hierarchy lie the top-tier interstellar conglomerates and the major martial arts sects. Within the top-tier martial arts sects, celestial masters and even grandmasters preside over their training grounds. Among them are formidable heavenly masters who harness their magnetic fields to cultivate barren planets. By channeling cosmic energies to reshape ecosystems, they transform barren lands into habitable realms, turning entire planets into cultivation sanctuaries. Children raised here could be said to grow up within a paradise. Yet regardless of their faction, they all send their most promising disciples and carefully cultivated prodigies to the top academies. Thus, these elite institutions produce prodigies beyond imagination. Given the vast population base, even prodigies of chaotic bloodlines are not entirely absent. As Zhang Mingxue finished her narration, she turned to Ning Yuan with earnestness. That's why the imperial capital is where you truly belong. It's the stage meant for you. Weha City is far too small to allow your brilliance to fully shine. Ning Yuan's blood was already boiling with excitement, itching to clash with these prodigies immediately. Sister Shui, after hearing you, I feel like flying to the imperial capital right now. Hearing Ning Yuan's words, Zhang Mingxue actually pondered seriously for a moment before replying. Going sooner does have its advantages. With your acceptance letter, the Yanhuang Academy should be open to you. You could enter early and gain more knowledge. My research project will take a few more days. You should head over early. There's a spaceship departing for the imperial capital tomorrow afternoon. Old Xia nodded in agreement upon hearing Zhang Mingxue's suggestion. With the matter settled, Zhang Mingxue departed to attend to her own research. Ning Yuan then bid farewell to Old Xia and set off for home. He hadn't slept a wink during these days of exams. Finally, he could go home and sleep. Chapter 69, The Great Purge, Farewell to Old Xia. The next day. Having gone to bed early the night before, Ning Yuan didn't rise until the sun was high in the sky. Seeing the time approaching noon on his phone, he quickly washed up, dressed, and headed toward the massage parlor. He strolled leisurely, scrolling through news updates on his phone. The news of his top score on the college entrance exam, after fermenting overnight, had already exploded across the entire Weha City internet. Topics related to him spread like a powerful virus, propagating at terrifying speed. Overnight, they dominated the headlines across major social media platforms, with articles on the subject appearing in endless succession. Weha City's all-time greatest, strongest high school student in history. Breaking federal records, the first mixed blood to enter a top-tier academy. The underdog's rise. A mixed blood can outshine ancient bloodlines. A grassroots genius expelled from first high? What dark secret lurks behind this? Such headlines were wildly exaggerated. The comments section beneath the articles was flooded with reactions. Beyond sheer astonishment, many expressed empathy for Ning Yuan's plight, viewing him as the embodiment of an underdog's triumph. His story inspired countless individuals from humble backgrounds. Thanks to Ning Yuan securing a spot at the elite academy and the online buzz, the capital dispatched personnel overnight to establish a special task force investigating the matters previously reported about Ning Yuan. Early this morning, the head of the Judicial Bureau was detained for questioning. As expected, the Qin family pushed him forward to take the fall and divert attention. He was finished. The higher-ups at First High School fared even worse, as the Education Bureau flew into a rage. The top scorer in this year's college entrance exam was expelled from First High, a direct slap in the face to the Education Bureau. This clearly demonstrates that under the Education Department's system, major universities have become utterly corrupt. Not only had they failed to cultivate outstanding talent, but they were actively pushing promising students out. Consequently, the entire administration of First High was purged from top to bottom. Those specifically named by Ning Yuan were summoned to the Inspection Bureau for questioning. When news broke, the public cheered. While both incidents brought great satisfaction to the public, the Ning family remained deeply entangled throughout the entire affair. Despite facing public backlash and a recent plunge in stock prices, and competitors had seized significant market share across various sectors, leaving the company severely weakened. Yet the Ning family has not faced official investigation, and its foundations remain unshaken. Ning Yuan stared at his phone and let out a cold laugh. The Ning family truly isn't so easily toppled. But that's fine, someday, I'll destroy them with my own hands. He had already arrived at the massage parlor and pushed open the door. Old Xia was lounging comfortably on the massage bed when he saw Ning Yuan enter. He spoke calmly, "You're here. You're the one who booked the 1 p.m. flight, right?" Ning Yuan glanced at the time on his phone and nodded. "Yes, 1 p.m. Sister, you will take me to the airport shortly. Once you're gone, I can't leave Weha City. It's the same if I give you these things ahead of time." Old Xia sat up and produced an ancient-looking book he had prepared long ago. "As I mentioned before, my lineage possesses a supreme spear technique. I now bestow it upon you. Once you cultivate the true seed, you may begin training." Ning Yuan solemnly accepted the book, which bore the 5 characters "Great Sage Armored Spear" on its cover. Without opening it, he tucked it into his robe and addressed Old Xia. "Old Xia. You wouldn't let me call you master before, but now you've given me this manual. I've taken on the sect's grudges and plan to beat every last disciple of those sections. Yet I still don't even know your name." Old Xia paused for a moment, then laughed. "My name is Xia Changhong. I've got more than enough trouble on my hands. When you're out and about, don't mention my name." "Fine. Then just wait here while I make a name for myself." Ning Yuan replied casually, satisfied with the name. Entering a top-tier academy would elevate his citizen rank, granting him increased investigative privileges. He was confident he could uncover what Old Xia had done in the past. Old Xia stared at Ning Yuan, his gaze unfathomable, and said, "Truth be told, my marksmanship isn't much to speak of. But I've grasped a thing or two about fist techniques." Before Ning Yuan could respond, he lunged forward and unleashed a punch. Ning Yuan had no time to react, only sensing a tangible force of fist intent bearing down on him. The force was brutal and unyielding, like a raging torrent crashing down, utterly unstoppable. The fist grew larger and larger in his vision until it seemed to fill the entire world. A powerful sense of impending doom surged through his mind. Pop! A finger snapped out, leaving a crisp sound against Ning Yuan's forehead. "This is a fist technique I developed myself. It has no name, but it might be of some use to you in the future," he said earnestly to Ning Yuan. "You were right before. If you're strong enough, no one can hold you back. The entire world will revolve around you. My strength falls far short, so many things remain undone, regrets abound. But I hope you can achieve them." Looking at Old Xia's earnest expression, Ning Yuan nodded firmly. Just then, the sound of a motorcycle echoed outside. Yuing had come to pick him up. Old Xia waved at Ning Yuan, signaling him to hurry. Ning Yuan didn't linger after all. The road ahead was long. He turned and walked toward Yuang. The motorcycle's engine roared to life, its exhaust kicking up clouds of dust as the two figures grew smaller in the distance. Old Xia watched them disappear into the distance, his gaze deep and pensive, lost in thought. The airport was located near the old city district, not far from Paradise Street, so they arrived in no time. Alright, get out. I've got things to do, so I won't see you off. The dashing female patrol officer dropped Ning Yuan off and then departed with a flourish. With numerous arrests made recently, she had plenty of work to attend to. Ning Yuan pulled out his boarding pass and headed into the airport. Though Weha City was remote, its airport was surprisingly large, serving both airships and high-speed magnetic levitation trains. In truth, for intercity travel within the Federation, a high magnetic levitation train was the primary mode of transport. Despite the Federation's vast size, the high magnetic levitation trains were immeasurably faster than those of his previous life. They could handle most travel needs, though it might take a few extra days. However, reaching the imperial capital required airships. Ordinary spacecraft typically require 7 days to reach their destination. The spacecraft Ning Yuan boarded, however, was an interstellar vessel capable of direct spaceflight. Once it broke free of the atmosphere, it could reach the imperial capital in just 7 hours. Thus, the fare is exorbitant, at least several million credits. Most people couldn't even afford it. Ning Yuan held his VIP ticket as he made his way toward the boarding gate. This flight stood out conspicuously within the airport. It was the sole interstellar spacecraft departure in the entire terminal. Just as Ning Yuan was about to enter the boarding passage, he suddenly spotted a familiar figure. He paused slightly and looked toward the distance. A tall, bull-horned burly man was striding quickly toward him. Old Xia? What was he doing here? Ning Yuan, wait for me. Old Xia waved at Ning Yuan from afar, quickening his pace toward him. As soon as he drew near, he gave Ning Yuan a big hug. Teacher Xia, what brings you here? Ning Yuan felt a bit flustered as old Xia held him tight. Yet, feeling his warmth, he didn't push him away, only asked with a hint of confusion. Officer, you told me you were taking off today, so I thought I'd come see you off. After all, you've been a huge help to me. Old Xia scratched his head sheepishly. He hadn't intended to come, fearing it might seem like he was trying to curry favor. But his wife had persuaded him, and he genuinely wanted to see him one last time, so he'd come after all. Chapter 70, Departure for the Imperial Capital, Xin Han's Arrival. Hearing Lao Xia's explanation, Ning Yuan remained puzzled and asked. Teacher Xia, I don't recall helping you with anything? Did you forget how you praised me to the skies in that interview? It was because of your article that I got promoted. Old Xia said sincerely to Ning Yuan. Early this morning, a massive purge swept through every level of First High. He still remembered the look of utter despair and regret on Principal Ma and Teacher Bai's faces when they were taken away by the Inspection Bureau. Instead of being taken away, he had been summoned for a personal meeting with the Director of Education. He was told that he had taught an outstanding student the top scorer in the college entrance exam who spoke highly of him, proving he was an excellent teacher. He was even promoted directly to vice principal, greatly elevating his status. Teacher Xia, I'm only telling the truth. Everything you have now is what you deserve. It has nothing to do with me. Ning Yuan was utterly sincere. Old Xia was a good teacher who never discriminated against him for being a half-blood. He had even advocated for Ning Yuan's welfare multiple times, later falling out badly with the school over matters concerning him. Seeing the outcome now, Ning Yuan felt genuinely happy for him. Seeing old Xia about to speak again, Ning Yuan quickly interjected. Arguing about this is pointless. Wait until my name echoes throughout the entire Federation, then you can rejoice. As a veteran, old Xia wasn't one to mince words. Hearing Ning Yuan speak thus, he burst into laughter and declared. Ha! Fine, I won't be coy. When that day truly comes, I'll proudly say you're a student I taught. Now that'll be impressive. He slapped Ning Yuan on the shoulder and nudged him toward the passageway. Alright, time's running out. Hurry aboard. Ning Yuan waved goodbye and disappeared into the passageway. Old Xia gazed at the passageway, a wave of emotion washing over him. When he recruited Ning Yuan into the elite class, he never imagined the boy would reach this point. Never favored by anyone, yet time and again he shattered records. May you continue to forge legends. Ning Yuan boarded the shuttlecraft, its interior proving far more spacious than he'd imagined. It could easily accommodate over 100 passengers. With tickets costing hundreds of millions for this single trip, this airline was truly raking in the profits. But companies capable of operating such ships weren't ordinary corporations. First off, obtaining the piloting license for this interstellar vessel was extremely difficult. It required operations spanning multiple star systems. Moreover, the vessel was equipped not only with civilian-grade energy shields to ward off aerial beasts, but also had divine sense experts stationed throughout the ship to ensure flight safety, maximizing security. Ning Yuan found his seat and settled in an excellent window seat. Before long, the spacecraft began its slow ascent, soon breaking through the atmosphere and soaring into space. The entire process was smooth as silk, with not a hint of discomfort. It felt as though the laws of physics had been defied, leaving Ning Yuan once again in awe of the Federation's technological prowess. He gazed out the window. Enveloped by countless white cyclones lay an immense azure planet. Viewed from space, it was breathtakingly beautiful. As time passed, Ning Yuan began to feel a bit bored. In the vastness of space, silence and darkness reign. Staring at planets for too long gets boring. Just as he was pondering whether to enter the dream space to pass these 7 hours, a hand slipped silently onto his shoulder from behind. The sudden touch made him flinch violently. His body instantly tensed, and almost simultaneously, he whipped his head around to look behind him. A figure cloaked entirely in black robes, wearing a large top hat that obscured their face, stood there. Suddenly, she lifted her head, revealing a pair of vertical pupils. Her eyes were filled with madness and venomous hatred, fixed intently on Ning Yuan. "Pay with your life for my son." She crushed an object in her embrace with brutal force. A foul, blood-soaked mist erupted, instantly engulfing both of them. "Qin Hong?" The moment he saw those vertical pupils, Ning Yuan knew something was terribly wrong. Every bone in his body tensed as he swung a punch toward Qin Hong. But before his fist could connect, the blood mist had already engulfed them both. In an instant, the mist coalesced into a grotesque flesh and blood cage, swallowing both figures within. The divine perception experts aboard the starship arrived just in time to witness the grotesque, writhing flesh prison, its surface muscle tissue pulsing like a beating heart. His expression darkened considerably. This was the work of a heretical cult. The damned cult had managed to blind his divine perception. He sensed the aura of a malevolent deity, but by the time he arrived, it was already too late. Such a dense aura of malevolent deities, even a hidden treasure master likely couldn't break through it. He could only wait for the secret technique to conclude. Damn it! Getting caught up in this mess meant the corporation would have to pay hefty compensation, and his bonus would likely be wiped out. Ning Yuan opened his eyes to find himself surrounded by flesh that writhed like living creatures. The flesh within his own body began to surge violently, as if striving to merge with this flesh and blood prison. Just as Ning Yuan prepared to unleash his demon-slaying divine technique to shatter the cage and escape, a system notification sounded in his ear. Detected absorbable energy. Absorbing energy. The violent agitation within his flesh and blood subsided, gradually calming. Is this too good to be true? Suck it up, suck it all in. Just as Ning Yuan was savoring the absorption, the flesh before him began to writhe and shift, eventually coalescing into the outline of a human face. It was Qin Hong. Ning Yuan. I want you dead. I want. Thud. Ning Yuan's fist slammed into the flesh wall, producing a dull thud. Though it failed to pierce the flesh, it shattered Qin Hong's revolting, hideous face. It's useless. Soon, every ounce of your flesh and blood will be turned into nourishment. Not even bone fragments will remain. I want you to be buried with my son. Qin Hong's voice continued to echo from all directions, utterly unstoppable. Ning Yuan scanned the area but saw no trace of her hideous face. He couldn't be bothered to respond. Ignoring her incessant chatter at his ear, he instead sat cross-legged and let the system absorb energy. After a long while, the voice in his ears suddenly vanished. Qin Hong stared at Ning Yuan in bewilderment. She had now fused completely with the flesh wall. Naturally, she could sense everything within. Despite the passage of time, Ning Yuan's aura showed no sign of weakening, and his flesh remained exceptionally plump. Instead, the power of the flesh cage was fading. What was happening? Her own cultivation was low. After being expelled from her clan years ago, she had harbored deep resentment toward her bloodline. Thus, for years, she never actively cultivated. Through sheer consumption, she had nonetheless reached the pinnacle of physical refinement. She knew she was no match for Ning Yuan, so she sought to kill him by harnessing the power of the fierce god. Now that the secret technique had failed, she was consumed with panic. Gritting her teeth, she resolved to strike first. After making her decision, she secretly gathered the power of the fierce god, and the entire flesh and blood cage began to wither and shrink. Ning Yuan sensed the anomaly and immediately heightened his vigilance. This madwoman, driven by the death of her child, had personally taken the field, employing her cult's methods to ambush him. She would certainly not let him break through easily. Just then, he saw a wall of flesh before him not only refuse to shrink but begin writhing with increasing ferocity. The mass of flesh twisted and stretched as if imbued with life, ultimately transforming into a hideous blood python. Its head bore a crimson coxcomb, and its distorted facial features bore an eerie resemblance to Qin Hong. The moment the blood serpent took shape, it opened its gaping maw and lunged toward Ning Yuan's face. Crimson mist billowed from the comb, causing dizzying vertigo. Chapter 71, Slaying Qin Hong, New Divine Power. Slay the Demon. A clear light enveloped Ning Yuan's entire head, instantly restoring his clarity. The demon-slaying divine power proved utterly unstoppable against demonic beings. As the blood python charged fiercely from across the way, Ning Yuan's massive hand shot out, seizing its vital point. A searing heat washed over him, and even his peak-level flesh sizzled and crackled. Ning Yuan paid it no mind. His head, still enveloped in the pure light, thrust forward violently. His massive jaws opened in a terrifying arc. He lunged straight for the blood-red coxcomb. Ah! Flesh and blood flew everywhere, the excruciating pain causing Qin Hong to cry out. The blood python began to struggle violently, but Ning Yuan's massive hand clamped down like iron pincers, holding it fast. It couldn't break free. Bite after bite. Ning Yuan didn't bother chewing, swallowing chunks whole before tearing into it with frenzied bites, his teeth ripping off large pieces of flesh. Qin Hong's piercing screams gradually grew hoarse and muffled until they faded into complete silence. Only then did the murderous rage in Ning Yuan's heart begin to subside. The very culprit who had driven his mother to her death was gone, one less enemy in his world. With Qin Hong's death, the flesh prison seemed to lose its source of power. Like parched earth, it crumbled instantly. The divine sense experts aboard the starship watched with tense expressions, their eyes fixed on the towering figure that had appeared. Ning Yuan sensed the gaze and slowly turned, flashing a grin toward the figure. His blood-stained mouth stretched wide, revealing a row of stark white teeth, with what seemed like remnants of flesh still clinging between them. The cultist has been slain. It's safe now. The divine perception expert felt a chill run down his spine. What are you talking about? You look more like a cultist yourself. Had he not sensed no aura of malevolent deities emanating from him, he would have attacked long ago. In the end, it was only when Ning Yuan produced his admission letter from the Yanhuang Academy that the divine perception expert reluctantly believed him. Only a fool would join a cult when they could get into Yanhuang Academy. My apologies. I overreacted. I personally apologize to you. After speaking, he bowed deeply to Ning Yuan. Furthermore, due to our error that placed you in danger, I once again offer my sincere apologies on behalf of Yufei Aerospace. He bowed once more. We deeply regret this incident and will compensate you tenfold the value of your ticket. Additionally, we will grant you platinum VIP status with our company. Seeing him about to bow again, Ning Yuan feared he might faint, so he quickly asked, "What benefits does this platinum VIP membership offer?" The divine perception expert explained. This platinum VIP status elevates your privileges with our company. You may travel aboard private spacecraft, receive a 50% discount on all our flights, and enjoy a 10% discount on purchases at our headquarters. Headquarters? You guys still have a wide range of operations? Ning Yuan asked with a look of puzzlement. The man smiled faintly and replied, Yutian Airlines is a subsidiary of Tianyuan Group. Ning Yuan suddenly understood. He had heard Zhang Mingxue mention the Tianyuan Group before, a top-tier conglomerate spanning multiple star systems with extensive operations. No wonder this divine sense expert could achieve such status, bowing repeatedly to him, a mere body-tempering cultivator. Tianyuan Group truly lived up to its reputation as a top-tier conglomerate. Very well. I'm satisfied with how this matter has been handled. Let's consider it closed. Hearing Ning Yuan's words, the man finally relaxed. His exceptionally courteous attitude toward Ning Yuan stemmed not only from Tianyuan Group's protocols. It was also because of Ning Yuan's status of freshman at a top-tier academy. If he died aboard their own spacecraft before even enrolling, that would spell major trouble. With the matter resolved, he reassigned Ning Yuan to a new task before departing. Ning Yuan lay back in his seat, listening to the system prompt sound in his ear. Absorbing energy. He smiled contentedly. Unbeknownst to him, someone nearby had recorded the entire scene. Soon after, 2 videos were transmitted to the distant imperial capital. Imperial capital, Qin residence. A stern-looking man with a dragon horn on his head frowned slightly upon hearing his phone vibrate. Then, as if remembering something, he sighed, picked up the phone, and opened the video. As the footage played, his expression grew increasingly serene. It was impossible to discern his thoughts. Then came the second video. Qin Hong's face appeared on the screen. For the first time, she wasn't wearing a top hat, nor was her body fully concealed by formal attire. Her forehead was covered in fine black scales, and the exposed skin was similarly covered in scales. Those neatly arranged layers of keratin gleamed, giving an unsettling chill at first glance. Brother, by the time you see this video, I should already be dead. Qin Hong said calmly. She stood still in the sunlight, suddenly spreading her arms wide as if embracing the warm rays. It's been so long since I last basked in the sun like this. Remember when we used to do this as kids? The sunlight is just as warm as it was back then. She spoke softly, her face reflecting a mix of longing and reluctance. But soon, her expression turned bitter and vengeful, her voice growing cold. Then I awoke that worthless bloodline and was cast out of the clan. After that, I wrapped myself up tightly and never basked in the sun again. Suddenly, her voice softened, growing gentle. I met Ning Tianxiong. He treated me well, never showing any contempt for my bloodline. So I married him. We even had a child, my angel. He carried my bloodline, and I poured all my tenderness into him. Later, he awakened his bloodline. Though not our family's, it was an ancient bloodline far stronger than mine. Her voice grew louder, her tone becoming sharp. I loved my child deeply. Though he couldn't claim our ancestral lineage, he was my entire world. I vowed to give him everything best in life. But he died cruelly murdered. I must avenge him, even if it costs me my life. By the end, she had descended into complete madness, hysterically venting her near uncontrollable fury. Xin Ming shut off the video, unable to watch any longer. She had gone mad. She went mad the moment she lost her child. This was her scheme, sacrificing her own life to set a trap for Qin Ming. She gambled that he still harbored a shred of affection for Qin Hong and would avenge her. Since he refused to avenge her son, then he would avenge her, his only blood sister. Qin Ming closed his eyes, childhood scenes swirling through his mind. Though they were the legitimate line, their mother had died young. Within the clan, they had no one to stand up for them. From a young age, many peers bullied them, relying on their maternal clans for protection. Whenever this happened, a small figure would always step in front of him. That was until he awakened the Azure Dragon bloodline and was designated as the heir apparent. He discovered that those who once hurled insults at him now groveled before him. Gradually, he gained influence, and everything became within his grasp. Finally, he became the seventh heir. But his sister had long since departed, expelled from the clan, an unalterable rule upheld for 10,000 years. She was too stubborn. She had walked into a dead end and refused to come out. Qin Ming opened his eyes, a flicker of emotion rippling across his gaze. But she was his own flesh and blood sister. Ning Yuan sat with his eyes closed, resting, when suddenly a system notification sounded in his ear. Divine ability draw attempts, 2. Draw divine abilities now? His eyes lit up as he silently declared in his mind. Draw, I'm going all in. Only a fool would hold back, I'm going all in. Divine ability drawing in progress? Chapter 72, Penetrating the Mysteries and Banishing Gods, the 4 divine beings descend. Congratulations, host, you have drawn the divine ability, Penetrating the Mysteries. Remaining divine ability draws, 1. Congratulations, host. You have drawn the divine ability, Exorcism. Remaining divine ability draws, 0. 2 mystical Tao seeds manifested simultaneously, taking root atop the mind sea of consciousness. 5 divine abilities stood side by side, illuminating the sea of consciousness with radiant brilliance. Commune with the unseen, the ability to converse with spirits and ghosts. Divine command, command the gods. What the hell is this? Isn't this a world centered around demonic bloodlines? Where did these spirits and gods come from? Feeling the effects and applications of these supernatural abilities within his sea of consciousness, Ning Yuan felt utterly bewildered. Could this stuff even be useful? I've never heard of any hauntings around here. He had encountered the aura of a fierce deity and heard legends of the 4 divine beings. But they're all deep within the ancient starry path. Well, it's already drawn. I'll just have to accept it. Might as well test its effects first. Tongyu, activate. As the Tongyu divine power activated, Ning Yuan distinctly felt his mental energy diminish significantly. Immediately afterward, his consciousness soared upward, as if traversing countless planets. He beheld an ancient path woven from resplendent stars, spanning countless universes and linking them together. Deep within the ancient path, icy darkness prevailed. An unknown aura descended, and alluring murmurs echoed in his ears. Chaotic thoughts flashed incessantly, while the whispers grew ever closer. Just as Ning Yuan was on the verge of succumbing. For towering figures emerged from the depths of the ancient path, illuminating all darkness. As their aura flowed, it dispelled all the chaotic murmurs. The starry rivers reversed, propping up the vast multiverse. Their gazes descended, as dazzling as stars, blazing like fire, slowly settling upon Ning Yuan. Like the echo of the Tao's voice, a majestic and solemn sound seemed to ask. A man of the Federation? Imperial capital, the heart of the 4 premier academies. Hundreds of meters below, a place called the Ancient Path Institute. Outstanding graduates from prestigious universities, clad in white lab coats, moved about the facility. They were all at least divine perception realm powerhouses, their divine consciousness awakened, their mental power capable of influencing reality. A bald, bespectacled middle-aged man with a bluish complexion slowly entered the core area. The 1,000-square-foot room was filled with intricate instruments, their surfaces engraved with mystical patterns that shimmered with a radiant glow. They were capturing some kind of fluctuation. The entire research institute was dedicated to studying and preventing the emergence of the ancient path. Millennia of Federation research had revealed. The ancient cosmic pathways intertwine and overlap with the material world. Not only do they connect countless universes, but they also influence the material world. As the erosion deepens, the material world faces the risk of ancient paths manifesting. Once any part of the material world overlaps with the ancient path, the aura of malevolent deities can seep through the fissures to influence reality. Even minions of the malevolent deities and alien races may emerge, following the ancient path. The Ancient Path Research Institute primarily monitors the erosion levels of the ancient path across the globe. Its core mission is prevention and reporting. Every day, researchers monitor data fluctuations across massive screens, documenting findings and assessing risks in real time. Ancient Path and West Peak City eliminated, fluctuations returned to normal. Erosion level increased by 0.5 compared to previous readings. Manhwa City, fluctuations normal. Bayanqing. Listening to reports pouring in from all locations, Dr. Shingerson rapidly processed and analyzed the data in his mind. Which areas showed anomalies requiring reporting? Which remained stable, warranting continued observation? Beep. 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 A shrill alarm pierced the entire research facility, causing shock to wash over every face. Doctor, the ancient route data is fluctuating violently. It just jumped 5 points. It's already a 10 approaching reality overlap. Dr. Shingerson's expression darkened as he instantly materialized beside a young technician. Could it be the arrival of the fierce god's tentacles? Or an alien invasion? No. It's the 4 gods. The 4 gods. Which one has descended? Dr. Shingerson practically threw himself at the screen, where the data was fluctuating wildly. Wave after wave of light rippled outward, radiating from the center where 4 colossal giant suns blazed. Holy! All 4 deities descending simultaneously? Are they chasing that demon? Even the usually unflappable Dr. Shing let loose with a curse. He couldn't fathom what could possibly warrant all 4 deities descending together. Ning Yuan now felt the weight of 4 intense gazes upon him, as if stripped bare and standing naked in the open. Not a single secret remained hidden anywhere on his body. He wanted to speak up and declare he was a citizen of the Federation. But the overwhelming, boundless power pressed down on him, sealing his lips shut. As if sensing his predicament, a fleeting thought flashed, indicating they had already discerned Ning Yuan's identity. Could they actually convey their thoughts through such a mental transmission? Yet with the 4 gods gathered before him, he dared not entertain any other thoughts, fearing he might reveal his secrets. His mind raced frantically. Honored elders, this junior is ignorant and disrespectful. I beg you, please let me return at once. He kept silently repeating this plea, desperate to leave as soon as possible. For colossal streams of thought intertwined, instantly sparking countless sparks. Thousands of messages exchanged in an instant. The 4 immense gazes slowly withdrew. In the profound void, vortexes formed one after another, coalescing into 4 distinct divine beast emblems. The azure dragon of the east, symbolizing prosperity and vitality; the white tiger of the west, embodying courage and conquest; the vermilion bird of the south, representing flame and immortality; and the black tortoise of the north, signifying resilience and protection. Immediately, the 4 emblems crashed down upon Ning Yuan, searing themselves deep into his soul. Well done. In the next instant, the ancient path lost its radiance, as if the 4 divine beasts had never come. The aftereffects subsided. Ning Yuan felt as though he'd been gently pushed, his endless thoughts tumbling down from the heavens. His consciousness instantly returned to his physical form. Opening his eyes once more, he found himself still aboard the spaceship, never having left. 100 meters beneath the imperial capital, in the underground research facility, the shrill alarm abruptly ceased. The steadily rising data fluctuations plummeted from their peak, returning to normal in the blink of an eye. It was as if the near-catastrophic disturbance had never occurred. Dr. Shing wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and shouted at the gathered technicians. What are you staring at? Don't you have your own areas to monitor? If something goes wrong, who among you can shoulder the responsibility? Watching the crowd scatter, he turned and patted the shoulder of the young staff member who had spotted the 4 gods. It's fine. The 4 gods might just be out for a stroll. No need to worry. Get back to work. With that, he walked toward the central area, hands behind his back. The young clerk stared at the damp, 5-fingered imprint on his shoulder and muttered to himself. Don't worry about it? The 4 gods? Even their strolls carry profound meaning. Feeling a distant gaze sweep over him, he shuddered and immediately began pretending to be busy. Dr. Shing withdrew his gaze, thinking to himself. The 4 gods have descended, yet no major events unfold. It seems someone has caught the divine favor. Yet the divine gaze is omnipresent, nearly omnipotent. To be noticed by even one deity is a tremendous blessing. Could all 4 deities have descended together to focus their gaze on one person? I've never heard of such a thing. I must report this to the higher-ups immediately. Have them contact the temple to see if the 4 deities have issued any edicts. With that thought, he hurried away to report to his superiors. The crowd was left whispering and murmuring among themselves. Chapter 73, The 4 Gods' Gift, The Chosen One. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the bloodline trait, Guardian. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the bloodline trait, Immortality. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the bloodline trait, Slaughter. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the bloodline trait, Prosperity. Ning Yuan listened to the system notifications ringing in his ears but did not rush to check them. After all, his head was splitting with pain, clearly the result of overexerting his mental energy. Ever since his last encounter with an understanding of psychic energy, he had realized that the power consumed when using the dream binding technique was precisely this mental energy. However, the dream transfer consumed only a minimal amount, and since he rarely used it, it had little to no effect on him. The Tongyu divine technique, however, was different. It consumed vast amounts of mental energy, perhaps due to the peculiarities of this realm. Moreover, his first attempt at the Tongyu technique had confronted the 4 divine beings directly. Fortunately, they retained goodwill toward him. They had actively descended to shoulder the bulk of the drain, otherwise, his mental energy reserves would have been utterly insufficient. If using Tong Yu was this taxing, he dared not even contemplate using the Drive Gods technique. Drive whom? Drive the 4 divine beings? At his current level of power, he wouldn't even need the 4 divine beings to act. Given the 4 gods status, the moment he activated his divine power, he'd likely be torn apart. He'd have to put those 2 divine abilities aside for now. Sealing them away was the priority. Wait until my head clears a bit and the pain subsides. Only then did he recall the system alert from earlier and hurriedly check the system panel. Host, Ning Yuan. Heaven supporting Mystic Tortoise bloodline, unknown Chaos bloodline. Traits, Sky supporting, earth-shattering, rock solid, endurance, longevity, guardian, immortality, conquest, prosperity. Techniques, mountain bearing fist mastery. Martial arts, mountain shaking spear technique mastery, instant step mastery, wind thunder arrow flow wind arrow minor achievement. Realm, body forging bone tempering 100%. Divine powers, consumption, dream implantation, demon slaying, spirit communication, divine banishment. Remaining divine ability extractions, 0. Other data on the system panel remain largely unchanged, except for 4 new bloodline traits. Ning Yuan carefully sensed the changes brought by these new traits. He discovered these 4 traits were exceptionally extraordinary. Guardian trait increases physical defense resistance and mental force resistance. Immortality trait enhances flesh vitality, accelerates physical recovery, and thickens the health bar. Slaughter trait grows more formidable with battle, significantly boosting attack power and enabling rapid mastery of any weapon. Prosperity trait enhances fertility and reproduction, promotes flesh growth, and boosts energy vitality. Truly worthy of being bestowed by the 4 gods. The 4 traits respectively enhance defense, recovery, combat prowess, and vitality depth. Though the prosperity trait may seem unconventional, its flesh and energy flourishing prove remarkably practical. Both allow his flesh and energy reserves to far surpass those of peers at the same level, achieving a massive leap in both quality and quantity. The 4 traits comprehensively enhance Ning Yuan's physique and combat prowess. They elevate his already extraordinary physique to an even higher level, making his stats even higher. The Demon Martial Way inherently emphasizes both physical stats and martial arts mastery. With his current physical stats, he increasingly resembled a powerhouse. Feeling the vitality coursing through his flesh and blood, Ning Yuan sensed his physique strengthening once more. He nodded in satisfaction. As everyone knows, true masters are well-rounded warriors with no weaknesses. The traits bestowed upon him by the 4 divine beings had been perfectly realized, combining high resistance, super recovery, and formidable attack power into one. Even his mental defenses had been fortified. He was truly flawless. Oh, right. The emblem bestowed by the 4 gods seemed to grant more than just bloodline traits. Ning Yuan focused his mind, carefully sensing the emblem imprinted upon his soul. He discovered that these 4 divine beasts' emblems also possess the ability to identify heretics and alien races. Within a certain range, they could pinpoint heretics directly. What a useful thing. Those cultists hid themselves deeply. Unless they actively used the power of the fiend god or its artifacts, they appeared indistinguishable from ordinary people, making them extremely difficult to detect. Ning Yuan had previously relied on the divine system's alert sounds to confirm the aura of the malevolent deity and identify cultists. Without the aura of the fiend god, he couldn't detect them either. Even today, with Qin Hongzhu right behind him, he failed to notice anything amiss. These 4 divine emblems function like miniature radars. Whenever cultists appear in the future, they can be directly located. This would be immensely helpful to him. Ning Yuan stroked his chin, thinking to himself. Why did the 4 divine lords give me this cultist tracking ability? Could it be they want me to eliminate cultists and purge the faith of the malevolent deities from the Federation? Well, that would be convenient. The 4 gods sought to eradicate cults and sever the source of the fierce gods' worship. My divine power system also requires the aura of the malevolent deities to obtain lottery chances. A win-win situation. It's a win-win situation. I should destroy more cult organizations in the future. I wonder if the 4 gods will reward me with something else good. Ha ha! While Ning Yuan was lost in his fantasies aboard the spacecraft. In the imperial capital, amidst a sprawling complex of magnificent structures, a resplendent temple stood silently. The temple's existence was exceptionally unique. Though it never participated in the Federation's decision-making affairs, it wielded immense influence over the Federation. For this was the temple of the 4 gods, where the 4 deities were worshipped. Each deity had chosen a divine representative to act on their behalf within the Federation. They conveyed the will of the 4 gods. At this moment, an elderly man with a dragon horn on his head and emerald green hair and beard emerged from the temple. A look of puzzlement crossed his face as his gaze turned toward the distant east. Strange. No edict had been issued by the 4 divine beings before. What could possibly have caused all 4 deities to descend simultaneously? Just as the old man was troubled by his confusion, 3 more figures emerged from the temple. Each bore a distinct appearance. One was a young girl wearing phoenix feathers on her head, her face adorned with fiery red patterns, resembling a divine bird poised to take flight. A middle-aged man bore a golden white character 4 king atop his head, his face marked with tiger stripes radiating a murderous aura. Lastly, a hunchbacked elder emerged, slowly shuffling along with a heavy, jet-black tortoise shell strapped to his back and leaning on a walking stick. The phoenix-feathered maiden seemed the most spirited, speaking with a sharp tone. High Priest of the Azure Dragon, do you know why the 4 divine beasts have suddenly descended? The High Priest of the Azure Dragon shook his head, about to speak. Suddenly, the temple behind him burst into brilliant light. The 4 men's expressions changed instantly as they retreated back inside the temple. Though the inner chamber was not large, it housed 4 statues aligned with the cardinal directions. The Azure Dragon in the east, the Vermilion Bird in the south, the White Tiger in the west, and the Black Tortoise in the north. These were the statues of the 4 divine beasts of the Federation. At that moment, they all emitted divine light, illuminating the entire temple. Each of the 4 approached a statue and knelt in reverent worship. They communicated with the divine thoughts transmitted by the statues through the power of their minds. Before long, the statue's radiance faded, as if no divine miracle had ever occurred. Despite this, the 4 remained kneeling where they were. They sang praises of the 4 gods' deeds, offering devout thanks. Only then did they rise, bowing their heads as they exited the temple. Outside the temple, the 4 exchanged glances, each seeing astonishment in the other's eyes. The 4 gods have chosen a shared divine representative to walk in their stead. The divine chosen one of the 4 gods, the one and only chosen by heaven. This divine chosen one, shared by the 4 gods, held a status far above their own. But why did the 4 gods only declare him the heavenly chosen one without revealing his name? What does this mean? The phoenix-feathered maiden voiced her confusion. The intentions of the 4 gods are not for us to speculate upon. Our duty is simply to convey their decree. The High Priest of the Azure Dragon understood this best. If it couldn't be comprehended, then it wasn't worth pondering. It was best to faithfully relay their decrees. Just as the 4 were discussing this matter, envoys from the Federation arrived to inquire about the descent of the 4 gods. The High Priest of the Azure Dragon responded calmly. The 4 spirits are divinely chosen, the sole ones selected by heaven. News reached the Federation, sending its high command into shock. Major factions mobilized en masse, determined to uncover the one chosen by heaven, as spoken of by the 4 divine beings. Chapter 74, Arrival at the Imperial Capital. As the divine chosen one of the 4 gods, the sole chosen one, Ning Yuan, was utterly unaware of all this at the moment. After inspecting his gains from this expedition, he fell into a deep slumber. This was his way of easing his headache. After all, he had yet to unlock his psychic powers and possessed no means to restore them. He could only rely on sleep to naturally replenish what had been depleted. After an unknown period of time, Ning Yuan felt someone gently shaking his body and slowly opened his eyes. A beautiful flight attendant was smiling sweetly at him. "Sir, our flight will be arriving shortly. Please prepare to disembark the spacecraft." After speaking, she handed him a warm, damp towel. Ning Yuan thanked her and casually took the towel to wipe his face. His overall condition improved significantly, and the headache subsided. Ding dong! This flight has lasted 7 hours and 3 minutes, arriving at its final destination, the Imperial Capital. Passengers, please retrieve your belongings and ensure nothing is left behind. As the announcement echoed, the coasting spacecraft finally came to a halt, and the flight attendant opened the cabin door. Just as Ning Yuan was about to exit with the crowd, the divine perception expert aboard approached him, extending a card. "Mr. Ning, this is the platinum card our company is compensating you with. The compensation funds have also been deposited into the card." Ning Yuan accepted the sleek, high-end card with a satisfied smile. Amidst the man's repeated apologies, he stepped off the spacecraft. The airport in the Imperial Capital was vastly larger than the one in Weha City. Ning Yuan had to ask several staff members before finally retrieving his airship Azure Emperor spear and the longbow he'd earned during the combat assessment. It took considerable effort to navigate his way out of the terminal. Shouldering his spear and hunting bow, he had just stepped out of the airport gates. Ning Yuan spotted a highly conspicuous sign nearby bearing several large characters. "Welcome Wei River's top student, the proud son's talent, future celestial being Ning Yuan, admitted to the Premier Academy." Seeing the slightly over-the-top wording, Ning Yuan's expression darkened. Could this be something Zhang Mengxue arranged? Before Ning Yuan could call out, the person holding the sign seemed to spot him. Swiftly weaving through the crowd, they approached him. The person had a heroic bearing, with leopard-like ears and piercing eyes. Though his leopard ears were studded with piercings. Clad in a sequined jacket, he shimmered from head to toe, his appearance slightly over the top. "You must be Ning Yuan. Sister Shui and Sister Yu sent me to pick you up." The man was exceedingly enthusiastic, proactively greeting Ning Yuan. "My name is Lin Junchen. I'm also from Yanhuang Academy. We're actually in the same class." Not only did he know Zhang Mengxue and Yuing, but he was also a student at Yanhuang Academy? He must have enrolled from the Imperial Capital, no small feat. While the imperial capital offered many spots, it also attracted countless geniuses, making competition fierce. Qin Yaojiao, after all, had been in the imperial capital. Unable to gain admission to a top-tier academy, he had willingly accepted the assignment in Weha City. To stand out here, he couldn't be as superficial as he appeared. "Hello, I'm Ning Yuan." Ning Yuan extended his hand to shake it. "Oh, and this thing?" Ning Yuan pointed at the conspicuous sign he was still holding aloft. Lin Junchen followed Ning Yuan's gesture and laughed heartily. "Ha, Sister Shui told me to give you a proper welcome and not embarrass her. Is this grand enough?" He seemed quite pleased with himself, convinced his idea was brilliant. "I'm the most conspicuous person in the entire airport. I've definitely earned you plenty of face." Ning Yuan was speechless. He hadn't even arrived yet, and already he was being paraded around. Such brazen words were best kept out of sight. He hurriedly motioned for him to put away the sign and change the subject. "By the way, it's already past 8 in the evening. Can we still register at Yanhuang Academy?" "Of course. They have 24-hour reception over there. Come on, I'll take you to register first." Lin Junchen stowed his sign and pulled Ning Yuan toward a sports car parked nearby. The sports car was incredibly sleek and stylish, its entire body a shiny silver. The low, streamlined silhouette resembled a flying shuttle. Ning Yuan slid into the passenger seat, buckled his seatbelt, and reclined back into the seat. He noticed Lin Junchen adopted a similar posture. He felt a bit puzzled. Could he really drive while reclining like that? As if sensing Ning Yuan's doubt, Lin Junchen chuckled. "Brother Ning, get comfortable. I'm starting the engine." After speaking, he pressed a button, and the entire vehicle shook. It actually took flight. Entering autonomous mode. Destination, Yanhuang Academy. Beep. Command received. Engaging autopilot mode. As Lin Junchen issued the command, the sleek silver sports car's rear emitted a blue flame, and with a whoosh, it shot into the night sky. This thing is the Federation's 14th generation flying shuttle, equipped with AI control. You don't even need to drive it yourself. This is all the rage now. Although the Federation prohibits AI development, the imperial capital operates without restrictions. With the 4 divine statues suppressing it, nothing untoward can happen. The Federation had already entered the Great Cosmic Era. He'd just ridden in a starship himself. So a car that could fly seemed perfectly reasonable. But artificial intelligence was something Ning Yuan had never heard of before. His curiosity piqued, he casually asked. "Why is AI development prohibited?" "Rumor has it they want to prevent malevolent deities from controlling AI and sparking uprisings. Besides, that stuff's useless anyway. Once demonic martial arts reach divine perception and develop psychic powers, their computational capabilities will far surpass AI." Lin Junchen said with a carefree expression. Then, as if remembering something, he turned to Ning Yuan and said, "Oh, right. Brother Ning, this is your first time in the imperial capital, isn't it?" "Yeah, why? Is there something I should be aware of?" Ning Yuan replied with some confusion. Could it be that the imperial capital had some unwritten rules he wasn't aware of? "I was in such a rush to get you to school for registration that I didn't have time to show you around the capital. Let me give you a panoramic view of the city first." After saying this, Lin Junchen addressed the air. "Xiao AI. Enter viewing mode. Beep. Xiao AI at your service. Entering scenic mode." The lights inside the shuttle dimmed. The hull began to shift color gradually, becoming increasingly transparent until the surroundings were clearly visible, revealing the entire landscape. Scooters streaked past intermittently, their tails trailing streaks of light as they vanished in flashes, speeding away into the distance. Looking down, a bustling nighttime cityscape unfolded before their eyes. It must be said, the imperial capital truly lived up to its reputation as the heart of the entire Federation. Under the cover of night, the entire city was illuminated by multicolored neon lights. Amidst the towering skyscrapers, giant LCD screens displayed the latest product advertisements from major corporations. One by one, young celebrity demon warriors hold products as brand ambassadors. Their demeanor is bold and confident. In this era, demon warriors are the most dazzling beings. These prodigies on the path of demonic martial arts are idolized by countless people. Major corporations pour investments and endorsement deals their way. Their innate talents alone can leverage vast capital to fuel their cultivation. The stronger their cultivation, the more investments and endorsements they attract. This creates an exceptionally positive, virtuous cycle. The imperial capital served as the stage where these prodigies showcased their talents, and now Ning Yuan had stepped onto it. Just as Ning Yuan was engrossed in the spectacle, the slightly mechanical voice of Xiao AI reached his ears. Beep. Approaching destination. Preparing for landing. Yanhuang Academy has been reached. Chapter 75, Campus Registration. The shuttle glided to a gentle stop at the school entrance. Not a speck of dust stirred. The two unbuckled their seatbelts and stepped out. A magnificent and spacious academy stood before them. Though night had fallen, bright lights illuminated the entire campus. A vermilion plaque hung beneath the eaves, bearing 4 gilded characters. Yanhuang Academy. Come on, I'll take you inside to register. Lin Junchen locked the car with his key and led Ning Yuan toward the campus gates. Ning Yuan followed close behind. They didn't walk far within the campus before arriving at a room resembling a reception area. Lin Junchen pushed open the door and stated directly, "Senior Lu, I'm back. Happy to see me?" A girl with 2 blue braids sat quietly in a chair, thick black-rimmed glasses perched on her nose as she read a book. Hearing Lin Junchen's voice, she slowly closed the book in her hands and looked up. "Didn't you just register today? Why are you back already?" Whether it was Ning Yuan's imagination or not, her voice sounded oddly flat. "This time I'm bringing my brother to register. Senior, please help him sign up." As he finished speaking, he shifted aside half a step, revealing Ning Yuan's figure behind him. "Hello, Senior. I'm here to register. Here's my acceptance letter." Ning Yuan flashed a bright smile and extended the letter of acceptance. A slender, white hand reached out and took the letter. "Please wait a moment." She turned toward a nearby computer, presumably to input the information into the system. "Senior Lu, could I get your phone number? I'd really like to be friends with you." Lin Junchen leaned against the doorframe, striking a flirtatious pose as he addressed Lu Xiaoxi. "Sorry, you're too frivolous. Not my type." Lu Xiaoxi shot him a dismissive glance and replied coolly before lowering her head to resume her work. The smile froze on his face, his pride stung. Undeterred, he persisted. "Then what kind do you like? Someone like him sunny, steady, and reliable." Lu Xiaoxi looked up at Ning Yuan and said calmly, "I just seem a bit frivolous on the surface, but I'm actually quite steady and dependable too, not much different from brother Ning." Lin Junchen's tone grew slightly anxious as he began to forcefully explain. "He's better looking than you." That statement effectively ended the competition. Lin Junchen's face flushed crimson as his gaze darted between Ning Yuan and himself. Finally, like a deflated balloon, he slunk away in defeat. Ning Yuan felt a bit awkward too. Were girls in the capital city this fierce? Not only did she refuse him outright, but she even complimented others so bluntly. Seeing Lin Junchen looking like a defeated dog, after all, the girl had kindly brought him here to register. Leaving him in such a state felt unkind. He hurried forward and said, "Don't take it to heart. She was just joking." He tried to ease the awkwardness and give Lin Junchen a way out. Just then, Lu Xiaoxi's voice, tinged with seriousness, cut through the air again. "I wasn't joking." Now Ning Yuan was the one frozen in awkwardness. "Sis, you're relentless." Just as he was at a loss, Lin Junchen leaned in and said, "As the capital's fair-faced white dragon, I rarely fail at picking up girls. This is the first time I've been rejected because of looks. Though I admit I fall a tad short compared to you." He curled his index finger and thumb to illustrate an almost imperceptible gap. "But you managed to catch both Sister Shui and Sister Yu's eyes at the same time, clearly no ordinary person. I'll just have to admit defeat, bro." He quickly shook off his disappointment and regained his confidence. "Since Senior Lu isn't meant for me, it just means there's a whole forest waiting for me to explore. But since she has feelings for you, you should definitely give it a shot." Lin Junchen raised an eyebrow at Ning Yuan with a hint of frivolity. Senior Lu may dress dowdy, wear ugly braids, and have her looks hidden behind thick glasses. But with a different style, she'd easily be a 90-point beauty. And the most crucial thing is. He paused abruptly, leaning close to whisper in Ning Yuan's ear. "Even though she wears baggy clothes and covers up a lot, from my experience, she's definitely got curves you can't ignore. I'd guess at least a D cup." He even shrugged his shoulders at Ning Yuan afterward, wearing an expression that said, "You're in for a treat." Ning Yuan stared in shock. "That big? Wait. Can you stop dragging me into your self-destructive antics?" This Senior Lu showed no demonic traits whatsoever. This indicates she's at least a fully matured true blood, capable of freely controlling her own bloodline. With her strength, do you think she wouldn't hear you whispering? If she were to lose her temper, neither of us would stand a chance against her. Just as Ning Yuan contemplated abandoning Lin Junchen and fleeing alone, Lu Xiaoxi's steady, slightly dazed voice reached his ears once more. "I don't think this outfit is tacky at all. And I'm an E." Ning Yuan looked up to see Lu Xiaoxi staring at him with an expressionless face, uttering those words with perfect composure. She extended a black gold card. "Junior Ning Yuan, this is your campus card. I've already registered it for you." "Thank you, Senior." Ning Yuan was momentarily at a loss for words, instinctively taking the card and offering his thanks. So this Senior Lu wasn't just a bit slow-witted, she seemed genuinely clueless. No wonder she could say such things. Turns out she's lacking in emotional intelligence. They'd been secretly discussing someone's figure, only to be overheard by the person herself. Though the person in question didn't seem bothered, Ning Yuan couldn't stay any longer. He thanked them again, then hurriedly dragged Lin Junchen away. Lu Xiaoxi watched the pair gradually disappear into the distance, pushing her thick glasses up the bridge of her nose with her fingertips. Ning Yuan's profile data flashed rapidly through his mind. His physique shattered the limits of physical forging. Surpassed 2 ancient bloodlines to reach the pinnacle. The only student in 10,000 years of the Federation to gain admission to a top-tier academy with a mixed bloodline. He's incredibly handsome. Unfortunately, his future path would be fraught with challenges. Being a mixed blood comes with its share of troubles. Hey! Why are you dragging me along so fast? You haven't even asked Senior Lu for her contact info yet. Lin Junchen looked at Ning Yuan with confusion, unable to understand why he wasn't seizing the opportunity. Instead, he was rushing off in a hurry. Just shut up. Ning Yuan shot him a helpless look, utterly baffled at how he'd managed to survive this long. Was this the state of mind in the capital city? Not wanting to continue this conversation, he changed the subject. My campus card is ready. Is there anything I should be aware of while on campus? Lin Junchen's attention was successfully diverted by the question. Finally remembering his mission, he proceeded to brief Ning Yuan. As a top-tier institution, Yanhuang Academy actually imposes very few restrictions on students. As long as you don't fail any final exams each year, you're good. That's it? Ning Yuan asked, a hint of surprise in his voice. That's simple. Anyone who gets into a top-tier academy is a prodigy, right? They all have their own cultivation rhythms. If they encounter something they don't understand, they can always consult their mentors. The school offers a vast array of open courses, so no matter what knowledge gap they have, they can find a corresponding class. The school primarily guides students and provides resources. Just in terms of faculty, you can freely attend lectures by Secret Treasure Realm experts. And nearly every martial art and cultivation technique across the entire Federation is catalogued here. Students gain access to vast, scarce resources. Otherwise, why would everyone including the most prestigious families go to such lengths to secure admission to the top institutions? At this point, he paused and said mysteriously to Ning Yuan. But note it's primarily divided into 2 categories, free and paid. Chapter 76, Campus Credits, Investigating Old Xia. Free and paid? What does that mean? Ning Yuan asked, puzzled. Take our Yanhuang Academy as an example. The free offerings cover an extremely broad range. The previously mentioned open lectures are free, as are the cultivation of lower-tier martial arts and secret techniques, along with access to various supporting cultivation facilities. Though these already rank among the best perks in the Alliance. However, the most generous benefits offered by the Yanhuang Academy are not these. These complementary benefits alone were exceptional. Most top-tier academies didn't offer such perks. Yet Lin Junchen claimed these weren't the best perks, leaving Ning Yuan eager to hear what came next. At our Yanhuang Academy, you can even attend lectures by Grandmasters of Heaven and Earth. The entire Alliance's most elite cultivation techniques, martial arts, and secret arts are available for study here. Even scarce resources that are extremely difficult for wealthy families to obtain are allocated quotas within the academy, allowing you to freely exchange for them. All of this is accessible as long as you have sufficient credits. These are the paid programs. Ning Yuan couldn't help but feel astonished upon hearing this. He had heard about cultivation techniques from Old Xia before. Only the top academies possessed cultivation techniques capable of advancing a demonic body to 100% completion. But the other offerings? This was indeed the first time he'd heard of them. Take the lectures by celestial masters, for instance. One must understand that every celestial being had achieved complete unification of their internal and external energies, capable of influencing planets with their own magnetic fields. In ancient times, such beings would have been revered as gods or ancestors. Each lecture was no less significant than an official teaching ceremony. To be able to attend such lectures at a top-tier academy simply by spending credits. Such an opportunity would be unimaginable elsewhere. As for resources, well, the path of demonic martial arts is inseparable from them. Those scarce resources coveted by noble clans must be truly extraordinary. At this thought, Ning Yuan couldn't help but ask. If credits hold such immense value, how does one acquire them? Lin Junchen chuckled, pulling out a black gold campus card identical to Ning Yuan's. He said solemnly. Every freshman receives 100 credits upon enrollment. You should have them on your card now. There are also numerous other ways to earn credits. For instance, completing mentor courses, advancing cultivation levels, or mastering new martial arts techniques all yield credit rewards. Ning Yuan nodded. Even at a top academy, the primary focus was on students' cultivation and martial arts growth. Awarding credits based on cultivation and martial arts mastery made perfect sense. But relying solely on these base credits, it might take all 4 years of university to save up for a single top-tier cultivation technique. The primary source of credits remains participating in the academy's irregularly held events. If you perform well enough, you can absolutely earn massive amounts of points. Beyond that, the freshman tower climb, virtual space battles, and campus missions are all major avenues for earning credits. Lin Junchen finished his explanation in one breath, then slung his arm around Ning Yuan's shoulder. It's too late today. Tomorrow, I'll take you to the freshman tower climb. Right now, I'll show you the best of the capital's nightlife. Don't worry, everything's on me, bro. You won't be disappointed. Lin Junqian was extremely enthusiastic. Though Ning Yuan was also eager to observe the differences between the imperial capital and Weha City. But his mental energy had been severely depleted today, and his head still throbbed faintly. He could only reluctantly decline his kind offer. Brother Lin, I have some business to attend to at the library. Let's make plans for another time this time, I'll treat you. Lin Junqian asked curiously. What are you doing at the library this late at night? You know I'm from a remote little town like Weha. There's a lot I don't understand. Now that my citizenship level has risen, I want to learn more about the basics. Upon hearing Ning Yuan's explanation, he immediately gave him a thumbs up and praised. Brother Ning, you're truly extraordinary. Your first move upon arriving in the capital is to pursue learning. No wonder you got into Yanhuang University. Your drive alone puts you leagues ahead of me. With that, he didn't disturb Ning Yuan further. The two exchanged contact information. Agreeing to meet tomorrow to witness the freshman tower climb, Lin Junqian departed with a flourish. Ning Yuan followed the campus map of Yanhuang Academy, making his way to the library. The Yanhuang Academy library occupied an immense area, standing as one of its iconic structures. Open to students around the clock, it remained brightly lit even at night. Though classes hadn't yet begun, people constantly came and went through its doors. Ning Yuan swiped his campus card to open the security gate. He stepped into the spacious, well-lit library. Though many were engrossed in their books, the atmosphere remained exceptionally quiet, with no one disturbing one another. He glanced at the floor plan nearby. The map clearly delineated each section, allowing one to quickly locate what they needed. He didn't linger in sections like martial arts techniques or secret arts. He made his way straight to the reference section. He opened a light computer, logged into the Federation's official website, and typed 3 characters into the search bar. That's right. He was here to investigate Old Xie's records. Ever since learning his citizen privileges could be upgraded, he'd planned to use this opportunity to look into Old Xie's past. As his mentor on the path of demonic martial arts, Old Xie held a significant place in his heart. Ning Yuan would certainly look into his affairs later. It's good to learn about things in advance so you can plan ahead. As he clicked the search button, a dense wall of tiny text popped up. A line of red highlighted notes immediately caught his eye. Parolee. Imprisoned in Weha City. Extremely dangerous. Holy. What the hell did Old Xie do to get labeled as an extremely dangerous individual by the Federation? Scrolling down, Old Xie's detailed profile appeared. Xie Changhong. Native of Weha City, apprenticed under the martial arts lineage great sage Piguai Gate before enrolling in Yanhuang Academy. Single-handedly took on over 100 martial arts styles, fighting with ferocious techniques and remaining undefeated. At the National College All-Star Cup, he dominated elite fighters to claim the Scorching Sun title, earning the moniker Dominator Fist. Later served in the 7th Northwest Army Corps, participating in the Star-Illuminated Alien War and the Ancient Path Sweep Operation. Awarded the title of Federal First-Class Combat Hero, now revoked. Title of Gulo Pioneer, now revoked. War Soul Medal, now revoked. As more records surfaced. His exceptionally formidable combat record, along with countless battles and commendations for valor. Ning Yuan's eyes widened in astonishment. Old Xie was this formidable? He truly fought across all major schools without equal. He even claimed the title of Sunshine and became the dominant fist of his generation. This is a bona fide Federation combat hero. Then doubt clouded his expression. To have so many merits stripped away, what colossal mistake must Old Xie have made? He composed himself and continued scrolling down. Due to his grave errors, he triggered unrest within the Northwest Army, directly causing catastrophic losses. Damn it! Why did it stop? Ning Yuan, undeterred, clicked the details link, only to be met with an insufficient permissions message. This left him utterly frustrated, like watching a video only for the phone to freeze at the most crucial moment. And he still couldn't figure out what mistake he'd made. Citizen privilege levels were a military merit system established since the founding of the Federation. Ranging from level 10 to level 1. It determined residency rights, internet access depth, interstellar travel, and more. Students at top-tier universities held level 7 citizenship privileges. And that's still not enough? Well, citizen levels aren't easy to raise right now. Let's just move on to the next section. Below is a line of notes. This individual possesses formidable strength and is extremely dangerous. Though released on military bail to serve time in Weha City, they are bound by flesh shackles and have 12 forbidden-grade dragon confinement piles embedded. Monitor constantly. Flesh shackles? Absolute forbidden-grade dragon binding piles? Though no related records could be found, the very name sounded ominous. Recalling Old Xie's usual limping gait. Spending his own money at Red Romance didn't seem so infuriating anymore. Next time I get the chance, I'll help Old Xie break free from those shackles. After all, he was my master. Chapter 77, Newcomer's Tower Climb. Ning Yuan casually cleared his browsing history and shut down his light brain. He had no intention of looking at anything else. His mind still felt a bit foggy, so he decided to rest first. Turning away from the library, he walked toward the gates of Yanhuang Academy. Before coming to the imperial capital, Zhang Mingxue had given him a key to a villa. She told him to stay there. The residence was located near the Yanhuang Academy. Following the address on his phone, Ning Yuan soon arrived at an upscale villa district. But before he could enter, he was stopped by security. After all, he was a stranger here, having never visited before. "Hello, are you here to visit a friend?" Despite his burly appearance, the security guard was surprisingly courteous. This was a top-tier villa district backed by the prestigious Yanhuang Academy. Even the security guards weren't the type to look down on people. Moreover, it was currently the start of the academic year at Yanhuang Academy. They wouldn't dare offend a young man of Ning Yuan's age. What if he was a student from Yanhuang Academy visiting a friend? Handle it poorly, and they could lose their jobs. "Hold on, I'm here to check in. My friend's place is in this building. The apartment is in Central Villa District, Block E, Building 7. Ning Yuan quickly provided the property details and pulled out his phone. He found Zhang Mingxue's contact information and dialed her number. "I'll call the owner and have her speak with you." Beep. The call connected quickly, and Zhang Mingxue's cheerful voice came through. "Xiao Yuan, you're already in the capital? Did Lin Junchen pick you up from the airport?" "Sister Shui, I arrived a while ago. Lin Junchen was great, he guided me all the way to register at Yanhuan University. I'm calling to ask you to tell the security guard so I can enter the compound to rest." Ning Yuan explained into the phone. "Alright, hand your phone to the guard. I'll speak with him." Ning Yuan extended his phone toward the gatekeeper. The moment Ning Yuan mentioned coming to register at Yanhuan University, the guard instinctively lowered his posture. Seeing the phone offered before him, he first smiled and nodded at Ning Yuan. Then he took the phone with both hands and answered it. Alright. After a few brief exchanges, he returned the phone. Ning Yuan picked up the phone and chatted casually with Zhang Mingxue for a few moments. After repeatedly assuring Zhang Mingxue he wouldn't go out fooling around with Lin Junchen, he hung up. "Sorry, I got a bit carried away. Can I go in now?" Ning Yuan asked the security guard who had been waiting nearby. "Of course. The owner said you're now a resident of this complex. You can come and go as you please from now on." With that, he straightened his back, saluted Ning Yuan, and opened the side gate. "Thank you." Ning Yuan thanked him and stepped inside the complex. The guard maintained his salute, smiling as he watched Ning Yuan depart. Only when Ning Yuan's figure vanished from sight did he finally relax, murmuring to himself. Damn it, not only is he a top student at Yanhuang Academy, but he gets to live in a place owned by a beauty like Zhang Mingxue. What a lucky bastard. He's got it made. He recognized Zhang Mingxue, a textbook example of a wealthy, beautiful woman from the capital. To afford a villa near Yanhuang Academy in the capital required not only astronomical alliance currency but also incredibly deep connections. Living with a goddess of that caliber? He dared not even dream of it. Ning Yuan quickly located the villa in Building 7 of Zone E. Without hesitation, he pulled out his key and unlocked the door. The moment he stepped through the doorway, the lights throughout the entire villa automatically illuminated. Ning Yuan surveyed the villa's interior layout, looking for a room to rest. He discovered it had 3 full floors, each containing several rooms. He wondered which room Zhang Mingxue usually occupied. He randomly selected a side room, sniffed around, and detected no trace of Zhang Mingxue's scent. Ning Yuan settled in. Lying on the bed, he didn't even activate his dream space before falling into a deep sleep. The next morning, Ning Yuan, who had risen long ago, took a leisurely bath. After a night's rest, the mental energy he had expended had fully recovered. He felt no lingering discomfort. Standing by the window with damp hair, he pulled a bottle of energy drink straight from the fridge and downed it in one gulp. He hadn't noticed yesterday how close this villa district was to the Yanhuang Academy. He could even see the academy's teaching buildings from his window. Not only did this villa come with its own swimming pool, the building itself covered at least several hundred square meters and with 3 floors. The actual usable space was at least 1,000 square meters. It must cost a fortune to buy. This Zhang Mingxue is truly a top-tier wealthy woman. Recalling yesterday's arrangement with Lin Junchen to climb the tower together today. After dressing neatly, Ning Yuan stepped out the door. After greeting the gatekeeper at the villa compound in trance, the same one from yesterday, he walked directly toward Yanhuang Academy. From a distance, Ning Yuan spotted Lin Junchen, decked out in sequins, leaning flamboyantly against his silver-white flying shuttle. He kept scanning the passing beauties, occasionally waving greetings. Though he seemed unreliable, the guy had actually arrived earlier than him. "Brother Lin, you're here so early. I wasn't feeling well yesterday, so I got up a bit late." Ning Yuan approached to greet him first. After all, he owed an explanation for making others wait. "Hey, I got up early? More like my nightlife just wrapped up, so I swung by to check things out." Lin Junchen didn't seem bothered at all, instead boasting about his nocturnal schedule. He pulled Ning Yuan closer and said with a lecherous grin, Heh, it's back to school season at Yanhuang Academy. There are tons of beauties showing up for registration this morning. These are Yanhuang Academy's hand-picked students, each one a top-tier beauty. What if one of them takes a fancy to me? Ning Yuan finally figured out this guy was here to pick up girls. He spent every waking moment either chasing girls or on his way to chase them. Ning Yuan couldn't fathom how he'd even gotten into the academy. Though he thought this, his body followed suit, with Lin Junchen leaning against the shuttle. You know what? He'd picked a pretty good spot. It was summer, and the girls were dressed rather lightly. Those snow-white legs were particularly dazzling. Ah! The essence of youth. Lin Junchen took a deep breath and exclaimed with profound emotion. Ning Yuan shot him a glance, then remarked with a hint of exasperation. Youth? More like the scent of hormones. Brother Ning is absolutely right, youth is nothing but brimming with hormones. Lin Junchen was overjoyed, completely missing Ning Yuan's sarcasm and instead wholeheartedly agreeing. Brother Lin, weren't we here today to witness the freshman's tower climb? Ning Yuan sighed in resignation. You reminded me, let's go. I'll take you right now. Lin Junchen slapped his forehead and led Ning Yuan into the Yanhuang Academy grounds. As they walked, he explained. This freshman tower climb is essentially a tower scaling challenge. Only freshmen who haven't attained true seed cultivation are eligible, hence the name Freshman Tower Climb. Each cleared level grants corresponding credits, 100 for the first level, 200 for the second, all the way up to 800 credits for the 8th level. If you conquer the 9th level, you gain direct access to learn a top-tier cultivation technique. Exchanging credits for such a technique would cost at least 10,000. This is the easiest way for freshmen to earn credits and gain access to top-tier cultivation techniques. Chapter 78, Virtual Battle Arena, First Tower Ascent. As they spoke, they soon arrived at a spacious hall. Are you sure this is where we climb the tower? Ning Yuan stood at the entrance, glancing at the bustling crowd within the hall with confusion. Where was the tower? You don't get it, do you? This is where the climb happens. We all enter the virtual space to ascend the tower. Lin Junchen chuckled, tugging Ning Yuan deeper into the hall. They approached a massive light computer. Take out your campus card and swipe it. Ning Yuan nodded, took out his campus card, and swiped it over the reader. Beep. A mechanical voice sounded. Please enter the virtual combat pod to complete your physical data scan. Lin Junchen pulled Ning Yuan toward an empty virtual combat pod. Since it's your first time climbing the tower, you need to undergo a physical data scan first. Ning Yuan lay down inside the virtual combat pod, which somewhat resembled the testing pods used during the college entrance exams. However, it was larger and appeared far more sophisticated and high-tech. Lin Junchen waited nearby while Ning Yuan underwent the scan, taking the opportunity to explain the pod's functions. Several people greeted him along the way, indicating he was well known among the crowd. The virtual combat pod's functions were broadly divided into two types: virtual arena combat and tower climbing. In virtual arena battles, demon warriors of the same generation fought fairly. They could wager combat credits or exchange techniques. Players could also be randomly matched with opponents to earn combat points, advance in rank, and climb the leaderboards. This system allowed participants to earn credit rewards. Tower climbing served as a strength test, open only to students who hadn't yet reached the true seed realm. Forget about the virtual arena battles for now. Those are mostly true seed realm fighters battling for rankings and promotions. We'd just get crushed if we joined. Lin Junchen explained. So our main focus should be completing the freshman tower climb first. We need to secure a spot to learn top-tier cultivation techniques before the semester starts. What's the strength level like in the first 9 floors? Ning Yuan also wanted to test his own strength first. Clear the 9th floor before the semester starts and secure a chance to learn top-tier cultivation techniques? Only you would say something like that. Just as the two were talking, a loud, boisterous voice echoed through the air. Suddenly appearing was a tall, muscular young man with 2 massive fangs protruding from his mouth. Old Bai? Lin Junchen exclaimed in surprise. You made it too. This is my brother, Ning Yuan. He introduced the newcomer, then turned to Ning Yuan. This is my high school friend, Bai Junyan. He joined the Tianheng dojo and is also from our Yanhuang Academy. He's a real combat enthusiast. Hello, Lin. I heard you cleared the 9th level, you must be incredibly strong. Let's spar sometime. Bai Junyan extended his hand with a wide grin. Only, the 2 fangs protruding from his mouth didn't exactly inspire friendliness. Ning Yuan smiled back and replied. Sure thing, definitely. This Tianheng dojo, who knew if old Xia had beaten them? This top-tier academy was no exception. In the future, he would encounter more and more disciples from various Dao fields. Just as he was about to sit down and chat with the two, his friend called out his name from a short distance away. With a sigh, he can only say, Lin, Ning, let's talk again next time. After saying goodbye, he hurried off to meet his friends. Old Bai, got another friend? A man with animal ears teased with a playful smile. You really do have friends everywhere. Bai Junyan scratched his head and said, Friends? As long as we get along and enjoy each other's company, that's all that matters. The guy just now was Lin Junchen from Imperial Capital First High, and there's also Ning Yuan who passed the entrance exam from the lower ranks. Want me to introduce you? Lin Junchen is truly extraordinary. He's already been named one of the 10 rising stars of this year's Yanhuang Academy. Even counting those 3 Chaos Bloodline powerhouses, he'd still rank in the top 5. The beast-eared man paused here, his brow furrowing. He too was a member of the Tianheng Dao field. But this Ning Yuan, doesn't that name sound familiar to you? Bai Junyan shrugged indifferently. I don't recall it myself. I only just met him. But if Lin Junchen is discussing clearing the 9th layer with him, he must be quite powerful. By the way, have you made any progress in your cultivation? The beast-eared man scoffed. None of this year's freshmen had managed to clear the 9th level yet. Even Lin Junchen was stuck on the 8th layer. How could this Ning Yuan, who seemed to have sprung up from some obscure corner, possibly make it? He was probably just trying to comfort his friend. He didn't elaborate, merely replying. Yes, I've gained some insights into martial arts recently. I feel confident enough to challenge the 8th layer. I should be able to hold out for 3 minutes and pass the test. Wonder who'll be the first to clear the 9th level today. The 9th level? All the passers over the years have just managed to hold out for 3 minutes by taking shortcuts. Whoever becomes the first to clear it doesn't really matter. The beast-eared man shook his head. I wonder how powerful the gatekeeper of the 9th layer truly is. With so many newcomers emerging each year, even those with chaos bloodlines can only pass by exploiting loopholes. Bai Junyan sighed with emotion. The beast-eared man replied, once I sneak past the 8th gate, I'll see for myself. We'll see which one of us reaches the 9th layer first. At this moment, Ning Yuan had roughly grasped the meaning of the 9 tiers from Lin Junchen's explanation. The first layer corresponds to the physical strength of a mixed bloodline, coupled with mastery of one perfected martial skill. The second tier corresponds to ordinary bloodlines. Layers 1 through 7 corresponded to chaotic bloodlines. The 7th layer is the chaos bloodline, but what about the 8th and 9th layers? Ning Yuan asked in confusion. The 8th layer still pertains to the physical strength of the chaos bloodline, but it involves mastering more martial arts techniques, with martial arts skills reaching the peak of the body-mind realm. At this point, he seemed somewhat wistful as he continued. On the path of demonic martial arts, martial techniques are paramount. Some noble families even have their children lay foundations before awakening, teaching them the fundamental principles of various combat styles. Once the child awakens, they can swiftly master martial arts, leveraging over a decade of foundational cultivation. Upon reaching the forging body realm, some can even break through to the enlightened mind tier. He pointed at himself and continued. I'm merely an ancient bloodline, yet I still cleared the 8th layer. As for the 9th layer, he grinned cheekily. You'll have to experience it yourself. That arena guardian is modeled after a real person's data. It'll definitely give you a huge surprise. Just then, a mechanical voice sounded in Ning Yuan's ear. Body scan complete. Data generated. Proceed to virtual combat space? Upon hearing the scan completion prompt, Lin Junchen nodded at Ning Yuan and gave him a thumbs-up gesture. Enter the virtual combat space. As soon as Ning Yuan spoke, the virtual combat pod's hatch descended, fully enclosing him. Lin Junchen watched the indicator lights illuminate on the pod door, his fingers rubbing his chin. Wonder how far brother Ning will get on his first attempt. Let him struggle a bit first. I'll show him the shortcuts later. Ha ha. Sorry, bro. Who told you that senior said you're better looking than me? Chapter 79, The 9th Floor Defender. Welcome to the virtual battle arena. A mechanical voice echoed in his ears. Ning Yuan's consciousness entered another virtual realm, somewhat akin to a dreamscape, yet he could feel his physical body present. Before him stood a dilapidated arena. Measuring over 100 meters in length and width, its surface was pockmarked with deep gashes and indentations from blows, as if it had witnessed countless battles. The air seemed thick with the lingering scent of blood and sweat. Select your weapon. Spear. Ning Yuan's spear skills now surpassed his fist techniques. First tier, countdown 59. Ning Yuan flexed his muscles. This body felt remarkably similar to his real one. It was far superior to the flesh generated during the college entrance exam test, and the connection to his spirit was exceptionally tight. He couldn't fathom how it had been replicated. Spotting the demonic martial artist appearing nearby, Ning Yuan charged straight at it. One spear thrust. A single spear thrust ended the battle. Then the second layer, the third layer. The instant kills continued all the way to the 7th layer. His current strength far surpassed what it had been during the college entrance exams. Already bearing the bloodline of chaos, he had undergone the forging and reforging of supreme arcane arts. Now, with the recent gifts from the 4 divine beings and the 4 great attributes bestowed upon him, his physical fortitude had long surpassed the limits of the chaos bloodline. The 7th layer demonic martial artist hadn't even caught sight of Ning Yuan before a spear pierced him clean through. The 8th layer presented some trouble for Ning Yuan. His martial arts prowess had surged dramatically, placing him at the peak of body-mind cultivation alongside Ning Yuan. Previously, this might have put him under some pressure. But now, he crushed him outright with sheer physical might. Employing an overwhelmingly numerical approach, he dispatched the opponent with just 3 thrusts. Finally, he reached the 9th layer. I hope the 9th layer has some surprises in store for me. Ning Yuan murmured to himself as the illusory figure of the demonic martial artist faded away. The 9th layer. A figure materialized once more. Upon seeing the figure that appeared in the center of the arena, Ning Yuan's pupils instantly dilated. The man appeared to be around his age, standing tall and straight, with a face like a lion or tiger. His golden hair danced wildly atop his head, radiating an air of unrestrained freedom. The moment he appeared, the entire world seemed to revolve around him. That unrestrained arrogance, that unparalleled audacity to subdue heaven and earth. As if dominance and audacity were carved into his very bones. Merely standing there, with a smile that looked down on everything, his body radiating a boiling, domineering fist intended said it all. As the countdown began, Ning Yuan drew a deep breath. The overwhelming aura of dominance swept toward him, carrying a suffocating pressure that relentlessly strained every nerve. It sent an electric thrill through him, his flesh and blood seemed to roar with excitement, his body temperature rising involuntarily. This was an exceptionally formidable opponent. He raised his spear, but before he could launch his attack, what met him was a simple, unadorned straight punch. Seemingly simple, without the slightest variation, the fist nonetheless filled the entire space. There was nowhere to dodge, he could only meet it head-on. Ning Yuan's spear had barely swung halfway through its arc before he could only struggle to defend. A fist carrying the roar of wind and thunder shattered the spear's defense, crashing into Ning Yuan's chest. Thud! A domineering fist intent exploded within his chest. The next moment, Ning Yuan felt his blood surge upward, darkness clouding his vision. He had never encountered such a savage attack. It felt as though his chest was being chiseled through. Before he could react, the next fist was already upon him. Faster, fiercer, heavier. Damn it! Old Xie! Ning Yuan jolted awake from the virtual combat pod, cursing aloud. When the challenger first appeared, Ning Yuan hadn't guessed it was Old Xie. After all, Old Xie was now utterly despondent, long gone was that arrogant, overconfident demeanor. But after 3 punches landed, he knew for certain. The challenger was indeed Old Xie. The intent behind those punches was identical to what Old Xie had unleashed the day Ning Yuan left Weha City. Damn it, Old Xie was this fierce in his youth. Could he still be hiding something? 3 punches. Just 3 punches, and Lao Xie had shattered his dream of reaching the summit. To put it nicely, he took all 3 punches head-on. In reality, he hadn't even had time to react before being beaten one-sidedly. His gunplay looked like a child's game against Old Xie's fists riddled with holes, utterly defenseless. He didn't even get a chance to fight back. Old bastard, just you wait, I'll crush you. He wanted to try again. He'd been too careless earlier, otherwise, with his physique, he wouldn't have been defeated so quickly. But the voice in his ear announced he'd have to wait 24 hours before challenging again. With no other choice, he reluctantly exited the virtual combat pod. The moment the hatch opened, Lin Junshin's smug face appeared. So, how far did you get? He grinned smugly, his question tinged with impatience. The 9th floor. Seriously, has anyone actually cleared the 9th floor? Ning Yuan asked doubtfully. Even he wasn't sure he could clear the 9th floor. Could someone really defeat Old Xie? The 9th floor? So you made it past the 8th? Lin Junshin's expression shifted slightly. He'd originally thought Ning Yuan would be lucky to reach the 8th floor. From the moment he began his challenge until its conclusion, a mere 10 minutes had passed. Subtracting preparation time, that left just 1 minute before he entered the 9th layer. Did that mean he'd swept through the first 8 layers in an instant? He considered himself quite skilled, ranking among the top freshmen at Yanhuang Academy. He had struggled hard to get past the 8th level and only fell at the 9th. Didn't that mean he wouldn't last more than a few moves against Ning Yuan? He had reached the 9th level by mastering martial arts techniques to the level of enlightenment. What did he have to rely on? Right, what's the problem? Ning Yuan was puzzled by Lin Junshin's question. Hadn't he made himself clear earlier? Nothing, no problem. Lin Junshin awkwardly wiped his brow. He'd intended to surprise Ning Yuan, but instead ended up startling himself. Oh, and of course I can clear the 9th level. Not only do freshmen pass it every year, but I've been practicing secret techniques these past few days. I'm confident I'll clear the 9th level soon too. He couldn't afford to lose points, and anyway, he hadn't lied. He was practicing a secret footwork technique. Once mastered, he could dodge and evade his way through the 3 minutes, a clever shortcut to clearing it. After all, that's how everyone has done it over the years. Awesome! Ning Yuan perked up, giving Lin Junshin a thumbs up. He never expected this new brother to be so strong, you couldn't sense it at all from his aura. The imperial capital truly lived up to its reputation as a gathering place for the Federation's prodigies. Every student from the top academies was formidable. Well, don't be discouraged. That guy on the 9th level had some incredible encounters in his youth. His martial arts skills are just absurdly high. Some have analyzed that not only is his physique far beyond ordinary, but his martial arts skills have reached at least the peak of the Mingxin realm. He's just one step away from igniting the divine within his heart. It's his cultivation that's holding him back from achieving the realm of martial arts enlightenment. Lin Junqian felt a twinge of guilt and, fearing Ning Yuan might be discouraged, immediately offered reassurance. Ning Yuan's eyes lit up. Old Xie being that powerful was something he could prepare for mentally. But if someone had managed to break through, it proved this wasn't an inescapable trap. Physically, he now far surpassed Old Xie. The key lay in martial techniques. He was only at the peak of body-mind cultivation, with ample room for improvement. This was his first defeat since beginning martial training, and it gave him a new goal. To defeat Old Xie. To wash away the shame of the three fists. Martial arts techniques. That was the only thing he needed to improve upon now. After sorting through his thoughts, Ning Yuan immediately climbed out of the virtual combat pod, heading to the library to borrow martial arts manuals. Who is Ning Yuan? Just then, a brazen voice rang out from nearby. Chapter 80, The Shame of Yinhuang. Who is Ning Yuan? The arrogant voice made Ning Yuan frown. Trouble was already coming his way. Were the successors of martial arts sects moving this fast? Who the hell are you? What do you want with my brother? Lin Junqian, standing nearby, was about to intervene and inform Ning Yuan of a clever shortcut. Suddenly hearing someone pick a fight with Ning Yuan, his arrogance surpassed even the challengers. He cursed viciously while glaring fiercely at the other. Damn it! You little punk, you! Not far away, a burly man with a face full of fleshy bulges and black horns resembling some insect on his head approached, pointing a finger at Lin Junqian, ready to unleash a tirade. But someone beside him pulled him back, whispering something in his ear. His expression abruptly shifted. The fierce glare faded, replaced by a fawning look. He apologized to Lin Junqian with a touch of flattery. Brother Lin, don't misunderstand. I was talking about that little bastard Ning Yuan. Lin Junqian's expression darkened slightly. Watching the man's abrupt shift from arrogance to servility, he spat out with disgust. Who the hell are you calling Brother Lin? I don't have a brother as ugly as you. Let me tell you, Ning Yuan is my brother. You? He was about to say more, but Ning Yuan cut him off. I am Ning Yuan. Ning Yuan stepped forward, his voice calm. He wanted to see why this man had come. You're Ning Yuan? That half-breed good for nothing? The man's expression changed instantly upon seeing Ning Yuan. His fleshy cheeks twitched as he pointed at Ning Yuan and shouted. You, a mixed-blood waste, dare to attend Yinhuang University? Study in the same school as us? Do you realize it's because of you that our school is mocked by other institutions? You've brought shame upon everyone here. You're nothing but a disgrace to Yinhuang University. I advise you to quietly withdraw and crawl back to your rural hometown, you filthy country mutt. As he yelled, the surrounding crowd gradually gathered around, drawn by the spectacle. After all, gawking at trouble is human nature. When they learned Ning Yuan was the target, murmurs erupted. I've heard the rumors spreading outside they're calling our Yinhuang Academy a dumping ground for trash. Because of him, I feel inferior whenever I go out now. I don't even dare say I'm from Yinhuang Academy. Exactly. Who knows what the school was thinking, admitting a mongrel like him. Zhou Jiao listened to the murmurs around him, a smirk curling his lips. This was precisely the effect he wanted. The moment he heard someone mention Ning Yuan's name, he thought of this disgrace to Yinhuang. So before anyone else noticed, he made his move first, racking up a ton of reputation points, a huge advantage for joining a club later on. Meanwhile, Lin Junqian's expression darkened considerably. He had never inquired about Ning Yuan's bloodline and cared little whether he was a half-blood or anything else. Not only was Ning Yuan the person Sister Shui and the others had taken a liking to, instructing him to look after him well. He himself had gotten along well with Ning Yuan, sharing a comfortable rapport. After 2 days, he had already considered him a friend. Now someone had the audacity to insult his friend to his face. You're asking for it. Anyone who dares speak ill of my brother again can come fight me on the stage. Lin Junqian's thunderous roar instantly silenced all murmurs, plunging the scene into temporary stillness. Seeing this, Zhou Jia's face darkened as he growled under his breath. Lin Junqian, don't think being one of the 10 sons of Yinhuang means you're untouchable. I'm with who cheating he's one of the 10 sons too. Zhou Jia's words reignited the crowd, and murmurs erupted once more. What's this 10 sons of Yinhuang? Never heard of them. Bro, have you been living under a rock? You don't know the 10 sons of Yinhuang? They're the 10 strongest freshmen of this year's Yinhuang Academy, jointly selected by major institutions. It's a highly prestigious honor. Both Lin Junqian and Hu Cheating made the list. Lin at number 5, Hu at number 3. And Hu? He's a chaos bloodline. Have you forgotten about Ning Yuan? In this year's selection, our Yinhuang Academy earned the title 10 Sons and 1 Shame. Ning Yuan happens to be that one shame, the shame of Yinhuang. Zhou Jiao listened to the surrounding murmurs, feeling utterly delighted. Now that the crowd's emotions had been stirred, even Lin Junchen wouldn't dare stand against everyone. Now was the perfect moment to strike, when he could reap the greatest rewards. Ning Yuan, you disgrace of Yanhuan. Are you only good at hiding behind others? Did you get your spot this way? Furious, Lin Junchen's face flushed crimson. Forgetting school regulations, he rolled up his sleeves, ready to strike. Just as he was about to strike, someone grabbed his arm. He turned to see. Ning Yuan shook his head at him and said, "Brother Lin, I'll handle this myself." Seeing Ning Yuan's serious expression, Lin Junchen suddenly slapped his forehead. He had witnessed Ning Yuan break through to the 9th layer with his own eyes, no shortcuts, just pure, unadulterated skill. His strength surpassed his own, why should he bother meddling? That idiot Zhou Jia had really gotten under his skin, dumbing him down. Ning Yuan strode forward, addressing Zhou Jia, who was still babbling on. "Stop your endless babbling. Get on the stage. The loser gets kicked out of school." Zhou Jia froze at Ning Yuan's sudden words, then beamed with delight. He hadn't expected Ning Yuan to lose his cool so quickly. He hadn't counted on succeeding on the first try. He'd planned to harass Ning Yuan repeatedly, forcing him to abandon his cultivation until he voluntarily withdrew. But now he'd taken the bait. With immediate glee, he replied. "Fine. You said it, the loser leaves school. Remember your own words. As the shame of Yanhuang, it's your honor to face me. My name is..." Some random nobody's name? I couldn't care less. He tried to say more, but Ning Yuan cut him off. His incessant chatter had already grated on Ning Yuan's nerves. He strode straight toward the virtual combat pod, determined to swiftly dispose of this annoying fly. "Oomph. Talk tough now, but soon I'll crush your bones." Zhou Jia's face darkened. He'd been hoping to make a name for himself, but Ning Yuan had cut him off. But no matter. Win this match, kick him out of Yanhuang Academy, and he'd still become a star. With that thought, he hurriedly climbed into the virtual combat pod. Ning Yuan lay in the combat pod, about to enter the virtual arena, when Lin Junchen's voice suddenly reached his ears. "Brother Ning, beat the crap out of him. Really beat him up." Ning Yuan smiled knowingly and nodded at him. Then he stepped directly into the virtual arena. As both combatants entered the virtual arena, the crowd that had been gathered around watching the spectacle scattered in an instant. They rushed toward the nearest virtual combat pods. Virtual arena matches allowed spectators to watch. They had to join the excitement. Nothing beat watching the action unfold right before their eyes. In an instant, the entire hall descended into chaos. Relying on his superior strength, Lin Junchen snatched one and dove straight inside. "Ning brothers, I'm here to cheer you on." Chapter 81, Credit Bet Battle, Shut That Smug Mouth. The virtual arena slowly materialized, not much different from the one used for tower climbing. The only difference was the addition of numerous spectator seats. Zhou Jia glanced at the already packed stands and smiled with great satisfaction. These were the very spectators who would witness him rid the Yanhuang realm of its scourge. His future fame depended on them. Overjoyed, he typed out Ning Yuan's name to issue a challenge. He couldn't wait to begin his performance. "Your credits are insufficient to challenge this opponent." What? How could it say insufficient credits? Normal arena battles shouldn't require credits either. He immediately opened Ning Yuan's battle request and discovered Ning Yuan had activated the wager mode. And he'd bet a whopping 3,600 credits. He had only cleared the 7th floor of the tower and was stuck on the 8th, currently holding just 2,800 credits. The 800 credit gap made it impossible for him to challenge Ning Yuan. Damn it! Where did he get so many credits? It must be Lin Junchen lending them to him, trying to use this tactic to prevent him from challenging him. His face darkened. This battle had to be fought. In that case, he'd win back the credits Lin Junchen had lent him, gaining both fame and fortune. He immediately opened his friends list and began borrowing credits from his contacts. When his friends learned Ning Yuan had set up a wager, they readily lent him credits. Seriously, this was a surefire win. The disgrace of Yanhuang, a half-breed good for nothing. Who could possibly beat him? As the credits arrived, Zhou Jia decisively issued the challenge. Ning Yuan's figure slowly materialized at the center of the arena, standing motionless with empty hands. Countdown began, 59. You borrowed quite a few credits from Lin Junchen, didn't you? Think that'll stop me? How naive. Taking advantage of the countdown, Zhou Jia launched into another verbal assault. The loser gets expelled. Then they won't need credits anymore, right? Ning Yuan responded with a mere, Zhou Jia froze, then burst into a savage laugh. The jet-black horns on his head grew even more terrifying. His mouth stretched back nearly to his ears, revealing a row of greenish-tinged teeth. The exaggerated curve even exposed the tip of his uvula. Then I'll gladly accept the credits you're offering. He strode forward, muscles trembling like granite slabs piled upon each other. Beneath his skin, sharp ridges formed, creating an armor-like texture reminiscent of a beetle's exoskeleton. I am the ancient bloodline, the mighty rhinoceros beetle. The jet black horn atop his head glowed with an eerie light, like an inky prism coating his body in a matte, frosted black sheen. His already towering frame surged in size once more, bones cracking and popping as he transformed into a colossal black statue. The victor who emerged from hundreds of thousands of competitors in the fiercely contested metropolis. The moment the countdown ended, Zhou form abruptly blurred. A black line sliced through space, materializing behind Ning Yuan in an instant. Only then did the shattered fragments of the stage he had crushed scatter, piercing through the lingering afterimage left by his blinding speed. Remember this. His long simmering momentum surged to its peak. His arm, gleaming with a metallic sheen, drew back like a steel bowstring, taut and rigid. In the next instant, the arm swung down with the force to cleave mountains and shatter peaks, crashing viciously toward Ning Yuan's completely unguarded back of the head. The fist tore through the air with a piercing sonic boom, its turbulent wake swirling into a white vortex. Yet Ning Yuan, seemingly unfazed, remained utterly motionless. Just as the fist was about to strike the back of his head, he barely managed to turn around. He leaned back, then slammed forward with all his might. He actually met that earth-shattering punch head-on with his forehead. My name is, A fist as large as a human head slammed into Ning Yuan's forehead, producing a dull thud like a sledgehammer striking a mountain. The air, compressed to its limit, exploded violently, the powerful shockwave blowing the strands of hair on his forehead straight up. Yet his seemingly fragile skull proved as unbreakable as bronze or iron. Instead, it shattered the bones in Zhou hand with a cracking sound, twisting his entire arm into an unnatural angle. The pain made him scream out loud. How is this possible? My bones. Before he could finish, a massive hand clamped down on his twisted arm. Ning Yuan lifted his head, grinning widely to reveal teeth as white as bone. I've put up with you long enough. His muscles tensed explosively. Grabbing the arm, he hoisted the solid, bronze statue-like body overhead and slammed it hard into the ground. Boom! The body, weighing over several tons, slammed onto the stage with a deafening roar. The earth cracked like a spider web, sending shards of rock flying everywhere. Once. And again. Ning Yuan hoisted him up, swinging him like a heavy hammer and smashing him into the ground with frenzied force, leaving behind one deep, human-shaped crater after another. You've been buzzing around like a fly, whining non-stop. Ning Yuan's massive hand reached toward Zhou head, gripping his black horn. His palm slowly tightened, muscles bulging high on his arm as veins pulsed like great dragons. Snap! The entire horn snapped clean off under the immense force, revealing a ghastly white bone splinter. He casually tossed the revolting horn aside. Someone told me to beat the crap out of you. Ning Yuan clenched his fist, delivering punch after punch to the man's dark, swollen mouth. Teeth shattered, palm-sized fangs flying everywhere. Dark green blood splattered everywhere. Zhou lay motionless on the ground, his eyes vacant, no longer able to utter a sound. Because your mouth is foul and full of. Ning Yuan uttered his final words. His fist accelerated suddenly, unleashing unmatched force against the blood-soaked, mangled blood mouth. His entire skull exploded like an overripe watermelon. A layer of dark green blood splattered across the entire stage. He was finally free. Congratulations on your victory in this match. Your wager of 36,000 credits has been credited to your account. Please verify. Hearing the mechanical voice in his ear, Ning Yuan felt elated. The crushing defeat from being shattered by 3 punches had vanished completely. Thank goodness some idiot came along to let off steam. He could definitely do more of this kind of thing. It was satisfying and profitable. Watching the corpse slowly vanish on the ground, Ning Yuan exited the virtual combat space. The spectator stands had been as quiet as the dead, but the moment Ning Yuan departed, a thunderous roar erupted. Holy! Am I a mongrel? Zhou's strength is above average, yet he got hammered to pieces like that. If he's the shame of Yanhuan, what does that make us? It wasn't just crushed, it was a one-sided slaughter. Easier than an adult beating a kid. Ning Yuan looks so clean-cut and sunny, but how can he fight so brutally? I couldn't even breathe during that match. Too brutal. I'll never mess with him again. Lin Junchen, too, was startled by Ning Yuan's brutal fighting style. Then he felt immense pride for his friend. Ha! This is my brother Ning Yuan. Let's see who dares call him a disgrace to the Yanhuan people now. Ning Yuan's strength is so overwhelming, he's truly surpassing me. From now on, it won't be me looking out for him, he'll be the one protecting me. Ha ha! He'd been under someone's wing his entire life. Having a big brother to look up to isn't so bad. With that thought, he hurriedly exited the virtual combat space. First, he needed to formally recognize this guy as his big brother. When he needed favors in the future, the big brother wouldn't refuse. Chapter 82, The Academic Landscape, Clubs Abound. When Lin Junchen emerged from the virtual combat pod, he found Ning Yuan already waiting nearby. He quickly stood up, gave Ning Yuan a hug, and exclaimed excitedly, "Big bro, you were so fierce. Especially when you shut that guy's mouth, you were absolutely badass." Ning Yuan looked at Lin Junchen in surprise, puzzled. Why the sudden brother? Aren't we already brothers? Lin Junchen chuckled. Big brother, brothers help each other out. But a big brother? Not only does he help, he's gotta have my back. When I get into trouble, you step in and smooth things over for me. How great is that? Hearing this, Ning Yuan felt both amused and exasperated. It sounded a bit like some gangster logic. He sighed helplessly. Stop calling me big brother. You've helped me plenty too. If you need anything, I'll definitely step in. In the end, after Lin Junshin insisted strongly, he stopped calling him big brother and simply called him brother Ning. That seemed to satisfy both of them. In the virtual combat pods nearby, spectating students began exiting one after another. But Zhou Jia remained nowhere to be seen. Finally, his friend opened the virtual combat pod and pulled him out. Though this virtual combat was merely a projection of consciousness, the sense of reality and exhaustion brought on by death remained overwhelmingly intense. Zhou Jia was clearly overwhelmed by the mental shock and hadn't regained his senses yet. Ning Yuan approached, noticing Zhou Jia's dazed and vacant expression. Grabbing his friend by the arm, he warned, "It won't do him any good to play dumb. When he comes to, make sure to tell him to get the hell out of this academy. Otherwise, every time I see him, I'll beat him up." His friend flinched as Ning Yuan grabbed him. Recalling Ning Yuan's brutal fighting style moments ago and Zhou Jia's pitiful state. Terrified, he didn't even hear what Ning Yuan said. Instinctively, he blurted out, "Don't hit me. I'll tell you I'm with who cheating too. My boss won't let you get away with this." Ning Yuan frowned slightly. Everyone claimed to have a big brother these days, playing the gangster game. Seeing Ning Yuan frown, the man momentarily thought Ning Yuan was about to strike. He scrambled backward in panic. Seeing this, Ning Yuan couldn't be bothered to engage him further, merely leaving behind a single sentence. "If he won't let me off, then I'll just wait for him." With that, he and Lin Junshin strode off. He had martial arts to hone, no time for childish games. As the two stepped out of the hall, people instinctively parted to make way for him. The overwhelming pressure emanating from Ning Yuan was palpable, as if the wild aura of battle still lingered on him. The brutal and savage scene of that battle was still vividly etched in everyone's minds. It made people dare not approach. Not far away, the beast-eared man swallowed hard and nudged Bai Junyan, who stood beside him in a daze, with his elbow. "Old Bai, your new friend seems a bit fierce. I just remembered something. You know why his name sounded familiar to me today?" Only then did Bai Junyan snap out of his daze, asking in surprise, "Why? Did you also see that 10 sons, 1 shame thing? Wait, I just remembered our faction's new mission. We're supposed to take down one guy completely. His name is Ning Yuan, from Weha City." The beast-eared man finished speaking and unconsciously exchanged a glance with Bai Junyan. "Holy crap! Disable Ning Yuan at all costs. This mission is for us?" As Ning Yuan and Lin Junshin stepped out of the hall, Ning Yuan asked curiously, "Is it common in the imperial capital to pledge allegiance to a big brother?" Those two kept saying they were under who cheating. He found it odd that freshmen would already be pledging allegiance to big brothers. Shouldn't students be focusing on their cultivation instead? What good could come from pledging allegiance to a big brother? Could it even accelerate your cultivation? Hey! That's just the culture at top-tier academies. It's not just our Yenuang Academy, all the elite schools are like that. Hearing Lin Junshin's explanation, Ning Yuan finally understood why the social atmosphere here was so pronounced. At these elite institutions, teachers barely intervene in student affairs, merely offering direction and guidance. Most of the time, cultivation relied on the students' self-discipline. And since humans are social creatures, they inevitably form cliques to gain access to more resources. This gave rise to countless clubs and societies of all sizes. From the moment freshmen enrolled, they had to choose which club to join and seek out mentors everywhere. Among these groups, the student union holds the most sway. Essentially semi-official entities established by the school, they wield immense authority and can mobilize abundant resources. Descendants of major aristocratic families almost invariably join the student union. Over the years, the student union has been effectively controlled by these powerful families. While it does recruit some outstanding prodigies, they essentially become loyal followers, serving as tools for others. Given its formidable strength and extensive resource networks, joining the student council has become a coveted goal for many. Beneath it, various clubs proliferate, creating chaos even worse than the Three Kingdoms period. This academy has been thoroughly corrupted by these aristocratic families, suffused with a thick bureaucratic atmosphere. If you refuse to be their lackey, they'll crush you, making your life impossible. It's utterly disgusting. Lin Junshin showed no restraint in expressing his contempt for the student council and these aristocratic families in front of Ning Yuan. Ning Yuan asked curiously, "So you don't want to join the student council? What club will you join then?" "To be honest, my family holds high positions in the Inspectorate Bureau. We're part of the Young Guard faction, who believe the Federation is terminally ill-rotten to the core. Only radical surgery can cure it. That's why the Young Guard is pushing for reform, and these aristocratic families are the biggest obstacle." Lin Junshin finished speaking, his gaze fixed intently on Ning Yuan as he spoke with genuine sincerity. "Would you be willing to join a club founded by the Young Guard faction?" "I'd rather not be a lackey. Ning Yuan replied calmly. What's the name of this society? It's quite ordinary glory society. Ning Yuan and Lin Junshin parted ways shortly after leaving the building. Ning Yuan headed to the library. Lin Junshin, however, headed to practice his secret techniques, aiming to clear the 9th level. All along the way, Lin Junshin felt like he'd forgotten something. But no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't recall what it was, so he stopped worrying about it. He was just that kind of carefree person. Ning Yuan walked toward the library, carefully pondering how he could defeat Old Xia. The key lay in mastering martial arts techniques. Old Xia had once told him that he was currently at the peak of body-mind unity, a realm where martial techniques and physical instincts were seamlessly integrated, where the body moved with the mind. The next step was the realm of enlightened mind. Driving martial arts with the mind, primarily fighting through intent, required clarity of heart to forge a distinct personal style and grasp one's unique martial will. The key lay in purifying one's heart, seeing clearly the path ahead, and grasping one's own martial will. The simplest way to achieve this is through practice. Master more martial arts, witness more techniques, and discover the essence of martial arts within them. The pursuit lies not in the quantity of techniques, but in the essence of martial arts itself. This is the method to refine all techniques and fuse them into one's being. Ning Yuan lifted his gaze toward the library before him. He silently resolved within himself. He would practice 10 or 8 sets first. If that wasn't enough, he'd practice 100 or 1,000 sets. He must figure out the secrets. Old Xie. Just you wait, I'll fulfill my filial duty to you. Chapter 83, Melting All Arts, Converging Within. Ning Yuan entered the library and headed straight for the martial arts section. His purpose was clear, to practice martial arts. With the capital's advanced technology, let alone the Yanhuang Academy as a top-tier institution, all supporting facilities were of the highest caliber. The teaching methods here had moved beyond traditional paper manuals, entering a new era. Lower-tier martial arts, which primarily involved techniques for generating force, could be quickly introduced through simulators, allowing students to gradually cultivate the rest on their own. Ning Yuan casually selected a few gun techniques, jotting down their names. He picked up a metal helmet nearby. This was the simulator used for martial arts instruction. Its exterior resembled a motorcycle helmet, adorned with intricate, mysterious patterns. Putting on the helmet, a flood of data flashed across the visor. Ning Yuan felt his consciousness enter another world, somewhat reminiscent of his previous tower climbing experience. A blinding white light filled his vision. The next moment, he found himself standing in a vast Gobi desert. Before him stood a formidable-looking general, spear in hand, gazing at him. He first nodded to Ning Yuan in greeting. Then, bending his knees and stepping forward, he thrust his spear straight at Ning Yuan. A fierce, battle-hardened aura emanated from him as his spear danced and shifted through the air, revealing a military spear technique. The Fierce Army Spear Technique. Ning Yuan carefully observed the spear techniques and footwork. After completing the sequence, he slowly withdrew his weapon. The man who resembled a general tossed the spear toward Ning Yuan. The moment Ning Yuan caught the spear, his body suddenly moved of its own accord. Bending his knees and stepping forward, he thrust the spear straight ahead, replicating the demonstration to perfection. He could not only feel the shifts in footwork and center of gravity but also sense the precise techniques of muscle tension in every inch, the transitions and connections between techniques. This allowed him to swiftly grasp the core principles of this martial art, enabling rapid mastery. This novel experience left him utterly astonished. When he had first learned spear techniques, even with his martial aptitude, he had to learn the forms step by step and master the techniques of force generation before gaining entry. Yet this simulator allowed one to bypass the learning phase entirely, achieving rapid mastery. The Federation's technology was truly beyond comprehension. If those with connections to the highest echelons obtained such a device, they could likely cultivate numerous prodigies. Other prodigies could also use it to rapidly enhance their martial arts skills. Ning Yuan removed the helmet. Closing his eyes, he savored the sensations from moments ago. With his martial insight, he had already fully grasped the technique of power generation. He needed to find a place to practice. The library prohibited noise and martial arts practice. After all, this was a public space where many people were studying quietly. He couldn't disturb them. In that case, dream marriage, activate. Her consciousness entered the dream leaving space, as if hovering between sleep and wakefulness. Ning Yuan appeared in a martial arts arena, wielding the Azure Emperor. The spear danced through the air, each technique harnessing power from specific body positions to yield distinct effects. Muscle memory took root within his body. His spear technique proficiency skyrocketed. He sought not perfection in martial arts, but mastery of their techniques and secrets. The spear sliced through the air, his strikes radiating a fierce, iron-blooded resolve, as if he sought mutual destruction with his foe. The clamor of battle seemed to ring in his ears, a heroic aura of the battlefield filling the entire space. Having grasped the techniques and secrets, a new martial consciousness seemed to be taking root. Success! From first encountering this spear technique to mastering it completely, had it truly been only half an hour? He gripped the spear tightly in his hand. His eyes burned with intensity. Such astonishing progress was almost unbelievable. The simulator eliminated the need for foundational training. With his martial insight and already peak body-mind cultivation, mastering these lower-tier martial arts came naturally and swiftly. Yet even this pace felt somewhat unrealistically fast. Reflecting on this, he examined the traits bestowed by the four gods. Killing instinct grows more formidable with each battle, significantly boosting attack power and enabling rapid mastery of any weapon. No wonder he felt the Azure Emperor in his hands resonated with him more deeply. Even his spear techniques were progressing much faster. The four gods were truly formidable. The Lin family of the imperial capital. As a family established in the imperial capital, the forces backing them were intricate and complex. At this moment, Lin Junqian was on the martial arts field, diligently practicing the newly learned footwork techniques. The moisture seeping from his body due to the intense exertion evaporated instantly upon contact with the air, dried by the rapid movements of his techniques. A stern-faced middle-aged man approached the training ground. Seeing Lin Junqian practicing the secret technique, the man's lips curled into a faint smile. But upon catching sight of the gleaming earring, he let out a heavy, cold snort. Oomph! Startled by the sound, Lin Junqian halted abruptly and turned toward the source of the noise. Upon recognizing the face of the approaching figure, a smile spread across his lips. Dad! Your son hasn't been slacking off. I've been training diligently the whole time. Convinced he'd delivered a stellar performance, Lin Junqian flicked his bangs back to reveal the sweat dried by the wind. Oh no! Just as he flicked his hair back, he bumped into the hard earring piercing his ear. In his rush to get home and practice secret techniques, he'd forgotten to remove it. Sensing trouble, he spun and took off running. But as soon as his foot lifted, he found himself suspended in midair. The middle-aged man had grabbed him by the collar, yanking him up by the neck. Where do you think you're going? The stern father's gentle voice echoed from behind him. He forced a smile that looked worse than crying. Soon after, father and son sat facing each other. Lin Jingyan's expression remained unchanged as he sipped his tea leisurely, as if nothing had happened. Only Lin Junqian's earring was gone, and his face bore bruises and swelling. He muttered under his breath. They promised they'd leave me alone once I got to college. My family are all liars. Lin Jingyan's voice rose sharply, making Lin Junqian flinch. He hurriedly explained. Nothing, Dad. I just meant, am I really only supposed to rely on my footwork techniques, dodging and toughing it out, to reach the 9th level? Lin Junqian's mind raced, and he quickly found a way to change the subject. Upon hearing this, Lin Zhangyan set down his teacup and spoke slowly. Given the gap between you and that person, do you really think you could clear it without resorting to tricks? Lin Junqian's mind flashed back to the scene of breaking into the 9th layer. Faced with that person's overwhelming fist intent, his own martial arts techniques and skills which he had always prided himself on seemed utterly useless. Beyond sheer endurance and desperate dodging, there was no way to deflect the opponent's fists. Seeing Lin Junqian's expression, Lin Zhangyan guessed his thoughts and offered reassurance. Even your old man here only made it through by dodging back then. Lin Junqian looked puzzled and asked. Who exactly is this 9th level gatekeeper? I can't find his name anywhere online. He's become a taboo figure now, tied to a scandal within the Federation. Don't go digging into it. Lin Jingyan's tone was somber, tinged with a hint of regret. Don't compare yourself to him. He dominated an entire era back then. The Federation archived his data, created a virtual image of him, and stationed it on the 9th level. Later, his virtual presence alone forced the prodigies of the 4 top academies to catch their breath. For centuries, he has looked down upon all who came after him. In the body-tempering realm, he is truly the greatest of all time. After hearing his father's words, Lin Junqian gained a deeper impression of the figure on the 9th layer. The greatest of all time? I wonder if Brother Ning could. Damn it! I just remembered what I forgot. Stop overreacting. How will you ever accomplish anything like this? Father! Stop hitting me, I still have things to do. Don't try to make excuses to slip out. Until you master the secret technique, you won't set foot outside this door. Father! I really have something to do. At this moment, Ning Yuan having trained for 24 hours straight without a single moment of sleep. He stood in the virtual combat hall, his face aglow with excitement. He had mastered over 50 spear techniques, and the later ones came to him faster and faster. He felt his martial prowess had surged dramatically. Revenge was within reach. Old Xie. Your disciple has come to fulfill his filial duty. Chapter 84, Zheng Mengshu's Arrival and Investment Recruitment. Ning Yuan entered the virtual combat space with excitement radiating from his face, his heart filled with reverence for his master. Yet before long, he retreated from the virtual combat pod like a defeated dog. Old Xie's fists were utterly merciless. Though he knew he was no match for him, he had come prepared for this challenge. His main goal was to use Lao Xie as a sparring partner to refine and assimilate his newly learned gun techniques. But reality proved his martial arts skills were still far too inferior compared to Lao Xie's. It was a one-sided beating. He couldn't even mount a defense. His newly acquired techniques proved utterly useless. The skill levels were simply not on the same plane. Despite this reality, his martial training wasn't entirely useless. This time, old Xie beat him for a full minute before finally knocking him out. That was a huge improvement over the 3 punches last time. Progress meant he was on the right path. Damn it, gotta keep grinding. Next time, I'll stab him with a knife. Ning Yuan rubbed his face, the sensation of fists pounding it still lingering. He rose and headed toward the library. Over the next few days, Ning Yuan lived a monotonous life, moving only between 2 points. Every day I train in the library, climbing the tower to challenge old Xie. Though he always ended up defeated, he managed to last longer each time. Finally, it was no longer a one-sided beating, he had a chance to fight back. Though he still posed little threat to old Xie, Ning Yuan sensed his martial arts skills had reached a threshold. The spear techniques he had cultivated over many days were distilled and synthesized into the embryonic form of a single spear strike. The day he fully grasped this spear technique would be the day his heart became clear. This rhythm of life remained unbroken until Zhang Mengshua's arrival. 7 days later, Zhang Mengxua finally completed her research ahead of schedule and arrived in the capital before the semester began. Returning to her villa and finding no signs of Ning Yuan's presence, she immediately began contacting him. Before long, Ning Yuan arrived at the villa. Seeing Ning Yuan rush in, Zhang Mengxua frowned. He hadn't slept for 7 consecutive days, his face etched with exhaustion, only his eyes still shone brightly. Concerned, she asked, "What have you been doing these past few days? Why haven't you been staying at the villa?" Ning Yuan simply answered truthfully, "I only stayed here on the first day. After that, I've been practicing martial arts techniques at the library." "What? You mean you've been training non-stop in the library for 7 days straight?" She had been slightly suspicious that Ning Yuan might have gone out with Lin Junshan to fool around. But upon hearing his answer, she instantly lost her composure. Even though demon warriors possessed formidable physiques that could endure days without sleep, martial arts cultivation was different. Martial arts demand the unity of spirit and flesh, with distinct techniques for generating power in every part of the body, placing immense strain on the physique. Concentrating fully on martial arts training consumes immense mental energy. Almost no one could practice martial arts techniques without sleep. Go rest immediately. Who trains like this? Don't end up ruining your health. Zhang Mengxue grew anxious, pushing Ning Yuan toward the bedroom. Ning Yuan sighed helplessly. Though he had been practicing martial arts, it was primarily through the dream-bridging divine ability. Essentially, he was always asleep. His physical body felt no fatigue whatsoever. He hurriedly explained to Zhang Mengxue, "Sister Shui, I'm fine. I'm really not tired at all." Zhang Mengshua's beautiful willow leaf brows arched slightly as she scolded him playfully. "Right now, immediately, go rest. Even cultivation requires balance between exertion and rest." Ning Yuan froze at her words. How had he overlooked such a simple truth? In his frenzied state these past few days, he had practiced hundreds of spear techniques, all to break through to the Mingxin realm and defeat old Xie. He had become somewhat possessed. This state prevented him from achieving clarity of mind and seeing the path forward, from taking that final step to grasp his own martial will. As this realization dawned, the tension that had gripped his mind and spirit finally began to ease. Instantly, he felt a wave of exhaustion wash over him. Days of relentless use of the simulator and the dream-bridging divine ability had finally drained his spirit. He truly needed a proper rest. "Alright, Sister Shui, I'll take your advice and rest now." Ning Yuan conceded, yet his curiosity still prompted him to ask, "But Sister Shui, you called me over, was there something you needed?" Facing Ning Yuan's question, Zhang Mengxue patiently explained, "I called you over to discuss securing investment. After all, forging a superior demonic body consumes immense resources." She had complete faith in Ning Yuan's potential. Forging a superior demonic body was inevitable. This endeavor, however, demanded substantial funds and resources. Her own pocket money alone was nowhere near sufficient, especially considering the even higher realms that lay ahead. Her initial investment in Ning Yuan had been purely motivated to help him navigate the early stages and fully unleash his potential. She acted as his agent, securing investments and sponsorships for him. Earning commissions along the way, she aimed for financial freedom. Though her relationship with Ning Yuan had grown increasingly close, it didn't alter her original plan in the slightest. This arrangement was a win-win situation. "Whatever you need me to do, I'll give it my all." Ning Yuan was delighted to hear Zhang Mengxue would help secure sponsorships for him. As his horizons broadened, he increasingly recognized that smooth progress on the path of demonic martial arts demanded indispensable elements: capital, resources, and connections. Oomph. Big Sis has plenty of connections in the capital. You just sleep tight and wait for the investment contract to be signed. Zhang Mengxue adjusted her gold-rimmed glasses on her nose, her expression brimming with pride. Before Ning Yuan could respond, she shoved him into the bedroom. The door slammed shut with a loud bang. Ning Yuan stared at the tightly shut door, a helpless wry smile spreading across his face. It seemed as though Zhang Mengxue feared he might run away. Yet this feeling of being cared for warmed his heart. Lying on the soft, large bed, a faint, delicate fragrance lingered around his nose. He didn't cast the dream binding spell, he simply wanted to rest well and ease the fatigue accumulated over many days. Enveloped by the pleasant fragrance, he soon drifted into a deep sleep. Outside the house, Zhang Mengxue pondered how to secure investment for Ning Yuan. Students admitted to top-tier universities were prime investment targets for major corporations and institutions. And someone like Ning Yuan, without complex backing, a prodigy rising from a remote small town, was especially coveted by corporations and institutions. Given the potential Ning Yuan had already demonstrated, he should be able to attract substantial investment. The most crucial factor in selecting corporations and institutions. One must consider whether their capital is substantial, their channels sufficiently robust, and their ability to secure scarce resources. One must also scrutinize their reputation, contract drafting, negotiation skills. This entire process is by no means a simple task. Fortunately, Zhang Mengxue comes from a well-connected family with extensive networks. She already had several promising options in mind. She'd take a shower first, then set out. Zhang Mengxue stretched lazily, her shapely figure tracing alluring curves in the dim light. The interplay of youthful vitality and mature sophistication held a unique beauty. Suddenly, she froze, her gaze fixed on the bedroom door. That was her bedroom. In her panic earlier, she had instinctively pushed Ning Yuan inside. Which meant Ning Yuan was lying on her bed, perhaps even naked. At this thought, Zhang Mengxue felt her cheeks grow warm. Forget it. Let that brat have his way. After saying that, she felt the sweat on her body growing increasingly sticky. She hurried upstairs to take a shower. Then she headed out to solicit sponsorships. Chapter 85, Fist for Fist. Ning Yuan awoke from his slumber and stretched lazily. His joints cracked and popped with a series of loud snaps. Blissful. He had slept soundly through the night. He vaguely recalled having a pleasant dream, though the details had slipped his mind. He turned his head to look out the window. The sky was darkening, nearing evening, and the lights in the neighborhood had already come on. He had slept for an entire day. She picked up the phone beside her and scrolled through her messages. Zhang Mengxue said she was heading out to discuss an investment contract and told him to rest easy. Another message, surprisingly, was from Lin Junchen. He said his secret technique was complete and he'd finally been released from his family's seclusion. Having just regained his phone and reconnected with the outside world, he asked Ning Yuan to contact him when free. He had something important to discuss. Ning Yuan first replied to Zhang Mengxue. He told her he was well rested and that if she needed anything regarding the investment, she could reach out anytime. Then he replied to Lin Junchen, telling him to meet at the virtual battle hall. Whatever it was, they could discuss it in person. No wonder he hadn't seen Lin Junchen for several days. He'd assumed Lin was avoiding him to prevent disrupting his cultivation. Turns out he'd been locked away at home, practicing secret cultivation techniques. He had mentioned before that once he mastered the secret technique, he'd be confident in breaking through the 9th layer. It was the perfect opportunity to see what level he had reached. Ning Yuan rose immediately and headed straight for the Yanhuang Academy. Yanhuang Academy, Virtual Combat Hall. Since Ning Yuan lives nearby, Lin Junchen hadn't arrived yet. The tower challenge timer had refreshed, so he decided to start a match first. He swiftly entered the virtual combat pod, where the familiar figure of Old Xia appeared. A head of wildly flailing blonde hair radiated an overbearing aura of martial intent even from a distance. As the countdown ended, it was still that same unremarkable straight punch, yet it stirred up wind and thunder, accompanied by a booming, muffled sound. Beneath the fist, it felt like a great sun blazing across the sky, melting snow and scorching the earth. Ning Yuan was already prepared, his major tendons taut like bowstrings, straight as arrows. Like a projectile released from its string, he thrust forward with his spear. The air before him seemed pierced, emitting a sharp, bird-like shriek as swift and fierce as lightning. At the very instant fist and spear were about to collide, the fist drifted past the spear tip as lightly as willow fluff, then landed squarely upon the spear shaft. The spear was sent flying upward, and Ning Yuan felt a numbing sensation spread through half his body. Old Xia had already closed the distance, unleashing his second punch. This punch arrived in an instant, yet it carried a peculiar, slow-motion quality. The fist seemed to push a mountain forward, pressing down with deliberate slowness. A suffocating pressure closed in, as if the air before him had been sucked out by the punch, creating a vacuum zone. Fortunately, Ning Yuan had seen this fist before. Instead of retreating, he advanced, pressing his spear downward. His muscles knotted like ropes, his body radiating waves of heat. Facing the crushing mountain, he sought to cleave it apart, unleashing the colossal momentum of one who breaks through mountains. Shouldering the mountain. Boom! The collision of the two strikes produced a deafening roar. The stage cracked inch by inch, sending fragments of stone flying everywhere. The air, previously displaced by the punch, surged back in a powerful vortex. The whirlwind pulverized the debris into dust, only to be swept up again, forming a hazy, yellowish sandstorm. Even Ning Yuan, with his peerless physique, was forced back step by step. His feet slammed into the arena floor, plowing two deep gullies into the hard surface. Old Xia fared no better. Accompanied by the cracking sound of shattered bones, his entire body flew backward. Finally, he'd landed a hit. Though his martial arts skills were boundlessly high, his physique ultimately fell short of Ning Yuan's. But before Ning Yuan could celebrate, old Xia violently twisted mid-air, redirecting the force. His body spun like a dragon, turning its head, charging back with renewed ferocity. His aura surged higher, his momentum crashing down like a torrential deluge. Ning Yuan had anticipated this. The old man wouldn't go down easily. He raised his spear to meet the attack. Fist and spear clashed violently, exchanging blows over 100 times in mere moments. Though his martial arts skills fell short of Lao Xie's, his terrifying physique remained his greatest advantage. Superior strength, speed, and defense allowed him to keep pace with old Xie's attacks and maneuver against him. Though he spent most of the time on the defensive, he managed to land a few counterstrikes. Until old Xie seized an opening, disarmed him of his spear, and once again turned him into a target. Ning Yuan relied on his physical superiority, attempting to match Lao Xie blow for blow. He braced against Lao Xie's fists, trading blows blow for blow, and in his final moments, he managed to smash Lao Xie into critical injury. What a thrill! A flash of white light erupted as Ning Yuan rose from the virtual combat pod. The flesh and blood on his body still pulsed with life, as if eager to continue fighting alongside him. The gap in martial arts prowess was simply too vast, even raw power couldn't bridge it. If he could reach the realm of enlightened mind, he would surely have a chance to defeat old Xie. Just as Ning Yuan stepped out of the virtual combat pod, Lin Junchen entered the hall. Spotting Ning Yuan, he immediately approached him. Before he even reached him, he began pouring out his woes. Brother Ning, you have no idea what I've been through these past few days. My father drags me into secret cultivation practices every single day. The slightest thing that doesn't go his way, and he's kicking and punching me. I've been suffering terribly. Listening to his complaints, Ning Yuan's face softened into a faint smile as he replied. That's your father's loving discipline. Not everyone gets that kind of treatment. I know that much, but he's a bit too harsh with his discipline. Lin Junchen scratched his head, sighing helplessly. He's always been like this since I was a kid. He not only micromanages my cultivation but also controls every aspect of my life, what I eat, where I sleep. If he's not satisfied with anything, he beats me senseless. Ning Yuan suddenly understood. No wonder the kid dressed so flashily. Turns out he'd been stifled since childhood, and now he was going through a rebellious phase. Such family matters weren't his place to comment on, so he decided to change the subject. By the way, you mentioned before that mastering that secret technique would give you confidence to clear the 9th level. Now that you've mastered it, are you planning to attempt it? Ning Yuan was deeply curious about that secret technique. Just what level of secret technique was it that, once mastered, could actually defeat old Xie? Brother Ning, I actually came here to tell you something. Lin Junchen looked slightly awkward but quickly explained the secret to climbing the tower to Ning Yuan. After hearing his explanation, Ning Yuan finally understood why someone could clear the 9th floor. Turns out it was all about clever tricks to pass. No one had gone head to head like he did. Brother Ning, it's not that I didn't want to tell you. That idiot interrupted me last time, and I forgot. Then I got stuck at home. Lin Junchen felt a bit embarrassed, especially since he'd caused Ning Yuan to waste 7 days. With his abilities, if he'd used tricks, he should have cleared it long ago. Ning Yuan didn't blame him for it. Instead, he offered reassurance. Don't worry about it. Honestly, I should be thanking you. Ning Yuan patted his shoulder, his gaze fixed intently on the virtual combat pod in the hall. It was you who told me the 9th level could be cleared. To defeat him, I trained relentlessly and have now grasped the threshold of enlightenment. What? You've grasped the threshold of enlightenment in just a few days? Lin Junchen sounded as if he'd heard something utterly unbelievable. People like them were groomed from childhood by their families, supplied with all manner of potent elixirs to forcibly cultivate martial arts foundations and hone their techniques. Thus, after their bloodline awoke, they could swiftly enter the Mingxin realm. Put simply, it was the result of decades of martial cultivation accumulating strength over time before achieving a breakthrough. As far as he knew, Ning Yuan hailed from a remote small town and had never encountered demonic martial arts before his awakening. Did this mean Ning Yuan had caught up to their decades of cultivation in just over a month? What astonishing martial genius! Chapter 86, Sparring for Enlightened Mind. Brother Ning, are you planning to break through to the 9th layer after entering Mingxin? Lin Junchen had witnessed firsthand that Ning Yuan could instantly defeat the 8th layer without even entering Mingxin. If he enters Mingxin, wouldn't he be aiming to clear the 9th layer? That's the plan, but I'm not sure if time will allow it. Ning Yuan stroked his chin, pondering that only 3 days remained before the start of the semester. Once classes resumed, he would begin working on breaking through to the true seed stage and forging his demonic body. Whether he could achieve this breakthrough before classes resumed was something even he couldn't say for certain. If I can't break through, I'll just have to find a clever way to get by. This can't hold back my progress in demonic martial arts. Upon hearing Ning Yuan's ambition, Lin Junchen immediately gave him a thumbs up and exclaimed, "Awesome! You're the real deal, Ning." I couldn't even think of that against the arena defender. His fist techniques were just too insane. His eyes lit up as an idea struck him. Brother Ning, how about we spar a bit? That guy's martial arts are too advanced. Unless it's a realm restriction, he must be at the level of a martial god far beyond the peak of ordinary Mingxin cultivation. The gap between you is too vast, it'll be hard to bridge the skill gap. He pointed at himself, gesturing toward Ning Yuan. But I'm different. I'm only at the initial stage of Mingxin cultivation. I should be able to offer you some valuable insights. Ning Yuan silently nodded in agreement upon hearing his reasoning. Old Xie's boxing was too advanced, almost beyond grasping. If it came down purely to martial arts, Ning Yuan would only be left to take blows passively. Lin Junchen, however, could serve as a valuable challenge. He nodded in agreement. Then let's give it a try. But aren't you supposed to challenge the 9th level once you master your secret technique? That's not urgent. It's all about finding clever ways to pass anyway, so most new students prepare thoroughly and choose to attempt it on the final day. Lin Junchen said nonchalantly, with a hint of disdain. Precisely because no one can clear the 9th stage, these people can only compete over who can endure longer to determine their rankings. Just excuses losers tell themselves. I can tackle it anytime as long as I pass. He looked up at Ning Yuan, his expression brimming with anticipation. If I can help you, once you clear the 9th level, it'll be a point of pride for me too. Hearing this, Ning Yuan hesitated no longer. Both entered the virtual combat pod, preparing for a friendly match. Virtual battle space. The two stood facing each other on the stage. Brother Ning, even though this is just a spar, I won't hold back. A long blade materialized in Lin Junchen's hand as his aura surged, a sharp, piercing energy locking onto Ning Yuan from afar. His usual playful expression vanished, his eyes sharpening like a leopard's. His aura surged like crashing waves, building in intensity layer upon layer. Seeing this, Ning Yuan felt a surge of delight. For the first time, he sensed genuine threat emanating from his opponent, like facing a top predator, ready to deliver a fatal strike at any moment. Gripping his spear tightly, he responded without hesitation. That's exactly what I had in mind. Let's fight. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a fierce blade flash struck out, swift as a thunderclap, closing the distance in an instant. What blinding speed! Ning Yuan sensed the aura of danger. He thrust his spear upward with fierce, heavy force, striking directly. The spear tip collided with the blade, sparks flying in a shower. Then, the blade's light swirled, stirring gusts of wind that swept in from all directions, intertwining with the spear as a fierce clanging erupted. Ning Yuan grew increasingly delighted as the battle unfolded. The two clashed purely through martial arts skill. Lin Junchen's swordplay was sharp and relentless, his techniques agile and ever-changing, applying just the right amount of pressure. He had studied numerous spear techniques during this period. Now, it rapidly transformed into nourishment, integrating into the heat of battle. In the blink of an eye, they exchanged over 100 offensive and defensive maneuvers. Lin Junchen took a deep breath. He had confirmed that Ning Yuan's martial arts skills were not as strong as his own, but his physique was truly extraordinary. Even a casual strike carried astonishing force, sending a numbing shock through his arm. He immediately changed tactics. His long sword suddenly accelerated, its blade light pouring forth like mercury spilling across the earth. It resembled moonlight cascading down, leaving nowhere to hide. Facing this deadly web of blades, Ning Yuan showed no panic. His speed surged instantly. He thrust his spear straight ahead, neither dodging nor retreating. Lin Junchen was startled by Ning Yuan's sudden burst of speed. Had he been holding back during their earlier exchange? His feet halted abruptly. The swirling blade light condensed into a single, icy streak. It coiled up the spear shaft, aiming straight for Ning Yuan's spear-wielding hand. The blade scraped along the spear shaft, sparks flying everywhere. He was helpless now. Ning Yuan followed the path of simplicity, relying on sheer force to overwhelm his opponent. Crucially, his insight was ruthlessly sharp, able to pierce through the illusion of technique, striking directly at its core. No matter how many variations you employ, I shall pierce through them all with a single spear thrust. Combined with his monstrously powerful physique and overwhelming force, Ning Yuan dared not meet his attacks head-on, forced instead to evade and counter. Ning Yuan's spear shook violently, deflecting the blade. He stepped forward, his spear surging like a dragon emerging from the sea, striking straight for the heart of the matter as it thrust toward Lin Junchen's face once more. He felt the spear's tip radiating a force potent enough to pierce mountains. Lin Junchen unleashed his newly mastered footwork technique, darting aside as he shouted. Stop! 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 Ning Yuan looked at him with confusion. The battle was at its peak. Why had he suddenly called for a halt? Facing Ning Yuan's puzzled gaze, Lin Junchen grimaced and rubbed his numb arm. Earlier, when Ning Yuan had shaken his spear, Lin's entire arm had gone numb, nearly causing his long sword to slip from his grasp. If they continued, he feared he'd make a fool of himself. He turned to Ning Yuan with a helpless expression and said, Brother Ning, this was mainly to let you experience Mingxin's martial arts techniques. If we keep going, I'm afraid you'll beat me to death. Ning Yuan scratched his head awkwardly. Having just mastered numerous new martial techniques, he found himself getting more and more into the fight without realizing it, struggling to hold back his power. Brother Ning, while sparring with you just now, I noticed a major issue. Lin Junshin suddenly said with a serious expression. You've mastered countless spear techniques and wield them with great skill, but they lack your personal signature. You haven't forged your own path yet. Synthesizing myriad techniques is merely the foundation. The next step is to distill your own unique one. Brother Ning, watch closely. This is my path of demonic martial arts. It pursues spontaneity and carefree freedom. A sharp gleam flashed in Lin Junshin's eyes. His long blade pointed diagonally toward the ground as his hair whipped wildly. His entire aura became ethereal and unpredictable. His strike appeared effortlessly natural, devoid of any stiffness. Yet within the fluid motion of the blade, intent surged like a torrent, concealing a hidden killing intent. Within that strike, Ning Yuan sensed the martial will uniquely belonging to Lin Junshin. A life need not be grand and glorious, but it must be lived freely and unrestrained. Beneath that blade, like wild grass swaying in the wind, it was elusive and unpredictable, carrying an inescapable sense of inevitability. Ning Yuan's eyes blazed as he let the blade descend, slicing across his chest, tearing flesh before being halted by bone. Hearing the metallic clang of blade against bone, he twitched his lips and drew his sword to stand. Watching Ning Yuan's wound already stop bleeding and rapidly heal, he thought to himself. What kind of monstrous physique is this? My strongest strike barely pierced his skin. Even though the swords generated in the virtual combat space were subpar, this was absurd. Ning Yuan looked down. Under the immortal trait, the blade wound on his chest was rapidly healing. He carefully sensed the peculiar will lingering within the wound. He sensed a powerful personal aura, the martial will uniquely belonging to Lin Junshin. He finally understood what he lacked. The spear techniques he cultivated in the library were sometimes grand and dignified, sometimes domineering and fierce, and others continuous and relentless, concealing hidden lethality. He pursued the fusion of myriad techniques, yet had never truly distilled his own essence. As a result, the gun technique uniquely his remained an incomplete prototype. Now, he finally saw a glimmer of hope. Fine Blade. Chapter 87, First Battle Against the Chaos Bloodline. Hearing Ning Yuan's praise, Lin Junshin immediately stepped forward and asked. Brother Ning, how does it feel? Have you grasped the path to clear mind? I've found the direction. All that's missing is that final flash of insight, and I'll step into the realm of enlightened mind. Thanks a lot. Ning Yuan made no attempt to conceal his gratitude, addressing Lin Junshin with open candor. After all, without his unreserved display of martial will, he wouldn't have found the breakthrough direction. We're all brothers here, no need for formalities. Lin Junshin slung an arm around Ning Yuan's shoulder, his voice brimming with genuine warmth. Though Ning Yuan was stronger than him, he genuinely felt happy for his friend. The two exited the virtual combat space. Lin Junshin was quite drained, while Ning Yuan needed time to reflect and consolidate his insights. Just as they walked arm in arm toward the exit, a voice called out. You're Ning Yuan? Ning Yuan turned at the question, seeing several figures approaching. The leader was an imposing figure, his entire body a deep blue-green hue, radiating an overwhelming sense of pressure. Ning Yuan ignored him, fixing his gaze on the figure behind the leader and speaking in a deep voice. Why haven't you withdrawn from school yet? Have you forgotten what I told you? That man was Zhou Jia. Hearing Ning Yuan's voice, his body trembled violently. Then, as if remembering something, he gathered his courage and retorted. Cut the crap. This is my boss, who cheating. We're here to settle the score with you today. At that moment, Lin Junshin whispered in Ning Yuan's ear. This who cheating possesses the chaos bloodline, the Kuei Bull bloodline. I hear his martial arts have reached the Mingxin realm. Hu Cheating's brow furrowed so deeply it seemed capable of crushing a fly. The fact that these two dared to ignore him and whisper right in front of him only made his tone harsher as he demanded. You're the one. Here to stick up for him? Before he could finish, Ning Yuan cut him off. His throat tightened abruptly, forcing him to swallow the rest of his words. After a moment, he suppressed his anger and continued. Yes, today I step onto the stage. You know the rules, the loser leaves behind their credits and gets kicked out of the academy. With that, Ning Yuan strode toward the virtual combat pod, paying Hu Cheating no mind whatsoever. Hu Cheating's face had turned as dark as iron, his entire being feeling as if he'd swallowed a dead fly. The rage burning within him could no longer be contained. He charged toward the nearest virtual combat pod. He would make Ning Yuan pay. Throughout the entire Yanhuang Academy, he held no one in contempt except for the other two individuals who shared the chaos bloodline. Yet today, he had been so blatantly disregarded by this disgrace of Yanhuang. This was nothing short of utter humiliation. Virtual Combat Arena. Hu Cheating, his face darkening, staked 6,400 credits. Fortunately, he had prepared thoroughly and borrowed credits from others beforehand. Otherwise, he wouldn't have had enough credits and would have suffered a major embarrassment. He pressed the challenge button, and Ning Yuan's figure appeared on the arena. The countdown began. In the blink of an eye, spectator avatars flooded the stands like a tidal wave, instantly filling the grandstands with thousands of viewers. With the start of the semester approaching, many freshmen were attempting the Tower Challenge, hoping to earn extra credits. They had witnessed the earlier clash and immediately logged in to witness the spectacle. These two individuals were remarkable. One possessed Chaos bloodline, ranked third among the 10 sons of Yanhuang. The other was a mixed blood descendant, known as the Shame of the Yanhuang. This match promised to be fascinating. Holy crap! More drama. Who do you think will win? Are you kidding? Who cheating is Chaos bloodline, a martial artist with enlightened mind. What's there to question? Clearly you weren't around last time. You've never seen Ning Yuan in action. TSK, if you'd witnessed that battle, you'd never say that. No matter the outcome, this is gonna be a spectacle. Let's just sit back and enjoy the show, huh? Amidst the buzzing chatter, the countdown finally ended. Who cheating, who had been holding his breath, roared with a thunderous shout. Gripping a massive warhammer as tall as a man, he stomped the ground with the force of a mammoth, sending the entire arena rumbling and shattering stones into the air. His entire body launched like a cannonball, instantly closing the distance to Ning Yuan. The hammer in his hand stirred up wind and thunder, carrying a torrent of air as it came crashing down. Facing this strike brimming with raw, unadulterated power, Ning Yuan remained expressionless. He stepped forward, spear raised, his blood boiling as his heart roared like an engine, fueling an endless surge of power. His body rapidly heated, trailing a scorching wave as he thrust his spear forward, its impact producing a piercing, explosive crack. Clang! The spearhead collided with the heavy hammer, producing a metallic clang that sent sparks flying. The spear shaft bent and warped under the immense force, straining like a fully drawn bowstring, groaning under the unbearable load. Yet in Ning Yuan's grasp, it remained utterly unmoved, standing firm like a pillar supporting the heavens, holding the heavy hammer at bay. Ning Yuan stepped forward, and the spear in his hand pushed Hu Cheating and his hammer backward. Hu Cheating gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead. His arms strained, veins swelling as muscles instantly thickened. His feet dug into the ground, plowing 2 deep furrows into the platform. Impossible. How could Hu Cheating, a Chaos bloodline, be losing in a test of strength? Good heavens! What kind of physique is this? Could he be forged from diamond? Hearing the murmurs around him, Hu Cheating seethed inwardly. As a Chaos bloodline, he had never been bested in physical prowess. Even the other 2 Chaos bloodline bearers wouldn't dare claim physical superiority over him. Yet here stood a mere impure bloodline, crushing him with near overwhelming force, leaving him unable to lift his head. Raging fury surged through his chest, his veins threatening to burst. Just then, the pressure before him suddenly eased. Ning Yuan had abruptly yanked his spear backward. The spear shaft snapped back taut like a bowstring released. Next, he wielded the spear like a steel whip, lashing out fiercely at Hu Cheating, who had lost his balance. Hu Cheating staggered, catching sight of the spear hurtling toward him out of the corner of his eye. With a strained effort, he raised the heavy hammer before him, the man-sized weapon standing upright like a shield. Thud! A tremendous force struck him. Already off balance, he was sent flying backward. His massive frame flew nearly 100 meters before crashing heavily to the ground, leaving several deep craters in its wake. The heavy hammer in his hand braced against the edge of the ring. His arms, thick as beams, trembled uncontrollably. Several deep gashes tore through his muscles, bleeding bright red blood. Huff, huff. Hu Cheating gasped for breath, never imagining he'd be reduced to such a sorry state. How could a half-breed possess such terrifying physical prowess? He shouldn't have chosen to clash with him physically from the start. But he still had his trump card up his sleeve. Hu Cheating drew a deep breath. His powerful muscles clamped down on bursting blood vessels, instantly stemming the flow. The power of his bloodline boiled within him. 2 streams of white vapor erupted from his nostrils as he suddenly thrust his feet forward, shattering the edge of the stage in an instant. In an instant, he soared over 100 meters, his entire body leaping high into the air. The heavy hammer soared high in his grasp, swirling with surging blood energy. Like crimson thunder, it coiled around the weapon, infusing it with enhanced power. His momentum surged relentlessly, reaching its zenith as his form peaked at the highest point. Plunging downward with devastating force, his immense kinetic energy churned the air currents. Wind and thunder accompanied the hammer as he descended like a thunder god, delivering a strike that felt like divine retribution. This was his most devastating strike. Chapter 88, 3 Gunshots Slay. Faced with this ultimate strike, Ning Yuan froze in place, stunned as if petrified. Before the attack even reached him, the compressed air currents swept by the hammer arrived first, whipping the strands of hair across his forehead upward. His gaze remained calm as he stared at the hammer, blindingly bright like a thunderous punishment. He silently sensed the intense martial will contained within. To stand in for heaven, bringing down the thunderous punishment? He murmured. And what of my own path? He had witnessed several martial wills before. Lao Xie's fists are pure dominance, crushing all in their path. Lin Junshan's blade is free-spirited and dashing. Hu Cheating's hammer is divine retribution. Regardless of their strength, each had found the path that suited them best. Ning Yuan recalled the trials of his journey, the Ning family's humiliation and oppression, expulsion from school, arrest by the judicial bureau, the mob's noose. A surge of fury welled up within him, erupting like a volcano, exploding with a thunderous roar. He had never bowed his head before any of it. Reborn into this life, he sought only to remain unyielding and unrestrained. His aura surged, his spirit soaring higher and higher, seemingly boundless. Like wild grass, he grew stubbornly and wildly, eventually becoming a towering giant tree, unrestrained and unbridled. His gaze blazed fiercely as his spear moved with his intent. As the heavy hammer descended, his spear shot upward in a diagonal thrust. A gunshot rang out. The sound was unrestrained and wild. It instantly echoed in the ears of all spectators, piercing deep into their souls, proclaiming its existence. The spear, wielded with the force of a pillar supporting the heavens, pierced straight through the sky. Its surging power churned in toward the atmosphere, shredding it into a swirling white vortex. The spear's intent was unstoppable, as if it would pierce a hole through the heavens. Though you wield the majestic might of heaven itself, meting out divine punishment, I too possess the strength to prop up the heavens, to steady their tilt. Boom! Sparks flew as lightning crackled, and the howling wind roared. The collision of immense forces sent shockwaves reverberating through the entire arena, causing it to tremble violently like an earthquake. Shattered stones flew everywhere, only to be torn into dust by the gale, swirling like a sea of smoke across the entire arena. Holy crap! I can feel the earth trembling. Is this still just body tempering? Even a mid-tier demonic physique wouldn't have this kind of destructive power. Of course. The Chaos Bloodline recruited by top-tier academies has long been able to crush most true seed cultivators. Who won? Who won? This is huge news. These two are insane. My bro's the best. He's gonna win. As the crowd's murmurs gradually subsided, the dust on the arena began to settle. A towering figure emerged, spear in hand, standing proudly with an air of arrogance and unbridled confidence. Ning Yuan? Ning Yuan actually won. My bro is the best. Ning Yuan gave a slight nod toward the spectator stands before vanishing from the arena. On the shattered stage littered with broken stones, only a half-broken, azure-hued body remained, bearing witness to the battle that had just unfolded. Lin Junshin, watching from the stands, recognized the nod as a greeting directed at him. Forgetting to brag to those around him, he immediately logged off as well. He had witnessed Ning Yuan's final move. It was a move of immense scale, a true manifestation of his martial arts philosophy. Lin Junshin removed his helmet and spotted Ning Yuan, who had already exited the arena. He immediately asked excitedly, "Brother Ning, have you found your path in martial arts and entered the realm of enlightened mind?" Ning Yuan, no longer bearing the arrogance he displayed on the stage, smiled and nodded. "Yes, I've finally gained some understanding. I'll be secluding myself for a few days to refine my spear techniques. I wanted to let you know beforehand." "Alright, go ahead. I'll be waiting for you when you emerge. By then, I'll have broken through to the 9th layer." Under Lin Junshin's fervent gaze, Ning Yuan strode away. Yet Lin Junshin felt far more exhilarated than Ning Yuan. Reaching the 9th level? He dared not even dream of it. That man was hailed as the strongest of all time. Virtual battle arena. The spectators in the stands watched the half-vanishing azure figure and buzzed with discussion. Powerful. So powerful. If I'm not mistaken, Ning Yuan only fired 3 shots from start to finish, right? 3 shots to kill a Chaos Bloodline? What level of power is that? I don't know the exact level, but I know no one in his class stands a chance against him. What do you think? If Ning Yuan can take down Hu cheating with 3 shots, could he possibly clear the 9th stage? The moment those words were spoken, the entire arena fell silent. Everyone recalled Ning Yuan's final shot, magnificent in scale, immense in power. Perhaps he truly had a chance? A piece of news spread like wildfire throughout the Yanhuang Academy. Suddenly, many began to hold the man once called the shame of Yanhuang in the highest regard. Some even claimed he might become the pride of Yanhuang. In 3 days, he might challenge the 9th layer, and his success rate was extremely high. His confident demeanor was utterly baffling. 3 days later. As a premier institution, the Yanhuang Academy occupied an immense expanse of land, dotted with countless buildings and complexes. Within its walls lie public facilities for faculty and students, research buildings. Countless student-run clubs also thrived within its walls. Amidst this sprawling complex, one exceptionally ornate, freestanding building stood out prominently. Its walls were crafted from costly alloys, and atop them hung a gilded plaque bearing 3 bold characters. Student Union. Inside the building, Lin Xiaoxi, still sporting her signature blue braids, clutched a stack of documents as she gently knocked on the office door. "Knock, knock. Come in." Hearing the response from inside, Lin Xiaoxi pushed the door open. The interior furnishings stood in stark contrast to the building's opulence. Aside from a desk, the room contained nothing else. It was remarkably sparse. A man sat in the chair behind the desk, twirling a jade bracelet in his hand, one that looked undeniably expensive. But he was seated with his back to the door, his face hidden from view. Lin Xiaoxi seemed accustomed to this, showing no reaction as she calmly spoke while holding the documents. President, there's word that someone managed to clear the 9th floor today. Should we observe and consider recruiting them? Such rumors circulate every year. What's the outcome? Nothing but hype to grab attention, nothing more than an attempt to catch the student union's eye. A voice tinged with amusement sounded, its tone dripping with disdain. Who is it this year? One of those 3 chaos bloodline descendants? None of them. Lin Xiaoxi habitually pushed her glasses up, her tone unchanged. The name is Ning Yuan. The man let out a soft pausing the twirling of his prayer beads as if finally piqued by interest. The swivel chair slowly turned halfway, revealing first a pair of azure dragon horns. Beneath them, the devilishly handsome face wore a faint, upward curve as it turned to look at Lin Xiaoxi. Is that the half-breed, the one called the Shame of Yanhuang, Ning Yuan? Yes. As he heard Lin Xiaoxi's reply, the curve of his lips widened. Interesting. A mere half-blood. Not only does he blasphemously claim he'll break through the 9th layer, but most importantly, the person his clan uncle had specifically ordered to be taken care of, that must be him. What makes this guy so special? Chapter 89, Investment Contract, Newcomers Gather. Star Dream Tea House. As the capital's premier tea restaurant, it was perpetually packed to capacity, with seats perpetually in short supply. Even the capital's elite needed advance reservations to enjoy its dim sum. Despite this, it remains a favorite among the city's elite ladies. Inside a private room at Star Dream Tea Restaurant, Zhang Mengxue was flipping through a newly drafted contract. As her fingers kept skimming the pages, her frown deepened. After finishing her review, she spoke with displeasure. This is the contract your star group is offering? A contract of indentured servitude? Every year during freshman enrollment season, these conglomerates and financial institutions go on an investment spree. They've long established comprehensive evaluation systems for identifying various types of talent. Generally, securing an admission letter from a top-tier institution guarantees at least a grade B contract. Among them, some outstanding prospects could secure an A-grade contract. For prodigies like the 10 Sons of Yanhuang, fame precedes their enrollment. They are guaranteed at least an S-level contract, with major corporations vying for their signatures. As for the top prodigies with chaos bloodlines, they wield immense bargaining power, with corporations making substantial concessions. They can even be offered custom-tailored S+ level contracts. Yet what the Star Group offered now was a blatantly watered-down Class A contract. Your 3-year, 100 million yuan deal does meet the funding requirements for an A-level contract. But rare resources are allocated annually. If I recall correctly, a complete A-level contract requires at least 3 annual allocations, correct? And most crucially, it demands that I accept your company's endorsements without compensation throughout the entire 3-year contract period, forbidding me from taking any other endorsements? Isn't this essentially selling myself to you? Across from her sat a woman in a professional suit, adorned with cat ears. Hearing Zhang Mengxue speak, she set down her teacup and offered a professional smile. Miss Shang, our company has assessed Mr. Ning Yuan's potential as C-grade. This contract already reflects considerable sincerity on our part. She felt a flicker of disdain inwardly. Having worked as an investor for the company for so many years, she had seen her share of prodigies with top-tier bloodlines. A mere mixed blood lineage held no future. True bloodline cultivators would inevitably eclipse all others. A C-grade evaluation was already generous. If not for Ning Yuan being the first mixed blood to gain admission to a top-tier academy, the company wouldn't be trying to mold him into an idol for low-grade bloodlines. To cash in on those low bloodline losers, she wouldn't even bother showing up. Moreover, our company will provide additional funding to comprehensively cultivate Mr. Ning Yuan, turning him into an idol for the low-grade bloodlines. This way, he can shed the Shame of Yanhuang label. It benefits everyone, doesn't it? She maintained her professional smile, patiently persuading Zhang Mengxue. No need. Ning Yuan's time is dedicated to breaking through to higher realms. He won't waste it on some idle nonsense. This was what angered her most, the very idea of forcing Ning Yuan to play along with their idle scheme. True strength was the sole measure of a demon warrior. With power came the spotlight that was the path to becoming a celebrated demon warrior. Which demon warrior prodigy ever rose to fame through packaging as an idol? In that case, please leave. We cannot cooperate. Seeing Zhang Mengxue's dark expression as she issued the dismissal, she no longer pressed the matter. Miss Zhang, it's regrettable we couldn't reach an agreement. She rose, bowed to Zhang Mengxue, then picked up the contract and walked toward the exit. A half-blood, yet she dares to talk about breaking through to higher realms? She must be afraid of being laughed out of the room. Once she reaches the true seed realm, contracts like this will be impossible to come by. Then you'll regret it. Zhang Mengxue took a deep breath, calming the violent tremors in her chest caused by her anger. Seated in the private room, she summoned the waiter. Bring a completely new set of tea and pastries. After speaking, her slender fingers gently cradled her chin, lightly tapping her smooth cheek as she pondered the situation. Over the past few days, she had leveraged her connections to meet with numerous corporate investors. Unfortunately, the contracts offered were far from ideal. Most were A-level or even B-level contracts, seemingly not very optimistic about Ning Yuan's bloodline prospects. In her mind, Ning Yuan deserved at least an S-level contract. Today had been the most infuriating. As a long-established top-tier corporation, Starry Sky Group had dared to present such an insulting contract. She hoped that Tianyuan Group, scheduled to arrive shortly, would present a more favorable offer. Imperial Capital Airport. A stunningly curvaceous woman with short hair and clad in a black leather jacket had just stepped off the spacecraft. She removed her sunglasses, arms spread wide as if embracing the entire city. Her slender yet strong waist glowed with a healthy sheen under the sunlight. Then she shouted loudly. "Woohoo! I'm back, baby! Tremble, you spoiled brats of the capital!" Ha ha ha! Passers-by shot her strange looks, as if to say, "What a shame, such a beautiful woman, but she's lost her mind." But she paid no heed to the stares, silently pulling out her phone and thinking. Who should she contact first? Zhang Mengxue? No, she's been busy securing investments for Ning Yuan lately. She's constantly complaining to me about it. She definitely won't have time for me. Ning Yuan? Probably not either. Today's the last day of freshman orientation. He's likely grinding in the tower to boost his rank. Better not disturb him. Forget it. I'll just report back to headquarters first. With that thought, she slipped her phone back into her pocket. In the end, she didn't contact anyone. This person was actually Yuing, returning from Weha City. Yanhuang Academy. The virtual battle hall was far livelier than days prior, teeming with a dense crowd. Most were here to climb the tower and boost their rankings on the final day. From the entrance of the hall, a pair of beauties, one tall, one petite, walked in, instantly capturing the attention of the entire crowd. Both bore 9 tails, yet each radiated a distinct aura. The taller one was a voluptuous middle-aged beauty, radiating mature charm like a perfectly ripe peach. A single glance could set one's blood boiling. The shorter one was a young girl with a face like a peach blossom. Though her expression was cool and distant, the flickering of her eyes and brows radiated a startling charm that was utterly captivating. They were none other than Elder Tushan and Cheo Yinji. They had just completed their interstellar journey, returning to the imperial capital from the ancestral lands of Qingqiu. After Elder Tushan helped her obtain her campus card, they came to this place. She was now quietly explaining the facility's functions to Chao Yingyue. Once she had grasped the essentials, the elder advised her. Rest assured, the early stages of the 9-tailed celestial fox bloodline show little power. Even if you haven't cleared the 9th level, it won't matter. Our Qingqiu clan has rendered great service to the Federation. Your quota not only grants you direct admission to a top-tier academy but also entitles you to claim a premier cultivation technique. Forging a superior demonic physique will pose no difficulty. Elder Tushan was exceptionally patient. This time, she brought Cheo Yinji back to the ancestral lands of Qingqiu. Not only did she join the clan and formally change her name to Tushan Yingyue, her bloodline concentration was also examined, found to be exceptionally high, the strongest seen in Qingqiu in centuries. After forging her demonic physique, her chances of a successful second awakening were exceptionally high, earning her a spot on the clan's priority support list. She was specifically assigned to guide Tushan Yingyue in her cultivation. Tushan Yingyue merely gave a light nod and said no more. Her gaze swept restlessly through the crowd, yet she could not find the figure she sought. A look of disappointment inevitably spread across her face. She could have chosen any of the 4 great academies, yet she had deliberately selected this one. She had once harbored a mischievous thought, but in the end, she did not act. She had relinquished her spot to another. Now she wanted to see just how far the person who snatched that spot from her. Just how far they could go. Chapter 90, The Ultimate Power of All Time. As time passed, the virtual battle hall grew increasingly crowded. Every time someone completed a stage, gasps of astonishment would erupt. Look, the clearance info just updated. Zhuang Yuxuan, time, 5 minutes. He's ranked 4th among the 10 sons of Yanhuang, right? 5 minutes? Then he probably won't be 4th anymore. Lin Junchen, who was originally 5th, held out for 7 minutes. Now he'll have to give up his spot. The crowd stared at the newly updated clearance information on the hall screen, whispering among themselves as they collectively transformed into onlookers. There was nothing they could do. They tried before with their abilities, they couldn't even clear the 9th stage. Only prodigies of the 10 sons of Yan and Huang caliber had a chance at clearing it. Even so, the 2 lower-ranked prodigies among the 10 had failed, blocked at the 9th level. When do you think those 3 Chaos Bloodline newcomers will climb the tower? They're the only ones left among the 10 sons who haven't attempted it yet, right? Look! Isn't that Qin Li, ranked 1st, and Su Jiamin, ranked 2nd? Who'd have thought they'd arrive together? 2 figures stepped through the gate and the crowd instinctively parted to make way. Not a single soul dared stand in their path. These were prodigies of the Chaos Bloodline, ranked among the top 2 of the 10 sons of Yan and Huang. They were arguably the strongest pair among this year's freshmen. One was a towering figure, his face covered in lion-like whiskers and beard, radiating an aura of righteous integrity. Su Jiamin turned his head and addressed the man with dragon horns not far away. Xinli, who'd have thought we'd meet here? Today's the day we settle this once and for all. He grinned, his expression solemn, his tone tinged with defiance. Those organizations ranked you first, but I refuse to accept it. We've never fought, why should you be above me? Is it just because you're a Qin? Facing Su Jiamin's almost provocative words, Xinli didn't even lift an eyelid. As if he hadn't heard, he kept walking. Su Jiamin, however, wouldn't let it go. Like Lu, he stuck close and pressed on. Heard that Hu Cheating got taken down. Seems he was beaten by some mixed blood fighter named Ning Yuan. He should be a decent opponent too. He invaded Qin Li's personal space, leaning closer without a hint of restraint. So, is Hu Cheating's chaos bloodline a fraud, or is Ning Yuan just too strong? I also heard that Ning Yuan claims he'll break through to the 9th layer today. Do you think it's possible? Xinli abruptly halted his steps, turning to glare at Su Jiamin with a frown. Su Jiamin, who had been chattering incessantly moments ago, was startled into silence. His body trembled, and the rest of his sentence vanished back into his throat. Impossible. Xinli spat out the 3 words coldly, then ignored him completely, striding straight toward the virtual pod. Damn it! You're crazy. I thought you couldn't speak, you scared the hell out of me. Su Jiamin patted his chest, unable to resist muttering under his breath. Watching Xinli enter the virtual combat pod, he recalled his own words and realized he'd been pushing it too far. It really was impossible. No wonder even a mute could be provoked into speaking. After all, this was clearing the 9th layer, not just sneaking through. Even someone as arrogant as Xinli had never dared to claim he'd cleared the 9th layer. He knew a thing or two about the one on the 9th layer. The world claimed they had encountered extraordinary fortune, which was why they had achieved the pinnacle of the body-tempering realm. But from what he understood, this so-called extraordinary encounter was actually a great calamity, a near-fatal ordeal. Yet he used that ordeal as his forge, tempering a domineering fist intent through sheer endurance. He glimpsed the divine essence within the fist itself, accomplishing a feat unprecedented in history. Such a journey was virtually impossible to replicate. Even across the Federation's 10,000-year history, that individual remained an exceptionally brilliant existence. For centuries, his legacy weighed heavily upon every new student entering the 4 great academies. Like an insurmountable chasm, none could bypass it. Within the forging body realm, he stood as the peerless pinnacle of all time. At this thought, he chuckled wryly to himself, murmuring, "That was the ultimate power of all time." With that, he shook his head and walked toward the virtual chamber. He still had to settle the score with Xinli. 3 days later, Ning Yuan slowly opened his eyes within the villa. In the dimly lit room, his gaze flashed like lightning, instantly illuminating the space. His gaze held an intense aggressiveness, and a sharp aura surged around him. The next moment, his eyes settled into calm. Unnoticed, that defiant, reckless sharpness seemed to retreat inward, transforming into a solemn and serene presence. Gone was the unsettling sharpness, replaced by a weighty, oppressive presence. Like a dormant volcano deep beneath the ocean, it appeared serene and still, yet beneath the surface, currents surged. 3 days of meditation finally allowed him to fully organize his martial path. His spear intent solidified and deepened, culminating in the mastery of 2 spear techniques. It's time to settle the score with old Xie. Battle fervor surged within him, the purest, most unadulterated devotion of a demonic martial artist. He rose and walked out of the villa, heading toward the nearby Yanhuang Academy, where lights had just begun to flicker on. Several days passed. Ning Yuan once again entered the virtual combat hall. The freshman's enthusiasm for the tower climb was at its peak, all eyes fixed on the central screen in the hall. No one noticed Ning Yuan's arrival. He casually entered a virtual combat pod. A flash of white light, and he found himself on the 9th floor. Not far away, a young man with flowing golden hair stood there, still wearing that arrogant smile, as if dominance were etched into his very soul. Today, he would wash away the shame of those 3 punches. He had never forgotten the goal he set that day. His sole obsession for conquering the 9th layer was to defeat old Xie. His grip tightened on the spear in his hand as spear intent surged forth, locking onto old Xie from afar. Spear intent and fist intent merged, their energies intertwining. In that instant, a wondrous transformation seemed to occur. It was as if some hidden switch had been triggered, like pouring oil onto a raging fire in an instant. The flames engulfed everything in a sea of fire. Old Xie's eyes lit up as his gaze suddenly fell upon Ning Yuan. He grinned widely and said, "Interesting." Ning Yuan's pupils contracted. Had old Xie truly come back to life? He was now utterly different from before, a mere data projection finally ignited with divine vitality. He stepped forward, radiating an overwhelming pressure. His fist intent, condensed to unparalleled intensity, surged like a river flowing backward. With a resounding declaration, he challenged. "Who dares challenge me, latecomer?" He seemed to have stepped out of history itself, traversing centuries to reenact the domineering arrogance of yesteryears. "Old Xie doesn't recognize me?" Ning Yuan felt a twinge of confusion, but he didn't dwell on it. The burning battle intent within him was already difficult to contain. Ning Yuan. His eyes blazed with intensity as every tendon and bone in his body resonated. It felt as though a mighty dragon churned within him, yet this terrifying physique felt like shackles, forcing him to remain dormant. What a name! Win or lose today, your name will echo throughout the Federation. Old Xie's voice boomed with unquestionable confidence, as if merely sharing the stage with him was an immense honor. Ning Yuan couldn't suppress the upward curve of his lips, a smile spreading across his face. So this was old Xie in his youth? Even more arrogant than me. Their auras collided violently, and battle was imminent. Chapter 91, Forging a New Legend. Newcomer, this fist is called the Overwhelming Force. Old Xie declared loudly, then struck first. The fist carried an overwhelming aura, as if the man himself embodied the very momentum of heaven and earth. Its intent was domineering and brutal, like an unstoppable torrent sweeping down. Against it, any opponent was but a tiny pebble, utterly powerless to resist. The fist grew larger and larger in his vision until it seemed to fill the entire world. A powerful urge to die surged through his mind. This punch was several levels stronger than just days ago. Could he possibly grow stronger? Ning Yuan, however, felt not fear but elation. The fighting spirit within his chest erupted like a volcano. He stepped forward and thrust his spear. A piercing gunshot rang out. The sound was wild and unrestrained. If the opponent's fist was like the heavens crashing down, then this spear thrust was the act of supporting the heavens. The spear intent was unstoppable, unrestrained and wild, rising from the earth like a pillar supporting the heavens, piercing straight through the clouds. Its momentum could prop up the heavens, seeking to tear open the four corners and 8 desolate lands, reshaping the world. The surging force churned in toward the atmosphere, shredding it into a swirling white vortex. This very spear had slain Hu cheating that day, now formally crystallized into a spear technique. Its name sky supporting. Sizzle. Fist and spear never collided, their terrifying auras fused like water meeting fire, emitting a piercing screech in the air. Fine shot. Old Xie praised, then delivered another punch. Ning Yuan blocked with his gun held horizontally. The immense impact forced his bones to creak and crack. His feet crushed the platform, half his body sinking into the ring. Yet his gaze burned fiercer. With terrifying physical strength, he propelled himself upward like a cannonball, sending a shower of debris flying. The spear swung like the collapse of Mount Buzhou, with the force of a moon sinking and stars falling. The spear's descent compressed the air, producing a piercing, buzzing hum. It forced old Xie to sidestep. Good. 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 Take another punch from me. Old Xie's eyes blazed with intensity, his fist delivering without mercy. The punch arrived in an instant, yet it carried a deceptive sense of slowness. Its tip seemed to push a mountain, pressing down steadily. A suffocating pressure engulfed him, as if the air before him had been sucked out by the punch, creating a vacuum zone. A sharp gleam flashed in Ning Yuan's eyes. He recognized this punch. There was no way to block it, no way to evade it. If that was the case, then he wouldn't block it. His spear swept upward in a lightning-fast arc, like a sudden spring thunderclap swifter than the crack of thunder. The thrust was utterly free-spirited, like a master's brushstrokes unrestrained and bold. Yet it carried immense power, a fierce spear intent radiating a bone-chilling killing intent. Old Xie's eyes flashed with astonishment, yet he neither flinched nor retreated. His martial path forbade him from yielding. That fist shattered Ning Yuan's ribcage. That spear thrust upward from below, nearly cleaving old Xie in two. Old Xie's flesh and blood writhed, yet he paid no heed to his injuries. Instead, his aura grew even more domineering and unrestrained as he burst into a wild laugh. You're quite impressive. Come. Defeat me. He stepped forward, his bones cracking and popping as if the earlier exchange had been mere warm-up. A tangible aura of fists erupted from his body, boiling and churning like raging flames. Again. Before the words had even faded, Ning Yuan had already launched his attack. He swung his spear downward. The strike wasn't fast, but it carried immense weight, like pushing against a surging torrent. The air before him seemed sucked hollow, leaving no room to dodge. Old Xie's pupils contracted. Good lad. This spear strike had already captured the essence of his fist techniques, fully integrated into his spear art. His martial insight was astonishing. Could such a demonic martial artist truly exist in this world? He laughed heartily, not retreating an inch, and struck back with a fist of his own. It flowed like a surging river, erupted like a mountain flood, and carried the overwhelming might of heaven itself. Fist and spear collided, erupting in a thunderous roar. A white shockwave exploded outward, instantly engulfing the entire arena and causing it to tremble violently. Ning Yuan pressed forward with his spear, gradually gaining the upper hand. His gaze blazed like the scorching sun. After 3 days of meditation, he had completed his transformation in spear technique. No longer bound by fixed patterns, each thrust now radiated profound martial essence. Each thrust was fierce and fluid, radiating an unrestrained, assertive energy, while his own stance remained immovable, defiantly upward. Old Xie's eyes gleamed with admiration. Facing the charging spear, Ning Yuan never retreated, only meeting force with force. Exhaling, he struck. Their battle bordered on life and death combat, each punch landing with brutal impact, neither man yielding an inch. In the brief exchange, both men sustained numerous fresh wounds. After nearly slicing old Xie open with his last thrust, Ning Yuan now nearly dislocated his left arm, leaving a deep, bone-exposing spear wound on his shoulder. Sweet. After another clash, they both stepped back. The entire arena was now a wreck, the ground scarred as if plowed, littered with bullet marks and fist imprints. Such an exhilarating battle left him feeling utterly refreshed, his skin flushed crimson and the tortoise shell patterns on his body radiating heat. None of his previous opponents had ever made him feel this way. His fighting spirit surged, not waning. Like oil poured onto a raging fire, it boiled and burned. Old Xia roared with laughter, his spirit soaring. The energy surging from his body intertwined with Ning Yuan's, both fully understanding the other's intent. This was the final strike. This final fist is called Overlord. It embodies the very essence of my martial path. He assumed a stance, radiating a presence that seemed to pierce the heavens and anchor the earth. His fist intent dominated heaven and earth, as if he were the sole existence in the world, seeking to suppress the boundless starry sky. It was pure dominance. Above and below, I alone reigned supreme. One punch erupted. His fist intent filled the entire space, as if it were about to crush the heavens and earth. Ning Yuan drew in a breath and crouched low. Thump! 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 His chest heaved violently, the thudding of his heart like war drums beating in the heavens. Blood surged through his veins like a furious dragon churning the sea, roaring like crashing waves. His body rapidly heated under the surging blood, transforming him into a violently reacting furnace radiating intense light and heat. A rolling heat wave surged around him. Boom! His body surged with explosive force, the stage groaned in protest, erupting in a thunderous roar. Like an earth dragon turning over, the platform shattered inch by inch under the immense force, sending countless fragments flying. The nearly 100-meter-long platform sank, dropping by nearly a meter in height. Cracks spread like spider webs from the spot where Ning Yuan stood, radiating outward toward the edges of the platform. The center of the platform exploded like 1,000 barrels of gunpowder had detonated, forming a massive crater dozens of meters wide. The earth trembled violently, debris flew everywhere, and rocks churned chaotically through the air. Ning Yuan exhaled sharply, unleashing tremendous power as he charged toward old Xie, driving his spear downward. He had long known his advantage lay in his physique. Endowed with 9 extraordinary traits and tempered by supreme secret arts, his physical prowess had long surpassed comprehension, possessing strength capable of shaking the heavens and earth. This was the second spear technique he had mastered. He compressed the essence of the spear to its absolute limit, channeling it entirely within his body. This stimulated his bones, sinews, and flesh, pushing his physical limits to the extreme, ultimately unleashing earth-shaking might. This spear technique is named Earthshaker. The fist's wind collided with the spear's aura. In an instant, viscous air currents exploded outward like a shockwave, erupting from the center between the two combatants. The white airwave swept away all the debris, instantly clearing the space before them. Fist and spear crossed, the two stood facing each other. You win! Old Xie slowly raised his head, his gaze burning with intensity, yet still brimming with arrogance and dominance. From this moment onward, who in the world does not know you? He remained standing there, his form as majestic as a sacred mountain. Only his right arm was gone, and even his chest had been blown clean through, revealing a transparent hole stretching all the way to his back. Half of Ning Yuan's body was crushed by the iron fist, his gun-gripping hand trembling, yet he stood defiantly, his form unshaken. He tilted his head back and grinned at old Xie. Your old era is over. I shall continue to write the new legend. His voice boomed with unrestrained arrogance. It brimmed with the youthful vigor unique to his age. An indescribable sense of satisfaction welled up within him. The debt of 3 punches was repaid. The virtual combat space's notification tone sounded slowly. Congratulations! You are the first demon warrior in the Federation to successfully challenge the 9th layer. Would you like to make the recording public? Publish the recording? A smile spread across his lips as he nodded firmly. Chapter 92, Becoming the Champion. After all that hard work, why hide your achievements? But before going public, there was something he needed to do first. Ning Yuan downloaded the video and, using the virtual address space's networking feature, sent it out one by one to everyone in his contacts list. With that done, he let out a satisfied smile. Ha ha! I wonder what their expressions will be when they see this. Congratulations on becoming the new champion. The virtual combat space before him shattered, dissolving into scattered points of white light. An ancient stone staircase appeared, winding upward, bearing the marks of time, seemingly untrodden for ages. At its summit stood a magnificent throne, upon which sat a solitary figure. Ning Yuan ascended the steps, approaching the throne at a measured pace. Upon the throne, a wild mane of golden hair danced wildly. It was none other than old Xie. Spotting Ning Yuan's arrival, he flashed a wide grin before dissolving into countless particles that scattered into the air. Only the empty throne remained, silently awaiting the next occupant. What a setup! Quite the formalistic affair. Still, it looks pretty good. Ning Yuan strode forward and sat directly upon the magnificent throne. As if completing some kind of handover ceremony. A mechanical prompt sounded. Per Federation System Protocol, we shall imprint your presence. As the 9th layer guardian, all future generations of Federation recruits shall regard you as their ultimate challenge. Only by defeating you shall they earn the right to advance. Would you like to leave a message for future generations as an Easter egg? Easter egg? Ning Yuan suddenly recalled old Xia from before. He seemed to have come back to life, yet he didn't recognize me. So this was the Easter egg? He chuckled softly, leaving behind a few words and a specific sequence of moves, a surprise for future generations. Weha City, Paradise Street, blind massage parlor. Old Xia lay sprawled on the massage bed like a dried fish, swiping through suggestive videos of young women just like any other day. Lately, life had been pretty sweet. With Ning Yuan no longer disturbing him every morning, he now slept until late afternoon. He spent his days scrolling through videos and his nights catering to business at the Red Romance across the street. Life couldn't get any better. Just as he was grinning foolishly, a message notification suddenly popped up on his phone. The sender was marked as Xiao Yuanzi, with a special reminder flagged. Old Xia frowned in confusion, muttering to himself. What could Xiao Yuan want? Today should be the last day of school, right? Still, he quickly tapped open the message. A video appeared, accompanied by a message from Ning Yuan. Dedicated to my most respected Lao Xia. A gift? Could it be some kind of surprise? Old Xia couldn't wait to click on the video, eager to see what surprise his apprentice had prepared for him. As the video began playing, Old Xia visibly froze. Then the corners of his mouth lifted, finally breaking into a delighted smile. Good. Good lad. He watched as Ning Yuan fired the final shot, defeating himself. He let out a roar, determined to forge a legend. That youthful figure, brimming with reckless abandon and boundless vigor, infused those words with fiery vitality. He could no longer contain himself, bursting into hearty laughter. Ha! What a delightful surprise! His expression was arrogant and domineering, like a dormant lion awakening in that moment, revealing a glimpse of his former self. But immediately, a searing pain erupted within him, like molten lava spreading, slowly engulfing every corner of his body. He let out a muffled groan. Oomph! A mere forbidden-grade dragon-trapping pillar? Tonight, I'll take on 10 of them. Star Dream Tea Restaurant. Zhang Mengxue and the investment representative from Tian Yuan Group stepped out of the private room. They had already discussed the contract, and the one offered by Tian Yuan Group was currently the best available. While not quite an S-level contract, it far surpassed typical A-level offers, a truly sincere proposal. Mr. Yen, thank you for your company's generous terms. I'll discuss this thoroughly with Ning Yuan when I return. Zhang Mengxue addressed Mr. Yen, intending to discuss the matter with Ning Yuan upon her return. For now, to avoid disrupting Ning Yuan's advancement to true seed and the progress of forging his superior demonic physique, Tian Yuan Group was the optimal choice. Miss Shang, please convey my regards to Mr. Ning Yuan. He is a platinum VIP of our company. Such treatment is only fitting. Yen Lu's smile was warm and gracious. The reason Tian Yuan Group could offer Ning Yuan this contract was largely due to the divine perception expert who had strongly recommended him during his previous spaceship journey. This had compelled the company to reassess Ning Yuan's potential. After all, divine perception realm experts were beings who could tread the ancient starry paths, battling and seeking opportunities across the vast cosmos. His recommendation carried significant weight. And since that divine perception expert happened to be his uncle, Yen Lu held an exceptionally high regard for Ning Yuan. That's only natural. Oh, if it isn't our lovely Snow. How come you're suddenly in the soliciting customers business? Just as Zhang Mengxue opened her mouth to reply, a shrill, sarcastic voice suddenly cut her off. Zhang Mengxue frowned and looked over. There stood a woman dressed in garish, flamboyant attire, adorned like a peacock. She was strutting toward them, accompanied by the same cat-eared girl from the Star Group. Ah, it's Gu Yen. I wondered who it could be. No wonder I smelled that chicken stench from miles away. When it comes to soliciting customers, who could rival your professional skills, you rotten chicken? Zhang Mengshue's barbed retort made the feathers on her body bristle. Like Zhang Mengxue, she was a research graduate student at Yanhuang Academy. However, she had no interest in research. She entered Yanhuang Academy solely to mingle with more outstanding prodigies. She had long since become an agent, though her methods were rather unscrupulous. She used her body to become the agent for multiple prodigies. This left Zhang Mengxue, who was wholly devoted to her research, thoroughly disgusted. You? Oomph. Aren't you also in the business of soliciting clients? And I hear the one you've set your sights on is a half-breed? Gu Yan had long disliked Zhang Mengxue. A woman's jealousy was truly terrifying. Why did she get everything? A powerful background, noble status, and stunning looks? As a woman herself, she had to sell her body to secure her future. You really are desperate. I heard Star Group just offered him a great contract? If you ask me, you're lucky to have landed that contract at all. Otherwise, with his credentials, he wouldn't even qualify for a C-level deal. After speaking, she lifted her chin like a proud rooster. She then pulled out a contract as if to flaunt it. See this? It's an S+ contract. The new talent I've signed is a Chaos Bloodline, ranked 3rd among the 10 sons of Yan and Huang. Not some trash like you. You. Zhang Mengshue's eyebrows shot up in anger, ready to retort, when suddenly her phone vibrated. She always set her phone to do not disturb during contract negotiations, allowing only notifications from specific contacts. And she had only one special contact for such alerts, Ning Yuan. Ning Yuan rarely reached out to her. Could it be something important? She immediately ignored Gu Yan and looked down at her phone. As the video played on her phone, her expression brightened from gloom to sunshine, her smile growing wider and wider. Chapter 93, Contract Turmoil. By the time the video finished playing, her mood had lifted considerably. She immediately turned to Mr. Yen and said, "Mr. Yen, our contract may need some adjustments. Take a look at this." She handed the phone to Yen Lu beside her, who took it with a slight frown. A hint of displeasure flashed through his mind. Ning Yuan was being downright greedy. The current contract was already the best he could have negotiated. Asking for more was practically impossible. Though he thought this inwardly, he politely tapped to open the video. As the video played, his expression changed dramatically, and he could no longer maintain his previous composure. He couldn't help but blurt out, Is this real?" His skepticism was understandable. The footage was utterly mind-boggling. Once released, countless corporations and media outlets would undoubtedly swarm in, flooding the airwaves with coverage. Logically, major corporations should have received word immediately. How could he know nothing about it? He sent it to me privately. We need to move fast, but he'll release the video soon. Should we discuss this with the group beforehand? Zhang Mingxue smiled sweetly. Tianyuan Group was immensely powerful and had an excellent reputation. Crucially, they held Ning Yuan in high regard, so she had a favorable impression of them and was willing to prioritize cooperation with them. Alright, I'll consult with the company immediately. Excuse me for now. With that, he pulled out his phone and hurried toward the private room. No wonder he was in such a hurry. If this video was genuine, it would be an earthquake-level news story for the Federation. Ning Yuan, caught in the eye of the storm, would undoubtedly receive countless investment offers. The competitive pressure would be unimaginably fierce. After all, it was the title of the Eternally Supreme. Its prestige was so immense that its commercial value was beyond imagination. Beside them, Gu Yan watched the two engage in their secretive conversation, completely ignoring her. She felt deeply annoyed and immediately continued her taunts. "What, I hit the nail on the head and you can't argue back? Honestly, you'd be better off sticking to being a spoiled princess. Being an agent isn't about picking yourself a pretty boy. Your taste is just too awful." At this moment, Zhang Mingxue felt remarkably calm, even tempted to laugh. After a moment's thought, she replied, "The third-ranked person you mentioned from the 10 sons of Yanhuan, is his name Hu Cheating? Of course it is. Let me tell you, just the words Chaos Bloodline alone make him worth an S+ contract." Gu Yan was bursting with pride, her chin held high as if the Chaos Bloodline were her own achievement. "If I recall correctly, the one who got blown to bits by your so-called mixed blood 3 spears just the other day, that was him, right?" Zhang Mingxue regarded her with a faint, ambiguous smile, her expression tinged with an inexplicable nuance. A flicker of unease crossed Gu Yan's previously triumphant face. Still, she forced herself to say, "So you deliberately smeared him? Thinking you could climb over us to get ahead? You've miscalculated. Given the vast difference in their bloodlines, your fake news will collapse on its own. No one will believe you." As Hu Cheating's agent, she knew the truth inside out. She had expended considerable effort that day to suppress the matter. She paid online trolls to control comments and delete posts. Offline, she paid people to silence most of the students who witnessed the incident. Only then did the incident fail to gain traction, remaining virtually unknown. She knew that if word got out, Hu Cheating's reputation would inevitably suffer and his contracts would be affected. But overall, everything remained under control. With his Chaos Bloodline talent, once he reached the True Seed realm, his power would undergo a revolutionary transformation. Then he'd be able to crush a mere half-blood with ease, and this matter would be completely put to rest. Let me tell you, a mixed blood is a mixed blood. They'll never measure up to. Ring ring. A series of urgent ringtones sounded, and Gu Yan glanced to the side. The cat-eared receptionist from Star Group gave her an apologetic smile. "Sorry, I need to take this call from my boss." She picked up her phone and stepped aside to answer it. A frantic voice came from the other end. "The group just received footage. Someone cleared level 9. His name is Ning Yuan. If I recall correctly, you were assigned to make contact with him? Sign him at any cost. Offer him an S+ contract. This must happen fast. Those damn hyenas will move if we delay." Oh, and the company just confirmed Hu Cheating was indeed defeated by Ning Yuan earlier. From now on, whenever Ning Yuan's name comes up, Hu Cheating's will be attached to it. He's been nailed to the pillar of shame. His contract must be downgraded. The voice on the other end raced like a bomber, leaving the cat-eared girl reeling. "Act now. Secure him at all costs." With that, the call abruptly ended, as if the caller were racing against time. She froze in place, staring blankly. The man she had looked down upon just moments ago, the one she'd even thrown an insulting contract at, had cleared the 9th level in one go? Recalling her boss's instructions, she forced a smile. Approaching Zhang Mengxue, she spoke with feigned humility. Miss Shang, I believe we can still negotiate our contract. No need. I won't consider any contract from your star group. Zhang Mengxue waved her hand, cutting off her words and rejecting her proposal without mercy. Based on that contract alone, she would never partner with Star Group. Just then, Yan Lu hurried back. His face wore an expression of disbelief mixed with delight. Miss Shang, the company has offered an S+ contract. Any additional requests you have can be made, and the contract can still be revised. He had also received confirmed intelligence Ning Yuan had cleared the 9th stage. The company had granted him extensive authority to secure Ning Yuan's signature at all costs. They absolutely could not let this ultimate powerhouse slip away. Alright, let's discuss the details in the private room. Zhang Mengxue smiled faintly, having anticipated this outcome. Gu Yan watched the two figures walk away, utterly baffled. She turned to the cat-eared hostess beside her and said, Miss Lu, what do you mean by this? You actually want to change his contract? Didn't you say he wasn't worthy? Miss Gu, let's discuss your contract first. I'm starting to think it's a bit too generous. The cat-eared girl could no longer maintain her fake smile, her expression turning sour as she addressed Gu Yan. She had completely botched the Ning Yuan deal now, and punishment awaited her back at headquarters. This cheating contract absolutely couldn't be botched again. He had to be kept in check at all costs. You'll find out why soon enough. As her words fell, Gu Yan's phone buzzed and she too received the video. She tapped the video, staring in disbelief at its contents before turning her attention to the comments section. As the video went public across the entire Federation, everything about Ning Yuan's arrival in the imperial capital was laid bare. This included the incident where he shot Hu cheating 3 times. Now people were calling him 3-shot Hu. Gu Yan stared blankly as she lowered her phone. It's over. Everything's out in the open now. Chapter 94, Post-Battle Reaction. Imperial Capital Investigation Bureau, Director's Office. Inspector General Yu Xiaobo, the head of the bureau and a figure of immense influence throughout the imperial capital. Yet now, his brow was furrowed, making his already imposing face appear even more formidable. A young lady should mind her appearance. How will you ever find a husband like this? A deep, steady voice carried a hint of resignation. Ying sat sprawled on the sofa, legs crossed, utterly unconcerned as she replied. Then I won't marry. I'll just stay with daddy forever. He. Hearing his daughter's words, Yu Xiaobo merely replied with a sigh. I don't need you sticking around forever. You just cause trouble day in and day out. If you followed me for the rest of my life, I couldn't stand it. He knew his daughter all too well. Put nicely, she was fiercely righteous, intolerant of injustice. To put it bluntly, she'd been sheltered too much and didn't understand the twists and turns of the imperial capital. She'd beaten up every spoiled brat in the capital before, causing him no end of headaches. Under mounting pressure from all sides, he'd reluctantly transferred her to Weha City, hoping her brother could toughen her up. Oomph. Those spoiled brats. They bully men and women all day long, relying on their family backgrounds. They're rotten to the core. What I did to them was nothing. Ying snorted coldly, her tone dripping with contempt for those people. She then rose and ran to Yu Xiaobo's side, wrapping her arms around his arm and pouting. Father! Since I'm back anyway, you can't send me away. Hurry up and assign me a position so I can keep serving the people. Yu Xiaobo was helpless in the face of his daughter's pouting, though he didn't truly blame her. But the imperial capital was a treacherous place, and with her temperament, he feared she might stir up even greater trouble. He replied immediately. All right. Since you're back, work diligently. But I'm warning you now, think before you act. If you're unsure, consult me first. Things had calmed down considerably lately. She'd distinguished herself again at Weha, so finding a reason to transfer her back wouldn't be difficult. All right. Why are you still so nagging? Yu Ying's expression immediately soured upon hearing her father's agreement, now finding his nagging irritating. Just then, her phone buzzed with a message notification from Ning Yuan. She tapped the video call instantly. A few minutes later, a loud exclamation rang out. Ha! Dad, you always say I cause you trouble, but today I'll prove myself I'm your lucky charm. Yu Xiaobo watched his daughter Ying acting like a madwoman and asked in confusion. What are you going on about? What lucky star? Dad, check out this super prodigy I found. I'll bring him to work at the patrol bureau later. Ying excitedly rushed over with her phone, showing the video to a bewildered Yu Xiaobo. Student Union. Inside that modest office. Ning Yuan's victory run video played on the large computer screen. As the final blows collided, Ning Yuan shouted his defiant declaration with unbridled confidence, bringing the video to a close. A faint smile tugged at Qin Tian's handsome features as he murmured. Write a new legend, ha! He had once challenged the 9th-tier gatekeeper himself and knew full well the opponent's strength. He had never believed anyone could defeat him at the body-tempering realm. It was simply too difficult. Go make contact with him. Bring him into the student union. He turned to Lu Xiaoxi and said. Yes, President. Lu Xiaoxi remained as composed as ever, gently adjusting her thick glasses. She replied softly before turning to leave. As the door closed behind her, the room fell into silence. After a long moment, a voice broke the silence. What good is being the mightiest under heaven if you're nothing but a lackey for the Qin family? I hope you make the right choice. In the darkness, Qin Tian's eyes shone brightly. If such a figure could be brought under his banner, his clan uncle would naturally have someone to block his path. But if Ning Yuan proved ungrateful, then he wouldn't be to blame. Inside the virtual battle lobby, Su Jiaming clenched his fists, staring intently at the freshly updated information on the screen. Qili cleared level 9 in 13 minutes. Damn it, he lasted a whole minute longer than me. He felt bitterly resentful, yet also somewhat helpless. After all, he had just completed the challenge, believing he had pushed himself to the absolute limit, yet he had only managed 12 minutes. He knew all too well that the further he progressed, the more agonizingly difficult each additional second became. A single minute could mean a world of difference. That entire minute had solidified Qin Li's position as the top newcomer. He simply couldn't compete. Watching Qin Li's aloof demeanor, as if all this were his rightful due, it made him seethe with frustration. Ha! Another top player cleared the 9th layer? Someone still breaking through the 9th layer? Why is there a clear stage notification? There's never been a headline display before. Must be because they released the challenge video. After all, they all cleared it by exploiting loopholes. Top players value their reputation and usually don't release videos. Not sure what's going on this time. It really is public. You can find the related challenge video. Wait, this video's under 3 minutes long. Holy! This is actual combat footage. Someone cleared the 9th floor. In that instant, the crowd erupted like a bomb had been dropped, exploding with excitement. Hearing the buzz, Su Jiaming immediately pulled out his phone and started searching for the footage. As the video played, he was finally convinced. Not only did this player avoid any shortcuts, but every single move was pure, unadulterated, head-on combat. Every strike was met head-on, neither fighter retreating an inch. What was even more terrifying was that despite the defending champion's overwhelmingly aggressive stance and visibly more ferocious punches, he was still forced to relinquish control of the fight. Eventually, he was completely overwhelmed, and even their final clash didn't secure him victory. This man's physique was truly terrifying. Aware that his martial arts skills were inferior, he chose the path of simplicity, overpowering his opponent with sheer force. He compensated for his shortcomings with pure speed and raw power. To defeat the champion like that was terrifyingly strong. His name was Ning Yuan? Could it be the person I heard about before? At this thought, he suddenly recalled mentioning this person to Qin Li before attempting the trial. Qin Li had dismissed it outright at the time. He hadn't paid it much mind. He glanced up at Qin Li, only to see him staring down at his phone. Though his expression was obscured, Su could faintly make out the veins bulging on his exposed palm. Su Jiaming approached with a sly grin. He leaned in close to Qin Li and said with a sly grin, Qin Li, see the name of the person who cleared the level Ning Yuan. Didn't you say he had no chance of clearing it? Snap. Qin Li ultimately couldn't control his strength, crushing the phone in his hand as sparks flew. Damn it! Why are you so worked up? Su Jiaming, hit by flying shards, was thoroughly annoyed as he retorted. It won't do you any good to be upset. That's the ultimate power of all time. Go ahead and try it yourself, see if you can get through. Qin Li remained silent. He'd seen the video, he knew he stood no chance. At least within the body-tempering realm, no one could stand against him. Whether it was Old Xie or Ning Yuan, they were far too overpowered at this realm. Once I reach the true seed realm, I'll reclaim the first place that belongs to me. Qin Li coldly dropped those words, turning to leave without giving Su Jiaming another chance to speak. Su Jiaming watched Qin Li's retreating figure and felt a wave of relief wash over him. Trying to act aloof, but you still got flustered. Ha ha! Chapter 95, Who in the world doesn't know you? Qin Li declared that the true seed realm would reclaim first place. Which also meant he admitted the forging realm was already out of reach. Ning Yuan is indisputably the strongest throughout the ages. But I'll still compete in the true seed realm. The true seed realm forges supreme demonic bodies, the difference between them is immense. They both have a chance. Within the principal's office of the Yanhuang Academy, a white-haired old man paced back and forth, occasionally letting out a chuckle. Seated on the sofa, old Hua maintained his scholarly demeanor, growing increasingly impatient. Setting down his teacup, he sighed helplessly. Old Li, could you please stop pacing? You're making me dizzy. Why not sit down and have some tea? Old Li halted abruptly, eyes widening in astonishment as he exclaimed. Drink tea? The Eternal Supreme has appeared at our school, and you still have the heart to drink tea? The last Eternal Supreme emerged from our academy, but he committed a grave error and was expelled by the Federation. Since then, our institution has never produced another figure renowned throughout the Federation. Now someone has defeated him to become the new Eternal Supreme, and this person is from our academy. This will undoubtedly greatly enhance our academy's influence. Oldly couldn't help but be thrilled. Having served as principal for centuries, he valued the academy more than his own life. In recent years, Yanhuang Academy's appeal to new students had waned considerably, its quality falling far short of the other three major academies. Coinciding with the dawn of the Golden Age, prodigies and geniuses had surged forth like a tidal wave. In past years, a prodigy with chaos bloodline was a rare sight. Producing even one or two in a year was considered an extraordinary occurrence. Yet this year alone saw over a dozen emerge, a spectacle that vividly confirmed the Golden Age's arrival. Originally, the decline in the Yanhuang Academy's influence meant it recruited fewer chaos bloodline talents than the other three major academies. But now, the emergence of a prodigy like Ning Yuan is nothing short of a shot in the arm. Oldly laughed heartily, thoroughly pleased with Ning Yuan. After all, he never imagined a mixed blood from a small town could accomplish such a feat. It was pure manna from heaven. A peculiar talent. That description fits him perfectly. Old Hua nodded in agreement as he listened to Old Li's assessment. Recalling their encounters with Ning Yuan, the man truly was a weirdo, always delivering surprises no one could predict. Then we should give young Master Ning some reward. As the principal, you can't let the students lose heart. Ning Yuan was essentially Old Hua's research assistant, and the two got along quite well. Naturally, he wanted to help Ning Yuan secure something worthwhile. You're right. He deserves a reward. Having cleared the 9th layer, he can learn top-tier cultivation techniques. He certainly isn't lacking in those. Then let's give him some rare resources. Old Hua, what do you think we should give him? Principal Lao Li pondered seriously, then suddenly remembered Old Hua was the expert in this field and turned to him for advice. Old Hua didn't hesitate, immediately suggesting. He's about to forge his demonic body. Give him 2 bottles of Star Remnant Potion. But, isn't that too much? The entire academy only gets 10 doses of that per year. Principal Li hesitated. The Stellar Remnant Potion was the finest elixir for demonic body forging, coveted by countless individuals. Giving away 2 bottles at once might stir discontent among others. Too much? He's the peerless champion of all time, the greatest body forging talent the Federation has seen in 10,000 years. And you're stingy about giving him 2 bottles of potion? How do you expect him to serve you in the future? How will the academy grow stronger and achieve new glory? Do you even understand what it means to die for one's patron? If you don't cultivate his sense of belonging, how can he truly commit to the academy? Besides, doesn't he deserve it? Go ask other academies if they'd be willing to pay the price. Old Hua usually looked like a stuffy old scholar, but he wasn't rigid or inflexible at all. His arguments were well-reasoned and persuasive, leaving Old Li momentarily speechless. Old Li gritted his teeth and declared firmly, "You're right. He's worth it. We'll pay." Old Man Hua sipped his tea with satisfaction. "Little Yuanzi, this is all I can do for you." Ning Yuan emerged from the virtual combat pod, the clamor of whispers filling his ears. He slipped out silently, disturbing no one. The moment he stepped into the lobby, his phone buzzed with a series of message notifications. Among them, besides messages from people he knew personally, there were also numerous messages bearing the suffixes of corporations, companies, and institutions. All were messages of congratulations. He had no idea where these people had obtained his phone number. Is this what they mean by "who in the world doesn't know you"? Ning Yuan shook his head and set up a block to prevent unwanted messages from strangers. He had no intention of replying to these people. The contract matter could be handled by Zhang Mengxue. He replied to each contact he recognized in his phone list. Before long, Lin Junchen burst out of the virtual battle lobby. Before he even reached Ning Yuan, he shouted excitedly, "Brother Ning, you're incredible. You've made history." His admiration for Ning Yuan had reached an unparalleled height, transforming him into a devoted fanboy. His eyes sparkled with admiration. Ning Yuan immediately put some distance between them. It was better to keep things pure between brothers. "Sister Shui and you said they want to celebrate together. Do you want to come with me?" Earlier, when he replied to their messages, they'd mentioned celebrating for him. He thought of bringing Lin Junchen along. After all, the guy had helped him a lot since coming to the capital, and he couldn't leave his brother behind. Lin Junchen's previously excited expression froze slightly as he replied awkwardly, "Well, I can drive you over later, but let's skip the celebration together." Seeing this, Ning Yuan grew puzzled. Why did Lin Junchen look so afraid? He immediately asked, "You're close with them, right? Why not join in the fun?" Ning, you know sister, you and I grew up together. We practically grew up in the patrol bureau." Lin Junchen scratched his head awkwardly as he spoke. "We used to play cops and robbers together. She was a few years older than me, so she always got to be the cop. I got beaten up pretty often growing up. Seeing her now triggers some stress responses for me." By the time he got to this point, his face had turned as sour as a bitter melon. Ning Yuan couldn't help but shake his head. Yuing had caused such deep psychological trauma to the child. The kid was practically having a stress reaction. Brother Ning, I'll drive you. That won't be necessary. It's just a small gathering among friends, arranged at Sister Shue's villa. It's very close by. Ning Yuan declined the ride but tried to persuade him to come alone. Lin Junchen flatly refused, climbing into the shuttle without hesitation. Brother Ning, when you see Sister Yu later, you gotta put in a good word for me. He left with those parting words, then sped off in the hovercar as if fleeing. Ning Yuan sighed inwardly. Lin Junchen was already this scared before even meeting Yuing. Who knew what he'd gone through as a child? He didn't dwell on it further. He turned and headed toward the villa. Chapter 96, University Star Cup. With Ning Yuan's successful challenge and the public release of the battle footage, the 9th floor defender of the 4 great academies changed from Old Xie to Ning Yuan. This tower climbing mechanism was shared among the 4 great academies, and naturally, the 9th floor challenger followed suit. The 4 great academies harbored numerous prodigies who had never bowed to anyone. Each secretly yearned to test Ning Yuan's skills. Fuxi Academy. Li Jingfeng, bearing the bloodline of the White Tiger and hailing from the Li family, one of the 4 great clans, was the top freshman of this cohort. The White Tiger embodies slaughter and conquest. The Li family are all battle maniacs. They never shied away from challenges. They relished them, excelling in combat and slaughter. Ever since watching Ning Yuan's challenge video, his blood had been boiling with excitement. For in Ning Yuan, he saw the shadow of his own clan, unafraid of formidable foes, growing bolder with each battle. Thus, the moment the 9th layer phantom transformed into Ning Yuan, he immediately ascended the virtual combat arena. Within the 9th layer, facing Ning Yuan's imprinted phantom, even before the first strike, he felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. Unlike the psychological pressure from Old Xie, this felt more like a physical, bodily reaction. As if encountering a natural enemy. This man was undoubtedly a formidable opponent. He gripped his long sword tightly, a menacing aura steadily building within him. As the countdown ended, Ning Yuan opened his eyes, his gaze sweeping over the challenger with unrestrained arrogance. He spoke slowly. Take this spear strike and you'll earn the right to pass. This spear is called Sky Piercer. Li Jingfeng's eyes narrowed. A lethal strike right from the start? Pass the trial by surviving it? Then let's see what this shot is made of. A gunshot rang out. Li Jingfeng felt an indescribable force of the spear bearing down upon him, its momentum vast and majestic, possessing the might to prop up the heavens. Like a pillar supporting the heavens, it seemed poised to split the 4 corners of the world. The strike was blindingly fast and devastatingly heavy. There was no time to dodge. Then meet it head-on. A flash of blade light erupted. A murderous aura surged skyward, a blade intent brimming with endless killing intent, as biting as the harshest winter. It crushed all life's vitality, seeking to shatter the pillar supporting the heavens before it. Boom! The blade's light dissolved into the spear's radiance, tearing several gashes into the stage. A biting wind, sharp as blades, crushed the debris into dust that swirled upward. Li Jingfeng, blade in one hand, braced himself against the ground with the other, steadying his form against the onslaught. Though half his body was shattered, he had ultimately blocked the strike. I blocked it. Does that mean I? The earth began to tremble. The arena convulsed like a dragon turning in its lair. A voice pierced the smoke. Earthquake. The entire stage shattered with a thunderous crash. Damn you, Ning Yuan, you. Ning Yuan rubbed his nose, feeling a tickling sensation. But he paid it no mind, raising his cup instead and declaring cheerfully. Thank you both for celebrating with me, especially Sister Shui. You've worked tirelessly these past few days to secure such a major contract for me. His tone was utterly sincere. Zhang Mengxue had just shown him the Tianyuan group contract. The terms were exceptionally favorable. Not only would they provide 300 million yuan in annual funding, but they would also supply 10 special resources. All they needed to do was handle some promotional work for them each year, with minimal restrictions and a high degree of freedom. It was undoubtedly a top-tier contract. It must have been incredibly difficult for her to secure it. Zhang Mengshue's lips curved upward. Her bright eyes flashed a wink at Ning Yuan before she covered her mouth and said, Honestly, landing this contract wasn't really down to me, it's all because you're so impressive. She then described the scene to the two of them, unable to suppress a laugh as she reached the end. You should have seen the look on those two women's faces. The moment your challenge video went live, they practically put on red noses themselves just like clowns in a circus. But it sure did let me vent some pent-up frustration. Ning Yuan couldn't help but laugh too, surprised that his successful completion of the challenge had such a significant impact. But then he thought about it before he succeeded. How many corporations had Zhang Mengxue met with? And how had she been treated? She must have endured a great deal of humiliation. His gaze sincere, he looked into Zhang Mengshue's bright eyes and said, Sister Shui, I'm so sorry for all the hardship you endured for me. I don't know how I can ever repay you. Zhang Mengxue paused, startled, then her eyes rippled like water as they met Ning Yuan's intense gaze. She replied, her voice slightly evasive. Well, it's really nothing. After all, I'm your agent. When you do well, I do well. Ewing watched the two exchange glances and suddenly felt she shouldn't be here. She should be under the table instead. As the tension between them grew palpably hot, an inexplicable irritation stirred within her. She couldn't help but interrupt. Hey! I'm still here, you two. Cut it out. I am one of your angel investors, after all. Do you two really think I don't exist? Hearing Ewing speak up, Zhang Mengshua's cheeks flushed slightly, realizing she might have had one too many. She quickly changed the subject, turning to Ewing. You call yourself an angel investor, yet you didn't even prepare a gift for your little brother? Who says I haven't? I've already recommended him to my old man, planning to have him mold him into the rising star of the patrol bureau. Ewing stood with her hands on her hips, her tone tinged with self-importance. The Imperial Capital's patrol bureau was no small-town operation like Weha City's. Backed by the federal government, its resources were practically limitless. Becoming a rising star would open up yet another avenue to access special resources. But I'm still in school. Can I join as an inspector? Ning Yuan asked, a hint of doubt in his voice. Of course you can. Just like before in Weha, it's a temporary assignment. It won't affect your studies at all. Ewing explained to him. The resources required for this true seed realm are immense. With the contract you signed with Tian Yuan Group, ordinary resources will be more than sufficient. They can easily sustain you until you reach the Qi Si realm. But if you wish to accelerate the forging of your demonic physique, special resources become indispensable. While Tian Yuan Group will provide them, the transportation requests are slow to process. They won't be able to quickly translate into your combat strength. So those students who want to quickly complete their demonic body transformation will affiliate themselves with major factions to earn resources. Put simply, these are all avenues for acquiring scarce resources. By pursuing paths through corporations, official channels, and academic institutions, one can accelerate the formation of the demonic physique. Ning Yuan nodded repeatedly, beginning to grasp the concept. At that moment, Zhang Mengshua chimed in. That's correct. Once you advance to True Seed, I'll use Tian Yuan Group's funds to prepare the foundational resources for your demonic body cultivation. However, some scarce resources can't be bought with money. You'll have to acquire them yourself. Aim to reach the peak of True Seed within 3 months. Then you can participate in the University Star Cup to compete for titles and rankings. Ning Yuan had learned about the College Star Cup after arriving in the Imperial Capital. Once one stepped into the True Seed realm, the competition among the Federation's prodigies reached a fever pitch. Talents were further categorized by potential into tiers: Constellation, Bright Moon, and Radiant Sun. Within each generation, the Starlight Cup determines the rankings and crowns the sole son of that era. Old Xia had once claimed the Demon Marshal Proud Sun title, earning the moniker Overlord Fist. It's set to begin in 3 months. I'm actually looking forward to it. Chapter 97, Freshman Orientation. Seeing the look of longing in Ning Yuan's eyes, Zhang Mengshue couldn't help but say, don't put too much pressure on yourself. Freshmen mostly go to broaden their horizons. The Star Cup gathers the entire Federation's elite. The sophomores have nearly perfected their martial arts and demonic bodies. They're the ones vying for the title of Sun God. Hearing Zhang Mengshue's reminder, Ning Yuan realized she was worried he might set his expectations too high. She feared that if he couldn't defeat others, it might shatter his confidence. He responded calmly. Don't worry, Sister Shui. I'm just looking forward to battling strong opponents. No need to fret. Ewing rolled her eyes, looking at the two of them with exasperation. Why are you two getting so far ahead of yourselves? The most important thing right now is Ning Yuan breaking through to True Seed and forging his demonic body. Instead of thinking about that, we should focus on choosing cultivation techniques for tomorrow's school opening. I recall Ning Yuan has eligibility for top-tier cultivation methods. Having already discussed this with Old Xia, Ning Yuan replied directly. I already have my choice for the True Seed cultivation technique. I'll go select it tomorrow when school starts. Seeing his confident demeanor, Ewing didn't press further. Instead, she raised her wine cup, stood up, and declared, tomorrow marks the start of the new semester. Here's to your new journey. Cheers. Cheers. The 3 cups clinked together, sending droplets of wine flying. Before they knew it, the 3 drank until midnight. Ewing had had a bit too much to drink. She started acting drunk, stubbornly refusing to leave and insisting on sleeping with Zhang Mengshue. Zhang Mengshue was also hazy from drink, both of them babbling nonsense. Only Ning Yuan remained sober. He had consumed a divine elixir that prevented intoxication. Ning Yuan struggled to get them both into the room. He wiped the sweat from his forehead. These 2 women were terrible drunkards. Not only were they babbling nonsense, but their hands weren't staying put either. They were tugging at each other's clothes, revealing large patches of snow-white skin. The sight made Ning Yuan's blood boil. He forced himself to endure the discomfort, changed them into nightgowns, and shoved them into bed. There was no other choice. Their clothes were torn to shreds and completely unwearable. Returning to his own room, he took a cold shower to cool down. He tossed his own tattered clothes aside. He activated the dream marriage space, his mind continuing to hone martial arts techniques. He drifted into a deep sleep. The next day, morning sunlight streamed into the slightly disheveled villa. On the soft, white bed, two pale legs were intertwined. Zhang Mingxue slowly awoke, her head feeling heavy and foggy. Still numb from the hangover. She rubbed her forehead with her fingers. Suddenly, she realized she had changed into pajamas at some point, and someone else was still sleeping beside her. She looked at Yuing, whose sleeping posture was decidedly unseemly. Fragments of last night's memories began surfacing. Her cheeks felt as though they were being scorched by the sun, rapidly heating up. Even her ears flushed slightly, and the antennae between her eyebrows twitched uncontrollably. What on earth had she done last night? She glanced down at her silk nightgown. Snap! A sharp crack echoed. She raised her hand and slapped Yuing hard across the face, sending ripples of flesh across her cheek. You! It's all your fault. Ning Yuan was on his way to Yanhuang Academy. He had woken up early and, seeing the two girls still asleep, had gone to school alone. Unfortunately, he had tried again in the dream marriage space last night. He still couldn't beat Zhang Mingxue. Damn it, she's supposed to be a researcher, how come she's so tough? At the academy gates, he happened to run into Lin Junchen hurrying over. From a distance, he called out to Ning Yuan. Ning, why do you look so down? Facing Lin Junchen's question, Ning Yuan replied without batting an eye. Nothing. Just wondering what today's opening ceremony will be like. Put. What's there to be disappointed about? Our academy runs on a semi-free range system. We don't have any grand opening ceremonies. We'll just gather in our classrooms, meet our advisors, listen to a couple of speeches, and then we're free to go. Lin Junchen shrugged indifferently, already familiar with the routine. He'd even deliberately chosen the same class as Ning Yuan so they could go together. The two walked together and soon arrived at the classroom. Class 10025 Demon Martial Arts Class 7. As a top-tier institution dating back to the founding of the Seven Generals, it had now seen over 10,000 graduating classes. Over these 10,000 years, it had cultivated countless outstanding talents for the Federation. Nearly all of the Federation's high-ranking officials had emerged from these elite institutions. Numerous heavenly masters and grandmasters have also emerged from its halls. It is no exaggeration to call it the very foundation of the Federation. They arrived not too early, yet the classroom was already filled with many seated students. They casually found seats toward the back and waited quietly for the instructor's arrival. About 10 minutes later, the classroom was filled to capacity. A middle-aged beauty finally arrived late, accompanied by a stunning young woman with 9 tails. It was none other than Elder Tushan and Tushan Inoue. Tushan Inoue visibly startled upon seeing Ning Yuan, then walked straight toward him with an icy expression. Noticing there were no seats left nearby, she frowned. Her gaze shifted, briefly landing on Lin Junchen. When she saw his lecherous expression, her frown deepened. She turned her attention to the other person beside Ning Yuan, her ethereal, melodious voice drifting over. Classmate, could I have a seat? The student beside Ning Yuan, whose build resembled a wild boar, gaped in astonishment. Pointing at himself in disbelief, he stammered. Me? Then, overjoyed, he stood up, carefully wiped his seat clean, and eagerly said. Sure. This seat is yours. After saying this, he grinned foolishly and happily went to sit elsewhere. A wave of sweet fragrance swept past Ning Yuan as a lovely figure settled beside him. She flashed him a sweet smile and gave him a slight nod. Ning Yuan didn't think much of it. As fellow natives of Weha City, they were, after all, countrymen. It was only natural to be friendly toward one another. He returned the nod in a friendly gesture, then paid her no further mind. Silently, he shifted his body closer to Lin Junchen. In such a large space, why did she have to sit so near? Her tail was practically brushing against him. Just then, Lin Junchen nudged Ning Yuan with his elbow, his face wearing a lecherous grin as he said. She's absolutely stunning. Ning, did you see her glance at me just now? Maybe she likes me? Too shy to say anything, but wants to be closer, so she sat next to you. Maybe. Just behave yourself and stop fidgeting around. Ning Yuan sighed inwardly. Lin Junchen was great in every way, but his temperament was a bit. Girls are shy. I get it. Just as Lin Junchen was lost in his own thoughts, Elder Tushan at the lectern cleared her throat and spoke slowly. I am your homeroom mentor, Tushan Hong. With that, she wrote her name on the blackboard with her tail. Ignoring the students whispering among themselves, she continued. You may come to me with any matters, but please avoid coming unless it's truly important. She paused here, her gaze sweeping across the group. You've all mastered physical cultivation and now face the challenge of advancing to true seed, forging your demonic bodies. The intricacies involved are profound. Some of you may know, others may not. To prevent you from asking me individually, today I shall explain what the true seed truly is. Chapter 98, What is the true seed? Tushan Hong solemnly tapped the blackboard, drawing all the students' attention. The true seed realm marks a crucial turning point between the martial arts of the Federation's ancient era and the current path of demonic martial arts. 10,000 years ago, before the Starry Sky Ancient Path emerged, the Federation's martial arts had reached its peak at the Forged Body Perfection stage. With the emergence of the Starry Sky Ancient Path and the awakening of demonic bloodlines in all beings, the 7 generals combined the martial arts of the Federation with demonic bloodlines to create the method of forging demonic bodies. This gave birth to the True Seed realm. When discussing demonic martial arts, one topic inevitably arises: the 7 martials. It can be said that the Federation's journey into demonic martial arts was entirely due to the existence of the 7 martials, who elevated martial arts to its current heights. The True Seed realm, as its name suggests, involves forging a demonic physique. This transforms the physical body from acquired to innate, metamorphosing it into a true seed of the demonic race. For instance, if you possess the bloodline of a true dragon, you can forge a true dragon's body, making your physical form comparable to that of a living dragon. Thus, bloodline is of utmost importance, directly determining the physical strength of your true seed realm body. Of course, even among those with the same bloodline, physical strength can vary. This depends on the foundation laid during the body forging stage. The stronger your foundation, the more formidable the demonic physique you forge. Cultivation techniques, however, determine the progress of your demonic physique. Inferior cultivation techniques can only forge an inferior demonic body, advancing progress by a maximum of 70%. Mid-tier cultivation techniques forge mid-tier demonic bodies, advancing progress to 90%. Superior cultivation techniques forge superior demonic bodies, advancing progress to 99.9%. Of course, there are even more supreme cultivation techniques that can advance demonic body progress to 100%, allowing you to fully transform into a. But that is exceedingly difficult. After advancing to a true seed, 3 primary transformations occur. First, the demonic body is forged, enhancing physical strength. Second, carving innate traits into the physical form, elevating them into supernatural abilities with amplified effects. Third, the physical body generates vital energy, amplifying the potency of martial arts techniques. After hearing this, Ning Yuan began to grasp the concept. The True Seed realm primarily depends on the accumulation of the body forging realm, bloodline talents, and cultivation technique levels. The stronger the bloodline talent, the more formidable the demonic physique forged. It possesses more unique traits that can be transformed into divine anomalies, greatly boosting one's combat prowess. No wonder those factions, upon hearing he possessed a mixed bloodline, held him in such low regard. A mixed bloodline inherently forged a weaker demonic body, lacking the enhancement of bloodline traits. Its potential is simply too low to compare with those prodigies. Fortunately, he is not of mixed blood. After speaking, Tu Shanhong scanned the entire hall and asked, "Any questions?" The students remained silent, seemingly digesting Tu Shanhong's words. "Since there are no questions, today's lesson is concluded," she announced softly, bringing the session to a close. Who knew when the next such whole-class lecture would be held? Just as Ning Yuan prepared to follow the others out, Tu Shanhong, who had yet to leave, spoke again. "Ning Yuan, Lin Junchen, and Tu Shan Ingyue, the 3 of you stay behind." Ning Yuan was taken aback, unsure why Tu Shanhong was keeping them behind. "And Tu Shan Ingyue?" Hearing that name, Ning Yuan instinctively glanced at the girl beside him, Zhao Ingyue. The 2 names sounded so similar. When had she changed hers? Noticing Ning Yuan's slightly puzzled gaze, Tu Shan Ingyue's lips curved into a faint smile. She explained softly, "I have joined the Qingqiu clan and formally changed my name to Tu Shan Ingyue." Ning Yuan couldn't help but sigh inwardly. This Tu Shan Ingyue truly had remarkable fortune. Not only had Tu Shanhong used a precious spot to pull her into the Yanhuang Academy, but she had also joined the Qingqiu clan. The surname Tu Shan wasn't bestowed lightly. Only core disciples were granted the honor of bearing it. As descendants of the 7 generals and one of the 2 great clans, the Qingqiu clan possessed vast resources and connections. Tu Shan Ingyue's path in demonic martial arts would likely be smooth sailing from now on. As the others departed, only the 3 of them remained in the classroom. As they exchanged glances, Tu Shanhong spoke up. "Follow me." She then headed toward the classroom exit. Though the others had no idea what she meant, they could only rise and follow. Tu Shanhong led the way, her figure swaying like a ripe peach. Lin Junchen couldn't help but swallow hard. Tu Shanhong, walking ahead, seemed oblivious as she spoke to herself. "I'm keeping the 3 of you here because you qualify to learn the supreme techniques. These techniques require special preservation methods, so I must personally guide you to the location." Hearing her explanation, Ning Yuan finally understood. So it was about selecting supreme cultivation techniques. For those at the True Seed realm, the importance of cultivation techniques was self-evident. And top-tier cultivation techniques like this one, capable of advancing a demonic body to 100% perfection, were exceptionally rare. Not even 10 copies existed throughout the entire Yanhuang Academy, suggesting extremely stringent safeguards. Before long, Tu Shanhong and the others arrived at their destination. To their surprise, it was the basement of the library, a futuristic, tech-filled hall. Tu Shanhong addressed the 3. "This is where the highest-level cultivation techniques are stored. You may choose any you wish, but I must remind you of one thing. Her expression suddenly turned serious as she addressed them earnestly. While these supreme cultivation techniques are powerful, they also consume far more resources and present greater challenges in practice. Though they claim to advance 1 to 100% demonic physique, that final step is exceptionally difficult. Many prodigies who practice these supreme techniques before you have been stuck at 99.9% progress. I hope you won't pursue perfection too relentlessly. Hearing this, Lin Junchen shrugged indifferently. I know all that. At the same level, top-tier cultivation techniques are still stronger. Even if we get stuck at 99.9%, we can just upgrade then. Anyway, 70% demonic body progress qualifies us to advance to the Chi-Si stage. We'll just cultivate to that point and see what happens. Tushan Hong nodded in agreement, adding, that's precisely my point. There's no need to obsess over reaching 100% demonic body progress at the expense of your cultivation pace. Just keep this in mind. After speaking, she stepped aside, allowing the three to freely choose their cultivation techniques. The room wasn't large, measuring only a few dozen square meters at most. Inside the chamber stood fewer than 10 metal pillars, each covered by a special glass dome. Ning Yuan walked slowly forward, examining the first pillar. Clearly inscribed upon it were the words, "The Secret Canon of Taishu Wind Control. Created by the Peerless Grandmaster, Master of the Great Void. Roam the Great Void in spirit, reflect one's own bloodline, contain wind-attributed spiritual objects, and forge a demonic body." This isn't the top-tier cultivation technique old Xia mentioned. Next. Ning Yuan's goal was clear. The cultivation technique he sought to learn had long been decided in his mind. He wasted no time, scanning them one by one. Finally, on the second-to-last metal pillar, he found the technique he sought. Secret Canon of the Primordial Furnace. Created by Zhao Tianyi, one of the 7 generals. By reflecting one's own bloodline, one transforms into a cosmic furnace, using all things in heaven and earth as fuel to sustain oneself, thereby metamorphosing a mortal body into a demonic form. Ning Yuan's eyes lit up at this sight. This was the cultivation technique. Chapter 99, General Zhao's Legacy. The Secret Canon of the Wasteland Furnace. Master, I've made my choice. Ning Yuan's voice reached her, surprising Tushan Hong. These were all top-tier cultivation manuals. They were akin to ancient divine manuals, treasures that, if released, would spark fierce competition and bloody turmoil. As a demonic martial artist, how could he make his choice so swiftly upon seeing such manuals? She moved lightly to Ning Yuan's side and looked at the metal pillar before them. This manual? Hearing her puzzled voice, Ning Yuan couldn't help but ask. What's wrong, mentor? Is there a problem with this manual? There's nothing wrong with this manual, of course. As a technique left behind by General Zhao, it ranks among the very best of all top-tier cultivation methods. Tushan Hong furrowed her brow, carefully choosing her words. However, its cultivation difficulty is also greater. In the Federation's 10,000 years, only Zhao Shuai himself achieved perfection, advancing his demonic physique to 100% completion. Would you consider switching to another cultivation method? While achieving 100% demonic physique progress remains challenging with other methods, there have been numerous successful cases over the millennia. Upon hearing this, Ning Yuan remained unconcerned. Though he had only glimpsed the core principles, he sensed an extraordinary resonance with this technique and had no intention of abandoning it. He promptly replied to Tushan Hong. Then there's no issue. I'll take this one. Tushan Hong observed Ning Yuan's confident demeanor and refrained from further persuasion. This was likely a common trait among prodigies. They always believed themselves to be exceptional. Very well, then. Follow me to register. She led Ning Yuan to a light brain terminal and pulled up a series of contracts. Her hands moved swiftly across the keyboard as she explained to Ning Yuan. These top-tier cultivation techniques are extremely precious. Every transmission to a new recipient must be registered and uploaded, recorded in the Federation's official records. Furthermore, private dissemination is strictly prohibited. You must sign a confidentiality agreement. Come sign it. She pointed to the electronic contract on the light brain, gesturing for Ning Yuan to sign. Ning Yuan merely glanced at the contract, finding it largely consistent with what Tushan Hong had described. He didn't bother reading further and signed his name directly. Upon seeing Ning Yuan's signature, Tushan Hong led him back to the metallic pillar. The glass dome that had shielded it moments before was gone, leaving the metal pillar fully exposed to the air. This supreme cultivation technique cannot be conveyed through words. It can only be transmitted directly through a mental imprint. This metal pillar was personally left behind by General Zhao. It contains his mental imprint. Tushan Hong pointed at the pillar before them. Ning Yuan was somewhat surprised. So that's why she kept mentioning the unique preservation method. Moreover, it had been over 10,000 years since General Zhao had imprinted his soul here. And it can still be used to transmit the technique? Zhao Shuai's power was truly terrifying. Pondering this, he couldn't help but ask curiously. Mentor, just how powerful was Zhao Shuai? And why has the Federation lost all trace of him? Zhao Shuai. Tushan Hong's eyes gleamed with emotion. All 7 generals are peerless grandmasters, but Zhao Shuai was the strongest among them. Back then, he was but a half step away from that legendary realm. Alas, he failed. As for why there's no news of him, I'm not entirely sure. Our clan has no detailed records either. It seems connected to that final half step he took. At this point, she trailed off, turning instead to Ning Yuan and saying, "Hurry and receive the inheritance. Just place your hand on it." Ning Yuan didn't press further, his gaze fixed on the ancient, enigmatic metal pillar before him. Slowly, he reached out and pressed his hand firmly against it. Boom! The instant his touch met the pillar, Ning Yuan felt a tremendous roar echo within his mind's sea. Before his eyes appeared a towering, imposing silhouette, adorned by a vast sea of stars behind it. His form stood as straight as a spear, as if he alone upheld this universe for all beings. Was this Zhao Shuai? Alas, only his back was visible, his face hidden from view. Just as Ning Yuan pondered this, the scene before him shifted once more. That figure suddenly transformed into an infinitely tall and infinitely vast furnace, fueled by the stars filling the sky. Within the furnace, a roaring blaze erupted, radiating boundless light and heat. Is this the secret cannon of the wasteland furnace? The imagery was terrifyingly vast and colossal. Ning Yuan was utterly stunned, his gaze fixed on the spectacle unfolding before him, a scene that seemed poised to reenact the primordial chaos of the cosmos. Such a marvelous spectacle was truly unprecedented. Was this Zhao Shuai's mental imprint? Such an unreserved display of the secrets of the primordial universe furnace, directly imprinted upon the depths of one's soul. This was a legacy spanning 10,000 years. He watched in rapt fascination, straining to capture the fleeting flashes of wisdom, deepening his understanding of the secret scriptures. Within this boundlessly high and boundlessly vast primordial universe furnace, he witnessed the secrets of flesh and blood transforming, devouring all things. The key lay in transforming oneself into the furnace, using all things in heaven and earth as fuel to smelt everything, sustaining one's own being. Thus, the mortal form undergoes metamorphosis, forging the ultimate demonic body. All things can be refined, all things become sustenance. Moments later, the vision dissipated. Ning Yuan slowly opened his eyes. His palm remained pressed against the metal pillar, as if it had never moved. The inheritance has concluded. Did you gain anything? Tushan Hong stood nearby, asking in a low voice. Ning Yuan grinned at her words. Very much so. Truly worthy of General Zhao's legacy, it feels perfectly suited to me. On this point, Ning Yuan was not lying. This secret text demanded the absorption of all things, placing extremely high demands on one's physique. And his greatest strength happened to be his physique. Even more fortuitously, he possessed the divine ability to consume and assimilate, making his cultivation of the secret canon of the primordial universe furnace exceptionally efficient. Hearing Ning Yuan's confident declaration, Tushan Hong smiled, not taking it to heart. Yet upon reflection, Ning Yuan had indeed accomplished several astonishing feats. From securing a spot at the top academy to achieving the pinnacle of physical cultivation. In the mere 10 days she had been away, he had accomplished such earth-shaking feats. She still felt compelled to add a caveat, opening her mouth to say, other secret manuals are manageable. Many have mastered them to perfection, achieving the rank of celestial master, and have come to replenish their spiritual imprints to sustain the lineage. But this secret canon of the wasteland furnace, in 10,000 years, no one has ever mastered it. Even someone as powerful as General Zhao, if his spiritual energy isn't replenished, will gradually fade away. Her eyes lifted slightly, meeting the gaze of this youth who had repeatedly defied expectations. I hope you can achieve perfection, become a celestial master in the future, and continue this supreme legacy for the Federation. Ning Yuan felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He never imagined Tushan Hong held such high expectations for him, even mentioning the attainment of Heavenly Master. That was the realm of a Heavenly Master. Even the demonic martial prodigy Yang could only be called a master-caliber talent. No one dared claim they could definitely achieve heavenly human status. Mentor, that's looking too far ahead. My current goal is to cultivate the true seed. Ning Yuan still held some fondness for Tushan Hong. After all, she had given him that ship ticket last time. So he didn't make any grandiose claims, just stated his goal plainly. What kind of goal is that? It's practically a sure thing. Tushan Hong couldn't help but chuckle at his unassuming ambition, covering her mouth to stifle her laughter. Her imposing figure shook rhythmically, making Ning Yuan dare not lift his gaze. Something was off about this nine-tailed celestial fox's bloodline. The impact was overwhelming. He seriously suspected the nine-tailed celestial fox possessed enchanting properties. Tushan Hong shot him a disapproving glance and spoke calmly. You've just received the inheritance. Go back and digest it properly. Don't wait for them. Ning Yuan looked up at Lin Junshun, who was still undergoing the inheritance. He had no idea when it would end. He didn't wait any longer. After bidding farewell to Tushan Hong, he departed alone. Chapter 100, all preparations complete. When Ning Yuan returned to the villa, Zhang Meng and Yuing had already risen. Both looked refreshed and radiant, no trace of yesterday's drunken state remaining. Xiao Yuan, you're back. How did it go today? Did you learn the cultivation technique? Yuang, dressed lightly with her luminous white legs exposed, munched on an ice cream cone as she asked, her words slightly muffled. I've mastered it. I plan to digest it thoroughly first, then begin forging my demonic body immediately. Ning Yuan's return to the villa was primarily to assimilate the insights gained from the cultivation technique. Zhang Mengshua's villa was fully equipped with all kinds of facilities, including a dedicated training room, an excellent choice for seclusion. What cultivation technique did you learn? Zhang Mengshue inquired. Ning Yuan's investment funds were entirely under her control. Now that he had learned the technique and was preparing to forge his demonic body, the foundational resources needed to be arranged accordingly. The secret canon of the wasteland furnace, a technique passed down by General Zhou. I feel it suits me perfectly. Ning Yuan answered truthfully. Good. Focus on assimilating the inherited knowledge first. Leave the rest to me. Zhang Mengshue saw nothing amiss in this, though she had heard of this secret scripture before. As an inheritance from General Zhou, countless prodigies had studied it over the Federation's 10,000 years, though none had ever mastered it completely. Yet since Ning Yuan had chosen this particular secret text, she trusted he would succeed. It was a natural trust. Ning Yuan nodded in agreement and headed toward the training room within the villa. Meanwhile, Zhang Mengshue began calculating what Ning Yuan would need to forge his demonic physique. She needed to prepare quickly. 2 days later, Ning Yuan slowly opened his eyes. His gaze blazed like a raging furnace, scorching the void. His body radiated intense heat like a forge. As Ning Yuan's gaze gradually settled, it grew inwardly calm and steady. The intense heat that had persisted within the training chamber for 2 full days finally began to subside, gradually returning to normal. Ning Yuan quietly assessed his gains, then thought. Open the system panel. Host, Ning Yuan. Heaven supporting mystic Tortoise bloodline, unknown chaos bloodline. Traits, sky supporting, earth-shattering, rock solid, endurance, longevity, guardian, immortality, conquest, prosperity. Techniques, mountain-bearing fist mastery, secret canon of the wasteland furnace minor achievement. Martial arts, mountain shaking spear technique mastery, instant step mastery, wind thunder arrow control style wind arrow mastery, fierce army spear technique. Sky supporting, earth-shattering. Realm, body forging bone tempering 100%. Divine powers, consumption, dream implantation, demon slaying, spirit communication, divine exorcism. Remaining divine ability draws 0. Several days later, Ning Yuan once again viewed his data panel. Besides the various spear techniques he'd frantically cultivated in recent days to clarify his path, the newly cultivated technique, secret canon of the primordial furnace, had also reached a minor level of mastery. The direct transmission of teachings through mental imprinting was considered a true inheritance, not merely for imparting techniques. It not only allowed the inheritor to gain entry directly through the mental imprint, but also accelerated their comprehension of the cultivation technique. Within 2 days, Ning Yuan had fully exhausted the mental imprint to grasp its essence. Only then did he reach a modest level of mastery in this technique. Though aided by the mental imprint, achieving minor mastery within 2 days sufficiently demonstrated his exceptional affinity with the technique. Ning Yuan nodded with satisfaction and rose to leave the training chamber. Zhang Mengshue sensed the temperature in the training room drop and knew Ning Yuan had likely finished his practice. She had been waiting at the door for quite some time. As Ning Yuan's tall figure appeared, she immediately stepped forward and spoke softly. Xiao Yuan, how has your cultivation been? Have you gained any insights these past few days? Hearing Zhang Mengshue's question, Ning Yuan grinned. Sister Shui, I feel absolutely fantastic right now. I'm ready to begin forging my demonic body at any moment. He truly felt excellent. Advancing to the true seed realm was precisely the process of forging a demonic body. He already possessed the cultivation technique for forging the demonic body. With sufficient resources, he could advance to the true seed realm at any moment. I've prepared all the basic resources and gathered the main materials. However, transportation and logistics require time, so they won't arrive until tomorrow. Zhang Mengshue's brows furrowed slightly. Ning Yuan had emerged from seclusion 2 days earlier than she'd anticipated. As a result, the primary materials for forging the demonic body had not yet arrived. The primary materials are ready? So soon? Ning Yuan was genuinely surprised. In just 2 short days, even the primary materials had been gathered? Forging a superior demonic body required the ultimate sculpting of the physical form, using one's martial will to suppress the bloodline's will. It exacts immense tolls on both physical constitution and mental fortitude. It required both internal and external treatments to replenish chi, blood, and spirit. Take the secret canon of the wasteland furnace he practiced, for instance. It was used to forge a superior demonic body. It demands daily internal and external treatments. Each medicinal bath alone costs hundreds of thousands daily. Add in supplementary and restorative medicines, all of the highest grade, and the daily expenditure easily surpasses $1 million. Had Ning Yuan failed to break through the 9th layer, he wouldn't have been able to afford even the basic resources. Currently, the Heavenly Group provides all these funds, freeing him from financial worries. And these were merely the foundational resources. Resources that could be solved with money were no problem at all. The greatest distinction between a superior demonic physique and a mediocre one lies in achieving 99.9% or even 100% progress in forging the demonic physique. The most critical factor lies in the fact that superior demonic bodies require the consumption of primary materials monopolized by upper-tier factions. The specific primary materials required varied depending on the cultivation technique. For instance, his secret cannon of the wasteland furnace requires 5 major primary materials. These correspond to the 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Their production is scarce, making them extremely difficult to gather. To his astonishment, Zheng Mengxue had gathered all the primary materials in just 2 short days. This astonished Ning Yuan. In response, Zheng Mengxue flashed a bright smile, gently tucking a stray strand of hair behind her ear. It was Tian Yuan Group that really pulled out all the stops. As soon as I submitted the request for 5 scarce resources, they immediately mobilized all their channels to gather the materials at full speed. Within just 2 days, they gathered all the primary materials, though they were scattered across various locations. They're now rushing the shipments, but it won't be until tomorrow that everything arrives. Ning Yuan nodded silently. This Tian Yuan Group truly lived up to its reputation as a top-tier conglomerate spanning multiple star systems. Their resources were truly formidable. Even these scarce primary materials could be secured within 2 days. Thankfully, he had signed the contract back then. This was the advantage of partnering with a major corporation. They were capital incarnate. Per the contract terms, all he needed to do was include their company prefix when participating in the University Star Cup. This seemed to be of great importance to them. Excellent. Since transportation still requires time, we'll commence forging the demonic body once all resources arrive tomorrow. Ning Yuan declared with palpable excitement. Although he had only been practicing demonic martial arts for a little over a month, he felt he had spent far too long perfecting his body forging. Now, as the peerless master of the forging body realm, he had long reached a dead end. His cultivation techniques and resources were all complete. Everything was now in place. The true seed realm, a completely new realm. He had been anticipating it for so long. Chapter 101, Forging the Demon Body, Suppressing the Bloodline Consciousness. By noon the next day, Ning Yuan finally commenced his first demonic body forging. Under Zhang Mengshue's direction, vast quantities of cultivation resources were transported into the villa's training chamber. Accompanying them was a group of researchers clad in white lab coats. Young Master Yuan, it's been ages. Old Hua, dressed in a white lab coat and resembling a bald owl, his eyes gleaming. His intense scrutiny made Ning Yuan feel slightly overwhelmed by the warmth. Ning Yuan scratched his head and addressed Old Hua. Professor Hua, what brings you here? I've been quite busy lately and haven't had a chance to visit you. Old Man Hua was no ordinary man. He was a professor at the Yanhuang Academy. In the field of energy research, he was a leading authority. After all, Ning Yuan was his research assistant. Old Man Hua waved dismissively, clearly unconcerned. I know you've been involved in some major projects lately. What's the point of visiting this old geezer? At this point, he picked up a small silver white box and continued. My main purpose in coming is to present you with a reward. These are 2 bottles of Stellar Remnant Elixir from the Yanhuang Academy, given to you as a reward for breaking through the 9th layer. Star Remnant Potion. The Academy actually gave out this stuff? Before Ning Yuan could respond, Zheng Mengxue gasped in astonishment beside him. Her astonishment was understandable, for the Star Remnant Potion was exceptionally precious. Hailed as the finest potion for forging demonic bodies at the True Seed Realm, the Yanhuang Academy only had a yearly quota of 10 doses. They were already coveted by all the prodigies. To hand out 2 doses at once? The Academy was truly bleeding money. These 2 Star Remnant Potions are his due reward. As long as he makes sufficient contributions, the Academy will never be stingy with its resources. Old Man Hua chuckled as he defended the Academy. After all, he was a veteran of the institution. His affection for the Yanhuang Academy runs deep. Oh, I've also brought an auxiliary team. They'll be responsible for preparing your medicinal baths and potions, monitoring your vital signs in real time, and making adjustments. Zhang Mengxue quietly approached Ning Yuan, tiptoed to his ear, and whispered. Old Man Hua isn't just a professor at our academy. He's also the honorary head of the Hidden Dragon Studio under the Tian Ming Group. Their studio specializes in assisting demonic martial arts prodigies in forging superior demonic bodies. They have an excellent reputation in the industry and are highly experienced. But someone of Old Man Hua's stature hasn't personally assisted anyone in forging a demonic physique in ages. He only agreed to come because of my influence. Zhang Mengxue nudged Ning Yuan gently with her elbow, her eyebrows arching playfully as she looked at him with obvious pride. As if seeking praise. Ning Yuan watched her adorable little expression and couldn't resist reaching out to ruffle her hair. Feeling the warm, firm palm on her head, Zhang Mengshue's body trembled slightly. The 2 antennae on her forehead curled inward. Her entire head buried itself lower, hiding her expression from view. Just then, Old Man Hua addressed Ning Yuan. The physique of the mightiest being since time immemorial. I'm truly eager to collaborate with you. His eyes gleamed as he scrutinized Ning Yuan from head to toe, appearing even more excited and eager than Ning Yuan himself. Young Yuan, shall we prepare and begin immediately? Ning Yuan imperceptibly withdrew his hand and replied. Alright, let's get started right away. Upon hearing Ning Yuan's reply, Old Hua's expression turned serious as he said. Very well. First, we'll conduct a physical examination. This is your first time forging a demonic body, so you must be mindful. Now fully focused on the task, Old Man Hua's expression grew serious as he meticulously detailed the potential challenges Ning Yuan might face during his first demonic body forging. The sheer level of detail and the thoroughness of the follow-up services left Ning Yuan marveling at the team's professionalism. Not long after, with the assistance of professional support staff, Ning Yuan entered the medicinal bathtub naked. He ingested a specially formulated potion designed to fully activate the power within his flesh and bloodlines. As calming sandalwood incense was lit, Ning Yuan's body was fully immersed in the medicinal bath as he began to circulate the secret cannon of the wasteland furnace. His body transformed into a colossal furnace, ceaselessly refining the potent wolf-tiger elixir within the bath. Endless streams of potent essence transformed into energy and vitality, merging into his body to awaken the deepest power within his bloodline. His physical form slowly began to transform. Old Manhwa observed the readings, adjusted his glasses, and announced. All metrics are steadily increasing. The energy reaction is extremely intense. Begin adding the primary ingredients. He observed the energy curve before him. Though the reaction was far more intense than he had anticipated, it was steadily increasing. Then there should be no issues. The first step had commenced. The next step, introducing the primary material, would mark the most critical phase. Meanwhile, aided by the special medicinal bath, Ning Yuan pushed the secret cannon of the wasteland furnace to its maximum capacity. His consciousness began to sink inward, and the power of his bloodline seemed to boil. His perception seemed to penetrate deep into his bloodline, entering a profoundly mysterious state. The sensation defied description. It felt like seeing the path to enlightenment, or perhaps glimpsing his true self. Roar! A thunderous roar erupted, and a powerful consciousness awoke from within his bloodline. In a daze, Ning Yuan seemed to transform into a heaven-piercing mystic tortoise. He raised his head and let out a long, resonant cry, supporting the heavens with his feet, shattering the primordial chaos and the realm of darkness. Bearing a divine realm of purity upon his back, he traversed the 3 realms in 10 directions amidst myriad gods and Buddhas, forging one world after another. This was the power dwelling in the deepest recesses of his bloodline. Traveling the heavens, forging myriad realms, peerless under the heavens. Just as he was about to immerse himself in this power, a gunshot rang out beside his ear. The sound was faint, yet it pierced his soul, defiant and unrestrained. Ning Yuan snapped awake instantly. Could this be what Old Man Hua referred to as reflecting one's true self? Old Master Hua had just told him that when forging a demonic body, the greatest challenge lay in reflecting one's true self. Reflecting one's true self. It meant reflecting the power deep within one's bloodline. At this moment, the consciousness of the demonic bloodline within his body would awaken. It would wash over and corrode one's true consciousness, carrying the risk of losing oneself if one wasn't careful. He might be completely overtaken by the demonic bloodline's consciousness, transforming into a monster akin to Qin Yaojiao. Fortunately, the gunshot at that critical moment snapped Ning Yuan back to reality. That gunshot was the manifestation of Ning Yuan's martial will. Martial will is not merely an understanding of demonic martial arts, it is the pursuit and passion for the path of demonic martial arts. It was the heart of a demonic martial artist seeking the way. With sufficient strength, one could naturally suppress the bloodline consciousness. This was the path of demonic martial arts forged by the 7 generals. The demonic bloodline was merely a means to grow stronger, never the master. Suppressing bloodline through martial prowess, transforming it into one's own power. This is the true essence of demonic martial arts. With this realization, Ning Yuan activated the secret cannon of the primordial universe furnace. Within this mental consciousness space, an infinitely vast primordial universe furnace materialized. The heaven-piercing mystic tortoise was enveloped and refined within the furnace. Along the journey, clarity illuminated the path. The battle-hardened martial will, forged through countless trials, became fuel, igniting an infinite blaze within the furnace. Blinding radiance engulfed the surrounding wilderness. The heaven-piercing mystic tortoise roared with a thunderous fury that dimmed the sun and moon and caused stars to plummet from the sky. The radiance of the divine realms faded, and worlds crumbled into oblivion one after another. The 3 realms in 10 directions trembled under its astonishing power. Yet Ning Yuan stood unshaken. The martial will within his heart surged forth, honed to a brilliant, ever-sharper edge. The furnace fire seemed to be fed fresh fuel, blazing fiercely and radiating boundless light and heat. The wasteland forge suppressed the heaven-piercing mystic tortoise, rendering it utterly immobile. That power that shattered everything was ultimately but an illusion. It stirred not a ripple. He knew not how long it had been. Perhaps a moment, perhaps days. The The furious roar within the furnace gradually subsided until it vanished entirely. Ning Yuan lifted his gaze to see nothing but an infinitely vast furnace burning within the entire spiritual space. It had become the sole entity here. Chapter 102, Forging the Demon Body, 9 Divine Wonders. Inside the training chamber, Old Manhwa watched the data fluctuations stabilize and exhaled in relief. It seemed Ning Yuan had successfully passed the stage of self-reflection. This was the greatest hurdle in forging a demonic body, one that could not be overcome with external aid. It depended solely on the individual, a pure battle of wills. Only with a martial will strong and pure enough could one suppress the bloodline consciousness and achieve ultimate sublimation, fully unlocking the primal power of the bloodline to achieve the ultimate sculpting of the demonic body. Continue. Add Solution 9 and Solution 13. Increase the concentration of the medicinal bath. Old Manhwa stared at the data, methodically reciting a string of technical terms as he meticulously adjusted the process. As various potions and auxiliary agents were added, the medicinal bath surrounding Ning Yuan began to glow. The 5 primary 5 elements ingredients melted away, gradually transforming into the purest primordial energy. Ning Yuan's body radiated astonishing heat, resembling a colossal furnace. He was devouring all the energy within the medicinal bath. After completely suppressing his bloodline consciousness, Ning Yuan discovered an astonishing energy erupting within his body. It felt like a primal force, originating from the deepest core of his bloodline. His demonic bloodline was fully activated, as if energy spanning ancient time and space surged forth. It converged with the energy provided by the potent herbs and primary ingredients in the medicinal bath outside his body. They intertwined and tangled. Ultimately, forged within the crucible of the wasteland universe, they became indistinguishable. It began a frenzied transformation of Ning Yuan's physical body. He sensed his physique, long stagnant and incapable of further growth, slowly strengthening. His tendons, bones, skin, and flesh began to undergo a metamorphosis under this energy. This was different from the transformation and strengthening experienced during body forging. It was more akin to a sublimation and evolution. It was an elevation of life form, an evolutionary leap from a lower life form to a higher one. This was the pursuit of demonic martial arts, increasing the weight of the true self to achieve a higher level of evolution. Though the change is not earth-shattering, it is like the gentle breeze and fine rain of spring. All things are reborn. Indeed, it feels as though one has been reborn, almost as if transforming into another life form. No wonder demon warriors face such immense difficulty in procreation. The more powerful the demon warrior, the higher their life form evolves. The greater the gap in life levels between them as time goes on. No wonder Ning Tianxiang placed such importance on the child within Imo Ruyan's womb. Just as Ning Yuan reveled in the exhilaration of his life level leap, he felt the unique traits within his bloodline surge with excitement. As if it too could not wait to join this evolutionary celebration. Ning Yuan knew the moment had come to carve out his unique traits. This was the crucial step in forging his demonic physique. To fully carve the bloodline traits, to integrate them completely into his flesh and blood, transforming them into divine anomalies. Feeling the 9 bloodline traits within himself, Ning Yuan began the carving with utmost focus. Using his martial will as a blade and his flesh and bones as the canvas. Stroke by stroke, he carved the heaven-shaking trait into his physical form. Though it was his first attempt at carving, the bloodline traits felt like his innate instinct. The carving came effortlessly. Throughout the process, he sensed his own transformation and elevation continuing. As the trait was engraved, his own weight grew heavier. In the end, even if the 3 realms in 10 directions were reduced to nothingness, as long as his own substance was substantial enough, the river of time itself could not wash away a single speck. This was the path to godhood. Though it was painful, but he relished it. When the 9 fundamental attributes were fully engraved, he sensed this evolutionary surge reaching its zenith. His flesh glowed, as if forged from divine iron into a divine body. His already terrifying physique underwent comprehensive enhancement. Like the young of a primordial divine beast, it could rival true dragon and phoenix lineages. The 9 great attributes glowed radiantly within his body. They began to ascend and transform, ultimately crystallizing into 9 divine anomalies. The enhancements granted by its original traits grew even stronger. They fused completely with its physical form, solidifying into passive effects, constantly providing divine blessings. With the emergence of the 9 divine mysteries, the evolution of his physique reached its final chapter. Ultimately, a pure force emerged within the power of vital energy. Divine mysteries formed, chi and blood arose. The demonic body is complete. Just as Ning Yuan rejoiced, an unexpected change occurred. The prosperity divine anomaly among the 9 divine anomalies burst into brilliant light. The newly formed strand of vital energy, as if nourished by potent elixirs. It began to surge wildly and uncontrollably. Instantly, it multiplied from 1 strand to 2, then 3. Until over a dozen strands of vital energy had formed. Only when Ning Yuan's body felt swollen and full did the surge finally cease. Prosperity divine, enhanced fertility and procreation, flourishing flesh and blood, abundant energy. The power of chi and blood represents the ultimate transformation of physical energy. Strictly speaking, it is also a form of energy. Is this the transformation brought about by energy proliferation within the prosperity divine mystery? It actually granted him over 10 times the energy of his peers? This is incredibly powerful. Originally, the prosperity divine anomaly didn't rank among the top few of his 9 divine anomalies. But now, it seems it might well enter the top 3. As the surging, turbulent chi and blood energy gradually subsided, Ning Yuan slowly opened his eyes. Before him was old Hua's face, flushed crimson with excitement. His trembling hands kept swiping through Ning Yuan's physical stats on the screen. Unaware that Ning Yuan had awakened, he muttered to himself with fervor. Powerful, truly powerful. Such physique data, I've never seen it in any true seed cultivator. That final intense fluctuation, it's the surge of vital energy. At least tenfold that of an average true seed cultivator. An incredible physique, truly beyond belief. Listening to old Hua's mutterings, Ning Yuan smiled faintly. He rose from the medicinal bath, now crystal clear. The medicinal properties within had been completely absorbed by his body. He felt his reborn flesh. His muscles, carved like stone, brimmed with explosive power. He clenched his fist lightly, crushing the air in his palm until it burst with a piercing roar. As if a small grenade had detonated in his palm. The violent shockwave sent tremors through the entire training room, causing the machines to shake as if rattled by some unseen force. Ning Yuan was thoroughly satisfied with his body. The body-forging realm was like fertilizing and tilling the soil, searching for the most fertile ground to plant the demonic martial seed. Now, at the true seed realm, that demonic martial seed had finally taken root and sprouted. In time, it would grow into a towering tree. In the body-forging realm, he had achieved peerless strength, laying a solid foundation with his terrifying physique. This unparalleled foundation, combined with the pinnacle of bloodline talent and the carving of the 9 divine mysteries into his very being. All these elements combined forged the demonic physique he possessed now. He now felt. Even if a true dragon's descendant were alive today, could be crushed to pieces with a single punch. You're awake. How do you feel? Any discomfort? The commotion Ning Yuan caused startled old manhwa, snapping him out of his fervor. He immediately stepped forward, asking with concern. I'm fine, better than ever. Ning Yuan grinned, revealing a radiant, confident smile. He had finally forged his demonic body and attained the true seed. Chapter 103, Demon Body Progress, 2 Methods. Ah! A high-pitched scream pierced the air. Zhang Mingxue covered her eyes, stammering slightly. Why aren't you wearing any clothes? I'll come back later. Bang! The door slammed shut. Zhang Mingxue's snow-white cheeks flushed pink, her ears burning hot. Earlier, she'd heard noises inside and feared something was wrong, rushing in to check. Instead, she saw Ning Yuan standing there completely naked, wearing a delighted smile. This was the first time she had ever seen a man's body. That nearly perfectly sculpted physique, paired with his sunny, confident smile. The sheer impact was overwhelming. You little brat, grinning like that, you must have successfully forged your demonic body. But, your physique seems even better now. That strong waistline and those abs. Zhang Mingxue covered her flushed cheeks with her palm, fingers resting on the frame of her gold-rimmed glasses. Her legs clamped together involuntarily. Inside the room, Zhang Mingxue's sudden intrusion startled Ning Yuan as well. He had no time to continue feeling the changes in his body and hurriedly pulled on his clothes. Although he had massaged Zhang Mingxue before, there had always been a towel between them. He never expected to be seen naked first. Old manhwa, however, paid no mind to the incident. His attention was entirely focused on Ning Yuan. Pulling Ning Yuan close, he declared. Young Yuan, your physique is the strongest I've ever seen. It completely surpasses my expectations. You're practically an ancient divine beast incarnate. Moreover, the data shows your vital energy far surpasses that of ordinary true bloods by nearly tenfold. Beneath his thick glasses, old manhwa's eyes brimmed with astonishment. Ning Yuan's formidable physique made sense. After all, he was the strongest ever at the body-tempering realm. Crafting a formidable demonic physique at the true seed realm was also possible. But this sudden surge in vital energy? He'd never heard of such a thing. Facing old manhwa's puzzled gaze, Ning Yuan pondered for a moment before explaining. It's due to the divine peculiarity of my bloodline, which possesses the effect of proliferating and enhancing the energy within my body. Divine? But you're a mixed blood, aren't you? Where did this divine bloodline come from? Old manhwa's eyes widened, his expression growing even more exaggerated than before. I had the honor of meeting the 4 divine beings earlier and received some gifts from them. Ning Yuan scratched his head and answered honestly. This was an excuse he'd just come up with. His achievements along the way were too extraordinary for a half-blood to have attained. In the imperial capital, where prodigies gathered, they were simply too conspicuous. It was inevitable that people might question his bloodline in the future. His chaos bloodline was entirely a gift from the system, something he could never fully explain. Better to attribute part of it to the four gods after all, their gift was undeniable. You mean the four gods granted you these bloodline traits? Could it be that the divine chosen of the four gods the Federation announced recently was actually you? Old was jaw-dropped in disbelief as he stared at Ning Yuan. This revelation shocked him even more than seeing Ning Yuan's physical stats earlier. He had some mental preparation for Ning Yuan's physique. But the four divine beings were legendary figures, guardian deities who had protected the entire Federation for 10,000 years. Without their existence, the Federation's situation would never have reached this point. For 10,000 years, the four gods had not only held their ground deep within the ancient path, confronting the fierce gods. Their gaze had also fallen upon countless prodigies, some of whom had become the chosen ones. Each divine chosen one achieved at least the status of a heavenly grandmaster. Yet even so, they were merely chosen by one of the four divine beings. Yet recently, the temple proclaimed, the divine chosen of the four gods, the sole heavenly chosen. A divine chosen one recognized by all four deities, a phenomenon unseen in 10,000 years. No wonder it captured the attention of every high-ranking official in the Federation. Excellent. Young Yuan, I never imagined the divine chosen of the four gods would be you. Bestowing a bloodline trait, only the mighty power of the four gods could achieve such a feat. Old Manhwa fixed his burning gaze upon Ning Yuan. Granting bloodline traits, the four gods could indeed do that. Such an event had occurred before in Federation history. And those few who received bloodline traits have all transformed into divine beings today. Ning Yuan echoed Old Manhwa's words. With the four gods' endorsement, his mixed bloodline would no longer stand out so conspicuously. As for how many traits the four gods bestowed, he did not say. If you want to know, ask the four divine beings yourself. With your physique, coupled with the divine aura bestowed upon you, you will certainly not be inferior to those of chaotic bloodlines. Your path in demonic martial arts will undoubtedly be smooth sailing. All those who claimed your potential was lacking can finally shut their mouths. Old Manhwa was overjoyed. He had watched Ning Yuan rise from obscurity. In his eyes, Ning Yuan possessed an exceptional dedication to the way. Back when resources were scarce, he'd willingly test experimental potions on himself to gain materials for cultivation. Though he remained unaffected by side effects, the potency of the new concoctions brought no shortage of agony. Yet he never once complained, always arriving with boundless enthusiasm for each trial. A man so dedicated to demonic martial arts deserved to go far. Unwilling to dwell on the four gods, Ning Yuan shifted the topic and asked, Old Hua, how long do you think it'll take me to reach true seed perfection? After entering the true seed realm, the pursuit lies in the degree of refinement of the demonic physique. Typically, true seed minor achievement, demon physique progress reaches 30%. True seed great achievement, demon body progress reaches 70%. Upon reaching 70% demon body development, ordinary demon martial artists can transform their vital energy into demonic power seeds. These seeds take root within the body, transforming into a sea of energy, allowing the practitioner to enter the sea of energy realm. True seed perfection, demon body progress reaches 90%. Most prodigies aim for 90% as a baseline, while top-tier prodigies can even reach 99.9%. True seed grand perfection, demon body progress reaches 100%. This is virtually unattainable. Even with supreme cultivation techniques, those who truly reach 100% are few and far between, perhaps one in several generations. Upon hearing Ning Yuan's inquiry, Old Hua immediately shifted into work mode. His expression turned intensely serious as he examined Ning Yuan's physical data and stated, Your physical constitution data surpasses my expectations. I've added 3 portions of medicinal bath materials sequentially. I'll recalibrate the formula for you. Instrument readings show your demonic physique progress at 11.73%. This stems from your profound foundation in the body tempering realm, granting exceptionally high initial progress. Judging by your absorption efficiency, you should reach 90% completion in about 7-8 months. The efficiency of demonic body forging slows significantly as you progress. Next, it must be said that Old Manhwa, as a professor at the Yanhuang Academy, was exceptionally professional. With his team's assistance, he gained meticulous control over his future cultivation path. It was also incredibly convenient, eliminating any need to consider matters like medicinal formula adjustments. But 7 to 8 months felt far too slow. In 3 months, the University All-Star Cup would commence, and he certainly didn't want to be a mere spectator. With this in mind, he sought advice from Old Manhwa. Old Hua, is there no other way to accelerate the forging of my demonic physique? Upon hearing Ning Yuan's question, Old Manhwa held up 2 fingers. To accelerate demonic body forging, first seek out special resources that greatly aid progress. Second, increase your mastery of cultivation techniques to enhance conversion efficiency. Chapter 104, Zheng Mengxua's counterattack. For instance, the Stellar Remains potion I brought you is a special resource. 2 bottles should advance your demonic body cultivation to the minor achievement stage. The Academy holds many other unique resources. With sufficient credits, you can exchange for them. As for other avenues, that depends on you. Old Manhwa paused before continuing. This is the second method, and the most difficult one. You're cultivating a top-tier cultivation technique, correct? You should be aware of the immense difficulty in cultivating such secret manuals. Without the aid of a mental imprint, the cultivation difficulty is exceptionally high. Without external aids, cultivation progress lags behind physical cultivation. By the time your physical cultivation reaches 99.9%, your cultivation technique might not even be near completion. Ning Yuan felt puzzled upon hearing this. He personally felt an extraordinary affinity with the secret canon of the Wasteland Furnace, finding his cultivation progress surprisingly swift. Plus, with his dream-bridging divine ability allowing him to practice day and night, he might even achieve perfection ahead of schedule. Is mastering this technique truly that difficult? Difficult? It's more than just difficult. Do you know why there are barely any beings with 100% demonic physique in the entire Federation? Ning Yuan obliged, following his lead. Why? One of the conditions for reaching 100% progress in the demon body is mastering a top-tier cultivation technique. Old Hua adjusted his glasses, his voice tinged with emotion. Over 10,000 years in the entire Federation, there have been only a dozen or so supreme cultivation techniques. Countless masters and grandmasters, even those at the True Seed realm, failed to master them completely. They ultimately got stuck at 99.9% demon body, unable to advance to the Chi Si realm. I've witnessed too many prodigiously talented geniuses, convinced they were exceptional, determined to ascend to the next realm with perfect mastery. Yet they squandered their time, never achieving perfection, and ultimately faded into obscurity. Old Hua paused here, fixing Ning Yuan with a serious gaze. I hope you won't get too hung up on this. While achieving 100% demonic physique is certainly commendable, it's merely the second realm on the path of demonic martial arts. The road ahead is still long, don't be too hard on yourself. Ning Yuan understood that old man who spoke to him this way because he considered him family. He immediately replied with solemn resolve. Rest assured, Old Hua. I know my limits and won't push myself too hard. Not pushing too hard, but I'm cheating. Ha ha. By the way, what about those 2 bottles of the Stellar Remnant Potion? I'll take them then. Old man Hua frowned and suggested. You've just completed your first demonic body forging. You should rest for at least 24 hours. Only after your demonic body stabilizes should you use such potent potions. Feeling the exhilaration radiating from his cells, Ning Yuan pondered for a moment before replying. I don't think I need 24 hours. My body's absorption efficiency is high, and I don't feel any discomfort. Old man Hua pondered for a moment before finally speaking. Then let's conduct another examination. While rare, such exceptional cases have indeed been recorded in history. With that, he began examining Ning Yuan. The test results would take some time to process. Ning Yuan decided to check in with Zhang Mengxue to let her know he was safe and avoid worrying her. He turned and left the room to find her. The moment he opened the door, he saw Zhang Mengxue curled up on the living room sofa. She wore only shorts on her lower body, her long, white legs crossed. Her upper body was covered by a loose white shirt, yet it couldn't fully conceal her well-proportioned figure, revealing delicate collarbones. The flush on her face hadn't yet faded, and even the exposed skin glowed with a delicate pink hue. She clutched an ugly cute turtle plushie in her arms, kneading it forcefully until it contorted into strange shapes. Ning Yuan watched the toy bouncing and shifting against her chest, feeling a pang of envy. That toy had such great elasticity. Having just entered the True Seed realm, Ning Yuan's chi and blood energy surged within him, leaving him with nowhere to channel his pent-up energy. The sight before him stirred a restless heat within him. He cleared his throat lightly, reminding Zhang Mengxue of his presence. Hearing the cough behind her, Zhang Mengxue turned in surprise to find Ning Yuan standing right behind her. She sensed the True Seed aura emanating from him, along with the palpable pressure radiating from his physical presence. She rose with evident delight, abandoning the poor doll to the side. Her voice trembled with excitement as she asked. Xiao Yuan, did your first demonic body forging succeed? Have you already entered the True Seed realm? Seeing Zhang Mengxue's joyful smile, Ning Yuan's lips curved upward involuntarily. Yes, Sister Shui. It's all thanks to your help that I could forge my demonic body so smoothly and step into the True Seed realm. This wasn't an empty compliment from Ning Yuan. Without Zhang Mengxue, he wouldn't have known where to find the basic resources for demonic body forging, let alone those special primary materials. Moreover, she had even brought in old man Hua and a professional team, saving him both effort and worry. This made Ning Yuan feel that appointing her as his agent was the wisest decision he'd ever made. He could now focus solely on cultivation and self-improvement without being bogged down by tedious details. Oh. How will you thank your sister then? Zhang Mengxue's lazy, seductive voice drifted over as she leaned forward, drawing closer to Ning Yuan. Beneath her gold-rimmed glasses, her eyes narrowed into seductive slits, casting a captivating gaze at Ning Yuan. Gulp! Ning Yuan unconsciously swallowed hard. As Zhang Mengxue leaned forward, her shirt collar revealed a generous expanse of snow-white skin, tracing a breathtaking curve. A wave of sweet fragrance drifted into Ning Yuan's nostrils, stirring his already unsettled blood and qi. This. Sister Shui, how do you want me to thank you? It had been a long time since Ning Yuan had seen Zhang Mingxue in this state. Lately, she'd been consumed by important matters, moving with remarkable efficiency and formality. It made Ning Yuan forget this woman's true nature. Feeling the restless energy surging within Ning Yuan, Zhang Mingxue's smile grew even brighter. Her entire upper body pressed against his, her full, luscious red lips parting slightly, releasing a sweet, intoxicating breath. She murmured into Ning Yuan's ear. You've been so tired lately. Why don't you give me a massage to relax? Let your sister feel the power of the real thing. Maybe it'll be even stronger. Ning Yuan felt a tingling sensation at his earlobe, like an electric current shooting from his ear to his scalp, causing every pore in his body to open. Instantly, his entire body flushed visibly, his blood rushing to one place. Damn it! This damn woman, I'd forgotten how much of a contrast she was. His blood was already surging and restless. With this kind of teasing, he might not be able to hold back. Just as Ning Yuan was about to give in to his animal instincts, Old Manhwa's voice echoed through the room. Xiao Yuan, the test results are in. Come in so we can discuss your next cultivation plan. Ning Yuan took a deep breath, regaining some composure. With so many people here, this is definitely doing this on purpose. She's trying to humiliate me. You just wait, you. Sooner or later, I'll make you pay dearly. Fine. Once I finish my training, I'll give you a proper massage. Ning Yuan gritted his teeth as he spoke, then turned and strode toward the cultivation room. Zhang Mingxue watched Ning Yuan bend over and hurry away, unable to suppress a laugh. You've been acting too proper lately. You really think I'm some innocent little flower? You should have kept your clothes on earlier instead of making me look like a fool. Little punk, you can't even handle a little intensity. Though she was blunt and never held her tongue. But the violent heaving of her chest revealed her inner turmoil. She pressed her hand firmly over her chest, trying to steady her racing heartbeat. Suddenly, she frowned. Perhaps it was the oppressive heat, but a sticky layer of sweat clung uncomfortably to her skin. Perfect timing, a shower would be just the thing. With that thought, she rose and headed toward the bathroom. Chapter 105, The Great Sage's Splitting Hang Spear. Inside the training room. The test results were in. Old Manhwa was pushing his glasses up his nose as he scrutinized the detailed data. Spotting Ning Yuan enter, he exclaimed with renewed vigor. Young Yuan, your physique is truly extraordinary. The demonic body you forged is exceptionally stable. If sufficient special resources are available in the future, at the College Star Cup in 3 months, you may achieve the perfection of your demonic body. Ning Yuan was thoroughly satisfied with the answer. He smiled and said to Old Manhwa. So, Old Hua, I suppose I can start using that star remnant elixir now? Based on your data, there's no issue. I'll prepare the medication for you. Old Manhwa responded before turning to direct his team into a flurry of activity. Precious auxiliary medicines and reagents flowed continuously as they were mixed and prepared. Ning Yuan sat nearby, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. He wondered what level he might reach after consuming the stellar remains elixir. Several days later, inside the training chamber, Ning Yuan gripped the Azure Emperor's sword as he slowly exhaled a cloud of murky breath. The scalding white vapor churned like boiling oil, searing the floor until it hissed and crackled. His eyes snapped open, a flash of white light darting through them. His gaze burned intensely, as if fueled by an endless furnace, radiating an unruly, defiant arrogance. Then, the sharpness retreated inward, his gaze settling into stillness like the ocean beneath an abyss, calm and profound. Ning Yuan felt the surging power within him, summoning the system interface to tally his gains. Host, Ning Yuan. Heaven-supporting Mystic Tortoise bloodline, Unknown Chaos bloodline. Traits, Sky-supporting, earth-shattering, rock-solid, endurance, longevity, guardian, immortality, conquest, prosperity. Techniques, mountain-bearing fist mastery, secret canon of the primordial furnace minor achievement. Martial arts, mountain shaking spear technique mastery, instant step mastery, wind thunder arrow flow wind arrow mastery, great sage splitting hang spear beginner. Sky-supporting, earth-shattering. Realm, true seed demon body 35.2%. Divine abilities, consumption, dream implantation, demon slaying, spirit communication, divine banishment. The stellar remains elixir truly lived up to its reputation as the finest potion for the true seed realm. After consuming 2 bottles, it directly propelled the demon body's progress to 35.2%. In mere days, I'd reached the minor achievement stage of true seed without any side effects. If I had 10 or 8 bottles, I might even stack it up to demon body perfection. Alas, that remains but a pipe dream. The stellar remains potion was extraordinarily precious, with limited production across the entire Federation. The 4 top-tier academies only received 10 bottles annually. Had Ning Yuan not shattered records earlier to earn the title of Eternal Supreme, he would never have received this reward from the academy. Exchanging credits for it? Who knew how many credits that would cost? Ning Yuan stared at his system interface, silently contemplating his future cultivation path. As Old Hua had said, accelerating cultivation required focusing on techniques and special resources. Regarding cultivation techniques, the secret canon of the Wasteland Forge he practiced was exceptionally difficult to master. Throughout the Federation's 10,000-year history, aside from its founder Zhao Shuai, no one had ever mastered it to perfection. Though Ning Yuan felt his divine ability consumption aligned perfectly with this technique and could use the dream transfer divine ability to boost proficiency, and was confident he could master it to perfection, achieving 100% progress on his demonic physique. For now, however, he could only proceed step by step with his cultivation. To accelerate the demonic body's progress, the key lay in acquiring special resources. Ning Yuan currently had 3 channels for acquiring these resources. The first was the Tian Yuan group, who had agreed to provide 10 portions of special resources annually. 5 portions had already been used for the primary materials in forging his demonic body. Zhang Mingxue had also applied for the remaining 5 portions on his behalf. However, special resources are scarce, and Tian Yuan group serves many clients. These remaining resources must be allocated from other regions, making them unavailable in the short term. The second avenue is through the Patrol Bureau. Yuing had mentioned arranging a Rising Star title for him, though the progress remains uncertain. The third avenue was the Academy's internal connections. With sufficient credits, any special resource could be exchanged. The allure of the 4 top-tier academies lay not only in their supreme cultivation techniques capable of forging a demonic physique to 100% perfection. Their true allure lies in their backing by the Federation, granting them abundant channels for acquiring special resources, a privilege even the offspring of wealthy families envy. Thus, the importance of credits rose significantly. If memory serves, I still have over 10,000 credits on me. Wonder what I could trade them for. After secluding myself for several days, my body feels rusty. It's the perfect time to visit the academy. With that thought, Ning Yuan immediately pulled out his phone and began contacting Ling Junchen. After sending the message, he waited for his reply. During this time, Ning Yuan didn't idle. Instead, he took out a book. From a hidden compartment within the book, he retrieved a scroll and slowly unrolled it. As the scroll unfolded, its contents finally revealed themselves, a vivid depiction of the great sage stirring heaven. At a glance, the majestic southern heavenly gate appeared faintly, while across the 3 realms in 10 directions, countless celestial beings and Buddhas stood motionless, their gazes cold and distant. Countless celestial soldiers and generals descended like dark clouds, obscuring the sky and blocking out the sun. Thunder roared like divine punishment descending, forcing all beings to bow their heads. Yet the great sage stood head held high, the phoenix wings on his purple gold crown pointing defiantly toward the heavens, his fiery crimson cloak billowing wildly behind him. His Rui Jingu Bang pointed diagonally at the heavens and earth, his gaze filled with defiant and unyielding battle intent. One man, one staff, he sought to overturn the heavens themselves, to turn the celestial court upside down. Ning Yuan slowly withdrew his gaze, the image of the great sage's rebellion in his mind growing ever clearer. The scroll in his hands also lost some of its color. This great sage's heaven-defying diagram was the visualization chart corresponding to the great sage's splitting hang spear technique. The cultivation of supreme martial arts always has corresponding visualization diagrams. Only when form, intent, and spirit converge can one gain entry. Visualization diagrams primarily reflect spirit and intent, rendering them impossible to paint by ordinary means. Only a heavenly master could imprint their spiritual essence and intent onto the canvas through their mind. Old Xia, a half-crippled master, must have endured unimaginable hardships to obtain this visualization diagram. When Ning Yuan departed Weha City, it was old Xia himself who personally handed him the great sage splitting hang spear. This was the core inheritance of the great sage cleaving gate, a supreme spear technique that could only be barely cultivated by those at the true seed realm. Thus, once Ning Yuan's cultivation base stabilized, he began its practice. The great sage cleaving hang spear proved remarkably suited to Ning Yuan. This spear technique was 7 parts staff, 3 parts spear. In terms of spear play, it resembled staff techniques more. Ning Yuan, who typically favored overwhelming opponents with sheer force by smashing them with his spear, found this style particularly appealing. Moreover, the artistic intent of this spear technique embodied the great sage's defiant spirit, unruly and utterly unyielding. It bore a striking resemblance to Ning Yuan's own path of defiant arrogance and reckless abandon. Thus, Ning Yuan's cultivation of this spear technique progressed at an astonishing pace. Within a mere half-day, he had already grasped its fundamentals. Such a supreme martial art was far beyond comparison with inferior techniques. Its integration of form, spirit, and intent represents a highly advanced application of force. Channeling demonic energy or vital blood power unleashed myriad mystical transformations, significantly boosting combat prowess. Take Hu Cheating, for instance. After advancing to the true seed realm, if he were to master such a supreme martial art, each of his movements would be wrapped in thunder, maximizing the martial art's special effects. He wouldn't have to struggle like he did during his physical training phase, exerting himself to death just to produce a mere speck of lightning. While top-tier martial arts are best executed using demonic energy, such energy can only be generated at the Chi-Si realm. True seed cultivators, however, possess vital energy, which can be used as a substitute for demonic energy to perform these techniques, though it's a bit of a stretch. Now, with the Deshang Paigua spear's method of channeling vital energy, Ning Yuan's spear techniques received a tremendous boost. It could even be said that his other spear techniques had improved considerably as a result. All is well for now. It's time to venture out. Chapter 106, Glory Society. Not long after, Ning Yuan received a message from Lin Junchen. It contained an address, instructing Ning Yuan to come find him there. Ning Yuan dressed and stepped out of the training room. He had intended to say goodbye to Zhang Mingxue, after all, he was staying in her house as a guest. But after searching everywhere, he couldn't find her. He left a message on her phone and headed out. Ning Yuan was now walking through the campus of Yanhuang Academy, an ice pop in his mouth. It was mid-June, the sun blazing hot, and the female students were dressed exceptionally lightly. As far as the eye could see, there were endless pairs of long, slender legs and slim waists, along with uniquely styled girls sporting animal ears, a truly eye-catching sight. This made him slow his pace, savoring this rare moment of leisure. Before reaching the location Lin Junchen had sent him, Ning Yuan spotted Lin Junchen from afar, crouched under a tree, his gaze darting around. He was openly ogling the scantily clad young ladies. "Oomph! You hopeless pervert!" Ning Yuan snorted in disdain, voicing his contempt for his only friend at Yanhuang Academy. Lin Junchen, who had been glancing around aimlessly, instantly lit up upon seeing Ning Yuan and hurried over. "Brother Ning, you're finally here. Let me take you to meet some new friends in our club." With that, he grabbed Ning Yuan's arm and led him toward a cluster of buildings. Ning Yuan pulled out an ice pop, handed it to Lin Junchen, and asked curiously, "So our club's base is here. How many people are in it?" Lin Junchen casually took the ice pop, eating as he replied, "Not many members. Mostly young, privileged second-generation officials, elite stuff." Later. Holy crap, this popsicle packs a punch. Hearing Lin Junchen's exclamation, Ning Yuan slapped his forehead and said, "Forgot to tell you, this popsicle is made with level 4 energy liquid, just with some fruit flavor added." Lin Junchen stared at the popsicle in shock. This thing was essentially solidified energy liquid. Level 4 energy liquid required at least a fully matured true seed cultivation base to digest. He had only recently forged his demonic body, and its structure wasn't stable enough yet. He dared not touch this stuff. Recalling how Ning Yuan had casually held it in his mouth, as if it were a snack, Lin Junchen felt even more admiration. Truly the mightiest being of all time, even his eating habits were more impressive than anyone else's. As they chatted, they soon arrived at a large building. Stepping into the lobby, Lin Junchen greeted the receptionist. "Xiao Mei, we meet again. Did you miss me?" He even flicked his hair back in what he thought was a dashing gesture, though it came off as a bit sleazy. Xiao Mei at the front desk had the look of a cat-like girl. She was quite accommodating, smiling sweetly with 2 dimples as she replied, "Brother Lin, we just saw each other moments ago. The president is waiting for you upstairs." Seeing Lin Junchen about to continue flirting, Ning Yuan gave him a subtle jab in the ribs. "Ah. Xiao Mei, I'll come back later to catch up with you. I'll head upstairs first." Lin Junchen shot Ning Yuan a resentful look as he was led upstairs. "Hey, Ning, how could you jab my kidneys? This thing is more important than my face, it's crucial to my future happiness." Ning Yuan shot him a dismissive glance. "You never stop flirting. I don't want to waste my time with you." The two climbed the stairs to the second floor, which was remarkably spacious. At its center stood a martial arts platform. Surrounding it were various cultivation tools, giving the place a decent atmosphere for practice. A man and a woman were in the midst of their practice. As the two approached, they paused their training and walked over. Lin Junchen addressed the burly man. "Chairman, this is Ning Yuan, the peerless master of all ages I told you about." The burly man possessed a square, well-proportioned face, radiating an aura of righteous integrity. He was exceptionally warm-hearted, grasping Ning Yuan's hand as he said, "I've long heard of your fame. To have you join our society is truly a momentous occasion. My name is Zhu Xingwu, son of the Martial Arts Association Vice President and President of the Glory Society. Welcome aboard." He introduced himself to Ning Yuan, his enthusiasm undiminished, then gestured toward the woman beside him. "This is Fang Jiaran, daughter of Counselor Fang and Vice President of the Glory Society." The woman was indeed beautiful, her fiery red eyebrows adding an exotic flair, though her demeanor remained icy cold. She merely gave a faint nod to Ning Yuan in acknowledgement. At that moment, Lin Junchen whispered quietly into Ning Yuan's ear. "Brother Ning, Senior Fang is just like this. She's cold to all men except our president. Don't think she's singling you out." Though his voice was low, both being demon warriors, they heard him perfectly clearly. Fang Jiaran's ears flushed visibly red as she shot Lin Junchen a fierce glare. Xu Xingwu beside them felt awkward too. He knew full well Fang Jiaran's feelings for him, and her temperament was something he couldn't change. Ning Yuan watched the two of them, feeling a bit puzzled. Clearly, they both liked each other and understood each other's feelings, so why was the situation so awkward? Unable to bear the tension, he stepped in to break the ice. "I can sense Senior Fang's goodwill, so I wouldn't misunderstand you." Ning Yuan chuckled softly, then turned to ask Xu Xingwu. President, are the other members of our club not here? Hearing Ning Yuan inquire about the club, Zhu Xingwu dropped his awkward expression and replied earnestly. All our club members are here. There are only 4 of us in total. Seeing his earnest expression, which didn't seem like he was joking, Ning Yuan asked tentatively. And when was this club founded? Haha, you guessed right, I just started this club last year. Zhu Xingwu burst into laughter, jumping right in with a hearty slap on your shoulder. But with you guys joining, our glory society will grow stronger sooner or later. Restoring the Federation's glory is just around the corner. Restore the Federation's glory? Having come from a small place like Weha City, Ning Yuan had long seen through the Federation as it was now. From the 4 great aristocratic families at the top to the powerful clans below, it was all rotten to the core. Resources were tightly controlled at every level, leaving commoners no path to advancement except by serving as lackeys for the aristocratic families. After 10,000 years, this system had become impossible to eradicate. It was far from being solved by mere sloganeering. He hadn't expected Zhu Xingwu, with his thick eyebrows and wide eyes, to be such an idealist. So he simply replied calmly. I have no interest in such matters. I simply refuse to be a lackey for the aristocracy. Hearing Ning Yuan's words, Zhu Xingwu didn't grow angry. Instead, he replied warmly. Anyone who dares to resist injustice from the aristocracy is my brother. He knew full well that some things couldn't be forced upon others, one simply had to do what one ought to do. After that, the group chatted casually. Beyond his somewhat lofty ideals, Zhu Xingwu was a straightforward and easygoing person, making conversation with him quite pleasant. Ning Yuan understood why the Rongwang society had dwindled so much in numbers. Not all of these young heirs possessed the exceptional talent required to gain admission to the most prestigious universities. And of those who did, even fewer were willing to join a society. After all, the Glory Society primarily existed to oppose the student union. As Zhu Xingwu put it, the student union was like the current federation controlled by the elite, making it difficult for commoners to access resources. As a student, opposing the student union was his starting point, the first step toward realizing his ideals and ambitions. Ning Yuan remarked that this world was nothing but a grand charade. His distaste for the elite family stemmed solely from his experiences with the Qin clan, so naturally, he had no interest in joining the student council. As for the Glory Society, another shambolic operation, he held no particular opinion. His purpose for coming today was straightforward. He wanted to know how many credits it would take to obtain special resources at Yanhuang Academy that could accelerate the progress of his demonic physique. Just as Ning Yuan voiced his question, Xiaomei's voice drifted up from downstairs. Her voice, usually sweet enough to overflow, now carried a hint of tremor. Senior, are you here to challenge us? Let me tell you, our president is upstairs. Ha! I'm here to see Ning Yuan. Ning Yuan frowned at the mention of his name. He didn't have many friends at the Yanhuang Academy. However, this woman's voice sounded vaguely familiar. Chapter 107, Student Council Recruiting? I decline. As the conversation downstairs concluded, footsteps echoed from the stairwell entrance. Ning Yuan glanced toward the stairwell. The first thing that caught his eye was a striking sky blue braid. Her delicate little face was framed by thick black glasses, obscuring half her pretty features. Ha! This, braids, dorky glasses, big E, natural airhead. Was this the senior from orientation day? Ning Yuan instantly recalled the image in his mind, but confusion quickly followed. He wasn't particularly close with her, why would she come looking for him? Could it be that last time she said she liked his type, she wasn't joking? Lin Xiaoxi stepped onto the second floor and walked straight toward Ning Yuan, followed by a rather heavy-set man. Xiaomei hurriedly ran up, her face filled with apology as she said to Zhu Xingwu. I'm sorry, President, I couldn't stop the senior. Zhu Xingwu waved her off calmly, cutting her off before she could continue. Instead, he offered a reassuring tone. It's not your fault. It's only natural you couldn't stop the 5th-ranked Ice Soul Blade. His brow furrowed slightly as he turned to face Lin Xiaoxi with a serious expression. Are you here to challenge the dojo on behalf of Qin Tian? As the words left his mouth, a savage, ferocious aura erupted violently, crashing toward Lin Xiaoxi like a terrifying tidal wave. The powerful fluctuations caused the surrounding training equipment to tremble. Ning Yuan watched Zhu Xingwu, his eyes bloodshot and brimming with battle intent, and felt a chill run down his spine. Such savage energy, even when merely projected outward, carried a palpable sense of predatory intent. It was likely comparable to the White Tiger bloodline. It seemed his club president possessed no ordinary chaos bloodline. Though its exact nature remained unknown, its ferocity was undeniable. However, this senior sister was also extraordinarily powerful. Ning Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly, his gaze sweeping toward Lin Xiaoxi. Zhu Xingwu's sudden outburst of energy was primarily directed at Lin Xiaoxi. Yet, facing this aura reminiscent of a primordial beast, her eyes showed not the slightest flicker of emotion. With extreme composure, she adjusted her thick-rimmed glasses and spoke calmly. Chairman Zhu, you've misunderstood. I'm here on behalf of Ning Yuan. She paused briefly before continuing. Besides, you're only ranked 2nd in the virtual arena. Chairman Qin is first. You're the challenger. Lin Xiaoxi's tone remained composed, yet her words carried an almost provocative edge, as if she were merely stating a fact. Surprisingly, Zhu Xingwu grew calm in response, the fierce aura around him fading away. He laughed it off, paying no heed to Lin Xiaoxi's words. But beside him, the cold-eyed Fang Jiaran flared up like a rooster with its feathers ruffled, retorting loudly. You crazy hag, what nonsense are you spouting? Every time my Wu brother challenges him, he dares not accept. He's clearly scared. Her fiery red eyebrows shot upward like flames, glaring angrily at Lin Xiaoxi. No need to get angry. Her stubborn nature won't allow flexibility. If she says that, it must mean she truly believes I'm no match for Qin Tian. Zhu Xingwu waved his hand, signaling Fang Jiaran to calm down. At the college All-Star Cup, we'll face each other sooner or later. When that time comes, Qin Tian won't be able to refuse a duel with me. Despite Zhu Xingwu's words, she continued to glare at Lin Xiaoxi. Fang Jiaran was wonderful in every way, except she cared too deeply about Zhu Xingwu and couldn't stand anyone speaking ill of him. As the student council secretary, Lin Xiaoxi lacked emotional intelligence and had said her fair share of hurtful things. Compounding matters, their rankings were close 4th and 5th, respectively. All these issues piled up, causing Fang Jiaran to long regard Lin Xiaoxi as a thorn in her side, resenting her for quite some time. Lin Xiaoxi offered no response to Fang Jiaran, instead turning her gaze toward Ning Yuan. Junior Ning Yuan, I came here primarily for you. For me? Ning Yuan scrutinized his senior classmate. Her figure was undeniably impressive, a genuine large cup. Though her looks were partially obscured by those dowdy glasses, her refined features were still discernible. Take them off, and she'd be a total stunner. So, she wasn't half bad. I'd like to invite you to join the student council. It's where I can offer you the most support. Lin Xiaoxi spoke with sincere earnestness. Ha? You want me to join the student council? Of course. Why else would I come looking for you specifically? Lin Xiaoxi seemed puzzled, tilting her head at Ning Yuan with a questioning look. I thought you were here to invite me to join the student council. What was happening to him lately? Ever since stepping into the true seed realm and forging his demonic body, his vital energy seemed far too abundant. Damn that prosperity trait. Ever since transforming into a divine being, its influence over me has grown significantly stronger. It's made me so hot-headed lately, utterly infuriating. How could a pure-hearted youth like me become like this? Don't even dream about it. Ning Yuan has already joined my glory society. Fang Jiaran suddenly spoke up from the side, interrupting Ning Yuan's jumbled thoughts. Lin Xiaoxi pondered Fang Jiaran's words carefully before responding. Then you could leave the club. The student union has access to many special resources that could benefit you far more than this glory society ever could. The mention of special resources piqued Ning Yuan's interest, prompting him to casually ask. Does the student union really have that many channels? Of course. The student union receives institutional support from the academy. They can distribute scholarship funds to outstanding students and offer numerous credit-based assignments only accessible through the student union. You can accumulate credits very quickly. Lin Xiaoxi answered truthfully, detailing the benefits and perks within the student union. It must be said, the student union truly lived up to its reputation as the premier organization within the academy, functioning almost as an official arm of the institution. Its resource channels and preferential benefits were truly exceptional. Just hearing about them was enough to stir one's heart. Joining the student council would undoubtedly accelerate progress on her demonic transformation. You? Fang Jiaran watched Ning Yuan's eager expression, about to say something, but Zhu Xingwu pulled her back and shook his head at her. The Glory Society never forced recruitment. If someone preferred the student council, he wouldn't stand in their way. Different paths rarely converge. Alright, senior, you make a good case, but unfortunately, I have a grudge against the Qin family. Ning Yuan cut Lin Xiaoxi off. After listening for so long, all he heard were benefits enough to make him want to join himself. Lin Xiaoxi paused at his words, but she was prepared. She immediately replied. Don't worry about that. The president said he'll handle the Qin family for you. You have nothing to fear. Oh, he can handle the Qin family issue for me? Ning Yuan was curious. He had killed Qin Ming's sister. Could Qin Tian really shield him from that? Lin Xiaoxi smiled at this, replying with utter nonchalance. That person was expelled from the Qin family long ago. She's no longer one of them. How much familial affection could Qin Li possibly have for her? The chairman's standing within the Qin family is no weaker than his. He can easily cover for you. Lin Xiaoxi repeated Qin Tian's exact words to her, using them to demonstrate her determination to recruit Ning Yuan. As long as you sign a contract with the chairman and pledge your service to him. Enough. I'm not interested. Senior, please leave. Before Lin Xiaoxi could finish, Ning Yuan cut her off. He had no desire to hear the rest. Why? Not only would it resolve your troubles, but it would also provide better avenues for advancement. Why refuse? Lin Xiaoxi couldn't fathom why Ning Yuan wouldn't accept. Ning Yuan couldn't be bothered to explain. He simply stated. Sorry, I refuse. I don't have the habit of being someone's lackey. What was this talk of signing a contract? It was nothing but becoming Qin Tian's lackey. To gain resources and resolve the Qin family's troubles, the cost was losing his freedom and becoming someone's errand boy. He'd rather handle everything on his own. Lin Xiaoxi found Ning Yuan's stance hard to accept. Wasn't securing resources and signing a contract to work for the elite families a good thing? For mud-legged peasants like them, who came from small towns with no resources or connections, how could they possibly climb the ranks on their own? How could they pursue demonic martial arts? Wasn't it about demonstrating one's worth to secure resources? Did it really matter who they served? Just get stronger. Chapter 108, Six-Tusked White Elephant. Senior, why are you wasting your breath on him? He's just a half-breed good-for-nothing who never deserved to join the student council in the first place. Just then, a deep, booming voice cut through the air, dripping with contempt. The speaker was none other than the fat man who had arrived with Lin Xiaoxi. Standing nearly 3 meters tall, his body was layered with greasy fat, making him resemble a monstrous mountain of flesh from afar. Even the flesh on his face sagged under its own weight, obscuring his features. Yet strangely, the 6 gleaming ivory teeth in his mouth gave him an almost saintly appearance. Emerging from behind Lin Xiaoxi, his massive form cast a shadow. He slowly lowered his head until it nearly touched Ning Yuan's skull, his voice booming. I told the president long ago that trash like you has no place in the student council. But the senior insisted on giving you a chance. His terrifyingly large mouth opened and closed, the ivory teeth inside glinting like razor blades. But I never imagined you wouldn't know how to cherish it. Ning Yuan's brow furrowed slightly as he took a step back. Seeing Ning Yuan's reaction, the white elephant felt even more contempt. The president had specifically instructed him to accompany the senior to assess Ning Yuan's capabilities. Even if he wanted to join the student council, he'd have to pass his assessment first. Why did everyone say his potential was lacking? Precisely because he possessed only a mixed bloodline. Perhaps he could still create miracles at the body-tempering realm. But the true seed realm was precisely where bloodline talent was converted into combat power. With the potential of a mixed bloodline, entering the true seed realm would only expose his true limitations and leave him far behind. And coincidentally, that's exactly what he believed too. You lowly half-blood. If it weren't for senior sister and the president giving you a chance, what right do you have to join the student council? How dare you refuse? Bai Xiang's expression grew increasingly ferocious as he leaned forward, pressing toward Ning Yuan once more. But before he could finish, an impatient voice cut him off. Could you stay away from me? Don't you realize how foul your breath is? Bai Xiang watched Ning Yuan take another step back, his vicious expression instantly freezing on his face. The fleshy rolls on his body began to tremble, rippling in irregular waves as his face flushed crimson. How dare you? How dare you insult me, you? What? Even if you spit out ivory from your filthy mouth, stay away from me. Ning Yuan recoiled in disgust once more. What on earth was this man here for? He had no self-awareness whatsoever, still pushing forward as if he couldn't understand human speech. The white elephant visibly began to flush red, its eyes reduced to slits by layers of fat staring fixedly at Ning Yuan. It spoke up, do you dare step onto the stage with me? I'll show you the chasm between trash like you and the student council's elite. Ning Yuan glanced at Lin Xiaoxi, noting she made no move to intervene. He turned and walked toward the central stage on the second floor, his voice light as he said, if you want to fight, get up here. I don't want to waste my time. Seeing Ning Yuan look down on him so blatantly, White Elephant grew even more furious, shuffling his mountainous body toward the center of the stage. Lin Xiaoxi watched the two enter the ring, a sense of helplessness rising within her. Ning Yuan was someone she held in high regard, and she didn't want him to antagonize the student council. But a stubborn fool like White Elephant insisted on fighting him. Clearly, he'd been sent on a mission. Was it the president? What exactly was the president trying to achieve? On one hand, he had her recruit Ning Yuan, yet on the other, he sent someone to challenge him. On the stage, White Elephant's monstrous maw gaped wide, his words dripping with scorn. You country bumpkin, I'll crush you like a bug and show you what a real gap looks like. Ning Yuan hadn't joined the student council, and he was glad. He had always believed that Ning Yuan's lineage made him unworthy of the same status as himself. If joining the student council came so easily, wouldn't all his efforts have been for naught? Only as one of the freshmen 10 had he earned the chance to join. I'll make sure you understand the student council is for the chosen few. It's not some trash like you can just waltz into. Bai Xiang's voice grew deeper and more muffled. The fat on his body rippled like flowing water as solidified chi surged from his form. Below the stage, Zhu Xingwu and Fang Jiaran frowned as they watched the two combatants. Brother Wu, that's the ancient bloodline, the six-tusked white elephant, right? Can Ning Yuan handle it? Fang Jiaran voiced her concern. Among ancient bloodlines, the six-tusked white elephant ranked among the most formidable. Its hide was thick and tough, its strength boundless, and its vital energy far surpassed that of ordinary bloodlines. The seemingly flabby fat covering its massive body was actually layers of excess vital energy. In direct combat, it was in no way inferior to the Chaos Bloodline. Zhu Xingwu merely patted Fang Jiaran on the shoulder without comment, choosing to trust Ning Yuan. Since Ning Yuan dared to step onto the stage, he must have confidence in winning. On the stage, the white elephant's thick flesh rippled like waves as layers of fat seemed to melt away with the flow of vital energy. His entire form began to shrink, transforming into a smaller version of the mountain of flesh. Following this surge came a torrent of vital energy and a steadily rising aura. He strode forward, his footsteps like a colossal beast trampling the earth, causing the special alloy platform to tremble. Just let me beat you to death. A terrifying grin spread across his lips, six tusks gleaming with a holy white light. Each step forward sent shockwaves rippling through the platform. Blah blah blah, never ending. Can you hurry up already? Ning Yuan, standing nearby, finally spoke, his tone thick with impatience. Hearing Ning Yuan's impatient words, the white elephant chuckled inwardly. Only now did he realize Ning Yuan had been building up his power all along far too late. Ning Yuan had defeated Hu Cheating before. Though Bai Xiang believed the gap had widened since Ning Yuan entered the True Seed realm. But if he could defeat Ning Yuan, wouldn't that allow him to step over Hu Cheating and rise to prominence? Gaining greater recognition and resources in the process? He wasn't foolish. With so much to gain from victory, he would naturally give his all and display his strongest form. The white elephant halted his stride, his accumulated aura reaching its zenith. The excess fat on its body melted away like ice and snow, replaced by strong, knotted muscles. In an instant, he transformed from a mountain of flab into a miniature giant with the physique of a bodybuilder. Tangible chi and blood energy coiled and intertwined across his body, coalescing into the form of a colossal six-tusked elephant. He surged forward with primal force, charging like a primordial colossus. The six-tusked white elephant, formed from its thick vital energy, stomped onto the stage, making it rumble. Even the special alloy surface bore deep imprints. Die! In 2 strides, the white elephant covered over 10 meters, arriving before Ning Yuan. Its arms, thick as city pillars and covered in knotted flesh, rose high. As the arm swung, its tusk clashed with the vital energy elephant's own tusk. With the force to shatter mountains and temples, it bore down on Ning Yuan's chest. From afar, a colossal crimson elephant seemed poised to crush a tiny figure beneath its massive bulk. Yet that figure seemed utterly paralyzed by the terrifying spectacle, unable to muster even a thought of resistance. It stood frozen in place, utterly motionless. Chapter 109, Why Are You So Weak? Below the arena. Fang Jiaran clenched her fists, growing tense as Ning Yuan remained motionless. The six-tusked white elephant excelled at its true face charge. When it built up momentum for that strike, even a chaos bloodline of equal rank would struggle to withstand it. Yet Ning Yuan showed no counterattack. Had he given up? Beneath Zhu Xingwu's seemingly calm exterior, his vital energy surged like a raging river. Since Ning Yuan had joined the Glory Society, Zhu Xingwu would never allow him to be injured here. Should Ning Yuan face danger, he would intervene immediately. What rules of combat? Bull. He wasn't afraid of the student council. If they didn't like it, let the student council president come fight him. Just as he prepared to intervene, the surging energy within him suddenly settled. A faint smile tugged at the corners of his mouth as he turned his gaze toward the stage. Boom! White elephant's pillar-like arm, driven by vital energy and ivory, slammed into Ning Yuan's chest with a thunderous crash like a 10,000-ton battering ram striking a city wall. The terrifying force sent shockwaves rippling through the entire building, making it shake as if an earthquake had struck. A white shockwave radiated outward from the two combatants, sending a circular blast that made the building's tempered glass windows hum with vibration. After the shockwave passed, deathly silence fell upon the stage. The white elephant's arm pressed relentlessly against Ning Yuan's chest. His face contorted and distorted from the strain, veins bulging prominently across his forehead. Yet Ning Yuan stood rooted to the spot, not having moved an inch since the beginning. Weak, so weak. Why are you so weak? Ning Yuan lifted his head, his bloodshot eyes blazing with overwhelming fury. The solidified vital energy within the ivory shattered inch by inch, exploding outward. The colossal form of the six-tusked white elephant collapsed with a thunderous crash, its violent chi and blood energy surging and churning wildly. Below the arena, Fang Jiaran stared in disbelief at the scene unfolding before her. It was like witnessing a speeding, out-of-control truck being stopped by a 3-year-old child with one hand. Such a visual impact was undeniably shocking. It was a scene she had never witnessed before. Zhu Xingwu's smile grew wider and wider. He was growing increasingly fond of this junior classmate. Only Lin Junchen remained utterly confident throughout. He had always believed in Ning Yuan's strength. You've disappointed me so much, all that anticipation wasted. Amidst the white elephant's horrified expression, Ning Yuan uttered words even more piercing than ice. A wave of heat followed. Ning Yuan seemed to transform into a furnace, his body radiating intense light and heat. His right hand was raised high, empty. His palm seemed to grasp a blazing sun, crimson vital energy swirling around it. He delivered a vicious punch toward the white elephant's belly. The fist arrived in an instant, yet it carried a deceptive sense of slowness. At the tip of his fist, it seemed as though he were pushing a great sun, pressing down slowly. The white elephant's heart skipped a beat before racing even faster. Blood surged through its veins, every hair on its body bristling a warning signal from its body. This punch could kill. Move. Damn it, why can't I move? The air around him seemed to be sucked away, pinning him to the spot, utterly unable to dodge. Faced with this intense threat of death, he summoned his vital energy. He drained every ounce of fat and even flesh from his body, channeling all his vital energy into his abdomen. His entire body deflated like a punctured balloon, instantly shrinking to skin and bones. Yet his belly suddenly swelled like a balloon, layers of fat piling up like armor, forming tier upon tier of defense. From a distance, he resembled a skeletal soldier, yet with an enormous belly covered in fleshy growths, an utterly bizarre sight. Boom! The fist collided with the belly, causing the fleshy layers to ripple and vibrate, continuously dissipating the impact. Finally, the rolling waves of flesh reached their limit and exploded outward with a thunderous crash. The white elephant's body bent at a 90-degree angle, his back arched high from the blow. The immense force coursed through his frame, making the contours of his spine starkly visible. Thud! The white elephant crashed onto the ring, thudding to the ground. His once obese body now resembled nothing more than a towering skeleton. Fine streams of blood spurted from its body, forming a cone that splattered across the entire stage. A gaping hole had been violently torn open in its abdomen. Only the rise and fall of its chest proved it was still alive. It survived. Ning Yuan brushed the blood from his palm and shook his head in boredom. His first battle as a true seed was nothing more than this, utterly disappointing. It looked imposing, yet it didn't even possess the basic prowess of a true seed. After building up momentum for so long, the attack he'd carefully crafted. Yet it failed to breach his defenses. Truly unworthy of the time he'd wasted. Since advancing to true seed, his vitality was abundant and his temper was fiery. For a fighter of this caliber to make him wait in vain for so long, it felt like the agony of stopping just short of the finish line. The only benefit, perhaps, was testing the rock-solid defense. The divine transformation rock-solid is vastly more powerful than before, at least by the white elephant's standards. Perhaps his minor breakthrough in the true seed cultivation could breach its defenses and wound him. Perhaps that was the case. He just needed to be a little bit stronger. Senior, I've made myself clear. This student council is full of people like this, it's not for me. Ning Yuan rolled his eyes at White Elephant before addressing Lin Xiaoxi. Lin Xiaoxi merely gave Ning Yuan a deep look before taking out a vial of potion and feeding it to the White Elephant. Instantly, his breathing steadied. He wouldn't die anytime soon. With the Federation's current medical capabilities, anyone with even a faint breath left could be saved. She turned to face Ning Yuan, her tone unusually calm as she said, "You just used the fist technique of the ninth layer? It seems your martial wisdom is also astonishing." That punch Ning Yuan had just delivered felt eerily familiar to her. She herself had once ventured into the ninth layer years ago and knew old Ste's fist techniques inside out. That Ning Yuan could capture its essence meant his martial insight was undoubtedly top tier. Combined with his effortless defeat of the White Elephant, it was clear his potential was far from exhausted. If he could assist the president's chances of becoming the contemporary pride of the Sun would increase by 15.6 percentage points. I'll petition the chairman to improve your compensation. If you change your mind, come find me anytime. Without waiting for Ning Yuan's reply, she led White Elephant downstairs. Bai Xiang was also an elite member of the guild. He couldn't be allowed to die here. If you refuse, given the chairman's temperament, you'll be targeted. When that happens, we'll become enemies. As Lin Xiaoxi's somewhat dazed voice trailed off, the two vanished completely at the stairwell entrance. Ning Yuan watched Lin Xiaoxi depart, paying no heed to her words. The student council was essentially controlled by the Qin family. As long as he refused to be their lackey, confrontation was inevitable. Ha ha! At that moment, Zhu Xingwu burst into laughter as he approached, cheerfully slapping Ning Yuan on the shoulder. "Junior Ning, I never imagined you'd be this strong. With you on our side, our glory society can finally stand up to the student council among this year's freshmen." His expression then turned serious as he added with concern, "But you've embarrassed the student council this time. They'll likely target you from now on. The student council president, Lin Xiaoxi, and I, along with Jarin, will help shield you from them. If you run into any trouble you can't handle, come find me. I'll help you sort it out." Facing the student council's retaliation was, of course, within Ning Yuan's expectations. But why did Zhu Xingwu specifically mention Lin Xiaoxi? Was there something wrong with that clumsy senior? Seeming to notice Ning Yuan's confusion, Zhu Xingwu explained. "Lin Xiaoxi may seem a bit clueless and lacks social grace, but she's remarkably level-headed and exceptionally sharp with data analysis. She's an invaluable asset to the student council president." His eyes narrowed slightly as he continued in his serious tone. "The crucial thing is she's strong, very strong. If she thinks you'll cause trouble for the student council, she might take action against you." Smack! Ning Yuan suddenly smacked his forehead hard. This left Zhu Xingwu, who had been dead serious moments ago, utterly bewildered. Was he regretting it now? Damn it! I should have challenged her earlier. Ning Yuan blurted out, cursing under his breath. Damn it, I picked a stinky pig and she dumped a huge load on me. I'd rather have gotten beaten up by that sweet senior. Ha! Xu Xingwu was speechless upon hearing this. Chapter 110, Credit Acquisition, Yu Ying's Arrival. Junior Ning, just don't let your guard down. If anything comes up you can't handle, come find me anytime. Xu Xingwu looked at Ning Yuan, whose face was etched with regret, and could only offer this advice. Alright. If I run into trouble, I'll come back to the president. Though Ning Yuan intended to handle matters himself, he didn't refuse Xu Xingwu's offer. After all, it was a genuine offer of support. Refusing it outright would be downright rude. Oh, and I've been meaning to ask about special resources on campus. Could you fill me in, President? This was precisely why Ning Yuan had come here. It directly impacted his cultivation progress. True to his reputation as a veteran Yanhuang member, the president explained it clearly in just a few sentences. Simply put, special resources were exchanged for credits. Their potency varied, with prices generally ranging from 50,000 to 200,000 credits. For instance, the stellar remnant potion Ning Yuan had used earlier cost 200,000 credits. It could advance his demonic physique progress by roughly 10% with minimal side effects. It ranked among the top-tier special resources. The cheapest special resource is the 100 Demons True Blood, refined from the essence of 100 true-blooded demon beasts and enhanced with potent elixirs. It advances demonic physique progress by 3%-5%, but the side effect is enduring the wills of 100 demons during refinement. Even this costs 50,000 credits, far beyond Ning Yuan's meager 10,000 plus credits. As for acquiring credits, there are roughly 3 methods. The first is virtual arena combat, which offers tier rewards and monthly ranking bonuses. This is the primary method for earning credits, as some special resources require specific rank or placement to exchange for. For instance, the Stellar Remnant Potion demands a top 10 ranking. Second were credit quests, where completing tasks assigned by mentors earned credit rewards. Currently, these are largely unavailable to newcomers, as they're monopolized by the student council. Unless one has a well-connected mentor who directly assigns tasks, access is limited. Third are academy events. Recently, I haven't heard of any academy events being held. Ning Yuan stroked his chin in thought. Looking at it this way, the virtual arena battle seemed like the only viable option. He had recently advanced to True Seed, and his fiery temper was running high. This seemed like the perfect chance to test his newfound strength. Ning Yuan was a man of decisive action. With that thought, he prepared to head to the virtual arena. President, I was heading to the virtual. But before Ning Yuan could finish his farewell, another commotion erupted downstairs. Hey! Senior, if you need something, I can relay your message. You can't just barge up there. As Xiaomei's voice echoed, 2 figures reappeared at the stairwell entrance. Xiao Yuan, your sister's here to see you. Oh, and Xiao Zhuzhu and Xiao Fangfang are here too. With her crisp, shoulder-length bob and sizzling leather bodysuit, it was none other than Yuing. Just then, Xiaomei rushed over, her voice tinged with hurt. President, I didn't stop her, she just... Xu Xingwu gave a helpless, wry smile and shook his head, signaling to Xiaomei that it was fine. He quickly composed his expression and cautiously asked Yuing. Sis Yu, why didn't you give me a heads up about coming over? Ning Yuan, you know him? Hearing him speak, Yuing waved dismissively. It's none of your business. Go play with Xia Fangfang. I'll take Xiao Yuan with me now. With that, she pulled the bewildered Ning Yuan toward the stairs. Xu Xingwu watched their retreating figures with a hint of resignation. Yuing was the little tyrant of the capital. Her official offspring peers had endured countless beatings from her since childhood. Eventually, she became the de facto leader for most of them. Even though he was stronger than Yuing now, deep down, he still feared her. When Yuing took Ning Yuan away, he didn't dare ask a single question. Fortunately, it seemed Yuing and Ning Yuan had known each other for a long time, so she definitely wasn't here to cause trouble. But judging by Ning Yuan's bewildered expression, he clearly hadn't expected Yuing to show up out of the blue either. So who could have tipped off Yuing? His gaze shifted, locking onto Lin Junshin, who was pretending to be relaxed nearby. Lin Junshin, perhaps sensing his gaze, looked up awkwardly at the ceiling. He chuckled awkwardly and said, "Oh my. I just remembered I have chicken soup simmering at home. If I don't get back soon, it'll burn. Gotta run." With that, he dashed off in a flash. After Lin Junshin left, the once bustling second floor finally returned to its usual quiet. Only Fang Jiaran and Xu Xingwu remained. Fang Jiaran gazed at the lingering battle scars on the arena and spoke. Brother Wu, Ning Yuan possesses extraordinary strength. He knows Sister Yu and is closely aligned with the younger generation. He will be a crucial asset for our future reforms. Xu Xingwu fell silent. After a long pause, he finally spoke. The young guard faction remains a minority. Most within the Federation are lackeys of the aristocracy, idlers who hold positions without merit. Even if the commissioner and deputy commissioner of the inspection bureau are from the young guard, the bureau itself is divided internally. With various factions at play, it's difficult to implement bold reforms. The Federation is deeply poisoned. It will take generations of our descendants to cleanse it. Only by continually recruiting prodigies like Ning Yuan, those who defy tyranny, will we have a chance to purge the rot and stubborn ailments, restoring the Federation's glory. Xu Xingwu's eyes burned with intensity as he gazed into the distance. As if through the cold walls of the building, he saw the Federation stretching far beyond. "Sisyu, what's got you so worked up looking for me?" Ning Yuan asked Ying, who had rushed over breathlessly. Just moments ago, Ying had grabbed Ning Yuan and dragged him out, and now they were about to exit the academy gates. He had been planning to earn some credits at the virtual arena to trade for resources. If he didn't ask now, he'd never know where she was dragging him off to. Upon hearing this, Ying released his hand, turned to give him a withering look, and said somewhat irritably, "What do you mean, what's the matter? I told you I'd make you the rising star of the Imperial Capital Patrol Bureau. Why didn't you come find me after finishing your seclusion?" Her beautiful eyebrows arched, and a hint of gentle annoyance flashed across her exquisite, pretty face. "If Lin Junqian hadn't told me, I wouldn't even have known you'd emerged from seclusion." Ning Yuan felt awkward at her words. He hadn't contacted Ying after emerging from seclusion. His main focus had been on the academy, hoping to secure some special resources. Seeing Ying's slight irritation, he immediately defended himself. "It's only 3 months until the college star cup. I wanted to secure some special resources to perfect my demonic physique sooner." "Oomph." Ying gave a light snort and tapped his forehead with her finger. "Of course I know you need special resources. Otherwise, why do you think I came looking for you?" With that, she straddled a fiery red motorcycle, slipped on sunglasses, and tilted her head slightly, gesturing for Ning Yuan to hop on. Though Ning Yuan had no idea what she was up to, he obediently climbed onto the back seat. "Hold on tight, I'm taking you to get those special resources." V-room. A shrill roar erupted from the exhaust pipe as the tires screeched against the pavement, leaving a sharp skid mark. A powerful surge of acceleration hit him. The motorcycle carried the two toward the heart of the capital. Chapter 111, Back to the Patrol Bureau. Before long, the motorcycle reached its destination. The Imperial Capital Patrol Bureau. Ning Yuan looked up at the imposing gilded characters and couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Compared to this Imperial Capital Patrol Bureau, the Weha City Patrol Bureau seemed like a rundown shack. Not only was the scale of the building immense, but even the people entering and exiting it radiated an overwhelming aura. Many of the uniformed patrol officers radiated an overwhelming sense of authority, making Ning Yuan marvel once more at how the imperial capital truly lived up to its reputation as the heart of the Federation. But before he could observe further, Ying hurriedly pulled him into the main hall. Ying was impatient and knew exactly where she was headed. The two headed straight for the archives room. Bang! Ying shoved open the archive room door and blurted out, "Old Su, the documents I asked you to prepare last time? I've brought someone to collect them." Inside the room, Ying's sudden appearance made a hippopotamus-faced man flinch. He hastily switched off his light-brain screen and turned, his voice tinged with awkwardness. "Sisyu, why didn't you ring the bell? What can I do for you?" Hearing this, Ying frowned slightly, displeased. "What about the temporary inspection credentials I asked you to make? Haven't you done them?" Feeling Ying's gaze grow increasingly menacing, Old Su's mind snapped into focus. He immediately replied, "Oh, that. I've got it ready. Here you go." After saying this, he fumbled frantically through his drawer, pulling out a gold-embossed certificate and hastily handing it over. Ying took it without hesitation, waving it toward Ning Yuan. "I've transferred your authority from Weha City to the Imperial Capital. From now on, you're a temporary patrol officer for the Imperial Capital. Here's your new credential." Ning Yuan glanced at the certificate. It didn't look much different from Weha City's. The only difference was that his authority had been elevated to level 1 temporary patrol officer. "Sisyu, didn't you say you were bringing me here for special resources? Why are you recruiting me now?" Ning Yuan was filled with questions. Ying had rushed him here, and he still hadn't grasped the situation. Ying's lips curved upward in a teasing smile. "What? Afraid I'll harm you? I'll explain it to you outside." Then she turned to Old Su and declared, "Don't let me catch you slacking off again, or I won't let you off the hook, oomph." With that, she led Ning Yuan out of the archives room. Old Su wiped the cold sweat from his forehead as Ying departed. This Ying was the big boss's daughter at the inspection bureau. Everyone in the bureau had suffered at her hands, and no one dared defy her. If he fell into her hands, he'd be in for a world of trouble. The thought sent a shiver down his spine, and he forced the image from his mind. He swiftly unhid the video he'd just concealed on his light brain. "Ha ha! Not slacking off at work? Then why did I work so hard to get into the patrol bureau only to get assigned to the archives? Wouldn't that make all that suffering for nothing?" In the corridor, the two walked side by side. Ying finally slowed her pace and turned to explain to Ning Yuan. "Since the inspection bureau wants to mold you into a rising star, you must join the bureau. Of course, as a student, you can only hold temporary inspector status. For now it's the same thing. But this rising star status doesn't come with free resources that wouldn't fly with higher ups. You'll still have to earn it yourself. The Bureau mainly provides access to resources you can exchange for any special resources within the Bureau, as long as you have the merits to back it up. Ning Yuan nodded silently to himself. As one of the 4 major departments, the Investigation Bureau possessed no shortage of special resources. In terms of connections alone, the Inspection Bureau ranked among the top networks in the entire imperial capital. As for having to earn special resources through one's own efforts, that was reasonable. The Inspection Bureau wasn't just Yu Ying's family fiefdom. To obtain resources, one must earn corresponding merits. Across the entire Federation, no one achieves demonic martial prowess without earning it through hard work. At this thought, Ning Yuan seemed to grasp something. So you brought me here for special resources? Is there a case to crack? Yu Ying gave him an appreciative look and patted his shoulder. You're a quick thinker, kid, she said with a satisfied smile. While the Patrol Bureau can't directly give you resources, I get to decide what missions you take on. There's a ready-made case waiting for us to crack. Just tag along with me, and I guarantee you'll earn yourself a special resource. Ning Yuan was overjoyed. So this was what it felt like to be supported by someone else? Having such a big white leg to lean on felt pretty damn good. As they walked toward the mission registration hall, Yu Ying briefed Ning Yuan on the upcoming assignment. Recently, the Patrol Bureau received a tip about a group of suspicious individuals spotted in the outskirts of the imperial capital. After several days of undercover surveillance and investigation, it was discovered that this group was actually a fraud ring. They specialized in online scams involving massive sums of money, and many of the criminals involved had themselves been deceived into joining the scheme. This has resulted in many being involuntary victims, and rash actions can easily provoke desperate criminals into harming hostages. Therefore, we now need patrol officers to go undercover within the company, rescue the victims from the inside, dismantle the criminal hideout, and apprehend the criminals. Understand now? This case carries such severe repercussions, it's worth trading for a special resource. Yu Ying patted her chest and assured Ning Yuan. But rest assured, I've already gathered the basic details. Specialized personnel are monitoring the situation there. We're just going in to finish the job. With each of Yu Ying's movements, Ning Yuan's heart seemed to flutter and sink until finally, his tight-fitting suit bore a weight it wasn't meant to carry. Ahem. Ning Yuan cleared his throat dryly, quietly withdrawing his gaze. I'll follow Sister Yu's lead on everything. Though Ning Yuan's gaze was stealthy, Yu Ying caught it. She shot him a look of contempt. A little virgin with a dirty mind and the nerve to act on it. Caught off guard, Ning Yuan felt awkward and tried to defend himself. It's a side effect of advancing to the true seed stage. My chi and blood are just too vigorous, it has nothing to do with my character. Besides, Sister Yu is so stunning, no one could resist looking. Yu Ying's eyes lit up and she decided to tease Ning Yuan. Pretty? Then how about my figure? She stretched her body, perfectly showcasing her slender yet curvaceous figure. Her supple, snake-like waist was barely an inch thick, and the fair skin of her waist revealed a tantalizing dimple. Ning Yuan's gaze immediately locked onto those snow-white dimples. Seeing Ning Yuan staring blankly, Yu Ying couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha ha! Her laughter was boisterous, her entire body shaking as she rested her arm on Ning Yuan's shoulder. Looks like this sister's charm is still pretty potent. Listen to me from now on, and you'll get your share of perks. With that, she gently flicked his cheek with her finger before continuing onward. Ning Yuan followed behind, his expression clearly displeased. This woman was toying with him too. Zhang Mengxue and Yu Ying knew their vitality was surging lately, and they both enjoyed teasing him. Soon enough, you'll get what's coming to you for playing with fire. Ning Yuan thought viciously. Chapter 112. At the Patrol Bureau, Yu Ying felt as though she had returned home. Everyone in the Patrol Bureau knew her, and she moved through unimpeded, given the green light at every turn. The mission registration was quickly processed, and Ning Yuan's name smoothly appeared on the duty roster. Let's go! Yu Ying called out to Ning Yuan, and the two left the Patrol Bureau. Jinyang Residential Complex, on the outskirts of the imperial capital. This was a mixed-use community of apartment buildings and villas, appearing fairly upscale. However, its location far from the capital's center, essentially the outskirts of the outskirts, made housing prices considerably more affordable. Precisely because of the low prices, it attracted many migrant workers from other regions, making it a rather mixed bag. Inside one of the apartment buildings, Yu Ying and Ning Yuan were stationed here. See that villa over there? Intelligence indicates it's the suspect's fraud operation base. There are about 60 people inside. Yu Ying peered through her binoculars, pointing at a 3-story villa within the residential area. She lowered the binoculars, they were largely useless anyway, serving mainly to conceal her gaze and avoid detection by the criminals. Turning to Ning Yuan, she explained. We have an undercover agent inside. Today, we'll infiltrate as his relatives and work with him to dismantle the operation. So, we're just going to blend in like this? Ning Yuan gestured at his and Yu Ying's clothes, his tone tinged with doubt. Though Ning Yuan knew little about clothes, his outfits were all bought by Zhang Mengxiu as certainly not cheap. Ying wasn't exactly strapped for cash either, her outfits were probably expensive too. This disguise was going to be tough to pull off. Ying shot him a disapproving look and retorted impatiently. Do I need you to tell me that? I'm a pro at this. I've got everything ready. Just change and we're good to go. She rummaged through a nearby wardrobe, pulling out 2 sets of clothes. She tossed one to Ning Yuan. Ning Yuan glanced at it casually and found the outfit far more down-to-earth. It looked like something a laborer might wear. Stop dawdling and get changed, Ying urged him before taking her own clothes into the bedroom to change. Ning Yuan wasted no time and started changing immediately. A few minutes later, the bedroom door swung open. Ning Yuan's eyes lit up. A pair of slightly baggy gray pants, a dowdy plaid shirt, and a single braid. This was Ying's new look. Though she tried her best to dress down, her heavenly proportions couldn't be hidden. Even dressed like a country girl, she was a sight to behold, instantly catching the eye. Ning Yuan couldn't resist teasing her. Sis, you're still too pretty like this. I suggest smearing your face with black dye, that'd make you look more authentic. Ying rolled her eyes and retorted. We can't use dye. Those criminals are all true Seed Realm cultivators, they'd see right through it. Given our current resources, this is the best we can do. They're all demonic bloodlines, they come in all shapes and sizes. Just go straight to their doorstep to join them. Hearing this, Ning Yuan stopped dwelling on it. The patrol bureau had already done extensive groundwork, they'd surely considered more than he had. He didn't need to worry about these details anymore. Afterward, the two verified their identities. Ning Yuan was the distant nephew of undercover agent Zhao Dezhu, while Ying was his wife. Both hailed from remote mountain villages, seeking opportunities to earn money, only to be deceived by Zhao Dezhu into joining the operation. After confirming the details, they rose and exited the apartment building, heading toward the villa. Chapter 113. Are you here to see old Zhao? As the villa gate swung open, a burly man with a face full of fleshy rolls poked his head out. Yes, I'm here to see my uncle. He said he could help me find a job. Did I come to the right place? Ning Yuan cautiously studied the burly man, scratching the back of his head with a somewhat simple-minded expression, his voice tinged with uncertainty. The burly man looked at Ning Yuan, revealing 2 rows of white teeth as he gave him a silly grin, his guard slowly lowering. He glanced at Ying behind Ning Yuan, who kept her head down, too afraid to speak. His smile broadened. That's right. Come on in first, then we'll talk. With that, he swung the door open and stepped aside to let them in. Inside the villa, the ground floor's original grand hall was now filled with rows upon rows of desks. At a glance, there were over 50 individual desks. Everyone seated at their desks held phones, passionately delivering sales pitches. The entire hall echoed with voices, resembling a bustling market. The burly man spoke enthusiastically. You've come to the right place. Here, we just make calls every day and money flows right into our pockets. If it weren't for your uncle's recommendation, you'd never find such a great job. Ning Yuan, seemingly unfamiliar with such scenes, asked cautiously, but I don't know how to do anything. Can I really handle this? Don't worry, as long as you can talk, you can do this. Let's go upstairs first. I'll sign your contract, the burly man assured him as he led both men toward the second floor. Ning Yuan couldn't help but curl his lip. Signing a contract without asking any questions? This job seemed way too sketchy. Still, he pretended not to notice and followed him upstairs. The burly man casually entered a room and sat down in a chair. He pulled out 2 contracts and tossed them to the pair. What are your names? My name is Zhao Taizhu. My name is Niu Tsuihua. The big man heard their names and couldn't help but twitch his lips. His gaze settled on them, and his eyes narrowed slightly. The girl, though dressed in shabby clothes, had an excellent figure and a pretty face, yet she went and named herself that. And this guy too, though his clothes were ragged. He was solidly built with a tall, lean frame. He didn't look exaggerated at all, definitely the type wealthy women would fancy. They'd actually come all the way here. Thankfully, they were still villagers and hadn't made it into the heart of the imperial capital. Otherwise, he might have ended up living off someone else's money. Alright, your uncle will come pick you up shortly. Just sign your names here. He gestured toward the contract on the table, signaling for them to sign. Seeing Ning Yuan's hesitant expression, he asked, Brother, my wife and I haven't seen my uncle yet. I'd rather wait for him to arrive before signing. This reaction was entirely expected by the burly man. After all, no one was foolish. Even those from remote mountain villages carried a certain wariness. But once their relative arrived and said a few kind words, they'd obediently sign the contract. Once the contract was signed, there would be no turning back. Just then, the door swung open, and a large, heavy-set man hurried inside. The moment he entered and spotted Ning Yuan, he rushed over. Gripping Ning Yuan's hand excitedly, he exclaimed joyfully, Nephew, you're finally here. Your uncle has been waiting for you for ages. He then pulled Ning Yuan into a whirlwind of chatter, coaxing him into signing the contract. Ning Yuan played along perfectly. After chatting about family matters for a while, he gritted his teeth and said, "Uncle, is it really as profitable as you say?" "Of course it is. We're family, would I lie to you?" Zhao Deju's expression was exaggerated as he tried desperately to prove himself. "Alright then. My wife and I trust you. I'll sign right now." After saying this, the two picked up the contract again and began signing. Chapter 114. Is this really your nephew? Taking advantage of the moment while they signed, the burly man pulled Zhao Deju close and asked sternly, "Of course, this is my nephew. He doesn't look like it to me. Brother Yen. When I was young I was skinny too, just like him now. Enough, take them downstairs." Seeing the two finish signing, Brother Yen couldn't be bothered to listen further. He waved his hand dismissively, signaling for them to take the men downstairs. They're all just pawns anyway. Once they're in, they're not getting out. Nothing else matters. Yes, Brother Yen. I'll take them down now and show them the work procedures. Zhao Deju pulled the two men away, his face plastered with a forced smile. The trio descended the stairs, weaving through the crowd to the edge of the room. 3 empty desks stood there. Yu Ying, who had remained mostly silent until now, finally spoke up. "Old Zhao, you've been undercover for a while now. How's your understanding of the internal situation?" Zhao Deju glanced around, satisfied no one was paying attention, then lowered his voice to explain to the others. After hearing his explanation, Ning Yuan couldn't help but frown. According to old Zhao, the people making calls here were mostly victims who had been tricked into coming in, numbering around 50. The core criminal operatives numbered only 6, 5 of whom were team leaders. Their main duties were supervising subordinates, making scam calls, and boosting performance metrics. They enforced strict discipline on their subordinates. If targets weren't met, beatings or verbal abuse were commonplace. The methods were numerous. The deceived individuals endured a daily existence of unbearable suffering. Beyond these 5, there's also a boss. He was the true mastermind behind the scenes, manipulating the entire gang to amass wealth. Ning Yuan had only encountered the 5 team leaders, he had not seen the boss. If they moved now, they might fail to capture the ringleader, leaving the case unresolved. Yu Ying, standing nearby, frowned and whispered, "Where's the boss? He usually rests on the 3rd floor, but he happened to be out today and isn't here." Old Zhao replied truthfully. As the primary surveillance target, he naturally knew the boss was absent. Seeing the grim expressions on their faces, he quickly added, "But don't worry, there's a morning session here every day. He'll definitely be back to lead it." "Morning session? What's that supposed to be?" Ning Yuan asked curiously. "It's brainwashing. They pump you full of hype in the morning, like some kind of rally or pledge ceremony." Old Zhao clearly disliked it, having evidently suffered through it many times before. But judging by his words, it seemed action today was out of the question. They'd have to wait until tomorrow morning to separate the victims from their captors and take them down in one fell swoop. It was a waste of time, but there was no other choice. "Alright, you two take a look at this script first. Don't get into trouble. Today's your first day here, it's learning time. Just wing it for now." Old Zhao pulled out 2 booklets and handed them to the pair. He added, "This place is no place for humans. Those bastards find any excuse to beat people. I've had enough." He'd tricked Ning Yuan and the other guy into joining the crew, so he had 2 days off and didn't need to make calls to recruit more people. This was essentially his reward for recruiting new members. Otherwise, he'd still be making those calls right now. Ning Yuan casually picked up the script notebook and found it surprisingly thick, at least several hundred pages. Flipping it open, he saw it filled with classic deception scripts. It even laid out how to respond to every possible thing the other person might say. It was essentially a comprehensive guide to scamming. Chapter 115. Ning Yuan had little interest in reading further, but the 5 team leaders beside him kept pacing restlessly. He had no choice but to pretend to read along. He glanced at Yu Ying and noticed she was doing the same, flipping through the pages, but her eyes were clearly elsewhere. Clearly, like Ning Yuan, she was secretly goofing off. Just then, a commotion erupted nearby, causing Ning Yuan to turn his head. He saw Brother Yen approach a slight man from behind and barked loudly. "What are you doing? Are you slacking off? I see you staring at the apples, are you secretly counting them?" The frail man flinched, staring at Brother Yen in sheer terror. His face twisted into an expression uglier than crying as he tried to explain. "No, I'm not, Brother Yen. I can't even count. Enough nonsense. You're slacking off. I'll whip you 5 times. Brother Yen ignored his protest entirely, drawing a whip from his waist and lashing out with brutal force. Crack, 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 crack. That's 6 lashes. Ha! And you claim you can't count? Realizing he'd been tricked, Yen Gu lashed out with even greater force. Only when the frail man lay sprawled on the ground did he finally stop, staggering toward Ning Yuan. He couldn't care less what the frail man was doing. He only wanted to establish his authority, showing the newcomer what happened to those who disobeyed. As for a reason, any excuse would do. Yan Gu grinned at Ning Yuan, finding great satisfaction in the fear he saw in the young man's eyes. He reached out and patted Ning Yuan's shoulder, offering a comforting tone. Young man, don't worry, as long as you meet your targets and play nice, I won't do anything to you. Ning Yuan's body shook violently as he stammered. I'll be obedient. Whatever Brother Yan says, I'll do. Brother Yan nodded in satisfaction at Ning Yuan's words. The initial show of authority had worked perfectly. He'd deal with him properly later, he'd be tamed into a piglet eventually. For the boss. For myself, to create value and earn money. He walked away with his hands behind his back, twirling his whip. He looked thoroughly pleased. Once he was out of earshot, Ning Yuan steadied himself, shedding the fear from his face. A look of amusement spread across his face. You bastards, your days are numbered. However, he seemed to have discovered something else of interest. Just now, he had sensed a distinct aura, like a beacon in the darkness, visible at a glance. What was this? Cultists? The gift from the four gods had granted him the ability to sense cultists within a certain range. This was the first time it had proven useful. But the location of these cultists? He leaned close to Old Zhao and whispered. Old Zhao, does this villa have a cellar? Cellar? Old Zhao froze at the question before replying. I think there is one, but it's sealed off somewhere. No one's ever allowed near it. Why do you ask? Ning Yuan grinned faintly and said casually. I think I've found where that boss went. Hearing this, One Eye leaned closer, his wide eyes fixed on Ning Yuan. Don't joke around. If you're wrong and let their leader slip away, this case will never be solved. Ning Yuan frowned at this. He sensed the cult's aura emanating from beneath this villa. As a fraud operation base, this villa would never allow outsiders inside, especially a place like a cellar if they wouldn't let anyone near it. Something was definitely fishy. Yuing had mentioned that the boss was a true seed perfection cultivator, a power level that matched the description. The cultist was most likely that boss himself. He couldn't be bothered to wait any longer. He'd simply capture him outright. He turned to Yuing and declared, I possess a secret technique that allows me to sense cultists within a certain range. Just now, I detected a true seed perfection cultist in the cellar.